Imagine having the power of Calendly or Cal.com in your hands. No subscription, no limits, you built it. In this massive 12-hour journey, we are going to build something that's not just functional, but absolutely game-changing. A full-fledged scheduling platform built from scratch. Everything from login to booking to calendar integration. Are you ready? Let's kick things off with an epic landing page. Clean, responsive, packed with features, and of course a slick theme toggle because dark mode just hits different, right? But don't get too comfortable, we are just warming up. Want custom authentication? We've got it. We implemented Google and GitHub OAuth. But wait, that's not all. We have a onboarding route where we have to pick a username, and you know what's the best part? We validate this username on the back end because we want to get a unique username. Now here's where things get really interesting. Nylas. If you've ever worked with scheduling apps, you know how tricky real-time calendar syncing can get. That's where Nylas steps in, and trust me, it's an absolute game changer. So why do we use Nylas? It seamlessly connects to our calendars, handling everything from creating events to checking when someone is busy to even canceling meetings. Without Nylas, we would be stuck managing availability manually, a total mess. But with it, everything is automated, it's clean, efficient, and gives us the perfect experience. But here's the best part which you are going to love. The booking form. We are not just using some off-the-shelf solution, we are going custom, building it from the ground up. You get all the key details front and center. Host info, event details, meeting length, and the big one, your availability. The calendar, it's fully custom. No plugins, no shortcuts, just pure code from scratch awesomeness. It updates in real time with Nylas, showing when you are available, hiding when you're not, say goodbye to double bookings and messy schedules. When a client books a meeting, they get an instant confirmation email, the event goes straight into our calendar, and the best part, you manage everything from our beautiful dashboard. You've got total control, manage your meetings, adjust your availability, and even tweak your settings. Want to block out weekends, only take meetings in the afternoon, no problem. This app and the dashboard gives you the total control over your schedule. And if you are wondering how we will make all of this possible, let me break it down really quick. We are using Next.js for smooth server-side rendered magic, Tailwind CSS for clean and responsive design, Shadcn UI for modern and customizable components. Auth.js handles authentication, while Nylas connects to our calendar for the seamless integration. On the back end, we are using Prisma as our ORM, and this connects to our Postgres-powered database by Supabase. And after everything is built, we will deploy everything live to Vercel. At the end of the day, this isn't just a clone of Calendly or Cal.com. This is your application. You built it, you customized it, and by the end of this tutorial, you will have a full stack scheduling platform that you control. Alright friends, I'm now super hyped for you to build this beautiful calendar scheduling application from complete scratch. You now know how the application will look like, you know how it will function, and just in general, you know what you will build in this free video. No upsell, no course, no nothing, everything is free. Watch it, deploy it, and kaboom, you have a great application. And now there are only 3 more things which you have to do before you can continue with this video. First of all, grab a water. Hydration is very important. I'm talking from experience right here. Step number 2, get a keyboard right here because at the end of the day, you have to type the code with me. And step number 3, don't forget to like and subscribe. It's completely free and it would mean a lot to me. And maybe you should also consider becoming a channel member to get access to videos before they are released and also to get access to videos which are not open to the public. And now, huge shout out to Nylas for making this video right here possible, because without them it wouldn't be possible to create this big video. And now I think it's time to get started. So what do you think? Are you ready? I hope so. So now, without any further ado, let's go! Alright friends, it's now time to get started, and to get started the first thing we have to do is create a brand new Next.js project. And to create a new project, we have to first of all initialize Next.js. To do that, let's head over right here to the documentation. This is at next.js.org. Let me head over to the documentation. Let's click on installation. And right here, you already see the installation command which we need. And this is npx create-next-app at latest. So what I'll do right here is just copy this installation command. Let's go back. And then right here, I will now open iTerm. You can just open your standard terminal. It does not make a difference. Just open a terminal. Inside of here, let me cd first of all into my YouTube directory, and then let me paste this installation command. Using this at latest command, I install the latest version and also the most latest stable version of Next.js. In that case, while I'm recording, so today it's the 21st September, I will install Next.js 14. In a month or two, you will probably have Next.js 15. Nevertheless, this tutorial is completely fine to use with Next.js 15, so you can proceed without any problem. Let me now click right here on enter. This will now right here prompt me to install the newest version. Let's say yes. And now we will have a few questions which we will have to answer. So I will name this project right here Cal Marshall. Let's click on enter. I want to use TypeScript, I want to use ESLint, I want to use Tailwind, I won't use the source directory, I will use the app router, and I won't customize the default import alias. Alright, so as you now see, Next.js has finished initializing, installing, whatever you want to call it, and now we have a new project called Cal Marshall at this directory right here. So what you can do now is go to VS Code, to Cursor, to whatever code editor you use, and open this project. As you now see, I already opened this project, but if you want to do the same, go right here on top, click on File, and then click on Open Folder. So let's first of all right here go through the project and let's see what we have installed. So the first thing we have is right here a ts.config file. This ts.config file right here exists because we use a TypeScript project. If you use JavaScript, you won't have this file. Nevertheless, it's good to have it because again, we use TypeScript and right here it just gives a bit of configuration. Then we have a tailwind.config file. This is there to configure Tailwind CSS. So as you see, we have a background color with an CSS variable. Later on, we can add right here our plugins, and also later on the component library which we'll use will modify this config file. Then we have a readme file. If you want to, you can update that, but this is the default one and that's fine enough. Post.css, this is for Tailwind CSS. Package.json, this is the file where we have all of our dependencies. And as you see, we don't have a lot of dependencies. So we use React with the version 18. If you use Next.js 15, then you will have probably React 19. Nevertheless, as already said, this project is completely compatible with React 18, 19, 17, everything works as it should. As you also see, the current version is Next.js 14 because this is currently the latest stable version, but maybe in a month or two when you install Next.js, you will have version 15. But again, this project is completely compatible. Then we also have a few dev dependencies. These don't show up in our production bundle size, so that's good. They are just there for development, but once we deploy our application, these dependencies won't be there anymore. Then let's continue. We have a next.config file. This file is there to just configure Next.js even further. Later on, when we render a few images, we will have to whitelist a few domains, and we will do that right here. But once the time comes, I will dive a bit further into that. Then we have also a git ignore file, and now it's very, very important that you update this git ignore file, because this git ignore file is there to ignore all of the files which we don't want to commit to GitHub. This means, for example, we will right here ignore node modules, right here a PNP folder, the next folder, and everything like that. But there's one more thing which you want to ignore, and that's the .env file. This means currently we just ignore the local env files, but we want to ignore all .env files, because I just like the .env file more than the .env.local file. So again, please right here write .env, and with that we make sure that we don't leak any secret variables to our GitHub repo. Okay, this looks good. Then right here we have now our app folder, and the app folder is the most important folder in this whole application because all of our code will live in this app folder. So let me start from the bottom. We have a page.tsx, and this page.tsx is there to render our index page. Yeah, I know, who would have thought? So what you can do right now is just start your dev server. To do that, open your terminal. You can do that with either Command J, as I do right now. This is a shortcut. Or you can go to the top, click on terminal and new terminal. But let me click on Command J, and inside of here, let's run npm run dev. This will start your dev server on localhost 3000. So what I'll do right now is head over to Chrome and open that. Alright, I'm now in Chrome and my dev server has started up, as you see, and this is the index page. So if you again go back to our page.tsx, you will right here see the image. So this image is that right here. Then if you continue, we now have this li tag with get started by editing, and that's what you see right here. So this page.tsx is our index page. So since we now know what the page.tsx is, what we can do is also edit it. So instead of rendering right here this div, I can go to the bottom, delete that, and let me just render an h1, and let's say hello, I edited that. Or let's say hello world, because this is the standard example, right? Let me maybe zoom in a bit more, and then let me save that. Let's go back, and you see right here on the top, hello world. So this works beautifully, that's great. And now let's also go right here to this layout.tsx. What is this file? Well, it's quite self-explanatory. The layout file is the layout of your children. So this page.tsx, this file which we edited, is rendered right here in this layout. So in this layout we get children, and these children are all of our routes. So later on, for example, if you again open the Explorer and make it a bit bigger, we will right here render, for example, a success route. So we'll have a folder which is success, and then we'll have a file which is a page.tsx. This means later on in the URL, we will right here have a /success. So let me show it you. So this is how this route will look like, /success. And this /success route will be rendered in the layout, because this layout is the root layout. And you can create as many layouts as you want. You can create a layout for the dashboard, a layout for your booking page, whatever you want, but you always need a root layout, because inside of here, we, for example, give it right here the font, and also, for example, class names, and we also render a theme provider, or we'll do that later on, but you always have to have a root layout, and that's what we have right here. You could also, for example, above the children, render an h1 and say hello from the layout, and you'll see, if you again go back, we now see hello from the layout, and then you see hello world. Again, you first of all see the layout, and then you render the children, and the children are our routes. So for example, this page.tsx. So this is now clear, I can close that. Let me delete the h1, I don't need that anymore. Let's continue. What else do we have? We have a globals.css. This is where you just store all of your CSS variables. So we first of all have these @Tailwind classes. This is needed for Tailwind CSS to function, but we also have some other standard classes which are provided by Next.js when we install this project. What I'll do right now is delete everything in the globals.css file, but I won't delete the @Tailwind classes. So delete everything, but don't delete the @Tailwind classes, because we need them to function with Tailwind CSS. So I have deleted everything but the @Tailwind classes. Let's again go back. Now you see we have white mode, and you see the title on top. So we see everything works. This is great. And now I can also close this file. We now also have a file icon, and we have a fonts folder. This is for our font, but this is nothing important. I don't think we have to dive into that. We now see that the project works, and that's exactly what we wanted. So what do we do now? We now see our routes work, we see how we do everything. I think what we should do now is first of all look at the project. How will everything function? How will everything connect to each other? And now to show it to you, let me first of all open Eraser right here, because I want to draw a diagram for you guys. So let me create a new file, and let's start off fresh. So this is currently our project, quite empty, right? So let's get started right now. What do we have right here in the middle? Well, this is our website. What is our website? Well, it's a Next.js project. So let me right here get a icon and let's say right here Next.js. So this is the project, right? This is what we right now have, and we don't have anything else. This is completely empty, and of course we don't want to leave it like that. So let's now create our connections. What will we create or what will we use to make this website look good but also function good? Well, let's start first of all with one essential thing, and this is authentication. So let's right here say we will use something which is called Auth.js, and using Auth.js we will create two authentication methods. So the first one right here will be relatively simple, and this will be GitHub OAuth. So let's say GitHub. And the second one will be Google OAuth. So let's right here say Google. Let me also draw a arrow so that you all know what I mean with that. So at the end of the day, what we'll have is our website. This website will of course have a authentication module. So we'll have a page to authenticate. For that, we'll use Auth.js, and in Auth.js, we'll create two providers, and this will be first of all Google and then also GitHub. So this is step number one, or not step number one, but this will be a module of this video. Then what else do we have? Well, we will have Nylas. And let me again draw this for you. So right here, let's get a rectangle again, and we will use Nylas for this video. And for what will we use Nylas? Well, it's relatively simple. Nylas provides for us a simple API for scheduling and of course also for the calendar lookup. So at the end of the day, what I want to do is later on, we will have our booking form, and in the booking form, I will fetch data from my database to get the availability. And what we'll also do is get the available times from my calendar using the API from Nylas. So at the end of the day, Nylas is almost like our API backend, because using that, we will be able to create events. We will be using it to delete our events in the calendar. And we'll also use the API to find available booking times, because it could be that the user is booked, I don't know, from 8 a.m. till 8:30 a.m. and then we don't want to display this time in our booking form. And again, for that we'll use Nylas and its API. It's very easy to use and it makes your life 10x easier. Trust me, calendars are not easy, they are very, very hard. And scheduling and creating events in them is even harder. So this will be a massive time saver. And for that, let me also right here mark it with in green color, because this is very essential for this application. Without Nylas, we wouldn't be able to make this whole event scheduling work, because again, we have to go to the user's calendar. Then in the user's calendar, we have to create the event at a certain time. And we will also have the ability to delete this event from a user standpoint. And of course, we also have to get again the booking times, because we don't want to book an event when the user is busy. So for that, we'll use Nylas. And then let's continue. What else will we use? Well, we will also use a database. So let's get another arrow, and let's right here say, let me first of all change the color again to new blank. And for the database, we will just use a standard Postgres database, because this is my favorite database. Nevertheless, for this video, you can use whatever you want. I will use Supabase. This is a Postgres provider, but again, it does not make any difference. You can use whatever you want. MySQL, SQLite, Supabase, Neon, it does not matter. You just need a database. For this video, I will use Postgres. And also, we won't use the database raw, if this makes sense. I want to use an ORM. And for the ORM, we will use Prisma. Prisma is my favorite ORM, so Prisma ORM. Nevertheless, you can use Drizzle if you want to, that's completely fine. Prisma is completely free to use, it's a very easy ORM, and using this ORM, we will be sure that all of the data which we get from our database is type safe, because we use TypeScript, and in a TypeScript project, you want to always have type safe data, and we have that with Prisma. So that's done. We have now a Auth module. We will have our Nylas module. We have a Postgres module. And the last thing which we'll do is also style our application. So let's right here say right here styling. Let me get an arrow. And now what will we use for styling? Well, we will use two things. So the first thing I want to use for this video is Tailwind CSS. What is Tailwind CSS? Well, Tailwind CSS makes it very easy to write CSS. It simplifies everything, and it's my favorite way to write CSS. It's not a framework, it's CSS but simplified. So you can still write your standard CSS, but just in a shorter form. And what we'll also use for this video is Shadcn UI. And Shadcn UI is a component library which is styled and accessible. This means at the end of the day, we have beautiful components like inputs or tabs or buttons or cards. And the nice thing is that they are all styled and at the same time accessible, since Shadcn UI builds on something which is called Radix UI. And Radix UI is a component library which is at the end of the day not styled but accessible. So Shadcn UI takes the accessible non-styled components and makes them look nice. So this is what we'll use for this video. At the end of the day, we start with a Next.js project. We create a authentication module so that the user can authenticate with either Google or GitHub. And then we will use Nylas with its simple API for scheduling. This means to create events and then also to delete events. And we'll also use the Calendar API to find if the user is busy on this day at this certain time. So yeah, this is what we'll use. Also, this whole video will first of all start with authentication, and after authentication, we will also have to authenticate with Nylas, because we will have to get a grant ID and grant email to make these authenticated requests to our calendar. So this looks good. Then what else do we have again? We have our database, as I already said. I use Postgres. You can use whatever you want. We have Prisma for type save data. So we can also say right here, not this, I don't want to have a rectangle but a text, and we can say type save data. This is one of the biggest benefits of Prisma, and that's why we use it for this video. And of course, for styling, we use Shadcn UI, which builds on Radix UI for styled and accessible components, and we use Tailwind for just standard styling, so flex, box, grid, all the standard CSS things. So this is like a little flowchart of what is being used, but let me now also, how would I say it? Let's do like a workflow. So what exactly or how exactly will I structure this video? So let me go right here and let's start with a workflow. So how do I want to structure this video? Well, the first step which we'll do is, so step number 1, we will create right here a new Next.js project. Now, as you already know, we already did that. So what I can do right here is first of all, give it a strike, because we already did that. So what's the second thing which we'll do? What is step number 2? Well, step number 2 is to create a dashboard layout. This is step number 2. Inside of there, we will render the sidebar and also a drop down so that the user can log out. After the dashboard layout has been created, we'll go to the next step, and that's to create a onboarding route. Now, this onboarding route has 2 steps. The first step, or the first onboarding route in other words, will be there to authenticate users using Auth.js. Plus, we will use right here Nylas to connect with our calendar. So we will have 2 onboarding routes. The first onboarding route is to just use standard authentication, and the second route is to authenticate Nylas with our Google account, or with any account in other words, so that it can look up the calendar, or that it can create a connection with our calendar. And also right here, Nylas, so let's right here say Nylas creates the connection to our calendar, and we get an grant ID and email in return to authenticate all API requests. So this is what we'll do. We'll authenticate with Nylas. We will then get a grant ID and grant email, and then we can with that authenticate all API requests. Then what else will we do after that? Well, after we have done this onboarding route, what we'll do is create a settings route. In this settings route, the user will be able to change his profile image, but he will also be able to change his name. After we have created the settings route, we will go over, or we will go to the next step, and this will be to create the availability route. Inside of this route, the user will be able to toggle when he is able to take meetings. So as an example, we could then say, hey, on Monday and Sunday, I'm busy, so let's toggle these inactive, and then the user wouldn't be able to book these days in the booking form. So this is the availability route, or in other words, what it will do. After the availability route, we will create a events route, and inside of the events route, the user can create a event. He will be able to create, he will be able to update events, and he will be able to delete events. And events are at the end of the day just what the booking form will show. So is it a 30-minute event? Is it a 10-minute event? What's the title of the event? What's the description? Or in other words, what is it about? What calendar, or not what calendar, what video call software do you want to use? Google Meet or Zoom or Teams, whatever. So this is a event, and we'll create it right there. After that, after all of this is done, we will create our booking form. So that's where a user can create a meeting or can schedule a meeting with this user. Inside of there, we will have first of all a unique URL with the username. So as you can remember, we will create a unique username, or the user will create a unique username, and this will show up in the URL. What we'll also do inside of this booking form is get data from our availability page so that we know when the user is able to be booked. And what we'll also do is get data from Nylas to, at the end of the day, display the correct dates and available time frames. So using our availability page, we will know when or what days the user is able to be booked. And using Nylas, we will be able to know what time frames are already booked or busy, in other words, so that we don't display them. And then what else do we do in this booking form? Well, we will use the Nylas API to book the event. So let's say the event in the calendar. And this is interesting because we'll book this event in our calendar, but also in the calendar. So calendar, let's say calendar from the attendee. So both I myself, the user, will get this event scheduled in my calendar, but also the creator of the event will also get this event or this time frame scheduled in his calendar. After that is done, what we'll do then is create the meetings route, and the meetings route is there to, at the end of the day, view what meetings have been booked. So we will see right here when, so let's say see when, with whom, and the meeting URL, or not the meeting URL, but the meeting call provider. And after all of this is done, we will create our beautiful landing page. And after we have created our landing page, we are finished. Let's make it very, very big. So after all of this has been done, you will be done with this video and you will have a beautiful calendar scheduling application. Alright friends, since you now know what we're going to build and, in other words, how we are going to build that, I think it's now time to create the first, or start with the first module of this video. And the first module of this video is to make authentication work. Because if you can remember from the demo, what we'll have is a landing page, so in other words the index page, and then we'll have something which is a dashboard. So we'll have a route which will be /dashboard, and this /dashboard route should be protected. This means only authenticated users should be able to reach this route. So that means we have to make authentication work, and to make authentication work, there are a lot of services and a lot of, I guess, ways you can create authentication. And what we'll do in this video is use something which is called Auth.js. This is completely free. This is open source. So as you see, free and open source. And this is just a authentication library which makes authentication in Next.js very, very simple. Now, Auth.js is like the, could you call it the successor to Next.auth? So Auth.js and Next.auth is the same thing, the same creator, all of the things are the same. Next.auth got rebranded to Auth.js, but still Auth.js is Next.auth, so I hope this makes sense. So if you know Next.auth, then you also know Auth.js, because it's the same library, it just had a naming change, because they want to now be also open for other libraries like Quick and Svelte and Express and everything like that. Nevertheless, Auth.js is still Next.auth, it's free to use, it's easy to implement, and that's why we will use that. To get started, let me go right here to the Get Started guide, or let's click this button. And right here you see Auth.js is a runtime agnostic library based on standard web APIs that integrate deeply with multiple modern JavaScript frameworks, like for example right here Next.js. So to get started right here, we now have a few frameworks. And which framework do we use? Well, we use Next.js. Also, one thing which you'll see right here is to reduce migration overhead, Next Auth.js for Next.js will be continued to be released under the Next-Auth package name instead of the Auth package name. So even though that this library is now called Auth.js, all of the dependencies will still be right here inside of this Next-Auth package. So let's now get started. Let me right here select Next.js, and the first thing we have to do is install Next.auth. So let me right here copy this installation command. Let's go back right here to our project. Let me open my terminal with Command J, and what I'll do is stop my dev server. Now a lot of people will tell you, hey, you can just open right here a new terminal tab. This is completely fine. You can leave your dev server running and open that. Then you will have two terminals. But I like to have one terminal and always restart my dev server because I have already encountered a lot of bundling issues. And when you restart your dev server, you just make sure that everything is bundled correctly and that there are no problems. So if you want to open a second terminal tab, but I will just stop and restart my dev server whenever I have to install something. So let me now paste right here this installation command to install right here Next.auth, and this will now take a bit, and as you already see, it's already installed. If you now open your package.json, you now right here see Next-auth, and the version is 5.0.0-beta. So this looks good. Then we can now continue. Let's go back to the documentation. And the next step right here is to set up our environment. And the only environment variable that is needed right here is the auth secret. Now this auth secret should be in random value. And this is there because it's used to encrypt tokens and email verification hashes and everything like that. So it's very important that it's random and that it's also secure. Now there are a lot of ways to generate a secret, but the easiest way is to do it right here with their CLI. So you can copy right here this CLI command. Let's again go back to our project. Let's open the terminal. Let me clear everything and let's paste it inside of here. This will now right here create a new file or new environment variable called auth secret. So if you open your Explorer, you now see right here a .env file, so a .env.local, and inside of there we have an auth secret. Now there's one thing which I want to do. I don't want to store this environment variable in the .env.local file. I want to store this variable in my .env file. So what you can do is just copy this whole secret or this variable. Let's copy that. Let's open the Explorer, and then in the root directory, let's create a .env file. Let's open that and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have this environment variable in our .env file, which means I can delete the .env.local file since we don't need that anymore because again we now have the .env file. If you want to, you can also do everything in the .env.local file. It does not make a difference. Do whatever you want. At the end of the day, the result will be the same. So let's now continue. We now have this environment variable, which is mandatory. Let's now continue. The next step right here is to now configure Next.auth with our project. So we have to create a Auth.js config file, or in other words, a Auth.ts config file. And this is where we can control the behavior of the library and specific custom authentication logic, adapters, and everything like that. So right here in this Auth.ts file, we can then tell Next.auth that we want to use GitHub Auth, Google Auth, and that we want to use a Prisma adapter to store all of this data in our database. So this is what we'll do in this file. And you also see we recommend all frameworks to create an auth.ts file. That's good. And in this file, we'll pass all of the options to the framework specific Okay, this is not very important. We can continue. So the next step, as already said, is to create an auth.ts file. To do that, let's go back to our project or to VS Code. Let's open the Explorer. And what I'll do is go in the app folder And inside of here, let's create a new folder and let's call it lib. You can call it utils if you want to. Again, it's a naming scheme, or I guess it's your own opinion what you want to call the folder, lib or utils or options, I don't know. Everyone calls it differently, but I think lib is good. Then in this lib folder, let's create a auth.ts. And then in this auth.ts file, we can now copy this code. Let's again go back and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have created this object. And inside of this object, as already said, we will then store everything, our authentication providers and also our adapter. But we will come to that a bit later. Let's first of all continue. And the next step is to set up a route handler. And this route handler is there to make everything work. So this means for our logout, our login, to refresh everything. So this is the most essential thing for authentication in our application. This means what we have to do is again go back to VS Code or to Cursor, to your code editor. Then let's go in the app folder. Inside of here, let's create an API folder. In the API folder, let's create an auth folder. And then in the auth folder, we have to now create a folder with these brackets. So this is right here, we have a bracket, ... next auth, and then this bracket ends. So these are like these array brackets. So let's again go back and let me create it in the auth folder. And then inside of this next auth folder, I can now create a route.ts. Now there's one thing which you should know. It's very important that you name this file route.ts and not core.ts or hello.ts. With the route.ts, Next.js knows that this is an API route, or in other words, a route handler, and it will also treat it as one. If you name it right here hello.ts, Next.js won't treat it as an API route, and this is not what you want. So please make sure that it's called route.ts and nothing else. So let me again go back, and then let me just copy this. Let's again go back and let me just paste it inside of here. As you now see, we currently get an error. That's because the import statement is incorrect. So let me import the handlers from our app/lib/auth file. We have now set up our route handler, and if we go to the documentation, that's already finished. The middleware file, we won't create that because the middleware runs on the edge, and our database, or in other words Prisma, does not work with the edge. So we don't need this middleware file, you can skip that. And the next step is now to create our authentication methods. So as you see, set up authentication methods. And then to do that, we have right here this, if you go to the auth file, we have this providers array. And inside of this providers array, I can tell Next.auth what providers I want to use. So what you can do is again go to the documentation. You can click on authentication, click on OAuth, because we want to use OAuth, and the provider with which I want to start is GitHub. So let's click on GitHub, and the first thing we have to do right here is scroll to the bottom and right here set up our environment variables. So what you can do is just copy these environment variables, go again back, let's open the .env file, and let's paste them right here underneath our auth secret. So now we have our auth secret and we have our GitHub ID and GitHub secret. Currently they are not propagated, but this is fine, we will do that in a second. Let's now continue. As you see, the next step is to set up our provider, which means we have to import our provider. So this right here says import GitHub from nextauth/providers/GitHub. I will copy this import statement or import path if you want to call it like that. Let's go to the auth file and let's paste it inside of here. I can now right here pass this GitHub inside of our array brackets or inside of our providers array, and now Next.auth knows that we want to use GitHub as an OAuth method. The next step right here is to now create or register the application with GitHub to get the client secret and the client ID, but again, we will do that in a second. Before we do that, what I want to do now is first of all also set up Google Auth. So let me right here go to OAuth and then let's click on Google, and then right here what we have to do is again first of all copy the Google ID and the Google secret, the two environment variables. Let's copy them, let's go back, Let's open the .env file and let me paste them right here underneath the GitHub ID and GitHub secret. And the next step is to set up the provider. So let me import right here this Google provider. Let me go to the Auth.js file. Let's again import that right here underneath the GitHub import statement, and let's pass it to the array. So let's get right here our Google provider. So we have now passed that. I think we're done with that. Yes, we're done with that. So what we have to do now is register our application with GitHub and also with Google to get our client ID and also our client secret. So let's first of all start with GitHub and then we'll do Google. So now to start with GitHub and to get our client ID and client secret, we have to first of all head over to github.com. So if you don't have an account, register, do all of that. And what we have to do now is go right here to the top. Let me click on my profile. Let me go to my settings. Then inside of these settings, let me scroll to the bottom. On the left right here on the sidebar, so I hope you see that, we have the developer settings. Let's click on that and let me click on OAuth apps right here on the top. Let's click on that and then we can create a new OAuth app. As you see, I have a few ones, so I don't know, 8 in total or 7. For example, John Marshall, this is for my personal website, and we will now create also a new OAuth app. So let me click right here on top, new OAuth app. Let's click on that. And for the application name, let's say, how do we want to call it? Let's say Cal Marshall, and then let me say local, because your local environment and your production environment will be a bit different. Let me try to explain it to you. So when you work on a local environment, your domain, your base domain is localhost 3000. Once you deploy your application, it will be, I don't know, .com, whatever your URL is. This means for your local environment, we will need 2 environment variables. So for the local environment, we'll need a client ID and client secret. And then for the production URL, for the production environment, we will also need a new set of a client ID and client secret. This means we will have to create 2 OAuth applications. And that's why I give it right here name of Cal Marshall local. Okay, I think we now all understood that. Then we have to now pass a homepage URL. This will be localhost 3000. So let me copy that. Let's paste it inside of here. Then we also have to give it an authorization callback URL. Let me again paste localhost 3000. And now that's still not finished because we also have to provide a few different params. So if you're going to go back to the Auth.js documentation and click on OAuth, so let's go right here to authentication, OAuth. Let's again click on GitHub right here. You right here see now our callback URL. So the origin in that case right here in this case is localhost 3000 and then /API/auth/callback/GitHub. So this points to our route handler. So if you open your Explorer, app folder, then API folder, auth folder, then /callback, and then right here we have our route.ts. So this is right here our route handler. So what we'll do right now is copy everything after this origin, so /API/auth/ all of that, and let me paste it behind localhost 3000. So this authorization callback URL is now localhost 3000 /API/auth/callback/GitHub. Let me now register this application. This takes a second, and now we have our client ID. So let me copy this client ID. Let me go to my .env file inside of here. Let me now propagate that for the auth_GitHub_ID. Let's paste that. And now I also need a client secret. So let me generate a new client secret. And then we now have our client secret, and now I can copy that. It's very important that you copy this secret, this client secret, because you can't copy it again. If I now again refresh this page, you see I can't copy it again. I have to generate a new client secret. So please copy that. Let's again go back. Let me delete these brackets with the demo value, and let's paste our client secret. So now we have propagated the GitHub ID and the GitHub secret. Let's now also do the same for Google. So let me head over to Google. All right, and now to get our Google ID and client secret, we have to go right here to this Google Cloud Console. So the URL is console.cloud.google.com. Inside of here, what we have to do first of all is create a new project. So on the top, let me zoom in a bit. You have right here this drop down, which is select a new project. Let's do this right here. Let me create a new project. So on the top, you have right here new project. Let me click on that. Inside of here, we have to pass it a project name. Let me just say Cal Marshall, and let me just right here create that. So as you now see, my project has been created, so I can select this project. We have all of this stuff, not needed for now. So what we can do now is go right here to this navigation menu. I know it's quite, do I want to say bad navigation menu? Let's just say it's quite hard to navigate it. Nevertheless, what I want you to do is go to the top on the navigation menu. Then right here, you have this, not API services, where do we have it? I just saw it. Let me find it. Where is it? API. Right here we have it, API and services. And then inside of here, we have these credentials. So let me just click on credentials. This will now open right here in a new tab. And inside of here, what we want to get is a OAuth 2.0 client ID. Now, as you currently see, this does not work. I don't have a button to create a new right here credential. So what we have to do is first of all right here, configure the OAuth consent screen. So let me click on configure consent screen. Inside of here, you now see, choose how you want to configure and register your app. So what user type is it? Is it internal? This means only available to users within your organization. No, this is external. So let me click on create. Then we have to now give it a name right here. So for the app name, let me just say, how was it called? Cal Marshall. Then let's right here give it an user support email. Let me select that. I have now selected an email on top. I won't show it to you, but nevertheless, I have selected that. Let me also close that. I don't need that. Then you can now upload a logo. That's what I'll do right now. To do that, you can go to my GitHub repo, download it, and in the public folder, you will find a logo. So let me show it to you. So if you go to my GitHub repo, this is currently still a private repo, but later on you will have a public repo, and inside of there you will find a public folder, and inside of the public folder you will find a lot of images. And one image will be the logo.png, and this is how it looks like. So what I want you to do is just to download the repo and then copy this image. So let me now upload this logo. As you now see, this has been uploaded. This looks good. Let's continue. We have now an app domain. Provide users a link to your homepage. I don't think we have to provide that. So let's scroll to the bottom. Authorized domains. I don't think we have to provide that. What you have to provide is developer contact information. So let me again pass my email right here. And then let's click on save and continue. So this now loads for a bit. Let's wait for that. Inside of here, it now tells me if I want to right here add or remove scopes. We won't do that. We can just skip that. Let's click on save and continue. Then test users. Nope, we don't have that. Let's click on save and continue. This all looks good to me. Let's go to the bottom and let's click on back to dashboard. So now we have created our off screen consent page. So what you can do now is click on credentials, and inside of here we can now create our credentials. So on top we have this create credentials button. I hope you see it right here at the top. Let me click on that, and I want to create an OAuth client ID. So let's click on that, and then we have to now select an application type. This right here will be a web application. So let's select that. For the name, let's just say Cal Marshall. And then let's go to the bottom, and we don't need an authorized JavaScript origin. We need right here to pass an authorized redirect URI. So let's click on add URI, and for the URI or the URL, if you want to call it like that, this will be again very similar to the GitHub one. So this will be localhost 3000. Let's paste it right here, and then this will be /API right here /auth/callback/Google. So right here the origin, this is your URL, in that sense localhost 3000, and then /API/auth/callback, and then / the provider. In that case Google, and in the case or few minutes ago it was GitHub. So let me copy this right here, /API/ all of that. let's go back to Google and let me paste it right here after that. So our URL is localhost 3000 /API /auth /callback /Google. What we can do now is create that. As you see, this can take 5 minutes or even more. Nevertheless, this has been created. We can now copy the client ID. So let's copy that. Let me go back. Let's delete this demo client ID. Let's paste our new one. And let me also copy the client secret. Let's copy that. And let's also paste it right here for the client secret. Let's paste that. Let me also toggle word wrap. And yeah, now we have a Google ID and a Google secret. We also have a GitHub ID, GitHub secret. This means we have now configured GitHub and Google, and now we can make authentication work. So what do we do now? We have set up that, so I can click on OK, I can close that, all of that looks good. Let's close this page, we don't need that, we don't need this. What do we have to do now? Well, what we have to do now is set up our database. So if you again go to the Auth.js documentation, scroll to the bottom, click on database, and inside of here we now have a few database adapters. So Auth.js tells you right here, Auth.js integrations have sessions in a cookie by default. Therefore, setting up a database is optional. However, if you want to persist user information in your own database, or you want to implement certain flows, you will need to use a database adapter. So they have a few official adapters, everything from Prisma, Drizzle ORM, Firebase, I don't know, Upstash Redis, what else do you have, Type ORM. They have pretty much everything, but the most popular one is of course Prisma, and that's what we will also use in this video. So let me click on Prisma, let's open that, and what we have to do now is first of all install Prisma, but we also have to install right here this Auth.js Prisma adapter. So let me first of all go to Prisma and tell you what Prisma even is. So Prisma is a ORM. This means this is what we'll use to connect our database or connect to our database. And the nice thing with Prisma is that this is a TypeScript ORM, which means all of the data which we get from our database is completely type safe. This is very, very nice because again, we use a TypeScript project and type safety is one of the most enjoyable things that you can have. There's also, for example, Drizzle ORM, which is also a great ORM, which I will probably also use for the next video, who knows. Nevertheless, this is the ORM which I like to use. And yeah, it's completely free, open source, everything like that, no paid tool. So what we can do now is install that as said. So the first installation command is to install Prisma client and the auth Prisma adapter. So let's copy this. Let's go back to our project. Let's open the terminal. Again, Command J, this is the shortcut. Let's clear everything and let's paste it inside of here. This will now install Prisma client and then also the Prisma adapter. But we are still not done. The next thing which we have to do is also install Prisma as in the dev dependency. So let me copy that. Let's again open the terminal and let's paste it inside of here. So what I mean with dev dependency is again that this Prisma dependency won't show up in your production bundle size. This Prisma dependency is only available in the development instance, but once you deploy your application, this Prisma dependency package, whatever you want to call it, won't show up in your production bundle size. I can close my terminal and now let's continue. So as you now see, the next step is to set up an environment variable, and this environment variable is our database URL. So Prisma needs to set up the environment variable to establish or connect a connection with your database and to retrieve data. Prisma requires the database URL environment variable to create the connection. So in other words, what we have to do now is set up a database, get the database URL and connect Prisma with our database. Alright, and now what database will we use for this video? Well, to be completely honest with you, it does not matter. If you want to use MySQL, then use it. You can use, I don't know, PlanetScale or DigitalOcean, whatever you want to host it. Or if you want to use SQLite, you can use Terso or LiteFS from Fly.io or something like that. Or you could use Postgres, and that's what we'll do in this video. Now there are a lot of hosts for Postgres. One, for example, is Supabase, and Supabase is what I'll use for this video. Nevertheless, you can also use something which is called Neon. Neon is also a Postgres provider. It's serverless, it's cool. But for this video, I will just use Supabase. So let me try to explain what Supabase is really quickly. So in theory, Supabase is a backend as a service. This means it's like an alternative to Firebase, and Firebase is a backend as a service. What does this mean? What is a backend as a service? Well, a backend as a service means that it provides a backend for you. This means, for example, the database, as they say, authentication, instant APIs, edge functions, and many more things. Now, I personally am not that big of a fan of a backend as a service, and that's why we won't use Supabase in that sense. We will use Supabase for a database because they provide a Postgres database, and that's what I want. Personally, I'm not a fan of their authentication offering. I'm also not a fan of their instant APIs. I don't like them, and that's why I use right here Next.auth, or in other words, Auth.js, and Prisma. I just use right here the Postgres offering. It's great. I use it for janmarshall.com. It works as it should, and that's what you want, or that's what we want, in other words. Again, just to mention it, if you want to use Neon, that's completely fine. I'm not sponsored by any database provider, so I can say whatever I want. So use whatever you want. It does not make a difference. You just get the database URL and then you just paste it in your .env file. But let's now continue with Supabase. So right here, let me go to the dashboard. Then in the dashboard, let me click on new project. Let me choose the YouTube organization right here. You will have a different organization. For the project name, let me say Cal Marshall. Then for the database password, let me click on generate password. So right here at the bottom, you see generate password. Let's click on that. Let me copy that. Let's go to my project and let me just paste it right here in the env file. Let's continue. For the region, yeah, I guess the US is fine. Let's leave it at that. That's the default. Then right here we have security options. Let's click that. And right here, what connection do you plan to use? Data API plus connection string or only connection string. So we want to use a only connection string. That's because we use Prisma. We don't need the data API. I don't care about that. So let's use the connection string. It says right here, data API will be effectively disabled. Postgres, so this is the API, which powers the data API, will have no schema available to it. That's fine. Again, we use Prisma, so we can leave it like that. All right, I think everything has been selected. Let's now click on create new project. This whole thing will take about a minute, 2 minutes, something like that. So right here you see it's says setting up project. So let's wait for that. Or in other words, while this sets up, let me finish setting up Prisma, because currently we have installed Prisma, but we haven't set up Prisma, because if you open your Explorer, there's no Prisma file. So what we have to do is open our terminal, let me clear everything, and inside of here, let's initialize Prisma. So let's do an npx Prisma, and then let's do an init. So npx Prisma init. This will now initialize Prisma, so as you see right here, where do we have it? It says your Prisma schema has been created. You can now open it in your favorite editor. So in that sense, VS Code. You already have a git ignore file. Don't forget to add the .env. If you can remember, we added our .env in the git ignore, so this is fine. Then let's continue. What else? Your next step is to set a database URL. Well, we'll do that in a second. We have to set a provider of the data source, so Postgres, and then we have to run npm or Prisma db pull and everything like that. Okay, this is fine for me. Let's first of all open our env file. Right here you now see Prisma has added right here this database URL. Now this database URL is currently a demo URL. This means it does not work. If I would now do an npx Prisma db push, or if I would migrate that, it won't work. So let me first of all delete these comments. We don't need them. They are useless for us. And what I want to also show you is our Prisma folder. This has also been created right now. And inside of the Prisma folder, we have a schema.prisma file. This schema.prisma file is there to create our tables. So we will create right here our user table. We will create our account table and everything like that. So at the top, we had right here these comments. I will delete them. We don't need them. Also, you see right here for the data source, we use Postgres, and this is also correct. Since we use Prisma right here, there's one thing which we have to do. So what I want you to do really quick right here is search for Prisma Next.js best practices. So Next.js, or let's first of all right here click on the first link. So right here, best practices for instantiating. My God, this is a hard word. I hope I pronounced this correctly, probably not. Try to pronounce it yourself. So this is the first link which we want. So let's click on that. And right here, it tells you how to initialize right here Prisma with Next.js. So if you didn't know, in development, the command next-def clears Node.js cache on run. This in turn initializes a new Prisma client instance each time due to hot module reloading. And this also means that this creates a connection to the database. This can quickly exhaust the database connections as each Prisma client instance holds its own connection pool. So what's the solution? Well, the solution is to create a global Prisma file in development. So right here they have a code example of what to do. And what you do is right here you check, hey, if we are not in production, this means if we are in development, then let's create a global Prisma or a globalton. If we are in production, then we just create our return, or we just right here create a new Prisma client. So we can copy this code file. I can go back to the project. Let's open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and let's create a new file and let's name it db.ts. So inside of this db.ts file, I can now paste this code. And again, with that, we just make sure that we don't create a new connection each time our code reloads. So in development, we have a global Prisma file. In production, Prisma works normally as you expect. So right here, we just do a new Prisma client. Okay, let's close that. So we have now set up that. We have initialized Prisma. Let's check on Supabase how it looks right there. So let's go right here. Yes, as you see, project status is finished. So what we can do now is again go to Google, and in Google, I want you to search for Prisma Supabase guide. Inside of there, you should right here have the first link. It says right here, Prisma works with Supabase. Let's click on that. And inside of here, you will now have a guide on how to set up Prisma with Supabase, because you have to do like a bit of extra steps. We don't, or let me open the env file right here. We have to now provide two environment variables. Not only do we have to pass a database URL, but we also have to pass a second environment variable, which is the direct URL. So the database URL is our transaction connection pooler, and the direct URL is our session connection pooler. So what I can do is copy both of these environment variables again in the Supabase guide. So let me just copy these two environment variables. Let's go back. Let me delete this database URL and let me paste the database URL right here and also the direct URL. So what we can do now is propagate these fields. So let's go to the Supabase dashboard. Then right here where you see my mouse, let's go to the project settings right here at the bottom left. Then in the project settings, let's click on database, so right here in the sidebar. And now we have right here our connection string. So the first thing we have right here is the mode, and this mode is transaction. This is what we need. So what I can do is copy this mode. Let's again go back, or not this mode, but I want to copy this connection string. Let's go back and let me paste it for the database URL. So this is now our transaction pooler. And one thing which you see right here is that we have to pass our password. So what I can do is copy this password. So as you can remember, I pasted that. So when we created a project, I generated a password and I've pasted it right here. So I can now copy this password and then I can delete this your password. Let's delete that and let's paste our password. So as you saw, what I just did was delete right here these brackets with your password. I deleted that. And then I just pasted my password. Please make sure that you don't delete anything else. Don't delete this at AWS or anything like that, because you will get errors. Also, it's very important if you have some VPN running or something like that, then Prisma won't work and you will complain in my comments. So please make sure that you turn off your VPN, because if you have a VPN, Prisma does not work and you will get an error, something like can't reach database server, blah, blah, blah. So yeah, I think we have now talked about that. Let me now also get our session URL. So right here, let's toggle session mode. Let's copy the URL. Let's go back and let's paste it for the direct URL. Alright, what we have to do now is again right here propagate our password. So let me again copy the password. Let's delete these brackets with your password and let's paste the password right here. So in theory, we are done, but we are not really done. There's still a few things missing. So let's go back again to the documentation. And what we have to do right here is quite simply, we have to add for our database URL. So right here, this one for the database URL, we have to add something at the end. And this is the question mark PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. So what it says right here is PG bouncer true disables Prisma from generating prepared statements. This is required since our connection pooler, so the connection pooler from Supabase, does not support prepared statements in transaction mode yet. The connection limit 1 parameter is only required if you're using Prisma from a serverless environment. So since we will later on deploy this project to Vercel, Vercel is a serverless environment, which means it uses serverless functions. This also means that we have to set right here this connection limit 1. So what I want you to do is copy this PG bouncer true, so question mark PG bouncer true and connection limit 1. Let's copy that and let's paste it for the database URL. Alright, I can delete these comments, we don't need them, they're quite useless for us. Let's make a bit of space. And now there's one more thing which we have to do and then we'll be done. And that's right here for our Prisma schema file, we have to now tell Prisma that we have an URL, so our database URL, and we also have a direct URL. So let me copy this data source DB. Let's copy that. Let's go to our schema.prisma file. Let's delete this data source DB and let's paste what I've just copied. So now we have right here our provider, we have our URL, and we have our direct URL. All right, so we have now set up that. This is great. Let's close that. Let's close this. And we can now continue with our Auth.js guide. So we have now set up our environment variable with our database URL. And the next step which we have to do right here is the configuration. We already did that. As you can remember, this was our db.ts file. So this is this right here. So we can also skip this configuration step. And the next step which we have to do is connect Auth.js with Prisma. So we have to pass an adapter. So for that, what we have to do is first of all import right here this Prisma adapter from auth/Prisma adapter. Let's copy this. Let's go back. Let me open the auth.ts file. Let's copy the import statement, or in other words, let's paste it. And then what we can do now is go above the adapter or above the providers. Let me get the adapter, and this will be equal to the Prisma adapter. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, I have to now pass my Prisma, how would you call it? My Prisma client instance. I think this makes sense. So this db.ts file, I have to pass right here my Prisma instance. So you can right here pass Prisma, and Prisma is imported now very, very importantly from the db file. Please don't import Prisma from @Prisma client, because then this won't work. Please import Prisma from the db file. Let's import that, let's add a comma, and now we don't get any errors anymore, and that's great. Alright, let's go back to the documentation. Right here we now have a section about the edge. We won't use the edge, so I can skip that. That's not what we need. Now we have also the old edge workaround. Again, we don't need that. And the next step which we have to do is now create our schema, because if you again open our schema.prisma file, you see it's empty. We haven't defined any tables, or how Prisma calls them, models. So what we have to do right here is now create a schema. So as you know, we use Supabase, and Supabase works on Postgres. If you use MySQL, then select MySQL. If you use SQLite, then select SQLite. But since we use Postgres, let's select that. And now we have our schema right here. So what I want you to do is copy right here everything from this model user down right here to the bottom till this model authenticator. Let's copy all of that. Let's go back and let's paste it underneath this data source DB. Let's paste that. So what have we pasted? What is all of this? So first of all, a model is a table. So normally when you talk about databases, you call, I guess, the model a table because you have multiple tables. In Prisma, you call it a model. So you can always think to yourself right here, model is equal, so let's say right here equal to table. Then the first thing we have is a user table, or again a user model. We give it right here an ID, which is string. We say right here it's default CUID. This is just the generator for that. Then each user has a name. Each user has an email, right here an image, and then right here we have our sessions and everything like that. Now right here you see we have a comment which says optional for web auth support. So right here we have an authenticator, and this authenticator is there to make right here, if you go to the documentation, let's click on get started. This is there to make, where do we have it, providers, nope, that's not that, authentication. So here, this is to make passkeys work. Now passkeys are currently experimental and we won't implement them because I actually try to implement them and they are buggy as hell. So we can just delete this right here comment with authenticator. We don't need that. Let's delete that. And then at the bottom, we can delete this model authenticator again, because we won't use passkeys in this project. They are still right here experimental, not recommended for production use case. And they don't really work, to be quite honest with you. We have also right here our model for the session, for our account, everything like that. So this session is there to later on when we want to, for example, protect our dashboard. We want to check if the user session is still valid. And for that, we use this model session because we have right here this expires. So we know when the session expires. So yeah, this is what we need for Auth.js. And what we have to do now is sync our database with this Prisma schema. Because if you go to Supabase and go to the table editor, you see right here no entities available. That's because we don't have a table, we don't have a schema, we don't have anything. And we have to now sync this Prisma schema with our Supabase database. For that, let's open the terminal. Let me clear everything. I don't need that. And what I want to do inside of here is a npx prisma db push. This will now sync our database with our Prisma schema. So it loads our environment variables from our env file, it loads our Prisma schema, and now it says right here, your database is in sync with your Prisma schema. Great, if I go back to Supabase, you now see an account table, a session table, a user table, and a verification token table. We can now leave it like that. So what do we do now? This looks good, this looks good, this looks good. Let's go back maybe to the documentation. Is there something I've missed? Let's go to the database, Prisma. Let's go to the bottom. Nope, this looks all good to me. Schema, apply the schema, generate Prisma client, la la la. Yes, we're done. Okay, I can just close that and now we can continue. So as you already know from the start, I said we would first of all create our dashboard and completely at the end of this video, we would create our landing page. So that means what I want to do now is first of all create a dashboard route. We will then protect this dashboard route. We will create everything and then at the end, we will do our landing page. So to create our dashboard, let's go in the app folder. Inside of here, let me create a new folder and let's name it dashboard. And then let's open that and let's do in page.tsx, or let's create a new file and let's call it page.tsx. Now it's very important that you name it page.tsx, because if you name it hello.tsx or I don't care.tsx, then this folder won't convert to a route. This means we won't have a /dashboard. We'll just have a folder which will work as nothing, I guess. So please make sure that you name it page.tsx so that we have a route. And since this is in route, we have to also mark it, or we have to do right here an export default function. So you can't do an export function because this is then just a component, but we have to export default this since this is in route. So let's do an export default function. Let's call it dashboard page. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Let's create a return statement. Let's do a div, let's say h1, and let's say hello from the dashboard. Let's now save this. Let's go back to our website. Let me do right here a hard refresh. And as you see nothing. Who would have thought? So what we have to do is restart our dev server. So let's clear everything and let's do an npm run dev. Also, one thing which I mention right now, and I'll probably also mention it later on, but please, every time when you change your Prisma schema and you do a npx Prisma db push, you have to always, please listen, always restart your dev server. If you don't restart your dev server, you will get errors. You don't want that. So please, 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 always restart the dev server whenever you did a npx Prisma db push. So let me now restart that. Let's do an npm run dev. Let's go back to Chrome. Let's do a hard refresh. This will now take a second. And now you see hello world. Okay, great. Now here's already the first problem. I'm not authenticated. I am a not authenticated user, but I'm able to reach this route. This shouldn't happen. So what we have to do right here is go to this dashboard route. And what I'll do for now is fetch the user session and check that the user is authenticated. So to do that, what we can do is a constant session, and then this will be equal to await auth. Auth is imported from the lib folder and the auth file, so lib/auth. Let's import that and let's invoke it. Now, as you see, we currently get an error right here for the await expression, and it tells us await expressions are only allowed within async functions. Alright, so what do? Well, we mark this function as async. So export default async function. And now this error is gone. Now, why can we mark this function as async? Because if you come from, let's say, React 17, then you will know that whenever you mark a function as async, well, then it runs kinda on the client side, right? Well, with React 18 and Next.js 14, 15, 13, whatever, this is different. We use server components, and this means that everything which we do right here, so if we mark this function as async, everything is run on the server. Nothing is leaked to the client, everything is safe to do so, and again, that's because we use server components. Server components also have other benefits, like that we don't send any JavaScript bundle to the client side, everything like that. But what I want to say right here is that this here is completely safe to do because we use, again, React server components, or in short, you can call them RSC. This is the short form. And if you want to learn more, again, the documentation is your best friend. And right here it says React server components, or again in short RSC, allow you to write UI that can be rendered and optionally cached on the server. In Next.js, the rendering work is further split by route segments to enable streaming and partial rendering. And there are 3 different server rendering strategies, so static rendering, dynamic rendering, and streaming. Okay, so we're done with that. Let's again close that. We now have our session. And this does not mean a lot. We now have a session, but as I already said, what I want to do is I want to check that the user has a session. And if the user has a session, if the user does not have a session, I want to redirect the user to the index page. So we can do right here an if check, and we can say, hey, if you don't have a session, or if there's no session.user, then let's open that and let's do in return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation. It's very important that you import redirect from next/navigation and not from next/distribution/something. Because if you import it from there, you will get errors and you don't want that. So please make sure that it's the correct import path, and let's pass as an argument an empty slash. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let's go to my website and let's try to reach our /dashboard route. So let's open that and we got redirected to the index page. Why did we get redirected? Well, the answer is quite simple. We don't have a valid session. And that's why we are now in the index page or on the index page and not inside of our dashboard. Now there's one thing which I want to change. So currently we wrote right here this code. So we first of all wrote the code to get our session, and then we did a if check. Now we will use this code right here, which I highlighted, in multiple places. So we will use it later on for our server actions and a lot of different things. So how could we speed up this? Code, or not speed up this code, but how could we make it easier to write this code? Well, we could break right here this code into a function. This means what we can do is open our Explorer. Then inside of the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and inside of here, I will create a hooks.ts file. Now, I will be honest, we will not create any hooks to be on, or we'll create one hook. And this one hook will be there for this code right here, but we won't create any other hooks. Nevertheless, I will name it hooks.ts because maybe in the future you want to create more hooks and then you can add them right here. So let's now create this one function, or in other words, one custom hook, where we get our session, or where we check that the user is in session. If not, we'll redirect the user, and at the end, we will just return our session. So let's do an export async function. Let's name it require user, because that's what we want to do when we call this function. Let's invoke that, let's open that, and the first thing we have to do, or the first thing we have to do inside of here, is now fetch our session. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Let's import that. Auth is imported from our auth file. Let's invoke that. Let's now do our if check, and let's say if there is no, you do that with an exclamation mark. If there's no session.user, then let's open that, and I want to redirect the user to the index page. So let's do a return, redirect. Let's import that, let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass an empty slash, so the index page. At the end, let's return our session, and now we are done with that. So if we don't have a session, we redirect the user, but if we have a valid session, then we just return the session right here. So this hook is now done. I can close that, and then in the dashboard, I can now delete this code. We don't need it anymore, and I can now do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. This is imported from the hooks file. Let's invoke that, and now this is also done. The functionality is still the same, so if you go back to our website and try to reach the /dashboard route, so let's say /dashboard, and if you click enter, you see we still get redirected, and that's because the code is essentially the same, we just broke it into a separate function. So since this now works, what we can do now is create our first navbar, and then in the navbar we can host, or not host, but we can render a login button so that the user can actually finally log in. So for that, let me create a component. Let's go in the Explorer. Let's go right here. No, let's cancel that. Let's go in the app folder. Let's create a new folder. Let's name this folder components. And in the components folder, let's create a navbar.tsx. So this is a file, and this is where we will store our navbar. Now, since this is now a component and not a route, we can just do a export function. Again, as already mentioned before, if you do a route, so if you create right here a page.tsx, then you have to always do a export right here default function. But when you just create a component like we did with our navbar.tsx, then you can just do a export function, and then you are done. So let's again delete that, we don't need that. So export function navbar, let's invoke that, and then let's open that. So inside of here, I want to now create a relatively simple navbar. So let's create a return statement. Inside of here, let's render a div element, and let's first of all give this div a class name. And then for the class name, let's say right here flex, let's do a padding y of 5, let's do an items of center, let's do a justify of between. With justify between, I just say that the items inside of here, so the children of this div, that they should be spaced to the most outer corner. So the logo should go to the left side, and the off button should go right here to the right side. So item center, justify between, this looks good. And now inside of this div, what I want to do is render our logo. So let me get the link component from next/link, because when I click on this logo, I want to redirect the user to my homepage. So let's get an href, and for the href, this will be an empty slash. Now, why do we use a link component, and why don't we just use the standard a tag that you know right here? Well, as I already said, the documentation is your best friend. So let's search for right here link, and let's open that. And right here you see link is a React component that extends the HTML element to provide prefetching and client-side navigation between routes. So in other words, the link component is essentially an a tag with two benefits, that is prefetching and client-side navigation. Prefetching is great because we use server components, and that means that navigation is instant. And client-side navigation means that whenever we navigate, we don't have like a spinning bar or we don't have a fav icon that spins. And that means that our website does not have to do a hard refresh. We just do in client-side navigation. So let's go back to our code. We now have right here our link component. And in the link component, I want to now render my logo. To render my logo, we have to now use a image component, and this is imported from next/image. Now the next question comes, why do we use a right here image component when you can just use the image tag provided by HTML? So right here this image tag. Again, the documentation is your best friend. So let's search right here for image, and right here it says the Next.js image component extends the HTML image element with features for automatic image optimization. This includes size optimization, visual stability, faster page loads, and asset flexibility. So again, essentially, the image component is just the image tag with a few benefits. So let's again go back. We can again delete the image tag and let's use the image component. For the image component, we have to pass it in source. And what I want to do now inside of here is render my logo. As I already said, to get the logo, what you have to do is install, or not install, but you have to download my repo. And inside of there, you will find a public folder. So what I want you to do is copy the image in your public folder. So if you open the Explorer, you will see, there is no public folder. So what you have to do is to just create your own. So I will just paste it inside of here right here. So let me paste the public folder. And now we have all of the images which I've downloaded. Again, I want you to do the same. Go to my GitHub repo, download it, then copy the public folder and paste it inside of here. A few versions before this Next.js version, the public folder was already there on a default. With this new version, they deleted that. Nevertheless, as I just showed you, just copy the public folder. If you need to, create a new folder and then paste all the assets, or just copy the folder and just paste the folder inside of here. But since this is now finished, since we now understand that, we can now import our image. So let's do an import logo, and this will be from let me get my /public and then /logo.png. Then for the source, I can paste my logo or I can pass my logo. You see we still get an error. That's because I have to pass a property, which is the alt. So let's give it a alt tag and let's just say logo. And let's also get a class name. And I want to give it in width and in height. So normally you would just say width of 10 and height of 10. But as you see, this takes quite a time to write. So what you can do instead is right here quite simply, we can just write size of 10. This is just a short form for width 10 and height 10. It does the same thing, but it's faster to write, and that's always great. So what we can do now is save this and we can see how that looks like. So let's go back to my website. Let's go right here and let's do a hard refresh. As you see, you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, that's quite simply, our navbar is currently a component and this component is not rendered anywhere. So what we have to do is go to the page.tsx and then in the page.tsx we have to render this component. So let's do a new return statement. Let's return a div and then in this div let me render right here my navbar component. This is imported from the components. Let's import that and this is self-closing. Then let's now save that. Let's again go back. And what do we see? We see a little logo right here. Now there's one thing which I don't like. We have padding on the y-axis. This is good. But we are missing padding on the x-axis. So what we can do is give our div right here. So this div a class name. And I want to give it a smaller width. Because currently this x-axis, so this right here, just takes the whole width. And this is not what I want. So what we can do is give this div a maximum width and I will say 7XL. 7XL corresponds to 1280 pixels. So if I now save that and go back, you will see, this makes no difference. What you can do right now to see the difference is actually go back, go to the navbar, and then for this div, you can just give it a BG of, let's say, green 500. If I now save that and again go back, you see, okay, nothing has changed. If I zoom out a bit, you now see, here we have the max width. But now we have a different problem. Why is it right here aligned to the left and not to the middle? Well, what you have to do is you have to give it margin on the x-axis of auto, so it has to align automatically to the center. So let's do an mx of auto, and if you save that and go back, you now see, okay, this is centered, this is great. Then what else can we do? If I currently zoom in at 150%, you see we again don't have any padding. This is not what I want. So what we can do is also get in padding x of 4. Then let's say on SM or bigger, this means devices which are bigger than 640 pixels. Let's do in padding x of 6. And on LG or bigger, this means devices with a minimum width of 1024 pixels. Let's say padding x of 8. And if you now save this and again go back, you see, yeah, this looks very, very good. Now let's be honest, does the background color look good? Nope, it's quite hideous. So let's go back to the navbar and let me just delete this background color. I don't want that. So now we have our logo with the link, which is great. And to show you also the link functionality, if you go back and hover over the image, you see on the bottom left corner that it redirects to localhost 3000, which is cool. But let's again go back. And what I want to do now is also render an H1 between the or next to the logo. I want to say next to the logo cal marshal. To do that, let's again go back, and then underneath the link component, what I can do right here is render an H4, and let me just say cal, then let's say a span, so let's get in span element, and let me say marshal. And if I now save this and again go back, you see, okay, now we have on the left side a logo, and on the right side the text. Not what I want. So what we have to do is wrap this H4 inside of the link component. So underneath the image, but still inside of the link. If I again copy the save that and go back, you now see, okay, this is now correctly on the correct side. And what we have to do now is also align it correctly, because currently it's aligned vertically, but I want to align it horizontally right here. So let's go back, and what we have to do is style our link component. So let's give it a class name, and let's just say flex and items of center. Now there's one problem. So it's now aligned horizontally, which is good, but we don't have any spacing between the logo and the text. So what we have to do is give it a gap. And for the gap, I will say 2. This means a gap between each other of about 8 pixels. Let's now also style the text. So for the H4, let's give it a class name. Let's say text of 3XL. This is about 30 pixels. And let's say a font of semi-bold. If I now save this and again go back, you see this is nice. And I want to also give a color for this marshal. So for that, we can give it a class name, and we will say text of blue 500. If I save that and go back, you see, so now we have in cal, which is black, and then marshal is blue. This looks quite cool. And now what's the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to render on the right side like a Auth button. So a button which says, hey, it's time to sign up or to get started. So let me again go back, and what we have to do is go underneath the link, and inside of here, let me for now just create a button, just a standard button, and let's say get started today. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and what do you see? Well, on the right side, we now have a button. If I click on it, nothing happens. And to fix this button, to make it look nicer, we will use something which is called Shadcn UI. So if you have never heard about Shadcn UI, well, it's a component library, even though it does not really call itself a component library, but I will call it a component library. It's a component library which is styled, easy to customize, and at the same time, it's accessible. So if you didn't know, Shadcn UI builds on a component library which is called Radix UI. And Radix UI is a component library which is accessible but not styled. And Shadcn UI takes these components, makes them look nice, but at the same time it still has the core primitive, which means they are still accessible. And as I also said, it's very easy to customize, and one thing which I love is right here these themes. So let's say you don't like a black theme, well, you can update it and use a blue theme, or you can customize it to a green theme or red theme, or I don't know, a violet theme, whatever you want. In this video, we will use the blue theme, but we'll come to that in a second. The first thing we have to do is first of all install Shadcn UI in our project. So let me go to the documentation, let's go to installation, let's go to Next.js. And the first thing we have to do is to run the CLI. So let me zoom in a bit, and right here we have the installation command. So let me copy that. Let's use npm. If you use pnpm, then use pnpm. If you use bun, then bun. But yeah, I use npm. So let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Let's clear everything. Let's paste it inside of here. And right here, the CLI will now tell me right here it has found the framework. We use Next.js. We use Tailwind. It has validated everything. Now it asks me which style would I like to use. New York or default. Honestly, I'm a bigger fan of default than New York. If you want to, you can use New York. It's almost the same. The difference is that the sizing is a bit different. The roundness of the border or the corner is a bit different, but I like default a bit more. So let's select that. For the base color, yeah, neutral is fine. And yes, we want to use CSS variables. Let's click enter. And now this will initialize everything. Now, there will be a few things that Shadcn UI has done. And if you want to check it out, let's open the Explorer. Let's first of all open the tailwind.config file. As you now see, we have a lot more right here configuration. We now have right here our border radius. We have right here the border, destructive, accent. These are the colors. We have right here the background, foreground, the card. So Shadcn UI right here customizes the tailwind.config file for its use. Then let's continue. If you go to the package.json file, right here we now have a few new dependencies. We have class variance authority, CLSX, Lucid React, Tailwind merge, Tailwind CSS animate. This is needed just to make right here everything work. For example, Lucid React is an icon library, so you can copy this URL. We can go to Chrome and open that. And to be honest, Lucid React is probably one of my favorite icon libraries. I use it for all of my projects because probably I use for all of my projects also Shadcn UI. Nevertheless, right here you can see all of the icons. They are very good looking, very nice. And that's probably why Shadcn UI has them as a default. Then yeah, I think this is all. We can again close that. What else do we have? We now also have right here a new file. So let's collapse everything. Right here we have a components.json file. This is the configuration file for Shadcn UI. So right here it says we use React server components, we use TSX, so TypeScript, our base color, where our CSS files, CSS file lives and everything like that. And yeah, I think this is all. So I can again close that and let's now install our first component. So the component which I want to install first of all is the button component. So you can click right here on Command K. This will open the search field and let's search for the button. Let's open that and I want to install that. So let's copy the installation command using npm. Let's go back, let's clear everything and let's paste it inside of here. This will now install the button component. And as you now see, the button has been added. And if you now open your Explorer, you will now see we have a components folder. And inside of there, we now have this button component. Now, one thing which I'll say right here is a lot of people will say, hey, Jan, you now have one components folder, but in the app folder, you have another components folder. So I have right here a components folder, and then right here in the root directory, I have another components folder. Personally, I like this architecture or this design, whatever you want to call it. A few people will say, why would you do that? I like that because right here, I know this components folder is only for Shadcn UI and the components folder and the app folder is only there for, could you say custom components? Yeah, I think that's how I will call that. So I like that as it is. If you want to, you can just use one component library. For that, you just have to update the components.json, but I like it as it is. So since our button has been now installed, there's one more component which I want to install, and this is the dialog. So let's search for that. And a dialog is like a modal, no real difference. They call it dialog. I like the name modal a bit more, but yeah. So let me install that. Let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal. Let's clear everything and let's paste it and install that. So this will now install the dialog and now we're done with that. Great. So what I want to do now is create our auth modal. So if you can remember, whenever the user clicks on this button right here, on this button, I want to open a modal, or in other words, a dialog. So let's open our Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, components folder, and inside of here, let's create a auth modal.tsx. Then let's close the Explorer, and inside of here, let's create a export function. Let's name it auth modal. Let's invoke it, and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. And what we first of all have to do is get our dialog. Now, please make sure that you import all of these components from the add components directory and not from Radix UI. If you import it from Radix UI, you will get a lot of errors. You will get Webpack errors and this and that. You don't want that. So please make sure that all of these components are always imported from your components. Let's import that. Let's open that, and our dialog has first of all a dialog trigger because we want to somehow open our dialog. So let's get the trigger from the components, let's open that, and inside of here I want to render a button from our components, and I want to say try for free. Now there's one thing which we have to do also for the dialog trigger. I have to pass a property, and this is the asChild property because we have a child, which is the button. So now we have our auth modal, at least the initial auth modal. And what I want to do now is render this auth modal in the navbar. So instead of rendering this button, let's get our auth modal from our file. This is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's open the terminal with Command J, the shortcut. Let's clear everything and let's do an npm run dev. Then let me close my terminal, let's go back and let's do a hard refresh. As you now see on the right side, I now have this try for free button, and if I click on that, well, nothing happens. But that's okay, we already see that we have a button which is styled and looks quite good in my opinion. So let's again go back and let's continue with the auth modal. So underneath the dialog trigger, let's get our dialog content from our components. Let's open that. For the dialog content, let's get a class name, and I want to give it like a max width. So let's say on devices which are SM or bigger, let's give it a maximum width, and I want to give it a custom width. This means you can use right here these array brackets, and with that you can say, I don't know, 500 pixels or 1000 pixels, whatever you want, so you can pass any custom value. And I want to say 360 pixels. Okay, we have done that. And then in the dialog content, let's now render our dialog header. This is again imported from the components, and in the dialog header, I want to now render our logo. There's no more ifs or buts, just the logo. So to render our logo, as you remember, we have to get our image and then we have to render an H4. So let's use our image component, or not ours, but the image component from next/image. This is self-closing. Let me first of all then import also the logo. So on top, let's do an import. Let me say logo, and this will be from, let's get the string. So string right here, not this, but string, and then add /public and then /logo.png. Then for the image, let's give it a source, and this source will be our logo. Let me also give it an alt, because currently it's complaining a bit. And for the alt, this will be just logo. And of course, we have to get a class name with the width and the height. And this will be again size of 10, which is just a short form of width 10 and height 10. And if you ask me, or if you want to know to what this size 10 corresponds, well, if you hover over it, you see width is right here 2.5 rem and height is also 2.5 rem, and this corresponds to 40 pixels. All right, let me also render the H4, so the text. Let's get an H4, and let me just say cal, let's get our span, and let's say Marshall. Then for the H4, let's render right here a class name. Let's say text of 3XL, and let's do a font right here of semi-bold. For the span, let me also get a class name, and this will be text of primary. So if I now save that and again go back, so let's go to Chrome, you now see right here our dialog. Yeah, it looks okay. Let's leave it at it looks okay. It does not look good. So what I want to do is style that, or I don't want to style it, but I want to align it horizontally. So this text should be next to the logo. To do that, let's give this dialog header a class name, and this should be flex, and then let's do a justify of center and items of center, or you don't even have to say justify of center, but just items of center to align it. Would you say, yeah, horizontally, to align it horizontally. And let's do a gap of 2 to have spacing between the image and the H4. If you now go back, you already see, okay, yeah, not quite what I want. So what do we have to do? Well, the initial alignment of this dialog header is flex column. So we have to say flex dash row because I want to align it right here horizontally, and that's exactly what I wanted. Now, as you see, it's currently aligned vertically, which is great, but I want to also align it horizontally. So to do that, what we have to do is also a justify of center. Now there's one problem which you probably see, and that's right here that Cal and Marshall have the same color, but Marshall should have a bluish color. Why do we have a black color? Well, that's because I gave it a text of primary, and primary is a CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI. Because if you go to the globals file, you now see right here an add layer base, and inside of that you'll have a lot of CSS variables, and right here you also have this primary CSS variable, and this is currently almost black. So what we have to do is change our theme. And to do that, as you already know, we can go to Shadcn UI. Then on the top, you have this themes section, and now we can customize our theme. To be honest with you, you can select whatever theme you want. If you like orange, then select orange. If you like blue, then choose blue. For this project, or for my project, for this video, I will select blue because honestly, it's my favorite color. So let me click on customize, then let's click on blue, and let's click on copy code. Let's copy that, let's go back, let's open our globals.css file, and inside of here, I have to now change this theme. How do I change that? Because right now we have a lot of code right here, and I don't want to delete the wrong thing. So what you have to delete is this add layer base with these CSS variables. This means you have to leave this add Tailwind where it is. Don't delete that. And also at the bottom, you have this add layer base with the border and everything like that. Also, don't delete that. Just delete this add layer base in the middle. So I will delete that. Now we just have this add Tailwind and this add layer base. And now I can again paste back what I just copied. If I now save this and again go back to my project, you now see, oh, the Marshall is blue, but also the button on the top is also blue. Great, this is what I wanted. So we can leave it as it is. Let me close the globals.css file. And what I want to do now is render our two buttons, because we have one button to authenticate with Google and one button to authenticate with GitHub. So underneath the dialog header, what we can do now is get a div element. So let's get a div. And for this div, let me give it a class name. This will be flex of column. Let's also do a margin top of 5. And inside of this div, I want to now render my button. So for now, what we can do just to see something, we can use right here a button. This button is already imported, so the button component. And you can just say sign in with, let's say Google. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see this button. Okay. Let's now also do the same for sign in with GitHub. So underneath this button, I can render another button and we can just say sign in with GitHub. If you now save this and go back, we now have two buttons. If I click on them, of course, nothing happens. Nevertheless, we have two buttons. Now, what I want to do is also give a bit of gap between the buttons. So let's again go back. And then for this div, let me give it a gap and let's say of 3. I think this is fine. Let's again go back and yeah, this is good. Do these buttons look good? Or no, let's start with that. Do these buttons work? No, they don't work. If I click on them, nothing happens. So let's fix that. How do you do that? Well, with Next.js, its server components and Next.auth version 5, it's surprisingly very, very easy. So what we have to do is wrap our first button, right here the sign in with Google, in a form element. So let's delete this action and in the form, let's again paste this button. If I would now save it as it is, and if I would go back and click on sign in with Google, you see we just did a hard refresh. That's because we did a GET request, but that's not what we want. So before we fix that, let's also maybe make this button again width or full. For that, we have to give this form a class name of w or full, and let's give this button also a class name of w full. Then for this form, what I want to now do is give it an action, because I don't want to do a GET request, but I want to do a POST request to authenticate the user. So let's get a action, and this will now be a asynchronous function. So let's right here say async. Let's create a standard arrow function. Let's open that. And now it's very, very important that you mark this right here inside of here as use server, because essentially what we have right here is a server action. That's what we create right here, a inline server action. You could also create a external one in a separate function, but we right here just create a inline server action. Now, again, if you don't know what a server action is, then the documentation is your best friend. Right here you see a server action can be defined with the React useServer keyword or directive, how they call it. You can place the directive at the top of an async function to mark this function as a server action. And that's what we did. So a server action is at the end of the day just a method to run a mutation on the server. And then inside of this inline server action, I want to now sign in with, what do we have? With Google. So I can do an await sign in. Now it's very, very important that you now listen to me. Sign in is not imported from Next.js, but it's imported from your auth file. So right here, you have right here all of these options, and you want to import sign in from our lib folder. So let's import that from there. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, I want to say Google, because right here, I want to authenticate with Google. Great. Let's save that. Let's again go back. Let me go to my code. Let's do a hard refresh just to make sure. And let me click on sign in with Google. All right, as you see, I got redirected to Google. Right here, I have to blur everything because I have a lot of custom or personal emails, which I don't want to leak. Nevertheless, as you see, we got redirected. Now, there are two things which you should see. So please don't authenticate right now. I want to still continue. We are still not done. When I click on this button, we don't have a loading state. And this is not great UX. This is not what you want. So what we have to do is create a function, or not a function, but we have to somehow get the pending state and then display a loading spinner whenever we submit. So what we have to do is create a separate function or a separate component. So let's open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the components folder, and inside of here, let's create a submit buttons, so submit buttons.tsx. And then this submit buttons right here will now have a few functions. So one is a Google Auth button, then we'll have a GitHub Auth button, and then we'll also have a general submit button for all of the other application data. So yeah, let's do that. So let's first of all create our Google Auth button. To do that, it's relatively simple. What you have to do right here is an export function. Again, this is a component. That's why we can do an export function. Then let's get my Google Auth button. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, I want to now get my pending state. And to do that, it's very, very simple with React, and in other words, with Next.js. Because you can get the pending state through a hook. Now this hook is called right here, or to get the pending state, you do a constant, then you destructured, and then this was equal to useForm status. Now please make sure there are two hooks right here, useForm state and useForm status. Both have almost the same name, but both do completely different things. So what you want to get is useForm status. Let's import that. This is imported from React DOM. And then let's invoke that. Then where I destructured, I can get my pending state, and now we can render our button. So yeah, let's do that. Let's do a return statement. Let's use empty tags. These empty tags don't show up in your DOM, which is great. And let's now do an ternary. And let's say right here, if pending is true, let's use a question mark, and let's return a button component. Let's get it from our components. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and let's again return a button component. So if this is not true, if we are not pending, what I want to render right here is our sign in with Google text. So let's right here say sign in with Google. And what I want to also do is render a image or a logo of Google. Now, if you're going to go back to your public folder right here, so public, you will see I have a google.svg right here. And this is the icon from Google. This is what we want. So on top, what you can do is say import, and we can do Google logo from, and then this will be @/public/google.svg. Then right here for our sign-in with Google text, what we can do now is get our image component in front of this text. This is imported from Next/image. This is self-closing. And then for the image, let's give it a source, and this will be our Google logo. All right, as you see, we currently still get an error. That's because we have to also get an alt. For the alt, I will just say Google logo. We're still not done. One thing which I have to also add for this image is a class name, and we want to give it a width and a height and also a bit of spacing to the right, because on the right side we have this text and we don't want to have them completely to each other, but I want to have a bit of gap between them both. So for the class name, we can say size of 4. This means width of 4 and height of 4 and margin right of 2. We can now save that. Let's now also create this button right here when we are pending. So what I can do right here is first of all give it a disabled state, because when we are pending, I don't want to allow the user to submit the form again. And then in this button, we can now get a loader to icon. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And for the loader to icon, let's get a class name of size, which is 4, and margin right of 2, and animate of spin. With this icon will just spin. So we will have this loading animation. And for the text, let me just say, please wait. Let's save that. And now we have a button for the pending state. And we also have a button for when we don't have a pending state. One thing which I want to also now do is give it a variant. So if you didn't know, you can go right here to ui.shadcn. Then let's search for the button component, and right here you will see you have a few variants. So you have the primary variant. This is what we currently have. This is primary. Then you have the secondary variant. Then you have the destructive variant and the outline and the ghost. What I want to use right here is the outline. So for the button, when we are not pending, I want to get a variant. This will be outline. And if we are pending, I want to also get a variant, and this will be also outline. Let me also get a class name of W full, and the same also for this button. So class name of W full. Let's save that. Let's go to the navbar, or not to the navbar, but to the Auth modal. And now instead of rendering this button, which says sign in with Google, let me get right here my Google Auth button. So Google Auth button from the submit buttons, and this is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now we get a error. So it says right here, you are importing a component that needs use form status. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with use client. Okay, what does this error tell us? So as I already said, Next.js, or the app router, uses server components. And server components mean that on the default we run on the server using server components. And what you have to do is whenever you want to have some interactivity, you have to mark the file, the component, whatever, as use client, because you need a JavaScript bundle to make it work. And that's what we have with our submit buttons. So if you open that, we have this hook, which is use form status, and this hook relies on a client-side bundle. Right here, for example, this navbar is a server component, which means it does not get and does not need any JavaScript bundle. But the submit button needs a JavaScript bundle because we have this use form status hook. So what we have to do is right here on the top, we will just have to mark this as use client. So let's do that. And if I now save that and again go back, you see this error is gone, which is great. And what you also now see is that we have this button right here. If I now click on that, you have a loading state and then we get redirected. Great, this works exactly as it should. Let's now do also the same for our Google or for our GitHub Auth button. So what you can do is copy this function right here. So this export function Google Auth button, and let's paste it down below again. So what I want to do is rename this. Let's call it GitHub Auth button. And then instead of right here saying sign in with Google, let's say sign in with GitHub. And instead of rendering the Google logo, I want to render the GitHub logo. So on top, let's say import, and I want to import the GitHub logo, and this will be from, and then let's say right here, @/public and then /github.svg. Then right here, instead of saying Google logo, let's get our GitHub logo. And instead of saying for the alt Google logo, let me just say GitHub logo. Let's save that. Let's go to the Auth modal. And instead of using this button right here with sign in with GitHub, let me first of all render a form. Let's delete the action. And in the form, let me get my GitHub Auth button. This is self-closing, and if I save that and go back, you now see we have two buttons. Yeah, this is great. So what I want to do now is also create for this form a inline server action. So let's create a action inside of here. This is async. Then let's create an arrow function. Let's open that. Let's mark it as use server again, because you have to mark it every time use server whenever you want to run this action on the server side. Because if you don't mark it as use server, this would just be a standard client side mutation. But you want to run it on the server. So let's do that. And let's say await sign in. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, we want to sign in with GitHub. Great, this looks good. Let's go back and let me click on sign in with GitHub. We have a loading state and then we get redirected right here to the GitHub Auth page. So what do I want to do now? Well, what I want to do now is test out if authentication works. So let me sign in with Google. Alright, I guess I'm now signed in because I got redirected right here to localhost 3000. And yeah, let's try to reach the dashboard route. So let's go right here to the URL and let me just say /dashboard. And what do we see? Well, we see the dashboard route, and that's because we are authenticated. Great. Now there's currently one thing which we have. Even though I'm authenticated, I still get redirected right here to the index page. But whenever I'm authenticated, I want to get redirected to the dashboard route. So what can we do? Well, quite simply, we can get our session right here on the landing page. And if we have an invalid session, we can redirect the user to the dashboard. And that's what I want to do. So let's go to our code. Let's close this. Let's close that and all of that. And then right here in the page.tsx, let's do a constant session. Let's say this equals to await auth. Let's import that from the lib folder. Let's invoke that. As you see, we get an error. That's because we have to mark this function as async. So let's do export default async function. And now we have to do an if check. And we want to say, hey, if there is a session.user, if this is true, then let's open that and let's do return redirect. Again, redirect is imported from next/navigation. If this is true, let's invoke that. And let's redirect the user to /dashboard. Let's save that. And now you will see if I go back to my website and if I try to reach localhost 3000, so the index page, we will get redirected to the dashboard. And that's because we have a valid session. So with that, I guess our auth module for this video is finished. And now we can continue and make our dashboard look nice. So let's do that. Alright friends, welcome back to the next module, and the next module is to create a dashboard. So as you can remember, our dashboard is not really one thing. Our dashboard is a layout with multiple children, if you can call it like that. So what we'll have right here is one big screen, right? So this is our screen, our web browser. And what we'll have right here is, first of all, on the top, we'll have a navbar. And then on the left side, right here, we will have the sidebar. This sidebar will have our links, like for example, our events right here. And then what else do we have? We have our meetings which are booked. We have our settings, everything like that. Then inside of this page, so this is right here our main page. You can also right here say main. Inside of here, we will have all of the content. This means what we'll have is for the events, that's not the right one, I want to have an arrow. This means right here for the events, we will have right here in child. For the meetings, we will also right here have in page. And for the settings, we will also have in page. So what we'll have is one layout, which is this dashboard layout. And then the children will be our individual pages. So we'll have a page for the events, a page for the meetings, a page for the settings. And the cool thing right here is that the layout will be always persisted, so this one right here, and only right here what's in the middle will be rendered according to the page. So this is very, very cool. This means we don't have any re-renders. This layout will render and then only the children will render. What this also means is that we won't create a dashboard layout in this page.tsx, but we will now create a layout. As you can already remember, we had a root layout, this one right here, and this wrapped everything. This means the root layout wraps all of this. All of these pages are wrapped in the root layout. And now we will create a dashboard layout, which will have the sidebar and the navbar on top. So to do that, it's relatively simple. In the dashboard folder, let's create a layout.tsx. And then right here, let's get started. So since this is in route, we have to do a export default function. Let's call it dashboard layout. And then let's do a return statement, let's do a div, and let's say h1 hello from the dashboard layout. If you now save this and again go back to our page and do a hard refresh right here, that's our finished version. But if you go to our right here, the project which we are building, you are now seeing right here, hello from the dashboard layout. And right here we already have our first problem. Why do we see the layout right here? And why don't we see our page.tsx, which says hello from the dashboard? Because what I want to see in theory is first of all the layout, but I want to also see the h1 for my page.tsx, because my page.tsx should be rendered inside of the layout as children. So what we have to do is we have to go to our layout, and inside of our layout for the dashboard, we have to render the children inside of here. So what you can do is right here through the params, you can destructured, you can get children. You'll now see we get an error. That's because children or TypeScript does not know what type children is. So let's give it in type, and children will be of type React Node. Let's import that. And what we can do now is underneath the h1, we can render our children. Let's now save this. Let's go back, and I'm in the index page. That's because I have to authenticate again. So let's do that really quick. And what you now see is right here, hello from the dashboard layout and hello from the dashboard. So first of all, we render our layout and then we render our children. Great. So now let's style our layout. So to do that, what I'll do for now is first of all delete everything in the return statement, also the children, it's fine. And let's start with an empty tag. So this empty tag does not show up in the DOM, which is great. So let's now create our layout. So let's create a div element and let's give this div a class name. So let's do a class name and let's give it a minimum height of screen. So a minimum height of 100% of the screen. Right here, this is 100%. And this is in theory 100 viewport height. So 100%. Then let's do W of full. And let's also say I want to do a grid layout. So let's say grid, and let's say on MD or bigger. This means devices which have a bigger width or which are bigger than 768 pixels. And let's do a grid columns, and this will be now a custom column layout. So let's use right here these array brackets, and let's say 220 pixels and then underscore 1 FR, so 1 fractional unit. This means we take the width of 220 pixels, but we take the whole height. So 100% of the height and 220 pixels in width. This will be our sidebar. Then what else do I want to do on LG devices? I want to make it a bit bigger. So let's say on LG or bigger, let's do a grid columns, again, custom value. And this will be now 280 pixels underscore 1 fractional unit, so 1 fr. In this div, we can now get started and make it look a bit better. So let's render another div element. And right here, let's give it a class name. And this sidebar is now interesting. Why is it interesting? Well, it's interesting because I don't want to show the sidebar on a mobile screen. On a mobile screen, we'll have like this sheet which will open, and I don't want to show the sidebar. So we'll say on a mobile device, this will be hidden. And then we will say on MD or bigger, it will be block. So once we have a minimum width of this MD breakpoint, we will show the sidebar again. Then what else can we say? Let's do border of white, and let's also give it a background color of BG muted, and let's say an opacity of 40%. So you can do a /40, and now you have 40% opacity. Then in this div, let's create another div element. I know we all love divs, but we have to do that. So let's give this div a class name. This will be flex, height of full. Let me also do a maximum height, and this will be of screen, so 100 viewport height. And then let's also do a flex of column, and let's do a gap of 2. Then in this div, I will render one more div. Yes, you heard it right, one more div. And this div will be the wrapper for our logo. So let's right here create a div element, and let's give this div right here a class name. So on top, class name. And let's right here just say again flex. Let's give it a height. Yeah, for the height, we can do height of 14. This is about 56 pixels, but you can also make it bigger or smaller as you want. Then what else? We can say items of center to center it vertically. Let's give it a border of bottom. Let's also do a padding x of 4 to have spacing on the x-axis. Let's say on LG or bigger, devices which are bigger than this breakpoint. Let's do custom height. So let's say height dash custom value of 60 pixels. And then let's also say on LG or bigger, padding x, so padding on the horizontal side of 6. And inside of this div, I can now render our logo. So we can get our link component from next/link. Let's open that. Let's give this link right here an href. And this href will be our index page, so an empty slash. And now I can render our logo. So let's get our image component from next/image right here. This is self-closing. And for the source, I have to now pass our logo. So let's go to the top and let's import our image. So let's do import, let's say logo, and this will be from @/public. So let's say public, and then /logo.png. Then for the source, I can now pass our logo. Let's also give it an alt. For the alt, I will just say logo, and let's give it a class name. And I want to say like width of 6 and also height of 6. As you already know, we have a shortcut, and this is size of 6. This will automatically be width and also height of right here 25 or 24 pixels. Alright, let's see how that looks like. So let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here a sidebar on the left side first of all, and then on the top we have now this div element, because as you can remember, we gave it a border of bottom and a custom height, and that's what you have right here. We have this border at the bottom, and we have right here our logo. Now, if you want to, you can make it bigger. So we could say for the logo, I don't know, size of 7 or 8. Let's say 8. Let's again go back. Yeah, let's leave it at 8. This looks good. Then what else do I want to render? I want to also render the name. So cal Marshall. So let's get a p tag and let's say cal. Then let's get a span and let's say Marshall. Then for the p tag, let's get a class name of text, which will be XL, and a font, which will be bold. And for the span, I want to give this bluish color. So let's say class name of text primary. Again, text primary is the CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI, and we created this blue theme, which also means that this text is now blue, which looks great. Now, this is currently not aligned as it should. This means we have to give this link right here, which wraps the image and the p tag, a class name. And what do we want to do? Well, we want to align it horizontally. How can we do that? Well, we can do that with flex. So let's give this link a class name, and let's say flex items of center. Let's do a gap of 2, and yeah, this should be already all. Let's save that. Let's go back, and yes, this looks Great. And what I want to do now is render our links. So we'll have like a navigation and I want to render it right here. So for that, let's again go back. Let's go underneath the link component and underneath this div. And then underneath there, let's create another div element. So for this div, let me give it a class name, and this will be flex of 1. What is flex of 1? Well, this means it will take the whole width, or not the whole width, I'm sorry, but the whole height which we have. So all of this height which we have, we will use that. So let's go back. And then for this div, or inside of this div, let's render a nav element. And for this nav element, we have to now create a layout, because I don't want to align the links, I don't know, horizontally or I don't know, somehow different. I want to align them vertically with a bit of space. So what we can do is give this nav element a class name, and we can say that this will be grid, let's say items of start. Items of start means that all of the items will be on the left side. Then let's also do an padding x, so padding x of 2, and let me say right here also an LG or bigger of padding x 4. And now for the nav right here, I have to render my dashboard links. Now instead of just rendering them inside of here, what I'll do is create a separate component, because we will need these links also for our sheet. So what we can do is open our Explorer right here. Let's open that. Let's go to the app folder, to the components folder, and inside of here, let me create a dashboard links component. Alright, so we have now this dashboard links.tsx, and since this is a component, this also means that this is a export function. Let's call it dashboard links. Let's invoke that and let's open that. So what I want to do inside of here is render all of my navigation links. And to do that, what I'll do is create a separate array, and then using this array, we will map over it and then display everything. So since we use TypeScript and I want to have type safety, I will also right here create an interface. If you want to, you can also create a type. It does not make a difference. And if you use JavaScript, well, then you can just skip this interface. It's just 1 minute long to create that. So let's first of all create an interface. I like the name iApp props, but you can call it navigation props or something like that. Let's open that, and inside of here, our links or our link object will first of all have an ID, which will be of type number. Then we will have a name of the link. This will be of type string. Then we will also have an href. This will be of type string. And we will also have an icon. And this icon right here will just be of type any. Now it has a special TypeScript convention, whatever you want to call it. But honestly, I don't want to search for it right now. Any is sufficient. You don't have to bother and look for the correct type for the icon. So now we can create our array. So let's right here do an export. Let's do a const. So export constant dashboard links, and then this is equal to an array. Let's open that. Let's open an object inside of here. And if you now click on Control Spacebar, you see, I don't have any types. Since I use TypeScript, I want to get the types. I want to get the ID, the name, the href, and the icon. So what we have to do is give this dashboard links a type, and this type is our iApp props. But now we have another error. If you hover over dashboard links, it says type object array is missing the following properties: ID, name, href, icon. What's exactly the problem? Well, currently iApp props is just an object, but what we have right here is an array. So what we have to do is append an array symbol right here. So for this iApp props, and now this error is gone. If you now click on Control Spacebar, you now see, alright, we get our href, icon, ID, and name. So let's start with the ID. This will just be 0 because this is 0 indexed. Then we will have a name. This will just be event types. Then let's continue. We have an href. This href will just be /dashboard. So let's say that. And then we also have an icon, and for the icon, I will use the home icon. This home icon is imported from Lucid-React. So let's import that. Let's now create our 3 other links. So let's get another object. Let's get an ID. This is 1. Then let's give it a name. For the name, this will just be meetings. Then let's get an href. This will be right here. So let's get a string. Not that, I'm sorry, the string. And this will be /dashboard and then /meetings. Then what else are we missing? We are missing the icon. And for the icon, I will just get the users to or the user to icon. Or no, let's say users to, so the multiple word or plural word, that's how it's called. So users to, then let's create our third object, or in other words, our third link. Let's get an ID of 2. Let's get a name. For the name, I will say availability. Boah, that's a hard word to spell. I think I misspelled that, right? Let me spell it correctly. And then let's continue. Let's also give it an href. For the href, this will be /dashboard and then /availability. Again, I misspelled that. And let's also give it an icon. So for the icon, this will be just the calendar check. So let's write here get, or we could, let's say calendar check. Let's get that. Now, please make sure that you spell availability correctly. I misspelled that, so let's do it correctly. Let's now also create our third object, or in other words, our third link. So let's get a object right here. Let's get an ID of 3 and let's get a name. For the name, this will be right here settings, because for this route, I want to allow the user to update the name and also the profile image. Then let's get an href. For that, this will be just right here again /dashboard and then /settings. And then what else do we have? We also have our icon. And for the icon, this is very simple. This is the settings icon imported from Lucid React. We now have an array with 4 links. And now we can use this array right here to render our links. So let's open this function. Let's create a return statement. And inside of here, what I'll do is render right here empty tags. Then in these empty tags, let's get our dashboard links. Let's do a .map. Let's get a link and let's just return that. Then inside of this array, what do we want to have? Do we want to have a p tag or a button? No, we want to have a link. So that means let's get our link component right here from next/link. Let's open that. And now you see our link component currently complains. That's because we have to pass 2 things. First of all, we have to pass a key. Whenever you map over something in React, you have to always pass a key, and this key should always be unique. Now, since we have an ID right here, we can just pass the ID as a key because our ID is unique. We have 0, 1, 2, and 3. So what we can do right here is just get our link dot, and then we have our ID. Again, this right here is the power of TypeScript, and that's why types and just in general TypeScript is so cool. So let's get the ID, and now we have to also pass a href, and for the href, this will be our link.href. Then for the name right here, or for the value, let me get my link.icon. This is right here self-closing, and for the link icon, let's give it a class name, and as you see, it does not give me the type class name. That's because right here we gave it a type of any. So how can we fix that? Well, if you hover over the home icon, you see the type. This is forward ref exotic component omit lucid props and then right here that. So what I want you to do is just copy this type right here. So if you hover over the icon, you get this type. Let's copy this right here, and instead of saying type any, we can now paste that. We have to import that, so let's import this forward ref exotic component. This is imported from React, and let's import the ref attributes also from React. If I now save that and again scroll to the bottom and try to get a class name, you now see that this works as it should, which is great. So what class name do I want to create? Well, I want to give it a width and a height. So we can give it a size of 4. All right, and then underneath the icon, let's get our link.name. Let's save this, and if I now go back to the page, you see nothing. Why is that? Well, that's quite simply because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So let's go back to the layout, and then inside of this link, or I'm not in the link, but in the nav, we can get our dashboard links component. This is imported from the components, this is self-closing, and if you save that and go back, you now see right here our links. Do they look good? No, I don't think so. So, well, let's style that. So let's again go back, let's close the layout, let's go to the dashboard links, and let's make it look nice. So before we make it look nice, let me try to explain something to you. So what I want to do is if this link is currently active, so currently we are in the route dashboard. This means that this event types link is currently active because right here, if you go to the href, we gave it an href of /dashboard. This means this link is active right now, but these links are not active. If this URL would be now /dashboard/settings, then this settings route would be active. So what I want to do is like show a background color whenever a link is active. This means what we have to do right now is get a path name. So right here we have this path name and we have to check if it corresponds to this item.href. If it corresponds to that, we will give it a background color, and if not, well, then we will just style it as a default style. So to get the path name right here, to get it through the URL, what you have to do is go above the return statement, and inside of here, let's get a constant path name. And to now get the path name, thankfully, it's very, very simple with Next.js. All you have to do is use the usePathName hook. This is imported from next/navigation, and then let's invoke that. So now we get our path name, which means we can now use it to style our link. So let me give this link a class name. Instead of using strings, let's open these. I will call them object brackets, call them whatever you want. And we can now get our CN helper. This CN helper is imported from the lib folder, and this was created when we installed Shadcn UI. So let's now invoke that. And inside of here, we can now do a ternary. And we can say, hey, if this path name, so the path name which we currently have in the URL, if this is equal, so 3 equal signs, if this is equal to the link.href, well, then let's return something. So let's use a question mark and let's return right here text of primary, so this bluish color, and let's say bg of primary, opacity of 10%, so /10. And if this is not true, if the link is not active, then let's give it a text of muted foreground, so in grayish color. And let's also say on hover, let's give it a text of foreground. So let's save that. And if I now again go back, you see we have an error. And now the question comes, why do we have an error or error? I'm not really sure how you pronounce it in a correct American English. But right here, it already tells you what the problem is. So you are importing a component that needs usePathName. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with useClient. So the problem which we have right here is that this component, or not this component, but this hook relies on the client side. So not really on the client side, but on a JavaScript bundle. So what we have to do is mark this component right here at the top as useClient. And if I now save that and again go back, you now see that it works as it should. But what else do we have to do? Well, I want to align our links. They should have a class name of flags and items of center and everything like that. So instead of now doing the same code right here for when it's active and not active, we have a simple fix, and that's to add a comma, and now everything which I write right here will be applicable if it's active and if it's not active. So right here, I want to say this should be flags, then let's say items of center, let's do a gap of 3, then let's do a rounded, this will be of LG, let me say padding X of 3, let's do a padding Y of 2, let's say transition of all, and then let's also say on hover a text of primary. So let's save this now, let's again go back, and now you see, yes, this looks very, very good. If I would now click on meetings, you will see we'll get a 4.4. That's because I haven't created the URL right now. So we are now done with them, so I can close this component, and we can now continue with our dashboard layout. So to do that, what I want you to do right now is go right here to the last div, which we have, and just above this last div, I want to create a new div element. And this div element will be there to now render our navbar on the top, because right now what we have is the sidebar on the left side, and now I want to render right here our navbar, so this top bar right here. So let's right here just give it a different color green. That's what I want to render right here. So let's again go back, and what we have to do is quite simply, let's go back right here. Let's give this div right here first of all a class name, and this will be flex, and then also flex of column. Now this is flex column because we will render right here first of all the navbar, but underneath that we will also render our main content. So that's why it's flex column, and what we'll do now is render our header. So let me get my header right here and let's style that. So this header is now the navbar. So let's give it a class name of flex. Let's say height of 14. This is about 56 pixels. Then let's say items of center. Let's do a gap of 4. Let's do a border of bottom. And let's also say BG of muted of again opacity 40%. Because this navbar right here on the top should have the same class name or the same styling as this right here where we style as our sidebar. Right now you see also the height is not the same, and that's because we also have to add a different height when we are on the LG screen. So after that, what we can do first of all is add a padding X of 4, and then on LG or bigger, let's give it a height of custom value, and this will be 60 pixels. Let's also say on LG or bigger, padding X of 6. And then inside of here, for now, let me render an H1 and let's say hello. Let's now save that. Let's again go back. And now you see this navbar. So what do I want to do now? Well, as I already said, on a mobile screen, so let me show it to you. Let me collapse this. On a mobile screen, as you now see, we don't have the sidebar anymore. So what we have to do is now render a burger menu. So when the user clicks on that, I want to open a sheet. This means what we have to do right now is go again to Shadcn UI and install a new component. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here we will need in total 2 components. So the first thing we need is the sheet. This is what you have right here. This is a sheet, and when we open that, we will show right here all of the links. And the second component which we'll need is the drop-down menu, and this will be needed for our theme toggle, but also for our user drop-down. But we will come to that in a second. Let's first of all right here install the drop-down menu. So let's copy the installation command. Let's use npm. Let me go back to my code. Let's open the terminal. I will stop my dev server. Again, if you want to, you can open a second terminal tab, but I like to restart my dev server. So let's paste this installation command, and let me also open the sheet. And right here we have it. Let's also right here copy the installation command. Let's go back and let's also paste it inside of here. So now we have installed the drop-down menu and the sheet, and now we can use them. So let me again restart my dev server with npm run dev. And then for this h1, or instead of rendering this h1, I want to now render our sheet. So let me get my sheet component from my components. Let's open that. And what does our sheet have? Well, our sheet has a sheet trigger, a button, so the burger menu. So let me get my sheet trigger. This sheet trigger is again imported from the components right here. Let's open that. And then in this sheet trigger, we will now render a button. So let me get my button component from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to render a menu icon. So let's get this menu icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and we can now save that. And if you again go back right here to the website and do a hard refresh to restart the dev server, you will now see, we now have a drop-down burger menu. This is of course not quite what we want. We don't want to show it on a desktop screen. We want to only show it on a mobile screen. So what we have to do is first of all give this sheet trigger a asChild property. And then for this button, let's give it a class name. And let's say on MD or bigger, this should be hidden. And let's also do a shrink of 0. Then what else do I want to do? I want to give this button also 2 properties. So first of all, the size property. The size should be icon, and the variant right here should be outline. Then for this menu icon itself, let's also get a class name, and this will be size of 5. If I now save that and again go back, you'll now see that this will already look 10 times better. Or actually, I don't even see that. Why don't I see the icon? Well, that's because we now hide it on a desktop screen. But if I go to a mobile screen, you will now see this drop-down menu button right here. But if I click on that, nothing happens. And that's because we have to now render our content. So let me again go back to VS Code let's go underneath the sheet trigger and let's get our sheet content. This is imported from the components, and then for the sheet content, the first property is the site property. So we can open the sheet from a few directions. We can open it from the bottom, from the left, from the right, or from the top. Personally, my favorite one is the left, but you can also use the right one or whatever you fancy. Then let's also get a class name, and for the class name, this will be flex and flex of column. Then in this sheet content, let's render a nav element, and for the nav, let's give it a class name, and this will be grid. Let's do a gap of 2, and then inside of there, let's render our dashboard links component, which we already created. This is self-closing. Let's save that. Let's go back, and now you see right here our sheet. So if I go to a mobile screen, this is how it looks like. Now, what I don't like right now is that this close icon overlaps our links. So what we can do is give this nav bar right here a margin top. So let's say empty of 10. And if I save that and again go back, we now have some spacing to the top. And yeah, I think this looks quite good. Alright, we are now done with the sheet, which is great. And what I want to do now is render a theme toggle. So right here on the right side, I want to render a theme toggle and also a drop-down menu. So to show it to you again, we right here have our nav bar, and what I want to do right here is first of all render our theme toggle. So this will have like an icon. Let's say right here, icon, where do we have it? Then let's just say dark mode. So the moon, let's get that, let's paste it right here. This is the theme toggle, and then on the right side right here, I want to also have a user dropdown. And when the user clicks this user dropdown, we will right here just display the image first of all, and then also the links which are needed for the user. So we'll show the settings and also right here a button to log out. So that's what I want to create right now. A theme toggle and a user dropdown. To do that, it's relatively simple. What we have to do is first of all go underneath the sheet, but still in the header right here, and then let's create a div element, because what I want to do right here is align it to the right side. So if you again go back right here to my website, you see it's aligned to the right side. But if I don't style this div, it will be aligned to the default right here at the left side. So what we can do is give this div right here a class name, and this will be ML of auto, so margin left auto. Then let's say flex, items of center to align it vertically, and a gap x of 4. Great, let's now render our theme toggle, and to do that, it's very simple thanks to Shadcn UI. What you can do is go to the documentation, and in the documentation you have right here a module, or not module, but you have like a link for dark mode, a guide, and right here we want to select Next.js, and now we have a quick start guide. So the first thing we have to do is install next-themes. So let's copy the installation command. Let's go back. Let me open my terminal. Let me stop my dev server. Let me paste that inside of here. This will now install next-themes. And the next step is to create a theme provider. Let me maybe also try to explain what the next-themes is. So thanks to next-themes, we are able to create really easily a theme switcher. So right here on the top, we have like a theme switcher, and using next-themes, we can get a session, or we will know if the user is currently in dark mode or in light mode. And thanks to next-themes, it will also store the preference in local storage. So when the user selects dark mode and does a hard refresh, this right here will stay persisted. And that's what I want for our website. So let's create a theme provider. To do that, let's go back to our code right here. Then let's close the terminal. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, the components folder, and let's create a theme provider.tsx. For the code, you can just copy this right here and then paste it inside of here. Let's again go back, and the next step is to wrap our root layout. To do that, it's relatively simple. Let's close that, let's close this, and we have to open our root layout. And what we have to do inside of here is wrap the theme provider with our children, or our children should be wrapped by the theme provider. So you can copy right here this theme provider. Let's again go back, and then above the children, we can paste it right here. And the children should be right here inside of this theme provider. Let me also import the theme provider, and it's now very, very important, so please listen to me. You should import the theme provider not from next/themes, but from your components. This is what we have just created, and if you import it from next-themes, you will get errors, and you don't want that. So let's get it from the components. So we have now created our theme provider. We have wrapped it right here. And what we have to do now is create right here a theme toggle. So let me right here again go back. Let's close that. Let's open the Explorer and then let's go to the app folder. So right here, app folder, components, and let's create a theme toggle.tsx. For the code, what you can do is just copy that. So let's copy this right here. Let's go back and let's paste it inside of here. Now, one thing which I'll change, instead of naming it mode toggle, let's just call it right here theme toggle. Let's save that, and now this looks good. So what does this code do? Well, it's quite simple. We have a drop-down menu right here. This drop-down menu is again this right here. So if you click on that, we will have a drop-down, and then we right here display our options. We have light mode, dark mode, and system mode. So yeah, this looks quite good. We can now close that and we can now render that for our layout. So inside of this div with the margin left of auto, let's get our theme toggle from the components. This is self-closing, and if you save that and go back, so let's go back, you will now see right here, if you do a hard refresh, you will see nothing. That's because I have to restart my dev server. So let's do npm run dev. Let me again go back and let's do a hard refresh. And what do you see? Well, right here on the right side, I now have a theme toggle, and this looks great. As you see, if I select dark mode and do a hard refresh, you see the theme is kept persisted, and that's because it's stored in local storage. So that's great. We are now done with that. And let me now render also our user dropdown. So to create a user dropdown, let's go underneath the theme toggle and let me get the drop down menu. Now, as you already know, it's very, very important that you import it from the components and not from Radix UI. So let's import that, let's open that, and inside of the drop-down menu, we will have a drop-down menu trigger. This trigger is imported from the components, so let's import that, let's open that, and for the trigger, let's say as child. Then let's open that, and now inside of here, what I want to do is quite simply, I want to render a button. So let me get my button component, let's open that, and inside of here, I want to now render a image from the user, so the user image in other words. And now you might ask me, hey Jan, how do we render the user image? Well, it's relatively simple. What we have to do is get the session from the user. And as you know, we have a hook for that. So what we can do is a constant session, and this will be equal to await auth. Then let's import that from the lib folder. Let's invoke that. Right here you see we get an error. It tells us await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So what you have to do is mark this function as export default async function, and now this error is gone, which is good. Let me now render our image. So right here for this button, instead of using the image component right here, we will just use the standard image tag. That's because we don't have to optimize this image, and it's fine enough to use this image, so the standard image tag. So let's give it a source, and then for the source, this will be our session, then .user, and then .image. Let's also right here mark it as string. Let's also get an alt. For the alt, I will just say profile image. Let's give it also a width, this will be 20. Let's give it a height, this will be 20. And then, yeah, this should be already all. Let's now save this and let's go back. So if I now go back, you see, okay, so this is the button. Does it look good? I don't think so. So what can we do? Well, we can give our button right here a variant first of all. This variant will be secondary. Then let's give this also a size. So this will be icon. And let's also get a class name of rounded, which will be full. Let's now save that. Let's go back. And yeah, all right, this looks already a bit better, but still not perfect. So let's style our image a bit. Let's give this image a class name, and this should be width of full. So let's right here say width of full. Let's say height of full and rounded of full. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and Yeah, this looks great. This is what I wanted. So now we have our drop-down menu trigger. So what do we do now? Well, what we have to do now is render our drop-down menu content. To do that, we have to go underneath the drop-down menu trigger and let me get my drop-down menu content. Again, this is imported from the components. And right here, we have to now pass one property, and this is the align property. With that, I can tell Shadcn UI where I want to align this drop-down menu content. So I could align it in the center, at the end, or at the start. In my opinion, end always looks the best, but you can test it out yourself with start and center. So let me now right here, first of all, get a drop-down menu label. This is imported from the components. Let's open that and let's say my account. Let's save that. Let's go back, and if I now click on that, you see this drop-down menu content with my label. Let me now render a separator. So let me get a drop-down menu separator. This is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and then underneath the drop-down menu separator, I can now render a drop-down menu item. So let's get right here the drop-down menu item. This is imported from the components. Let's open that, and inside of here, let's just say settings. If I now save that and again go back, you now see right here, we have the content with the label, the separator, and then the settings. If I currently click on that, you see nothing happens, and that's not what I want. So what we can do is give this drop-down menu item a asChild property, and then I can wrap the settings in a link component. Let's import the link, or it's already imported, and let me paste settings. Let's give this link right here an href, and for the href, this will be /dashboard and then /settings. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And if you now click on that and click on the settings, you will see we'll get redirected. Now, currently we get a 404 not found. That's because this URL hasn't been created. Nevertheless, we now see that this works, and that's great. Let me now also create the logout button. So to do that, let's go underneath the drop-down menu item. Let's render another drop-down menu item. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to just render a logout text. If you now save that and go back, you now see that right here. But if I click on that, nothing happens. So how can we now make it possible that the user can log out whenever he clicks on this button? Well, we will have to again create a form with an inline server action. So let me first of all give this drop-down menu item a asChild property. Then instead of saying logout, let's render a form. Let me delete the action, and then in the form, let me render a button. In the button, I will just say logout. Let's save that and let's go back. Alright, and what do you see right here? Well, now we have the button right here. But the problem is, if I hover over logout, you see this cursor, which is pointer. But once I hover after the text, you don't see this cursor pointer anymore. This means this button from this point on does not work. So what we have to do is give this button a class name. This will be of wfull, and for the form, I have to also give it a class name of wfull. If you now go back, you will now see that the button takes the whole width. But now the problem is that the text is in the center, but it should be on the left side. So what you can do is give this button right here a text of left, and if you save that and go back, you now see, alright, this is now aligned correctly. Let's now give our form a action. So let's say action, and then this right here will just be a async arrow function. So let me just right here open that. And as you know, this should be a inline server action. So let's mark this as use server. And then inside of here, let's just say await sign out. Sign out is right here imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you don't import it from Next of React because it won't work. So let's import that from the lib folder. Let's invoke that. And now this should be already all. What do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So let me go back to the website, let me do a hard refresh, and I will now try to log out. So let's click on that, let's click on log out, and nothing happened. Kind of weird. We don't see the profile image right here anymore. What's the problem? This does not make a lot of sense. So let's investigate. Yeah, okay, I see the error. So if you can remember, we created a custom hook, which was the require user. But instead of calling that, I called the auth hook. This is not what I want. So let's write here say await require user. And if I now save this and again go back, you will see we'll get redirected to the index page. Now, if you can also remember, we already did this in the page.tsx for the dashboard, where here require user, but this didn't work because quite simply, we currently don't render our children. So that's why we had to do it right here also with the require user. Let me now again log in. So let's say try for free. Let's say sign in with GitHub. We have our loading state and now we should get again redirected. And yeah, that's what you see. We again have our drop-down menu right here. This looks great. Let's also see how it looks like on mobile. So let's make it smaller. And yes, this looks great. All right, so we are now done with the layout. And what we can do now at the end is also render our children. So let's go right here to the bottom. Right here we have our header. Underneath the header, let me render a main element. And then inside of there, I can render my children. If you now save this and again go back, you now see right here, hello from the dashboard. But I think we should give it a bit of padding. So for the main element, I can give it a class name, and this will be flex of 1. Let's say flex of column. Let's also say a gap of 4. Let's do a padding of 4. And then let's say on LG or bigger, a gap of 6. And on LG or bigger, a padding of 6. Let's save that. Alright, so our dashboard layout looks very, very good in my opinion. It's mobile friendly, we have a theme toggle. You see it's also dark mode friendly, which is great. But we are still not done, because what we are missing now is a onboarding route. As you have seen, we have authenticated, which is good. But there's still a few things which we have to update. So as you can remember from the demo, when the user signed up, we redirected the user to a onboarding route, and inside of the onboarding route, the user had to give us his name, but also the user had to create a username, because we will use the username to later on show the booking form. So the username has to be unique, and the user has to create one using the onboarding route. So what we'll do right now is create a onboarding route. So yeah, let's do that. To create the onboarding route, what we have to do is go to the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, and inside of here we have to create a new route. So how will we name the route? Well, it's quite simple. We will create a folder and we will name it onboarding. That's how I want to call this route. Then let me create a page.tsx and now let's make it look nice. So for that, let me close the Explorer, and what I want to render inside of here is now a few things. We will have a cart. Inside of the cart, we will have a form, and this form will have a label, a input, and at the end a submit button. So we're missing two components right now, and that's the cart component, the label component, and the input component. So these are three components. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com and let's first of all search for the cart. So right here, cart, this is the component which I want. So currently it does not open for me. So let's again search for that. All right, so right here we have the cart component. This is how it looks like. We have this border, and then this would be the cart header with the title description. Then we have the content and then the two buttons. That's kind of what I want to render, and for that we need the cart component. So let's copy the installation command. I will use npm. Let's open the terminal. I will stop my dev server. And again, if you want to, you can do that with a second terminal tab, but I want to make sure that all of the bundling is correct. Then let's paste this installation command for the cart. Let me also get right here the input. That's what we will also need. So this is the input. Let's copy the installation command using npm. Let's paste that, and let me also get the label. So let's search for the label, and this is what I want. This label will be rendered above the input. So let's copy that. Let's use npm. Let's go back and let me just paste it inside of here. All right, we have now the cart, we have a label, and we have a input. Is there something missing right here? I don't think so. So let me again restart this npm1 dev. Let me go to Chrome. Let me do a hard refresh. And let's now create our onboarding route. So since this is in route, let's do a export default function. Let me call it onboarding route. Let's invoke that. And let me just open that. Inside of here, let's do in return. And let's say diff and h1 hello from the onboarding route. Let's save that. Let's go back. Let's go to our localhost 3000 dev server and let's try to reach localhost 3000/onboarding. And right here, you now see hello from the onboarding route. Great, the route works, which means we can now make it look nice. Now, there's also one important thing. Please create the onboarding route in the app folder. Don't create it in the dashboard folder. It should be just in the app folder. It should be a standalone route and not any child route. Okay, then let's close the Explorer. I don't need that. And let me start off fresh. So for the return statement, let's create a div. And what I want to do is first of all, center our card in the middle. For that, let's give this div a class name. Let's say height of screen. Let's do a width of screen. And this shouldn't be height of screen, but minimum height of screen. This is right here 100 viewport height, so 100% of the screen. And then I want to center everything. So let's do flex items of center and justify of center. And let me now render our card. So our card is imported from our components. Let's import that. Then let me get my card header, also from the components. And then inside of here, I want to get a card title, also from the components. Then for the card title, what do I say? Let's just say, welcome to Cal Marshall. So Cal Marshall. And let me also create a card description. And for the card description, I will just say, let's say we need the following information to set up your profile. Exclamation mark. Let's save that. And if I now go back, you will see right here a card. And then, yeah, this is the card and this is our card title and card description. If you want to, we could also make right here this Marshall a blue color. So let me wrap this Marshall right here in a span tag. Let's get a span, let's say Marshall, and let's give the span a class name of text primary. Let's save that, let's go back. Yeah, this is good. We can leave that like that. So now we have the card title and the card description. And what we can do now is create our form. To create that, we have to go underneath the card header. Inside of here, let's create the card content. The card content is imported from our components. And then in the card content, we can now give it some styling because the card content is the wrapper for our inputs. So we will have a input for the name and a input for the username. So we can give this card content a class name or a style. So everything inside of here should be aligned vertically. So let's get a class name of grid. And I want to also give it some spacing. So we can give it a gap. So right here, gap y of 5. This means at the end of the day, we have like one column and we have a gap between the items of 5. I can also show it to you right here with, again, our chart. So let's go to the bottom. What we have right here now is our screen at the end of the day. And we now gave it right here a layout of grid. And grid means that we only have one column. So at the end of the day, we will have right here one input and then the second input, and they will stack underneath each other because they are aligned vertically. So let's again go back. And also one thing that you maybe should know, grid at the end of the day is the same thing as flex column. So if you want to, you can just say flex and then flex col. The end result is the same. For now, let's just say flex column, but you can also just write grid. Grid is just faster because you only have one word, but with flex column, you have to write 2 words, flex and then flex column. Okay, so this is now done. Let's now create our first div. This div will wrap our label and our input. Let's give it a class name and let's say grid and gap y of 2. So we will have spacing between the label and the input. Let me now get a label. This is imported from the components. Again, make sure that everything is imported from the components and not from Radix UI. And for that, for this label, let me just say full name. Then underneath the label, let me get a input from the components. This is self-closing. And for the input, we can give it a placeholder. And I would say Jan Marshall. Let's save that. And if I again go back, let's go to our website. You now see right here the label and the input. Okay, this looks great. Let's now also create the second input, and the second input is for our username. So right here in the card content, but underneath the div, let's create another div, and let's give this div again a class name of grid and a gap y of 2. Now this input will be, could you say special? I guess you could say that, because what I want to do is show on the left side like calmarshall.com/ so that the user understands that he will create right here a username. So what we have to do is again go back, and inside of here, inside of this div, let me now first of all create a label. So let's get the label, and for the label let me just say user name, and then underneath the label I want to now create the special input. So we'll have to use another div, and for this div let's give it a class name of flex, and let's give it a rounding of rounded MD. Then in the div, we will now have two things. We will have the input itself. So right here on the right side, we will have an input. And on the left side, I want to have a span. To show it to you again, what we'll have at the end of the day is on the left side right here, we will just say calmarshall.com/ let me make it a bit smaller, so right here small. This is what will be shown. This will be like this little span which we'll have. And then right here, right next to this span, we will have an input where we will say, I don't know, test 1, 2, 3. This would be now your username. So this is what I want to render in this example. And all of this will be, of course, inside of this one div, which we just gave a class name of flex and rounded MD. So these two items are rendered in one div. So let's again go back, and then in this div, let me now give it a span element, and let's just say calmarshall.com and / at the end. Let me also style the span, so let me give it a class name, and this will be first of all inline of flex, then let's do an items of center, let me do a padding x of 3, let me also do a rounded of left of MD, that means on the left side. If you would just say rounded of MD, it would give you rounding on all corners, but I only want to have rounding on the left side. Then let me also do a border. Let's do a border right of 0, because I don't want to have a border on the right side. Let's also say a border of muted, so the color. Let's say a BG of muted, a background color which is like grayish. And let's also say text of small, and let's give it a text of muted foreground, so the color of the text will be a light gray. If you now again go back to our website, you will now see the span right here. So this is how it looks like. Currently, it does not look very good, but using our input in a second, it will look already 10 times better. So we can go now underneath the span, but still in the div, and we can get our input, which is already imported. This is self-closing, and we can also get a placeholder, and I will just say example user 1, something like that. Let me also give this input a class name, and let's say rounded of -l none. This means on the left side, we won't have any rounding. So right here, where do we have it? Let me spell this correctly, rounded of L none. So yes, again, as I said, on the left side, there won't be any rounding. Let's again go back, and now you see, great, this looks as it should. What's now the last thing which we are missing? Well, we are missing a submit button. So let's go to the bottom, and what we have to do is go underneath the card content. Let me get the card footer from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to render a submit button. So what we can do for now is just get our button component from the components, and I can just say right here, submit. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you have this button right here. One thing which I might change is maybe let's give it a class name of wfull. So for the button, let's give it a class name of wfull. If you save that and go back, you now see the button takes the whole width, and this looks quite good. So now we have our form right here. So we have this card with our form. Nevertheless, currently this form does not work, because if I click submit, so you hear my mouse right here, nothing happens. So what we have to do now is first of all, wrap all of this in a form, and we have to somehow create the mutation. So let's first of all create a form. To do that, it's relatively simple. You want to wrap this card footer and also the card content. So all of this, you want to wrap this in a form. So let's get a form, let's delete the action, and let me again paste the card content and card footer. So now we have a form. This means if you again go back and click on submit, we now do a get request. Okay, we are already coming somewhere, or we are going somewhere, I guess. And here comes now the next step, and that's to make a post request work. We want to somehow store this data inside of our database. So how do we do that? Well, the first thing we have to do is update our Prisma schema because currently there's no way to store a username. So let me go back, let's close all of this, let's open our schema.prisma, and inside of here we will now have the model user. Now for this model user, what we have to do is create right here a new field. And what field do we need? Well, it's quite simple. This is the username. So underneath right here, let's say underneath the image, we can now get a user name, and this will be of type string. Now it's very, very important that you add one key letter right here, and that's the question mark, because the question mark tells Prisma right here that this username does not have to be defined and the initial, let's call it render if you want to call it like that. So whenever we create a new user, the username does not have to be defined at the start. Nevertheless, later on, we will then redirect the user to the onboarding route to create the username. Also, one thing which is very important right here is to mark this as @unique, because this username is unique for the application level, and with this @unique class, if you want to call it like that, I make sure that everything is unique. And also one thing which I forgot to mention right here is that you want to also get a extension. So as you see, currently I have like this syntax highlighting. If you want to get that also, you install right here the Prisma extension. This is this one right here. It does for you auto formatting and also right here this syntax highlighting. Okay, so now we have done that. We now have our username and we also have our name, which means we can now sync our Prisma schema with our database. As you know, whenever you do a schema change, you have to always, and I mean always, stop your dev server. So let me stop the dev server, let's clear that, and let's do a npx prisma db of push. This will now sync our database with Prisma. This will take a second, and then we should see a message. Right here you currently don't see a message. It says there might be data loss, a unique constraint, has been added. If there are existing duplicate values, this will fail. We don't have duplicate values, so we can say yes, and then everything will be fine. So right here you now see our database is in sync. Great, let's close that, let's close this. And now we have to create the mutation. Alright, and now to do the mutation, you have honestly two options. Option number one, you create a server action. So right here for our auth modal, we have right here created a inline server action. So we mark this right here as use server, and then all of the code which runs inside of there runs on the server side. Or another option which you have is to create a route handler. So right here in our API folder, we created a route handler, and a route handler is just a different word for an API route. And if you want to know when to use what, so when to use a server action and when to use a route handler, then I would recommend you to become a channel member, because I've created a video on that where I talked about the pros and cons of both and what use case should use what method. So when you should use a route handler and when you should use a server action. But now to create the mutation for our right here form, so for our username and also for our full name, we will right here use Next.js server actions. So to create a server action, as you already know, we could do that either using the inline way, as we did in the auth modal. So this is the inline server action. Or as I already also mentioned, we can create one separate file where we store all of our server actions. So in the app folder, we can right here create a new actions.ts file, and this file will store all of our server actions. So the first thing we have to do right here is mark this as use server, because as already mentioned, whenever you want to create a server action, the top of the file or the code has to be marked as use server. And now inside of here, we can just create our standard export async functions, and these will run on the server, which will make them server actions. Okay, so we have now understood that, and let's now create our server action. So let's right here just do a export async function. Let's call it onboarding action. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, the code is relatively simple. All we want to do is to do the mutation, and we do that with Prisma. So we can do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. And now it's very important that you import Prisma from your DB file, not from Prisma client. So let's import that. Let's do .user and .update. So whenever you want to update a specific user, as we do right now, you have to pass what user you want to update. In that case, you have to right here say, I want to update a user where, so right here you have the where statement, and now you have to find a unique identifier. Our unique identifier is the ID, so that means we can update the user where the ID matches the ID which we pass. Now the question comes, how do we get the ID of the user? Well, again, we have created a hook for that. We have the hook, which is the require user hook, and we can use this hook to get the ID of the user whose session is currently valid. So above the constant data, we can say constant user, and this will be equal to await require user. This is imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke that, and now right here, this user object has our ID. So we can pass right here a user.user, or let's rename it to session. So let's say session, and then the ID will be equal to the session.user.id. We now told Prisma, hey, I want to update a user where the ID matches. And what do I want to update? Well, I want to update the data. So let's get our data right here. Let's open that. And I want to update the user name. And I want to also update the name itself. For the username, let me just give it a string for now. And for the name right here, let me again just give it a string. So now the question comes. We have to somehow get our form data right here and pass it. How do you get form data? Well, it's relatively simple with server actions. Right here through the params, we can get our form data. One thing you will see now right here is that we get an error, and that's because React, or not React, but TypeScript does not know what type form data is. And form data is of type form data. Who would have thought? So now we have our form data, which means we can get all of our data right here inside of our onboarding route. So right here we have our inputs, and we can now get that through the form data. But here comes another issue. When you use form data, it's not type safe. So right now I could say, like, I don't know, let's go underneath that. So I could right here say, hey, I want to get the form data. So let's say form data dot get, and I want to get right here the username. The issue with that is that this here is not type safe. So if I would right here misspell username because I typed too many n's, then this wouldn't work, and that's not what you want. So you want to make your data type safe. So how do you do that? Well, you use a library, a server validation library, which validates the data for you so that you make sure that everything is safe, but also type safe. And for that, we will use two things. First of all, what we'll need is Zod. Zod is a TypeScript schema validation library. So this is the website, zod.dev. And as they say, TypeScript first schema validation. And that's what we'll use to create our schema. And then later on, we will use a form library, which is called conform. So conform.guide. And conform is a form library. So we will use Zod to create the schema, and we will use conform to do the validation on the server side and also on the client side. So let's right here read a bit through conform. So conform is a type-safe form validation library utilizing web fundamentals to progressively enhance HTML forms with full support for server frameworks like Remix or Next.js. A few features right here include progressive enhancement, type-safe fields, fine-grained subscriptions, and many more things. So we will use conform plus Zod, and with that we will create a perfect, or not use case, how would you say it? With that, we create a perfect experience for the user, both on the server side and the client side. Because server-side validation is very important, because a lot of people will try to attack your website, and you want to make sure that the data on the server side is safe. So let me first of all install Zod. To do that, let's go back to the project. Let's open the terminal. Let's clear everything. And let's do an npm I Zod. This will install Zod. And then I want to also install Conform. So let's go to the tutorial right here. And right here, we now have this installation script. This will install Conform to React and Conform to Zod. So let's copy this installation command. Let's go back. Let's open the terminal and let's paste it inside of here. So now we have installed Zod and we have also installed Conform, which is great. This means we are now done with that. And what I want to do now is create a Zod schema, which we can use to then validate on the server side. To create a Zod schema, we will create not a library, but a new file. So let's go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and inside of here, let's create a Zod schemas.ts file. So this Zod schemas file will store all of our Zod schemas. Who would have thought? So let's create our first schema. This will be the onboarding schema. So let's do an export constant. This will be called onboarding schema. And then this is equal to z.object. Now, as you currently see, z does not import, and z is like the short form for Zod. So on the top right here, you can do an import, and that's the structured, and I want to get z or z from Zod. So let's get that, and now we can use that to create our Zod schema. So let's right here do a z.object, let's invoke it, let's open that, and inside of here, we have to now pass our fields. And we have two fields. We have a username and a full name. And inside of here, let's first of all create our full name. And now for the full name, what we have to do is tell Zod what type it is. And you can probably answer this yourself if you go back. What type is full name? Is it type of number or is it type of some weird characters? No, it's type of string. This means full name is of type z.string. Let's invoke it. And let's do further validation. Let's say .min of 3. This means a minimum length of 3 characters. And let's do .max. So let's get .max and let's say 150. So a minimum length of 3 characters and a maximum length of 150 characters. So we have now created the full name. Let's now also create our username. This will be also of z.string. Let's invoke that. Let's do a .min. This will be of 3 characters. And let's do a .max. And this will be 150 characters. But we are still not done with the username because now there's one more important thing. We have to add a regex because the username is quite important and we don't want to allow the user to create white spaces. So as you currently see, I create white spaces. I don't want that. I want the user to be only allowed to enter letters, numbers, and hyphens. This means this, or right here these dashes. That's all that I want to allow. So we will create a regex. So what we can do is go back and then for the username, let's do a .regex. Let's invoke that. And now we have to pass the regex. Now regex is quite complicated. So let's first of all write it and then I will explain it. So it starts off with a slash, then we have this uptick. Then let's use these array brackets right here. In the array brackets, let me get A-Z, so from A to Z. Then let's continue. Let's right here say uppercase A, also dash Z. This is all uppercase. Then let's get a 0 up to 9, so 0-9. And then after the 9, let's do another right here dash. And then after this array bracket, let me get a plus, let's do a $sign, and let's do again a slash. So this is the regex right here. And then what we can do also at the end of that is add a comma, open a object, and right here we can now pass a error message. For the message, I will just say username can only contain, let's say, letters, numbers, and dashes. Let me now explain this regex. So this regex is there to, at the end of the day, match only the numbers. So we want to only get letters, numbers, and dashes. So this right here at the start, the slash is always needed. This is to start a regex, and the slash at the end is to end a regex. Then at the start, we have right here this, how would you call it? I will call it an uptick. This just means this is the start of the string or the beginning. Then we have these array brackets with the A to Z, then uppercase A to Z, and 0 to 9. This right here says that we want to allow the user to input lowercase letters, uppercase letters, numbers from 0 to 9, and then also hyphens, so right here these dashes. And then at the end, we end all of this with a plus and a $sign. This plus right here means that at the end of the day, the string must contain at least one valid character, and the $sign at the end anchors the match to the end of the string. So this is the regex at the end of the day. So I hope you understand that. So since we have now created that, I think we can now use right here this sort schema to use it for our server-side validation and to make our data type safe. So what you can do is go above this constant data, and to use this right here, or to now validate our data on the server side, we have to now use conform. So conform is the form library. And what we have to do is validate our form data against our Zod schema. So what we can do right here is a constant, not this right here, but underneath the constant session, we can right here say constant submission, and this will be equal to pass with Zod. As you see, it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. On top, let me do a import. Let's the structured, and this will be from, and then let's say string at conform to Zod. And then right here, where the structured, I can now get this pass with Zod helper. So let's now get my pass with Zod. So right here, pass with Zod. Let's invoke it. As an argument, I have to pass my form data right here. Then let's add a comma, open an object, and I have to pass my schema against which I want to validate. So the schema, we called it right here onboarding schema. So let's get that and paste it right here. Let's import our onboarding schema. Currently, I get an error for the form data. That's because I misspelled it right here. So form data, and then I can pass it as an argument right here. So now we have validated, or what we do right here is now check our form data against our Zod schema. And what I want to do now is a if check, because the result of the submission could be either successful or it could be failed. So underneath the constant submission, you can do a if check, and we can say, hey, if the submission.status is not equal to success, so if this is not true, then what we want to do is return the error messages. So let's try to do a return, and I want to return my submission.reply. So let me again try to explain what we did. First of all, we want to use this pass with Zod helper. This is there to validate our form data against our Zod schema. This submission can now have two results. Either it was successful or it was not successful. It has errored for some case. If it was not successful, as it is right here, we return the error messages. So at the end of the day, we want to display like these p tags, and with that we then show, hey, this field hasn't been inputted correctly, or this or that. This is what we do right here. And now, after this if check, we know that this data, which we get right here, is validated and safe to use. So what we can do now is for our username, we can give it a submission, then .value and .username. And for the name, instead of pasting the string, we can get our submission.value.full name. Alright, this is great. We have now done server-side validation. This means if the user would try to submit this form, we will do a validation on the server side. But what I want to do now is also do client-side validation, because there are two things. Right here, this return.submission.reply, we have to get these error messages right here for the page.tsx. We currently don't do that. And also, I want to do client-side validation. So now there are two things which we have to do in one page. We have to get the data from the server side right here, and we have to do client-side validation. That's what we'll do. And after this is done, we will do the mutation itself. So we'll add an action to our form and everything like that. So for this page.tsx, it's relatively simple to get started. And now the first thing we want to do right here is first of all get the data from the server side. And now to get the data from the server, we have to use a hook provided by React. Now, this hook is called useFormStatus, or if you use React 19, then it's called useActionState. So as you see right here, in earlier React Canary versions, this API was part of React DOM and called useFormState. So if you open your package.json and if you use right here, where do we have it? React 18. If you use React 18, then the hook which we'll use is called useFormState. If you use React 19 or React 18 Canary, then this hook will be called useActionState. Both do the same thing, it's just a naming change. And now what exactly is this useFormState, or in other words, useActionState hook? Well, this hook is there to get data from your server action. So if you open your actions file again, so we have it right here, you see we return submission.reply. So we return the errors, or in other words, the fields which didn't get filled out. And using this useFormState, or in other words, using the useActionState hook, we get this data inside of our page. So yeah, let's now get that. So to initialize this hook, what we have to do is a constant. Then let's use these array brackets right here. Inside of here, we will get a last result, and we will also get a action. And this will be equal to useFormState. Now again, if you use React 19, then this is called useActionState. And if you use React 18 with Next.js 14, then you have to import right here useFormState. This is also imported right here from React DOM, and now we can use it. So let's invoke it, and as an argument, or in other words now right here, I have to pass two arguments. First of all, the server action. We named the server action onboarding action. So let's pass it right here. Let's import it from the actions, and then we also have to pass a initial state, and this will be undefined. Now, if you want to learn more about the useFormState hook and the useActionState hook, then I recommend you guys this doc right here, or the documentation. It goes quite deep into this hook, and you will learn a lot about it. I will probably create a video in the future about this hook, but again, if you want to learn more, please head over to the documentation to learn more. But the short, let's say, summary of this hook is that using this hook, I can get data from my server action. That means I can get the result from my server action, and then I can do with it whatever I want. I can show error messages, success messages, whatever I return. So we're still not done. You see we are currently getting an error for the server action. Why do we get an error? Well, it's quite simple. For the action right here, we have to provide a previous state. So right here in the params, let me get a previous state, and this will be of type any. If I save this and go back, you now see this error is gone. And again, if you want to know why we right here pass a previous state, go to the documentation. Right here you will see when the form is submitted, the action function that you provide will be called. Its return value will become the new current state. So in other words, right here, our previous state after we submit our form will become the new initial, or in other words, current state. So this is now done. Let's now go back to the page.tsx, and what we have to do now is also implement conform and then combine conform right here with this useFormState hook. So I want to get the data from the server and then use that with conform. So let's try to do a constant. Let's again get these array brackets. Let me get my form. Let me get my fields, and then this will be equal to useForm. UseForm does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. Let's do right here on top import. Let's the structured, and this will be from at conform to React. And then right here write the structured. What I want to get is right here my useForm hook. So now we have that. We can now right here invoke it, or let me first of all spell it correctly, useForm. Let's invoke it and let's open that. So inside of here, I have to now pass a few things. So first of all, I want to sync the result of the last submission. That means, in other words, that I have to pass my last result right here, which we get using this hook. Then what we also want to do is now validate the data on the client side. That means we can use this onValidate right here callback function. Let's invoke that. Let's destructure it. Let's get the form data, and then let's open that. Inside of here, as I already said, this function now runs on the client side, which means I want to validate my form data against my schema on the client side. So what we do right here is a return pass with Zod. This is imported from conform to Zod. Let's invoke it. Let's pass our form data as an argument. let's add a comma, open an object, and I want to now validate this form data against my Zod schema. And the Zod schema is called onboarding schema. So essentially what we did right here is the same code as in our server action. So we validated right here our form data against our Zod schema on the server side, and now we do the same on the client side. So that's all that we did, nothing really new. And then what else do we have to do? We have to add two more properties, and that's first of all the should validate property. This will be right here equal to on blur, and then we have the should revalidate, and this will be equal to on input. This just means that the form should be validated whenever a event is triggered. So whenever the user types, it's fine, and when the user clicks out of the input, we validate that. And once the user again types, we again revalidate that. So on blur means whenever we go out of the input, and we validate again once the user again inputs something inside of the input. So I hope this makes sense. So we have an input, the user types something, we don't validate that. Once the user goes out of the input, so he types or he clicks out of it, then we validate it because it's on blur. And once the user again types something in the input, we again revalidate. So that's what these two properties are. They are very important and you have to add them. So now this is done, which is great. And what we have to do now is combine our form with conform. So for the form, we have to add a few things. First of all, we have to add an ID, and this ID will be equal to the form.id. Then we will have a onSubmit. This onSubmit is equal to the form.onSubmit. And then we also have an action, and this action is equal to our action. So again, we get our action right here using the useForm state hook. So let me go back and let's add it right here. Now there's one more thing which we need, and that's a property which is called noValidate. And now we are done and we have set up our form. So our form is now not combined, but it's now connected to conform. And now we have to also connect our input with conform so that we can then get our error messages. So for the input right here, we have to get a name, and this name will be equal to our fields, then dot, I want to get my full name, dot name. Then we also have a default value, and this default value is equal to our fields, so fields dot full name dot initial value. And we also have a key, and this key is equal to our fields, then we have our full name and then dot key. So that's all it is. We have to pass a name, a default value and a key, and now we have connected our input to conform. Let's now also do the same for our what do we have, our username. Let's also do it right here. So let's give it right here a name. This will be equal to our fields, then dot username and then dot name. Then we also have a key. This is equal to the fields, then dot username and dot key. And the last thing which we have is our default value, and this is our fields, or it's equal to our fields, not this, but the fields dot username dot initial value. So now this is done. This is great. And if you now go back to our website, so let me go right here, and if I do a hard refresh, you see my dev server is not running. So what I'll do right now is restart my dev server. So npm run dev. Let me go back. Let's do a hard refresh. This will refresh right here, and you will see that, yeah, we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it's quite simple. We have an error because right here it says you are importing a component that needs useForm state. It only works in a client component, but none of its parents are marked with useClient. So again, if you didn't know, this useForm state hook relies on a JavaScript bundle. This right here is a server component. This means no JavaScript is sent over when it's rendered. But the useForm state hook needs JavaScript. So what we have to do is mark this as useClient, and if I do that, this error is gone. And useClient does not mean that we now render this component on the client side. It's still pre-rendered on the server. It just means that we get a JavaScript bundle. But what you'll realize now is, even though that we have connected our form to conform, we will not get any error messages. So if I write something right here, just one letter, and click out of it, so it should now validate, you see we don't have an error message, and this shouldn't happen. So we have to now display that. And to do that, it's relatively simple. What we can do is go right here underneath the input, but still in the div. Let's render a p tag. And I want to get right here my fields. So fields dot, then full name, and then errors. Let's get that and let's style that. So let's do a class name of text red 500 and text of small. If you now save that and go back, you now see the error message and this looks quite good. Let's now also do the same right here for our username. So let me copy the p tag. Let's go to the username. Let's go underneath right here this div. So we have this div which wraps our span and input. Let's go underneath that and let's paste our p tag. And instead of right here showing the error for the full name, let's get the username. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you see if I type one letter and again go back, it says string must contain at least 3 characters. If I do a space, you now see string must contain at least 3 characters. Username can only contain letters, numbers, la la la. So if I write a few more letters, you now see username can only contain letters, numbers, and right here, this is a dash. So you see the validation right here works, the server-side validation, the client-side validation both work, and we also see that we show error messages, which is great. So what do we do now? Let's see. This looks good. Before we now do the mutation, there's one more thing which I want to do, and that's for our button. So if I would now submit this form, if I would click this button, we wouldn't have a loading state, and this is not what I want. And as you already know, we have created a component, which is the submit buttons component. And in this component, in this page, whatever you want to call it, we rendered a component for the Google Auth button and also a component for the GitHub Auth button. And now I want to create a general submit button, which shows a button when it's not pending. So it will just say, hey, submit. And if it is pending, I want to again show a loader and then please wait. So that's what I want to create right here. And that's what we'll do right now. So what we have to do is first of all create a new function. So let me go above the Google Auth button. I want to do it at the top. And let me just say export constant. Let's say submit button. Let's do it here uppercase. Let's invoke it. And then let me just open that. And also this shouldn't be export const, but export function. I don't know why I wrote that. And what do we get inside of here? Well, we have to get the pending state. So let's do a constant. That's the structured. And then this is equal to use form status. Let's invoke that. And I want to get the pending state right here. So we now have the pending state, and now let's render the button. So let's do a return statement, let's render the empty tags, and let's do a ternary. So if pending is true, let's right here use a question mark, and let me just return a button component. If pending is not true, then let's use a colon, and let's right here return again a button component. And now the question comes, what do I render in this button? Do I say submit, or do I say save, or what do I say? And this is interesting because I don't want to render just one text, I want to make the text dynamic. So I want to pass right here the text as a property. That means if I use the submit button in some different page where I want to have a different text, so that I can then change it dynamically. So what we'll do is create an interface. So on the top, let's just do a interface. So interface, let me spell that correctly, app props, that's how I will call it. Let's open that. And what properties do I want to get? Well, as I already said, the first thing will be the text. The text will be of type string, and this is what I render for the button when we are not rendering. So let me pass right here my text. This is dynamic, as already said, and now this has been added. Now currently you see we get an error. That's because we can't find the name text. I have to get it through the params, so that's the structured, and this will be of type app props. Then where I destructured, I can get the text. So now we have passed our text, which is dynamic. And what else do we need? Well, this button will be a type, and this will be submit. That's the first thing. Then I want to also give it a variant, and the variant should be also dynamic. So if you hover over variant, you see all of the types. The type is, for example, default or destructive, outline, secondary, ghost, link, null, or undefined. So what you can do is copy this, all of this, variant, question mark, and then all of that. Let's copy that and let's also paste it to the interface. Let's paste it right here. And now you will see that this is optional. So if I don't provide a variant, then the default one will be default. Who would have thought? So this will be this blue background color. Then for our params, again, I can get it right here, our variant. And then for the button, I can pass it in variant of variant. And what else are we missing? For now, I don't think we are missing anything. Then for the button, when we are pending, let me also pass a few things. First of all, this should be disabled. Then let's give it a variant. For the variant, I want to do outline. Then right here for the value, I want to get an icon. This will be the loader2 icon. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name of size, which will be 4, and margin right of 2, and animate of spin. This means when we render this button, it will have this size, so width of 4, height of 4, and it will spin. And let me also right here say, please wait. And now this is already all. So we have a button of disabled, variant of outline. Am I missing anything? Well, we could also add right here a class name, which is dynamic. Maybe the user wants to have a button which is width or full, because the default is always width or fit. So what we can do is go right here again to the interface, and then we can get a class name. Then this is again optional, so let's add a question mark, and this will be of type string. So again, let me try to explain why we add a class name. So the default of a button is always W or fit, so it won't take the whole width. But for this page right here, for this form, I want that the button takes the whole width. So we have to add right here a class name so that the user can say, hey, maybe, or not the user, that we can say, hey, the button should take width or full. So yeah, let's use that now. Let's get it right here through the params. Let's get the class name. And then right here for the button, we can now add a class name. How do I now make sure that the default is W or fit, but when I add something that it gets overwritten? Well, you can use the CN helper, which is imported from the utils. So let's import that and then let's invoke it. And inside of here, we can say the default is W or fit. And after that, we can add a comma, and this will be our class name. So if the user does not provide a class name, this will be W or fit. And if the user says for the class name W or full, then we will overwrite W or fit. Let's also do the same for the button if it's pending. So let's copy this class name and let's add it right here. So now we are done with that. We have added everything, and now we can use this button. So let's copy the submit button. Let's go to the page. Let's delete this button. Let's import our submit button component from our components. This is self-closing, and now we get an error. That's because we have to pass right here the property text. It's required, because if you go to the submit buttons, you see the text is required, but the variant and the class name are optional. So let me pass a text, and for the text, let's just say, what did we say? I already forgot. Let's just say submit. I think this is quite universal. So submit, yes, let's go back to the page. And yeah, this looks all right. But instead of now taking the whole width, it just takes again W or fit. So what we have to do is add a class name right here, again our property, and this will be W or full. So now we can make our mutation work, and before we do that, there's one more thing. So currently we don't validate that the username is unique, and this is not what you want to do, because you want to validate that the username is unique, and if not, you want to show an error message which says, hey, your username is not unique, please choose a new one, or something like that. So how do you do that with conform? Because it's not as simple as you would think. So instead of now just having this onboarding schema, we have to now create another, you could almost say already, function, which will check if this username which the user inputted is unique. So underneath this onboarding schema, what we'll do is create a export function. So let's do export function. Let's call it onboarding schema. So let me spell this correctly. Onboarding schema validation. Let's invoke this and then let me just open that. Now right here in the params, I want to get something which are the options. This is not required, so this is optional. Let's add a question mark, and we have to give these options a type, because currently if you hover over options, it's of type any, and that's not what you want. So let me open right here a object. Let's open that, and options will be a type of is username unique, and is username unique will just be right here a promise. So this will return to a promise, and this promise can have two results. It could be either true or false. And what is true and what is false? Well, it's a Boolean. So let me get a Boolean and let's close that. Okay, what did we just do here? Well, we have created first of all a function, which is the onboarding schema validation. This onboarding schema validation has a param which we can get, and that's the options. Options, if you don't provide anything, has a type of any, and that's not what you want. So we specify that options right here is a promise. This means is username unique is a promise which runs, and this results in a Boolean. This means we will get a result which will be either true or false. Our username could be either unique or it could be already used. And if it's true, then we will just say, hey, everything is fine. And if not, we will return an error message where we will say, hey, user, you know what, maybe you should choose a different username. So yeah, that's what we do. What we can do now is open this object right here, or not this object, but the function. And the thing that we have to do right here is pretty much the same as with the onboarding schema. What we have to do right here is a return, then z.object. Let's invoke that and let's open that. So inside of here, the first thing which we'll have is the username. So let me just copy that from the onboarding schema. Let's paste it inside of here. But instead of now leaving it like that, we have to now also convert it a bit, because we have to now run it asynchronously so that we can fetch the data from the server and check if it's really valid or if the username is really unique. So after this regex, we will run a dot pipe. What is a dot pipe? Well, pipe means that the schema will only run if the email or if the username is valid. Then let's open that. Inside of here, what we'll have is a z.string. Then let's invoke it. Let's do a dot super refine. Let's again right here open that, so invoke that. Inside of here, we'll get two arguments, a underscore and a ctx. And then this is just a arrow function. Let's open that. And now you will ask me, what did we just do here? So let me try to explain it. So this z.string.superRefine allows us to add custom validation logic. And what I want to check inside of here is if right here this username function or this is username unique promise has been added or has been used. So to show it to you, what we do right here is an if check, and we say, hey, so let's invoke that if type of right here options, then dot is username unique. If this right here is not equal to a function, so let's get a function, then this means something is not right. So we can just open that, and what we'll do is a ctx, so context, dot add issue. Now what is a ctx? Also really quick. So a ctx is a context object, and this just allows us to throw validation errors. And now we want to add a issue right here, an error, as already said. So we can invoke this and then open that. So we first of all have a code. The code is custom. Then we have a message. For the message, this is equal to conform Zod message dot validation undefined, because again, this function is not defined, it's undefined, and that's not what we want. And then also we have the fatal Boolean, and this is true because this is a fatal method. This shouldn't happen. And then at the end, after this context.add issue, we can just return that. So this has been now done. This is good. So if this function right here is username unique hasn't been added, then we have a problem and we throw right here. And now since we validate right here that we have a function, so this where do we have it is username function. So we validate that we have it, and since we now know that we have it after this step, we can now really check if the username is unique. So underneath this bracket with the if check, we can right here just do a return. Then let's get our options dot is username unique. Then let's invoke it, and then let's do dot then let's invoke it. Right here I will now get a param which is unique. So let's get is unique, and then let me just open a standard arrow function. So this is unique right here is a boolean, as you see, because again right here in our options or in our params we said that the promise results in a boolean, which means it's either true or false, and now this is unique is the boolean. So what we can do right here is an if check, and we can say, hey, if right here is unique is not true, so exclamation mark is unique. If this is not true, then we can do a ctx, again context object dot add issue. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and I want to pass a code. This code is custom, and we have to pass a message. And for the message you can say whatever you want. We will just say username is already used. You could also say, I don't know, create a new username, try something else, whatever you want. But this message is there to show, hey, this username is already used, create a different one. Okay, so this is our custom logic to make sure that the username is unique, and that's also what we use to validate it on the server side. So yeah, this is good. We have now our username. Now we also have to pass right here our full name. So let me copy it from this schema and let me just pass it underneath the username. So that's right here. Let me add the comma again, and now we are done with that. So we now have this function, this onboarding schema validation, and this now means we can use it in the server action. To use it in the server action, let me go to the actions file, and we have to write right here this pass with Zod a bit differently. So what I'll do for now is just delete it, and we'll write it from scratch. So let's do a constant submission. This will be equal to await pass with Zod. Then let's invoke that. Let's get our form data. Let's add a comma, open that, and I have to pass a schema. And now instead of passing our onboarding schema, we want to again right here pass this function. So this onboarding schema validation. Let me copy that. Let me paste it for the schema. And let's also of course import that from our Zod schemas. Inside of here, we have to invoke it, open an object inside of there, and this is now asynchronous. So we have to do right here an async. So let's say async is username unique. Let's invoke that, and let's open this function right here. And inside of here, what I want to now do is check if this username is unique or not. So what you can do is a constant existing username, and this will be equal to await prisma dot user dot find unique. And I want to find a user where right here the username, so let's get the username, matches our username. So let's get our form data dot get, and I want to get the username. So this right here has to match the Zod schema. So go to your Zod schema, copy the username, and paste it inside of here. Let's also mark this right here at the end as string, and now we do our Prisma call. So we right here fetch it, and we check if the username already exists, or in other words, we try to fetch a user where the username matches the username which we provide in our form data. And now the result from this Prisma query could be either, hey, we have a username which already exists, or no, this username is not taken. So what we can do right here is a return exclamation mark existing username. Now you might ask me, hey Jan, what is this exclamation mark? Well, it's a logical not, and it's used in TypeScript. And with that, we just, how would you say it? We just invert the Boolean value. So if existing username is true, we will return false. If it's false, we will return true. So it does like an invert, if you understand what I mean. And now this has been done. We have now returned that. And the last thing we have to say is that this right here is asynchronous, because currently you see this await says await has no effect on this type of expression. So at the end, we have to just mark this right here as async, and async is a Boolean, and this is true. And if I save this, now you see we don't have any problems anymore. So yeah, what do you think? Should we now try it out? Well, I think we should. So what we can do is first of all open our Prisma schema in a second tab. So let me open a new terminal tab. Inside of this terminal tab, let's do a npx Prisma Studio. This will now open a localhost right here. Localhost, what is it? 5000. And inside of here, we now have a user, or we have two users. I won't show you right here the user email because that's not important. But what you should see is that the username is null. So both users currently don't have a username, which means that in theory, we have unlimited usernames. We can create whatever we want. And what I'll do right now is to try to test out this mutation. So let me do a hard refresh on the onboarding route. Let's say Jan Marshall. Let's click tab. And for the username, Jan Marshall. Let me click on submit. We have a loading state and let's see. Well, nothing happened, but that's okay because in the server action, we didn't do anything. We didn't redirect the user or anything, and that's why nothing happened right here. But if I go to my Prisma schema and do a hard refresh, I should now see some data. And what do you see right here? Well, we have now a username which says Jan Marshall. This is the username which I've created. Great, this works as it should. But instead of now leaving it as it is, I want to redirect the user back to the dashboard. So let me right here just do a return redirect. So let's do return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation. Let's invoke it. And as an param or as an argument, let's say /dashboard. Let's save that. And now let's again go back to the dashboard route. So this now loads everything. Let's see. And yes, this is great. So what I've done now is I have logged in with a different account, as you see right here. So my profile image has changed. And the thing is now, if you open my Prisma schema, or not Prisma schema, but if you open my Prisma Studio right here, let's open that. You will see that this user does not have a username. And of course, this is not what we want. And how can we change that? Or in other words, what do I want to do? Well, it's relatively simple. In the dashboard layout, so let me open the dashboard layout, inside of here, we right now fetch our user session. And what I want to do inside of here is fetch, I want to fetch the user and I want to check if the user has inputted a username. If it's true, then I won't do anything. If it's not true, if the user does not or hasn't inputted a username, or in other words, if the user does not have a username, then I want to redirect the user to this onboarding route. So what we'll do inside of this page is we'll first of all fetch the user data, then we'll do an if check, and if we don't have data or if we don't have a username, then I will quite simply redirect the user to this onboarding route. So to fetch our user data, we will have to create a async function on top. So let's say async function, so this is in the dashboard layout, async function get data, let's invoke it, and then let's open that. So inside of here, I want to fetch user data from Prisma. So what we'll do is a constant data, and this is equal to await Prisma. So let's say right here, await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder, .user.find unique. Now, as you know, when I want to find a unique user with Prisma, I have to add a where statement. And I want to find a unique user where the ID matches the ID which I pass. Now, how do I get the user ID? Well, as you know, we right here already use our hook, which is the require user hook. Inside of the session, we get the ID. How do I now pass this ID to our async function? Well, I can get it through the params. So we can say, hey, I want to get the user ID, and this is of type string. Then I can get this user ID now and pass it for the ID. So I want to find a user in my Prisma database, or not in a Prisma database, but in the Supabase database where the ID matches the user ID which I provide. And what do I want to get from here? Well, let's do a select statement, and I want to get the user name. So let's set this to true. And now, since we have our data, we can now do a if check. And I want to say, hey, if right here, so let's do an if check. If we don't have data.username, you do that with this exclamation mark. If we don't have that, let's open that and let's do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and I want to redirect the user to /onboarding. Let's save that. And at the end of that, I want to just return my data. So return data. What do I want to do now? Well, we have to now call this async function getData right here from our layout. So underneath our constant session, I can now do a constant data, and this is equal to await getData. We will now get an error, and the error is right here, expected one argument but got 0. Not what we want. So how can we fix that? What is the argument? Well, the argument is the user ID. So what we can pass right here is the session.user.id. Again, this is what we get right here. Let's mark this as string. And if you now go to our page right here, you will see we got automatically redirected to onboarding. If I again try to reach our dashboard, so let's click enter, you will see I will get redirected to onboarding, and that's because I haven't created a username. Alright, this works great. Let's now also test out if the user validation works. So for the name, I will just say Jan Marshall 2. And then for the username, I will again say Jan Marshall. So if you can remember, I have already used this username, which means it shouldn't allow me to use that right here. So let me click on submit. We have a loading state right here, and it says username is already used. Great. So our unique username validation works as it should. That's what we wanted. So let me now just say Jan Marshall 2, and let me click on submit. We have our loading state, and now we should get redirected to our dashboard. And that's exactly what happened. Alright friends, so we have now created our onboarding route to create the username and also to create the full name. And now we have to create our second onboarding route, because if you can remember from our workflow chart right here, you will see that we'll create a onboarding route, first of all to authenticate the user using Auth.js, but then also we'll create a second onboarding route for Nylas to connect with our calendar. And that's what we want to do right now. So let me go right here again to VS Code, and inside of here, let's go to the onboarding folder, and inside of here, I will create a child folder. So I will name the child folder grant-id, and inside of here, let me create a page.tsx. So since this is in route, let me do a export default function. Let's call it onboarding route 2. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. So as already said, this route will be there to authenticate with Nylas to get our grant ID and grant email to later on, so that we are later on able to do all of the API requests, so to get the data from the calendar and to create the events. So we have to authenticate with Nylas to then get the grant ID and also the grant email. So let me do a return statement, and let's for now return a div with an h1, and let's say right here, hello from this page. Let's save that. And if I now go back, we can reach it by going to onboarding or /onboarding and then /grant-id. This is this route. It says hello from this page. So as you already know, I will create a card component, and I want to again center the card component in the middle. So let me return a div. Let's give this div a class name. Let's start with minimum height of screen. This means a minimum height of 100 viewport height, and this corresponds to about 100%. Then let's do W of screen. This is again width of 100 viewport width, which corresponds to about 100%. And then let's do a flex items of center and justify of center to center everything in the middle. Then inside of here, let me get my card component from my components, and inside of the card, as you know, we will render a card header. Let's get that from the components. Let's render a card title, again imported from the components. And for the card title, let me say you are almost done! Exclamation mark. Alright, we now have the card title. Let me also render the card description imported from the components. And let me say we have to now connect your calendar to your account. And let's do a dot. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see right here this card with the card title and card description. And if you can remember from the demo, I want to now render right here a GIF. So let me import this GIF from the top, and let's do an import. How will we call it? Let's say video GIF, then this will be from @/public and then slash right here work is almost over happy.gif. And to render it, let me go underneath the card description, but still in the card header because I want to have the padding. And inside of here, let me render my image component. This is imported from Next/image. This is self-closing. And for the source, this will be our video GIF. Then, of course, we have to also provide an alt. For the alt, I will just say almost finished GIF. And let's also give it a class name, and let's say W of full, and let's do a rounded of either LG or XL. Let's say LG for now. Let's save that, let's go back, and now you see the GIF right here. In my opinion, it looks quite cool, but if you want to change it, be my guest. You can do that, just download a GIF and use something else, but I like that one right here. So this is now done, and the last thing which I want to render is a button to redirect to Nylas to get our grant ID and grant email. So what we can do is go underneath the card header, and let's get the card content from the components. And then inside of the card content, I want to render a button because this button will redirect us to Nylas. So let me get the button component from the components. Inside of the button, let me render the link component from Next/link. Let's open that. And then inside of this link, I want to just say connect calendar to your account. Let's save that. If you now go back, you see we get an error. We get an error because we have to pass an href for the link. For the href, for now, you can just say /. It isn't important. And right here for the button, let's also give it a as_child property. Then let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see this right here. Now, if I would click on this button, we would get redirected to the index page, or in other words, to the dashboard. But we will fix that in a second. Let's first of all make this button, or let's give this button a class name of wfull to take the whole width. So let's go to the button, let's give it a class name, and let's say w of full. If you now go back, you see, okay, this looks good. Let's maybe also render a icon in the button. So right here in the link component, before this text, we can get a icon. So I want to import this one right here. This is the calendar check 2. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name. Let's say size of 4 and margin right of 2. If you now save this and go back, you see, okay, now we have this icon. Now, if I currently click on this button, you see it does not really work because we will get redirected to the dashboard. But this is not what I want. When I click on this button, I want to get redirected to Nylas so that I can authenticate with them. And with that, I pretty much give them the rights to search up my calendar, to create events, to see events, to delete events, and everything like that. So I want to authenticate with Nylas, and after I do that, I will get a grant ID and grant email, and I can later on use these two things with the API to authenticate all requests. So let's do that. And to do that, we have to first of all head over to Nylas. So what I want you to do right now is head over to my YouTube description and click on the first link. This would show Nylas that you came from my video, and this would help me out a lot to create more of such cool videos. So I would highly appreciate it, and thank you Nylas for making this video possible. Alright, so if you have now clicked on the first link in the YouTube description, you should get redirected to this website. And this is Nylas. What exactly is Nylas and why will we use it in this video? So the hero already explains everything. Nylas is one API for email, calendar, and contacts. In this video, for example, we will use the calendar API to check if the user is busy on a particular day. So the user later on will select a date in our calendar, so in the booking form, and we will then use the API, the calendar API, to find out if the user is busy on this day, and if yes, at what time frame is the user busy. Then let's continue and let's check out what you can build with Nylas. So if you use the email API, you can, for example, build in-app email experiences. So let's say you want to build some sort of e-commerce dashboard and you want to message your customers, you could do that with the email API. They also have a cool feature which is called extract AI. So right here you see that. And with that you can extract specific, let's say, details from a user's email. Then we have the calendar API. That's what we will use in this video. And with that, you can retrieve and manage calendar events and build, for example, scheduling, automation, calendar management, and other features. So that's what we will use in this video. We will at the end of the day create events in the user's calendar, and we will also search up the calendar and see if the user is busy on this day. And the third thing which they also offer is the contacts API. And with that, you can, for example, build a contact management application, or you can build this inside of your already existing application to extend it even further. So Nylas is great for us because it's very developer friendly and we are developers, so we highly appreciate that. Now they offer a lot of SDKs, but what we will need is Node.js, since we use Next.js and that relies on Node.js. They also have a lot of customers. Who knows, maybe you will be one of the next customers of Nylas. And then also one thing which we have to look at is of course the pricing, and the pricing is very generous and they have a very generous free tier. That's what we will use. You don't have to pay for anything in this video. We will get started with the sandbox environment. We can test up to 5 accounts and this is completely fine for us and for our use case. So yeah, this is Nylas, and now thank you Nylas for making this video possible. And now I think it's time to get started. So I will assume right now that you don't have an account. If you have an account, just click on login and then you'll be already in the dashboard. But I think most of you don't have an account right now, but we will change that. So let me right here go to build for free, and now let's sign up. So to get started, let me continue with Google. So I have now authenticated with Google, and now we can finish right here this sign up form. So first of all, this account is for myself. If you are a organization, then of course select this, but I will assume that you are a normal person like I am. Then for the organization name, I will just say Cal Marshall, because that's how our project is called. Then the role, I'm a developer. Organization size 1 to 10, that's what I am. If you have more people, then select the correct value. Then I want to build right here a scheduler, but if you want to build something else, then select that. And I don't think I have to right here mention anything further. We can now create the account. And as you now see, we got redirected right here to the dashboard. And what we have right here right now is already a application. So you see we have the name sandbox, we have an environment, we have a data residency, and we have a client ID. But you know what I'll do right now is that I will first of all delete this application. Then let me right here type delete, and I want to start off completely fresh without any application. So as you now see, my application has been deleted and now I can create my first application. So let's do that. Let me click on this button and we have now this form. So first of all, for the application name, let me just say Cal Marshall. This is how the application is called. And then the description, this is optional, we can skip that, but you can fill that out. Then the next step is the data residency, and this is interesting. This is where your data will be hosted. So if you have some compliance risk or something like that, where you have to make sure that your data is stored either in Europe or the US, then right here you will have to select the correct value. Now for us, or at least for me, it's not important, so I will select the US, and then for the environment we will select sandbox. Let me now create this application. This will now take a second, as you see, and then our application has now been created. So as you see, we have the name, we have again the environment, we have the data residency, and we have our client ID. So before I now dive into the documentation, let's first of all check out what we have right here. Right now we are in the overview and we see the application itself, but this does not tell us a lot. So let's go, for example, to the API keys. So right here we will later generate an API key, and we will use the API key to authenticate all requests. Then we have the hosted authentication section. Right here we can customize it. So as an example, you could right here change the name, or we could add a icon URL, which we will do later on. And you can also add callback URIs, which we will also do later on. Then we have connectors. This is how the user is able to authenticate. And with that, as you already know, we will then later on get access to the calendar. So right now we have everything enabled. If you want to, you can disable a few things. So if you don't want Google, you can change that. But honestly, I think you should leave all of that in here. This is good to have, and the more options you have, the better. And then let's continue with the grants. Right here you will see we currently don't have any. We will have later on some. And as you see, grants represent accounts that have authenticated with your connector and have authorized access to email, calendar, and or contacts data. So later on we will see our emails right here, or the emails from the users, and if they have a valid grant or not. Then we have the logs. Right here we will then see all the logs, how everything is working. We then also have notifications, but these are not important for us. So now we are done with that. You now know how the dashboard works, and I think we can now get started and implement Nylas in our application. So let's do that. So we will get started with the documentation. So on the top right here, you have this tab for docs. Let's click that. This will open the documentation in a new tab. And inside of the documentation, we want to now get started. And what's the first thing we need? Well, we will need the SDK from Nylas. And as I already said, we use Node.js. So what you can do is go right here in the sidebar, then to the bottom, and right here we have the SDK section. Let's click on that, and then right here we already have a guide for Node.js. Inside of here, let's scroll to the bottom, or scroll a bit to the bottom, and the first step which we have is to install the Nylas Node.js SDK. So let me copy the installation command. Let's go back to our project. Let me open the terminal. I will stop my dev server. Let me clear everything, and let's paste the installation command. So this will now install Nylas. So the SDK is now installed, and the next step is to now initialize the Nylas object, and that's exactly what we will do. So to do that, let me go back right here to my code. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go to the app folder, to the lib folder, and inside of here, let's create a Nylas.ts file. So this will be the configuration file for Nylas, so that we can pass all of our code. This means, or not all of our code, but where we can pass all of the environment variables. Because as you see, to configure the Nylas object, we have to pass an API key and an API URI. And yeah, let's do that. So let me go back, and inside of here, let's first of all configure Nylas. So let's do an export constant Nylas. Let me spell this correctly. And then this will be equal to new Nylas. Nylas does not import for me automatically. So let me do it manually. And this will be import Nylas from Nylas. So now we have imported that, we can now invoke it and open an object. What do we have, or what should we pass inside of here? Well, we have to pass an API key. Let's right now just pass an empty string. And we have to also pass an API URI. Let's also pass an empty string for now. Of course, we don't want to leave it as an empty string. We want to pass environment variables, because at the end of the day, these are secrets which you want to store privately and you don't want to leak them anywhere. So the first thing which I want to get is the API key. So let's go to the Nylas dashboard. Let's go to the API keys. So right here within sidebar, let's go to the API keys, and inside of here, I want to generate a new key. So let's click on generate. For the API name, let me just say Cal Marshall Next.js. For the expiry date, yeah, 5 years is fine. And then let's generate this key. So as you now see, the API key has been generated. Let me copy that, because you won't be able to see it again. Then let's go back. Let me open the .env file, and let me for now paste it inside of here. So we have to now create an environment variable. So let's right here say, how do we want to call it? Let's do uppercase Nylas underscore API underscore secret underscore key. And then this will be equal to this key, which I just copied and pasted inside of here. So now we have the Nylas API secret key, and now we also need the API URI. So let me create the environment variable right here. Let's again call it Nylas underscore API underscore URI or URL, whatever you want to call it. And how do we get our API URL? Well, it's relatively simple. Instead of going to the dashboard, we will go to the documentation. And if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you will right here see the base API URL, and that's what we need. So when you created your right here project, this one right here, you have selected either the US or Europe. So right here, you would now either use right here the US URL or the Europe URL. Since I selected the US, I will choose this URL, so api.us.nylas. But if you selected Europe, then you want to use this API, which is api.eu.nylas.com. So let me use this US URL. Let me copy that. Let's go back and let me paste it right here. So this has been now added, which is great. And now we can use these environments or these environment variables to finish up our configuration object. So for the API key, this will be equal to process.env. Right here, Nylas underscore API underscore secret key. Now, as you see, we currently get an error, and that's because right here TypeScript does not know if the environment variable is defined. But we know that it's defined, so what we can do is a simple trick, and that's a exclamation mark at the end. And now TypeScript knows that this is defined right here. Then for the API URL, this will be equal to process.env. The name of the environment variable. So let me copy this right here, paste it, and let's also do an exclamation mark at the end. So this has been now created. That means that we can now continue with the second step, and that's right here to make the hosted authentication work. So if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you right here see that we can now authenticate end users. So the Nylas API uses OAuth 2.0 and lets you choose to authenticate using either an API key or access token. We will use an API key, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, they right here have a code example on how to redirect users or end users to Nylas. So what we have to do is create a route handler, and then we will use this API, which is the nylas.auth.url for OAuth2. This is what we want to do. So let me go back. Let me open the Explorer. Let's collapse everything. Let's go in the app folder, API folder. Let's go in the auth folder. And inside of here, let me create a route.ts file. So we will now have a route handler for the auth folder, but then also right here for the next auth folder. And the next auth folder is there to make authentication with Auth.js work. And this route.ts in the auth folder will be there to make authentication with Nylas work. So since this is in route handler, let's right here do a export async function. Then right here, this could be either a post or a GET request. In this case, this will be a GET request. So let's do a uppercase GET. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. And what I want to do in this route handler is redirect the user to the hosted authentication page. So right here you see at the end we redirect the user to this URL. So let's do that. So let me right here do a constant auth URL, and this will be equal to Nylas. Nylas is imported from the lib folder. Then let's do .auth and a .url OAuth2. So this is what we want. Let's invoke it. Let's open a object. And inside of here, we have to provide two things. This is first of all the client ID. And what we have to also pass right here is the redirect URI. This is also for now a string. And now to get the client ID and the redirect URI, what we'll do is create another object in the Nylas file right here. So right here we have the Nylas object, and now I want to create another object which we can use right here, and then later on also for a different route. So let's do export constant Nylas config, and then this will be equal to a object. Inside of here, we will get a few things. So first of all, the client ID, and this is of type string, because again, right here in the route.ts, we need a client ID. Then we need also a redirect URI. So let's add a comma. Let's get a redirect URI. This is also for now right here equal to an empty string. Then we have an API key. This is also equal for now to an empty string. And we have an API URI, and this will be also equal to an empty string. So let's right here, first of all, provide the API key. So this is this environment variable on top, so we can copy that and paste it inside of here. So the API key is equal to process.env.Nylas API secret key. Then we have the API URI. We can also copy it from here and paste it right here. So the API URI is equal to process.env.Nylas API URI. Then let's also now pass our client ID. So for that, let's go to the .env file. Let's create a new environment variable, and the name for that will be right here Nylas_client_ID. And the value for that, or how do we get the value? Well, right here in the dashboard, you have the client ID, and that's what we need. So we can copy it right here from the dashboard. Let's go back and let's paste it inside of here. So let me copy the name of the environment variable and let's paste it right here for the configuration object. So this is equal to process, this is lowercase, so process.env.Nylas client ID. Let's also add a exclamation mark at the end. And now the last thing which we have is the redirect URI. And for that, we have to create a new environment variable. And this right here will just be, first of all, our public URL. So what we can do is a next_public_URL. And right here, the value of that is localhost 3000. So let me copy the URL and let me paste it inside of here. Now, it's very important that this is localhost 3000 and that you don't have a slash at the end. So localhost right here, colon 3000, and then nothing behind that. So no slash, no nothing. Let's save that. Let me copy this, your environment variable name. Let's go to our Nylas object, and then this will be equal to the process.env.next_public URL. But we are still not done because we want to have a redirect URI, and that means that we have to add a few params. So let's right here do a plus, and then let's use a string, and this will be /API/OAuth, and then /exchange. And now please make sure that you spell this correctly. So it should be /API/OAuth/exchange. If you misspell this, you will get problems. You don't want that. So again, this should be for the next public URL. This should be localhost 3000 without any slash. And then right here for the configuration object, this will then be the environment variable plus /API/OAuth/exchange. So this is now finished, which is great. So let's go back to the route handler. And inside of here, we have to now pass right here the client ID and the redirect URI. So what you can do right here is copy the name Nylas config. Then let's go back, let's paste that, let's import that from our lib folder, and let's do a .client ID. Let's also do the same for the redirect URI. So this will be Nylas config right here redirect URI. Alright, and now we have created right here this route handler. This is there to redirect the user to the hosted auth page. And the most important thing is missing right here, and that's to redirect the user. Because currently we just generate the URL, but we don't do anything with that. So let me do a return redirect. Redirect is imported from next/navigation, and then as an argument, this will be the auth URL. So now this has been done, this has been created, great. And with that, we now redirect the user to the hosted auth page. So what we can do is go to our onboarding/grant ID route, and instead of redirecting the user to our index page, let's redirect the user to /API/auth. Let's save that. And what we have to do now is restart our dev server. So since we have added environment variables, you have to always restart the dev server. Let me now go back to Chrome. Let me do a hard refresh. And let's see if this works. So let me click on the button. We should now get redirected, and that's exactly what happened, which is great. Alright, now before we right here continue and authenticate, we still have to do a couple of things. So if you go to the documentation right here, you will see we have now done this step. So we have now redirected the end user to Nylas, which is great, but we're still not done. If you scroll a bit to the bottom, you see the next step right here is, where do we have it? I scrolled through it. It's right here. So handle the authentication response. After the end user is authenticated, Nylas redirects them to your application callback URI. What is this callback URI? So if you go to Nylas.js, our file, you see it's right here localhost 3000, so our base URL, and an API OAuth exchange. And you probably know we haven't created this router yet. So let's continue right here with the documentation. What else do they say? If the auth process is successful, Nylas includes a code as a query parameter. A query parameter is the thing which comes after a question mark. So this right here would be a query parameter right here after this question mark. The example below shows how to handle the response and anticipate any errors. So this code which we'll get, we can then later on exchange for tokens, and what we can get is the grant ID and then also the email. So yeah, let's do that. Let's right here create this, how would you call it, this route to exchange this query code for a grant ID token. So let's go back right here to my VS Code editor. Let's open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder, API folder, and inside of here we have to now create a new route, because if you can remember again from the Nylas right here file, the route handler or the route which we need is /API/OAuth/exchange. So what we have to do is create an OAuth folder. So let's go in the API folder. Let's create a OAuth folder. And inside of the OAuth folder, we have to create a exchange folder. And inside of there, we can create a route.ts. So what we have done right here is just create right here this route. So /API/OAuth and then /exchange. And now we can get started with creating this route. So since this is a route handler, let's do an export async function. This could now be could either be a get or a post request. In that case, in this case, it's a get request. So let's do an uppercase get. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. So since this is a get request, I can get a request object. So let's get the rec, this is the short form, and let's give it a type, and this will be the next request. Next request is the type, and we import that from next/server. And since we have now created our get request, our route handler, whatever, we can now get started. So the first thing which I want to do is right here protect this route handler. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. With this, we are sure that only authenticated users are able to reach this route handler. And yeah, then what else do I want to get? I want to now get our URL. So right here, again, not this one, I'm sorry, but right here, we have an URL and I want to get the URL. So what we can do right here is a constant URL, and this is equal to new URL, and we can invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass our request.url. We now have our URL. Let me also get now this code param. So again, as you know, right here, we will get a code as a query parameter. Let's get this code. So let me right here do a constant code, and this will be equal to the URL.search params. And let's do a .get, and I want to get a search param with the query parameter, which is called code. So let's copy that and paste that inside of here. So now we have that, that's great. And let's now do a if check. And we can say, hey, if we don't get a code, so exclamation mark code, then let's open that and let me do a return. So let me spell this correctly, return response.json. And I want to return a message and just say, hey, we did not get a code. Write whatever you want. I think they have also an example right here. So they say no authorization code returned. You can copy that and write that if you want to, but I will leave it like that. Let's also return a status. So let's do a comma, open a object, and let's say status of 400. This means something went wrong, something fatal, and yeah, that's not good. And now what we can do is right here, since we now have our code, the query param, we can now exchange the code for a token. So right here they have the example on how to do that. And yeah, let's do that. So what we have to do is create a try catch statement to catch any errors. So let's open a try, and this shouldn't be right here these curly brackets, but these object brackets, I'm not sure how you call them. And inside of here, we can now do a constant response, and this will be equal to await Nylas. This is imported right here from our lib folder. Then let's do .auth and .exchange code for token. Let's invoke that. Let's open a object inside of here. And now we have a few properties which we have to pass. First of all, the client secret, and this will be equal to the Nylas or Nylas config.api key. Then we have the client ID, and this will be equal again to the Nylas right here config.client ID. Then let's continue. We now also have our redirect URI, and this will be equal to the Nylas config.redirect URI. And the last thing which we have to pass right here is our code. So let's get our code, and this will be equal to the code, because again, we get the code right here through our search params. Now, currently we are getting an error right here for prettier. That's because I don't have a catch statement. So after the try, we can get a catch. Then we can get right here an error as in param. Let's open that. And inside of here, you can do whatever you want. We will just do a console.log, and we will say error something went wrong, and then we can pass the error itself after that. So now we don't have any errors anymore. So since we have now right here exchanged our code for the token, we now have this response. And from this response, I can now destructure our grant ID and the email. So let me go underneath that, and what we can do is a constant. We can write here destructured, and this will be equal to the response. And if you now right here inside of these objects, click on Control Spacebar, you see these are all of the properties which we can get. And I want to get the grant ID, and I also want to get the email. So now this has been added. So since we now have that, since we now have the grant ID and the email, so these are the two things which we'll need to authenticate the API requests, we have to now store that in our database. And if you right now open your schema, you see there's no way to store right here a grant ID and a grant email. So we have to create two new fields. So underneath the username, we can get a grant ID, and this will be of type string, and let's make it optional with a question mark. And let me also get, or not get, but create a grant email, and this will be also of type string and optional. So now we have updated the schema right here for the grant ID and grant email, which means we can open our terminal. Let me stop it, because again, whenever you change something, you have to restart the dev server. Let's clear that. Let's do a npx prisma db push. As you now see, our Prisma schema is in sync with our database. Let me again restart the dev server right here, and let's continue. So now I can use Prisma and update my database. So let's do a await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Please make sure that you import it from the lib folder and not from Prisma client. Then let's do .user and .update, since I want to update a specific user. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and I want to update a user where right here our ID matches the ID which I provide. How do we get the ID from the user? Well, right here on the top, we get already the session. And through the session, of course, I will get the ID. So let's get our session.user.id. What else do we have to do? Well, we now tell Prisma what user we want to update, but we also have to tell Prisma what data we want to update. And I want to update the grant ID. This will be equal to the grant ID, since we destructured from the response. And we want to also get a grant email, and this is equal to the email. Again, we destructured from the response. And the last thing which I want to do is redirect the user. So on the bottom, after the try catch statement, we can do a redirect. This is imported from Next/navigation. And as an argument, let's redirect the user to dashboard. We have now created this route right here. And yeah, let's go to the docs and see what the next step is. So we have now done that. Yes, yes, yes. This code looks good. La, la, la. This also looks all good. So in theory, we are done. But we are not really done because there's one thing which we also have to do. And that's if you go to the dashboard and click right here in the sidebar on hosted authentication, so right here on the left side, you will see that we can add a callback URI. And that's what we have to do. So let me click on add callback URI. The platform is web because we are building a web application, and the URL right here will be this localhost 3000 /API /OAuth /exchange. So let me first of all get the localhost 3000 URL. So let's go right here. Let's copy that. Let's paste it inside of here. And then this will be /API/ and then if you go back, you can just copy it from here. So this is /OAuth /exchange. So please make sure that this is spelled correctly, because if you don't spell it correctly, nothing will work. So again, localhost 3000 /API /OAuth /exchange. Let's now add this callback URI. This has been now added. If I do a hard refresh, you see it right here in a second. So we have it. And yeah, this should now work. So what do you think? Should we test it out? I think we should. So let me go back. Then let me connect my calendar. So let's click on that. Then this should now redirect us. And what I can do now right here is log into my account. So let me continue with Google. Right here, you already see it tells me Nylas has already access. That's because I've already selected everything, but you should do the same. So there will be something like select everything, and that's what you want to do. So select everything, and then let me continue. And what do we see? Well, I got redirected to the dashboard. What we can do right now is go right here to our dashboard, so to the Nylas dashboard, not to our dashboard. And if you now go to the sidebar and click on grants, you will see right here that I have now one grant. This is for my email. We have a grant ID, we have the provider, and we have in status, which is valid. So what we also can do now is test or see if this grant ID also reflects in our database. So let's open a second terminal, and inside of here, let's do a npx Prisma Studio. So I have now right here opened Prisma Studio. Let me zoom in a bit and a bit more. Right here you now see we have a grant ID, and if you look at it, it's the same one which we have right here. So let me go to Chrome. My God, a bit complicated. So right here we have this grant ID, and this grant ID is the same one as you see it right here. So 168, and then right here 168. Also, we have the grant email. So let's recap what we just did right here. Well, it's relatively simple. We have a onboarding route first of all. So let me open the Explorer. We first of all right here have a standard onboarding route, and inside of there I can create a username and then also a full name. Once this has been created, we will redirect the user to the grant ID route, and inside of here the user can connect his Google account with Nylas, and Nylas will then allow us to do requests for the user's calendar to get, I guess, at the end of the day, the events scheduled and everything like that. So we will have the ability to create events, delete events, look up the calendar, and do whatever we need to right here create the scheduler or this booking form scheduler. So yeah, that's what we did. And what we have to do also right now is go to the dashboard layout, because currently right here in the async function, we just check that the user, or we just check if the user does not have a username. But now I want to also check if the user does not have a grant ID. So in the select statement, I can get the grant ID. Let's set this to true. And let me do underneath this if check, another if check. And let's say, hey, if there's no data.grant ID, then let's right here do a return, redirect, and let's redirect the user to /onboarding and then /grant-ID. Let's now save that. Also, one thing which we'll do is update our action, because currently right here you see we have the server action for the onboarding, and we redirect the user at the end to /dashboard. Instead of doing that, let's redirect the user to /onboarding onboarding and then /grant-id. So after the user has created the first onboarding route, so when he creates the username and the full name, we will then redirect the user to the grant ID route to connect the calendar or to connect the account with Nylas. So now we are done with our onboarding. We have onboarding step 1 and 2. This means we're now done with that, and now we can get started with the dashboard. Great. So what's the first thing I want to get started with right here in the dashboard? Well, I want to first of all get started right here with the settings route. So right here at the bottom. And yeah, let's get started with that right away. So what I'll do is go in the app folder, let's go into the dashboard folder, and let's create a new child folder, and this will be the name, or it will have the name settings. Let's open that, and inside of here, let's create a page.tsx. So this route is there to render our settings. And let's get started with that. So since this is a route, let me do a export default function. Let's call it settings route. Let's invoke that and let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return statement. Let's do a div h1 and let's say hello from the settings. Let's save that. Let's go back. And if I now click on the settings, first of all, this should be active, but now we also see hello from the settings. So this works beautifully. And what we can do now is create the form. Instead of creating the form in this page, I will create a separate component because we will have to fetch data right here. And as you know, whenever you use conform, you have to mark the component as use client. And when you mark a component as use client, you can't fetch data anymore because it isn't a server component anymore. So let me open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. And inside of here, let's create a settings form.tsx. And the first thing we can do is mark this as use client because we already know that conform requires the client, or not the client, but a JavaScript bundle. And yeah, let's now create that. So let's do a export function. Let's name it settings form. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. And inside of here, let me get started with the card component. This is imported from the components. Then in the card, let me get a card header, also imported from the components. Then inside of here, let's get a card title, imported from the components. And let's say settings. Then let's render a card description. This is imported from the components. And let me say manage your account settings. Dot or exclamation mark. Let's save that. Let's go back and you don't see anything. Why is that? Well, it's relatively simple. This is currently a component which is not rendered anywhere. So what we can do is go to the page.tsx and instead of rendering this div, we can render our settings form component which is imported from the components. If you now save this and go back, we see nothing. Why is that? Well, it's quite simple. I forgot one thing. And the thing which I forgot is the return statement. So let me copy that and let's create a return statement and then let me again paste our code. If I now save that and again go back, we should now see our settings form right here in a second. And yeah, that's what you see right here. We have our title, so the card title and the card description. Let me now create our form. So let's go back. Let's go underneath the card header. Let me render a form. So right here, the form element. Let me delete the action. We don't have one. And let's open the form. Inside of the form, the first thing which we have is our card content. This is our component from our components. Let's open that. And since this is now the wrapper for our form, we have to give it a bit of spacing, or not it, but the children should have a bit of spacing because right here, let me show it to you with a chart. So let's go right here. Let's zoom in. Let me get a rectangle. This is the page. And inside of here, we will now render a label and then we will render a input. And right here, all of this is rendered in one div. And then I will render another div right here. And this div will also again have a label. And then we will have the input. And what I want to do is have spacing between these two. So spacing at the end of the day between this div right here and then this div on top. And for that, we will give this card content again a flex column layout and give it some gap. So let's do a flex, or let's give a class name. Let's do a flex of column and gap y of 4. Again, if you want to, you can also do grid, it's the same thing, but I will just do flex. Then inside of this card content, let's create our first wrapper div for the input and label, and let's create a class name of flex, flex of column, and gap y of 2. Inside of this div, let me render my label. This is imported from the components, and let me right here just say full name. Then underneath the label, let me render a input from the components. This is self-closing, and let's render a placeholder. And for the placeholder, let me just say Jan Marshall. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we should see right here our label, and then we see the input. Okay, this looks good. Let me now also render a input for the email. So underneath this div, let me create another div element. Then inside of this div, or let's first of all give this div a class name. Let's say flex, flex of column, and gap y of 2. And inside of here, let me render a label, and let me say email. Underneath this label, let me render a input, and this input right here will render our email. So for now, I can't do anything. We can just give it a placeholder and say test at test.com so that we have something to look at. And then the last thing which I want to do right here is allow the user to upload an image. But let's do that in a second. Let's first of all render the submit button and get the data for the name and the email. And then we will allow the user to change the image. So for that, let me go underneath the card content. Then let me right here get my card footer. This is imported from the components. And then in the card footer, let me render my submit button, which is imported from the components. Then for the submit button, let's give it a text property, and let's say save changes. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we should right here have a submit button. And yes, what do I want to do now? Well, what I want to do now is get the data right here that we can display it. So I want to fetch the name from the user and the email from the user. This means what we have to do right now is go to the page.tsx and fetch the data right here, and then later on pass it right here as props or properties if you want to call it as it should be called. So let me first of all fetch the data. So above the export default function, let's do a async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and let's open that. So right here, we will now do a Prisma query. So let's do constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. As you all know, Prisma is imported from the lib folder. So let's import that dot user and then dot find unique, since I want to find a unique user. Then let's invoke it, let's open that, and I want to find a user where our ID matches the ID which I provide. And how do I get my ID? Well, I get it through the params. So let's get our ID, and this will be of type string. Let's now also pass it right here the ID, and now we are done with that. Let me now create the select statement. And what do I want to get? Well, I want to get the name. Let's set this to true. I want to get the email. Let's set this to true. And I want to get the image. So let's set this to true. And then the last thing which we have to do is return the data. But before we do that, let me do a if check. And let's say, hey, if there's no data, you do that with the exclamation mark. Then let me right here return not found. Not found is imported from next/navigation, and this means if there's no data, we will return a for not found. And after that, we're now sure that we have data, which means we can just return right here the data. And now again, if you have questions about certain APIs and don't know what they mean, then the documentation is your best friend. So right here they say the not found function allows you to render the not found file. The not found file is a for not found. So yeah, right here again, you can read more in the documentation, but this is the TLDR. Alright, so now we fetch the data, and now we want to get it right here in the front end. So what we can do right here is a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we have two errors. And the first error that we have right here is for await, and it says await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So what you have to do is mark this as an export default async function, and this is again safe to do so because this is a server component which runs on the server. Then for get data, we have to pass one property, or in other words, one argument, and the argument which we have to pass is the user ID. How do we get the user ID? Well, we get it through our hook. So above the constant data, we can do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import that, let's invoke that, and then right here for the get data, we can pass our session.user.id. Right here we can mark it as string, and now we have passed our user ID as an argument. So now we have fetched our data. So this is the data, and we get the name, the email, and the image. But we want to now somehow display this data in the settings form. How do you do that? Well, what we can do is create an interface right here. So in the settings form, let me create an interface. Let's call it right here iApp props. Let's open that, and inside of here, let me get a full name. This is of type string. Let me get an email. This is of type string, and let me get a profile image, and this is of type string. So now we have all of this, and now we can get it through the params. So let me destructure it, and this will be of type iApp props. And if I now go right here and click on Control Spacebar, you see we get an email, we get right here a full name, and we get a profile image. Great, this is what I wanted. And if you go back to the page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and that's because we are missing, or we have to provide 3 properties. Let's start with the email. This right here will be equal to the data.email. Then we have right here our full name, and this will be equal to our data.name. And then we also have right here our profile image, and this will be also equal to our data.image. Now you see we are currently getting an error for the full name and profile image, so you can mark this as string and also right here as string, and now this error is gone. Great, so now we have all of that, and now we can use these properties in our code. So let's get started with the full name. Let's give this input a default value, and this default value will be equal to our full name. So let's write here get it, full name. And then for the email, let's also give it a default value, and this will be the email. If you now save this and go back right here, and let's go right here, you now see my name, and then you see the email. What I want to do for the email is also make it disabled, because I don't want to allow the user to update the email. And now what we have to do is create a server action so that the user is able to update the name. And yeah, okay, so what's the first step? Well, the first step is to create a new Zod schema. So let's go to the Zod schemas file, and inside of here, we want to create a new schema. So let me go right here to the bottom, so right here, and let's create a new one. So let's right here do a export constant. Let's call it settings schema, and then this will be right here equal to that.object. Let's invoke it and let's open that. What fields do we want to change right here? We want to allow the user to change the name, but we want to also allow the user to change a image or to update the image. So what we can do is say full name. This will be of type z.string because it's type of string. Let's do a .min, so we'll have a minimum of 3 characters. And let's also do a .max, and this will be 150 characters. Then let's continue. Let me also get the profile image, and this will be equal to z.string, and let's invoke that. So now we have our schema right here, and what we can do now is create our server action. So let me do that. Let's go to our actions file. Let's go underneath this onboarding action. Let's go to the bottom, and let me create right here a export async function. Let's call it settings action. Let's invoke that, and then let's open that. So inside of here, what's the first thing which we want to do? Well, through the params, we want to get the form data, and the form data will be of type form data. So now we have done that. That's good. The next thing which I want to do is right here protect the server action. Only authenticated users should be able to reach that. So let me do right here a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke that, and now we are sure that only authenticated users are able to reach this route. And what do we have to do now? Well, we have to now compare our form data against our Zod schema. So we have to do server-side validation. So let me right here do a constant submission, And then this will be equal to pass with Zod. Let's invoke it. Let's pass our form data. Then let's add a comma, open an object. Let's get our schema. And the schema is the setThings schema. This is imported from the Zod schema file. As you now know, our submission can have two results. It's either successful or failed. So let's do a if check and let's say, hey, if the submission.status is not equal to success, then we can open that and we can do a return submission.reply. Let's invoke that. Again, you do this not with a exclamation mark and then two equal signs. So after this if check, we are now sure that our data is completely fine and safe to use, which means we can now update our user. So let's do a constant user and this will be equal to await Prisma. Then let's do a dot user and dot update. As you know, I want to update a specific user, which means I have to add a where statement. And I want to update a user where the ID matches the session.user.id. And now we know what user we want to update, and we have to now tell Prisma what data we want to update. And I want to update the name, so let's right here just pass it in string. And I want to update the image, so let's also pass it a string. For the name, what we can do right here is get our submission.value.full name. And for the image, this will be also our submission.value.profile image. And the last thing which I want to do is redirect the user. So let's do a return redirect and let me redirect the user to the dashboard route. Maybe I will change that a bit later on, but for now we can leave it as is. Okay, so this looks good. We're done with that. Let's close this. Let's close that. And yeah, now we can use our settings form and set up conform right here on the client side. So the first thing we have to use is our useForm state hook. And again, if you can remember, if you use React 19, then this hook is called useActionState. And if you use React 18, then it's called useForm state. And with that, we can get the data from our server action. This means if we return right here error messages, I want to get them right here in the form. So let me do a constant. Let's get these array brackets. Let's get the last result and let's also get the action. And then this will be equal to useForm state. This is imported from React DOM. And again, if you use React 19, then this will be the useActionState. But it's only a naming change, so nothing changes. Then let's invoke it, and inside of here I have to pass my server action. This is our setThings action, so let's again say setThings action. This is imported from the actions file, and the second argument is our initial state. And the initial state is undefined. As you see, we are currently getting an error, and that's because we have to pass right here in our server action in the params a previous state, and this will be of type any. If I now save that and go back, you now see the error is gone. Great. Let me now set up our right here useForm hook. So in other words, let's set up conform on the client side. So let's do a constant. Let's get the array brackets. Let's get a form. Let's get our fields. And this will be equal to useForm. UseForm is imported from conform to React. Let's import that. Let's invoke that. And let's open a object. Inside of here, let me get a last result. And now we have to run the onValidate callback function right here on the client side, because I want to now also validate the form data against the Zod schema in our, or right here on the client side. So let's get our onValidate callback function. Let's invoke it. Let's destructure it. Let me get my form data. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me do a return pass with Zod. So let's say right here, pass with Zod. Let's invoke that. Let me pass my form data. Let's add a comma, open a object, and let me pass my schema. And this is equal to the about, or not the about, but the setThings schema, which is imported from the Zod schemas file. Let's import that. So now we have to add two more properties, and this is the should validate property. This will be equal to on blur, and then let's get the should revalidate property, and this right here, so let's again say should we validate, and this is equal to on input. Now I know if you probably forgot what these two properties mean, so let me try to again explain it. This means right here, when we type something in the input, it does not validate. Once we leave the input, it validates. So it says right here on blur. It revalidates whenever we again input inside of here. So yeah, this is what these two properties mean. Let's delete that. And now we can use this right here and connect our form to right here conform. So let me give this form right here a ID. And this ID is equal to form.id. Then let me get a onSubmit handler, and this is equal to form.onSubmit. And let me get a action, and this is equal to our action. Again, we get this action right here through our useFormState hook. Then let's continue. Let's also add right here a noValidate property. What's now the next thing which we have to do? Well, we have to connect our input with conform. So let's give this input a name, and this will be equal to the fields.fullname.name. And what else do we have? Well, we have a key, and this will be equal to our fields, then dot username, or not username, but full name, and dot key. And then underneath the input and still in the div, we can render the error message. So let's get a p tag, and let's right here render our fields dot full name dot errors. Let's get that, and let's give this p tag right here a class name, and this will be text of red 500 and text of small. Let's now save that. Let me again go back. Let me do a hard refresh, and this should now in theory work. So let me delete the full name. Let's leave it empty, and if I click out, it now says required. So we see this works as it should. But now you will realize, hey, we are missing one thing, and that's our profile image. So let's change that. Let me first of all create state right here. So we can go underneath this useFormState hook, and I want to create state where we store our image. So let's do a constant. Let's create the array brackets. Let's say current profile image and set current profile image. This right here is a getter and a setter. So we use this to get the image data, and we use the set right here to set the new image URL. And then this will be equal to useState. So let's get the useState hook from React. Let's invoke that, and as a initial state, we will pass our profile image. So now we have the state, this current profile image state, and we can now use it to render our image. So let's do that. What we can do is go underneath this div with our email. Let's go under that, and right here, let me create a div. Let's give this div a class name, and let's say grid and gap y of 2. Inside of here, let me render a label. So let me get the label component, and let me just say profile image. Let's save that. Let's see. So now we have right here the label, and now I want to render the image. So let me again go back, and we can now use a ternary. So let's right here say, hey, if we have a current profile image, so if this is true, let's use a question mark, and let me return the image. So let's use a image tag, not the image component, but a standard image tag. And for the source, let me get the current profile image. Let me also give it a alt, and let me just say profile image, and let's give it a class name, and let's right here say size of 16, so width 16 and height of 16, and a rounded of LG. And if we don't have a image, let's use a colon right here, and let me just say h1 no image. Let's now save that, and if I now go back, we should now see the image right here in a second. And yes, everyone, what do we see? Well, we have an image right here, and it looks great. What I want to do now is allow the user right here to delete it to have the ability to upload a new image. This means above the image, I want to render a button like a X icon to remove the image. So let's go back. Let me wrap this image right here in a div. So let's get a div and paste again the image. Let's give this div a class name, and this will be relative, and let's say size of 16. And then in the div, but underneath the image tag, we can render now a button. This is imported from the components. And in the button, we can render right here a X icon. This X icon is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name of size 4. If you now save that and go back, you now see right here this X icon, which is right here currently just overflowing. So what we can do is give our button right here a class name, and we can say, hey, this should be absolutely positioned, and we can say minus top of 3 and then minus right of 3. This means to the right side minus 12 pixels and to the top minus 12 pixels. If you now save that and go back, you now see, or you should see in a second, that this is now above the image. It overflows it a bit. Of course, this blue color does not look good, so let me update that. Let's give this button right here, first of all, a variant, and this variant should be destructive. And let's also give it a size, and the size should be icon. If I now save this and again go back, you see, okay, this looks relatively good. Now, as you currently see, this button overflows the profile image. So instead of using right here a gap of 2, as we did, we should change it right here to a gap of 5. So let's do gap y of 5. And if I save that and go back, you see, all right, this gap is good. And that's exactly what we wanted. Okay, and now if I click on this button, you see, well, nothing happens. So what we have to do now is create a onClick handler. So when the user right here clicks on that we can delete this image from the state. So let me go back, and what we'll do right here is create a function. So let me go right here underneath this use form, but still above the return statement. And let's do a constant. Let's call it handle delete image. And this is just a standard arrow function. So let's open that. And inside of here, this code is super simple. All we want to say is, hey, when we call this function, let's get our setter, so the set current profile image, and let's set the value as an empty string, so no image. And if we now save this, we can now use this function. So whenever the user clicks on that button, we will call this function. So let me give this button a onClick handler, and this onClick will be equal to handle delete image. If I now save this and again go back, we can now click on that, and then you see the image is deleted, and then we see no image. Now also one thing which is very important, we have to give this button a type, and this should be of type button, because if you don't change it to type button, it will assume that this is type submit, and it will then just submit your form, and you don't want that. So please make sure that this is type button. And since we have now created that, we have to now somehow allow the user to upload a image. And that's what we'll do right now. So let's do that. And now the question comes, what library, service or whatever will we use to make image uploading work? So for this video, we will use upload thing. And before people go to my comments and start writing, hey Jan, but you use Supabase, you could use their offering. Yes, I know, but I like upload thing a lot more. It's very easy to implement. It has a great pricing tier at the end of the day. And the nice thing is that right here, they offer out of the box pre-signed URLs. So if you didn't know, whenever you use right here images, or whenever you want to do uploading from a serverless environment, you have a certain limit in size. So that should be around, I think, 3 megabytes. And to overcome this issue, you have to use pre-signed URLs. And right here with upload thing, it comes right out of the box. So you don't have to do any configuration. You have pre-signed URLs and you don't do anything. You just create your server code, your authorization code, everything like that. Then you render your drop zone or upload button, and then everything is finished. So that's why I use upload thing. It's a great service, and again, the pricing is relatively cheap, so I can recommend. So now let's get started. If you don't have an account, create one, but since I already have one, I will sign in. So as you see, I'm now in the dashboard, and as you also see, I already have a few applications. Nevertheless, we will create a new application. Then for the name, let me say Cal Marshall. For the app URL, we can leave this empty, and for the region, the US West is also fine. Let me now create this application, and as you now see, I got redirected to the dashboard, and we can now get started. So let's first of all go right here to the documentation. So on top, you see right here the docs. Let's click on that. Then we will get redirected, and they have right here new documentation. As you see, you are looking at the documentation for the latest version of upload thing. So to get started, what you can do is go right here to the sidebar, and then we have the frameworks. And what framework do we use? Well, we use the Next.js App Router. So let's click on read more, and inside of here we now have a quick start guide. So the first step to implement upload thing is to install upload thing itself, and then upload thing React for the UI, so for the drop zone and also for the upload button. So let me copy the installation script. Let's go back, let's open the terminal, then let me stop first of all Prisma Studio, let me go to the first terminal instance, let me clear everything, let me stop the dev server, let me paste the installation script, then let's continue. What's the next step? The next step is to add a env variable, so a secret. So let me go to the dashboard, let's go to API keys, and inside of here you now see already the API key. So we use the SDK v7+, that's why we can use that. But if you would use for some case version 6, then you would go to legacy and copy that. But let's go to version 7, let me copy that, let's go back. And what I can do is open my .env and paste it down below. Then let's continue. What else do we need? So let's go to the documentation. So as you see, the next step is to set up a file router, and inside of the file router, we will create file routes. So right here they say all files uploaded to upload thing are associated with a file route. The following is a very minimalistic example with a single file route. So let me try to explain how this works. So you have one file router, and this file router stores all of your file routes, and you can have as many as you want. And you can think of a file route as or like an API route. So you have multiple image or file uploading API routes, or as they say, file routes. So what I'll do right now is just copy this code, or before we do that, let's create the folder for that. So let me open the Explorer, let me collapse everything, let's go in the app folder, API folder, and let me create a new folder, and let's name it upload thing. Let's create that, and inside of here, let me create a core.ts file. So as you know, whenever you create a route handler, you have to name the file route.ts. And if you name it differently, then it isn't a route handler. And because I named it core.ts, it isn't a route handler, but that's what we want, because this is just the configuration file, and later on we will create the actual route handler. So let's go back to the documentation, let me copy the code, and let's paste it inside of here. So let me again explain it right here. The first thing which we do right here is initialize a new instance of upload thing, then we create our file router, and then we right here define our first file route. As they mention in the comments, you can define as many file routes as you like. And again, at the end of the day, a file route is an individual API which you can call. So you could create a file route for images, one for, I don't know, documents, and one for videos and everything like that. Right here, we currently have a fake auth function. We can just delete that. And instead of right here calling constant user equals to await auth, we will call our own authorization function. I guess we will call it like that. And this will be our constant session equals to await require user. Let's import that from the lib folder. Let's invoke that. And instead of now saying, hey, if we don't have a user, let's say, hey, if we don't have a session.user.id, then let's just throw a upload thing error. Then what we can also do is now return our user ID at the end. So right here, whatever is returned here is accessible in the onUpload complete as metadata. So you could return nothing, but we will just return right here the session.user.id. And now we are already finished. So as you see, we have created a file router with this name. If you want to, you can change that. Then we have a file route, which is called image uploader. Inside of here, we accept an image with a max file size of 4 MB. You can also right here do a comma, then you can say max file count, and we will say 1 image. Then we have a middleware callback, and inside of here we just make sure that only authenticated users are able to upload images. Then at the end we have right here this onUploadComplete callback, which just console logs everything and returns right here the metadata user ID, so the user ID itself. So this is our file router with our file route, and now we have to create the route handler itself. So in the documentation you see the next step is to create a Next.js API route using the file router. So what we can do is again go back, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, then let's go in the API folder, in the upload thing folder, and inside of here let's create a route.ts. So this is now a route handler. Then we can copy this code, go back and paste it inside of here. So what we have created right here is now our route handler using this create route handler function. Then we import our file router and we give right here this property router our file router. So that's what we do right here. We can delete these comments, we don't need them right here. And now we have created the route handler to allow the user to upload an image. So this is done. Let's continue. The next step is to create the upload thing components. And as you see, they recommend to re-export them so that you can assign types, because we use TypeScript and types are great. So what we can do is open again our Explorer. Then let's go in the app folder, let's go in the lib folder, and let's create a new file and let's name it uploadthing.ts. Let's open that. Let me go back. Let me copy this code and let's paste it inside of here. As you now see, we are getting an error for the import. So let me just delete that and let me import our file router from our API folder. Since this is a type, we can do a import type. So what we did right here is that we just reassigned the component with our right here types. That means later on when we render right here this upload button, we will get type helping. So we could just do a control spacebar and then we would get all of the types. Great, so we can close that, that looks good. What's the next step? Well, the next step is to add upload thing styles. So we can use right here a with.ut helper to style our image drop zone and image button or upload button. So let me copy this import with.ut, then let me go to my tailwind.config.ts file. Let me paste this import statement. And what we have to do now is right here wrap this config with this with.ut helper. So let me get the with.ut helper. Let's invoke that. And as an argument, let's paste the config. Then let's continue. The next step is now to mount a button and to upload an image. Also right here they have a red alert and it says don't forget to add the use client directive at the top of your file, since the upload button component needs to run on the client side. So let's do that. Let me close this. Let's close this and that. And let me open my settings form. So what we can do now is render our drop zone. So let me delete this H1, I don't need that. And let me get my image drop zone or upload drop zone. This is how it's called. Now it's very important that you import this drop zone from the lib folder and not from the upload thing right here package. Because if you import it from the upload thing package, you don't get any types and that's not what you want. So let's use right here this import from the lib folder because we reassigned the component right there. And this is now self-closing. What you will see right now is that this drop zone throws an error, and that's because we are missing one property. And this is right here the endpoint property. And since we reassigned the component right here with types, if you click on Control Spacebar, you already see this image or the file route name. This is the image uploader. We named it like that. So let's select that. And now we have already created the drop zone. So let me open my terminal, let me restart my dev server. Again, if you want to, just open a second terminal tab, but I like to do it as it is. Let's close the terminal, let me go back, and let me do a hard refresh. So the page has again reloaded. Let's click on X, and what do we have? We have a drop zone. So as you saw for a second, it just said right here, hey, I don't know, loading or something like that. This is not quite what I want. We are in a server environment, which means I want to have instant interactivity. So what you can do is you can go back to the documentation, and in the documentation you will see another section, and this right here is improving SSR. Upload thing needs to get certain info from your server to get permission info. Normally this means a loading state, but we have built a plugin to prevent that, and we want to use this plugin because I don't want to have this loading state. So what we have to do is import a few things. We have to import the Next SSR plugin and then also right here extract router config. So let me copy these two import statements. Let me go to the root layout. Now it's very important that you go to the root layout. So in the app folder, right here the layout.tsx. Then let me paste these import statements. So the Next SSR plugin and also the extract router config. And what we have to do now is render this above our children. So let me just copy that right here. Let's go back right here to the layout, and then above the children I want to render my Next SSR plugin with the router config. Then we get our extract router config, and we have to pass our file router. So let me import that from the API route. So now we should have instant interactivity. So let me go back to the dashboard, and if I click on X, you see, alright, we can instantly upload images because we now use this plugin. Great, so this has been now implemented, and I think we should now try and upload a image. So let me right here select a file. I have now clicked on uploading, and now we have a loading state, and I guess it has been uploaded. I'm not sure, we don't have any feedback. Well, so let me go to upload thing. Let me go to the overview and or to the files, and what do we see? We have one image right here. If I open that or click on that, you see it is a burger. Wow, great image. I know. Now I'm hungry. Let's close it again. So we see image uploading works, which is great, and that's what we want. But what I have to do now is somehow also show the user that the image has been uploaded. So what we can do is again go back right here to our code. Let's close this and let me go to my settings form. Inside of the settings form, what I want to do right now is go to the upload drop zone right here, and I want to get the on-client upload complete callback. Inside of here, we can do an arrow function, so we will get a response as a param, and let's now create this arrow function. Inside of here, I can now do whatever I want with the response. So I want to update my state, so we can do a set current profile image. So this is our setter. Let's invoke it, and as an argument I want to pass my result. If I now just pass the result, we will get an error, and that's because the result is an array. So what we want to do is get the first item in the array, so array symbol 0, and then we can get a .url. And in theory this should now work. So if I again go back, let me do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything has been saved. Let me delete the image. Let me now upload a image. So I have now selected one. Let me click on upload. We now have our loading state and we have the image. So that worked as it should. Great. Let me now also create right here the on error or the on upload error callback. So let's do on upload error. Then this is again an arrow function. So let's open that. As in param, I can also get the error itself. And let me just say right here, console.log something went wrong, comma, let's pass the error itself. Great. Now there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's a toast message. And who can help us with that? Well, it's Shadcn UI. So inside of the Shadcn UI, you can search for Sona or Sona. I'm not even sure how you pronounce it, but Sona, that's how I will now call it, is a toast library which looks very, very beautiful. And that's what we'll use for this video. So whenever a user uploads an image, we will right here return this toast. So let me right here copy this installation command using npm. Let's go back. I will stop my dev server. Let me clear that and let me paste this installation command. Let's say yes, I want to install that, or I want to update Shadcn UI. This has been installed. Let's do a npm 1dev to restart that. And let's continue with the quick start guide. So what we have to do is we have to add now the toaster component somewhere in our layout. And instead of rendering it in our root layout, we will render the toaster in our dashboard layout. So let's go to the dashboard, then to the layout, and inside of here, right at the end, just above the empty tag, I want to render my toaster. So let me get my toaster from my components. Again, it's very important that you import it from the components and not from Sonar. Let me import that, it's self-closing. And what we can do right here is also give it a bit of, how would you say, extra styling. So we can add a few properties. One of that, it's rich colors. So if I use rich colors, let's see, do they show it right here? Nope. So I can go right here to the documentation, and right here you will see rich colors. So then it will have either a red color or a green color. So that's what I want. And let's also add a close button. And this is right here. Do they show it? So close button. If I add that, then we have this little X at the top, and that's what I want. So we have now added which colors and the close button, and now we can use the toaster. So I can go back to the settings form, and right here from the on client upload complete, I can now call, or I can now render a toast. So underneath the set current profile image, we can now get our toast. This is imported from Sonar. Then let's do a dot success and let's invoke it. And as a message, I will say profile image has been uploaded. And let's also do the same for the error. So underneath the console log, let's do a toast dot error and let's invoke it. And as a message, let's say profile image. Or no, let's just return right here this error message. You know what? Let's copy that and paste it inside of here. Right here, it currently throws a error. So let's do a dot message. All right, we can now save that. Let me again go back. Let's go to the website. Let me do a hard refresh and let's see if everything works as expected. So let me right here click on the X. Let's delete the image. Let's upload a new image. I have again selected the burger image. Let me click on upload. We now have our loading state and we should see the toast right here at the bottom in a second. So let's see, it's loading right now. And what do we have right here? We now have a toast which says profile image has been uploaded. Great, that's what I wanted. And now we have to do our last step, and that's also of course now when we click on this button, we want to store the new name and also the profile image in our database. So let me go back to our settings form. Let's close that. And then right here in the settings form, I have to now somehow make the new image accessible to our form data. So what we can do is go underneath the label and we can create a input, and this will be of type hidden. This means the user won't see this input, but we will be able to get all of the data through the form data. Then let's give it a name. This name will be again our fields, then dot profile image and dot name. Let's also right here give it a key, and this key will be our fields. So let's get the fields, then dot profile image and then dot key. And then let's also pass a value, and the value will be our current profile image. So now we have a type, we have a name, we have a key and a value. The last thing which I want to do is render again our p tag with a error. So we can scroll to the bottom. So above this ternary or underneath the ternary, but still in the div, we can get a p tag, and let me right here render my fields.profileimage.errors. Let me also give the p tag a class name, and let's say text red of 500 and text of small. And in theory, this should now work. So what do you guys think? Should we test it out? I think so. So let me go back. For the name, I will say Jan Marshall. Let me upload again the burger image. So I have now my loading state right here. We should see a toast, and yeah. So now let me click on Save Changes. We have a loading state and I should get redirected to the dashboard. And that's what happened. And on the top, we now have right here my profile image, which is now a burger. My God, this is ugly. So let me change that really quick. So let's again go to the settings and let me change this profile image because this is hideous. So I've now uploaded a new image right here again. Profile image has been uploaded. Let me save that. And now we should see it right here in a second. And yeah, we have it. Now this is my Mac Studio. I know this has nothing to do with a profile image, but I couldn't find my own image right now on this computer. And yes, everyone, we're now done with the settings. Great. As you see, the name has updated and the profile image has also updated. And that's what we wanted. Let's see how it looks like in dark mode. So let's again choose light mode. And let's now create the availability route. Alright friends, let's now get started with the availability page. So let me go to my dashboard links component really quick because I want to copy the name because I already know that I will misspell that. So let me open the Explorer, then let's go in the app folder, dashboard folder, and let me create a new folder and let's name it availability. Then let's create that and let me create a page.tsx inside of here. So now we've created this route and as you all know, since this is in route, we have to do a export default function. Let's call it right here availability route and this should be of course uppercased. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. As you see, I misspelled default, so let me spell that correctly and now this looks great. Alright, so I think we should already get started with the UI. So let me do a return statement. Let me get a card component from our components. Let's open that. Inside of the card, let me get my card header from the components. Inside of here, let me get my card title, also from the components. And let me say availability. Let's uppercase that. Let me now create the card description, also imported from the components. And inside of here, let me say, in this section, you can manage your availability, exclamation mark. And yeah, let's save that. Let's go back. Let me click on availability. We have the card title and then we have the card description. So now we have to create our UI. So let me go back. Then underneath this card description and card header, let me create a standard form element. Let me delete the action and in the form, let me get right here my card content. Again, imported from the components. So as you know, for the availability route, I want to render all of the, days. And then I want to render the times. So from until. But here comes the interesting thing. I want to render it for my server. So I want to get the data from my database. So Monday, Tuesday, and I want to know when the user is available and when not. And currently there's no way for us to fetch this data. So we have to go to our schema and we have to create a new model, or in other words, a new table. And this will be the availability table or model again. So let's create a model. Let's call it availability. This should be, of course, uppercased. Then let's open that. What does each model in Prisma need? What is required? Well, an ID is required. So this will be of type string, @ID, @default, and UUID. UUID is right here just the generator, so the unique generator. Then let's continue. What else do we have right here? We have a day. And instead of passing a string right here, we only have a few set of names. This means what we can do is create a enum. Let's call it day, uppercased. And inside of here, I can pass all of the names which we will have. So we will have a Monday. Then we will have a Tuesday. Then we will have a Wednesday. Then we will have a Thursday. Then we will have a Friday, and we will have a Saturday, and we will have a Sunday. Now, please make sure that everything is spelled correctly. So I just respelled everything again so that it's correct, because it's very, very important. If you have some spelling mistake inside of here, then nothing will work. And that's not what you want. So please spell this correctly. And then we can give this day right here, the field, the type of day. So day is the type of enum day, and the options for day are all of our weekdays. So everything from Monday till Sunday. Okay, what else does our availability have? Well, we have a from time, so when the user is available, this is type string. Then we have a till time, this is also type string, and we have a is active boolean, and this right here will have a default of true. This means at the default, when we create a new day or a new availability, then the user will always be active at that day. Then what else do we want to do? We want to also create a created at timestamp. So let's do a created at of type datetime at default and then now. Let me also create a updated at. This will be also of type datetime, and this will be at updated at. So whenever we create a new row in the database for the availability, we will just create a new created at timestamp, and whenever we update it, then we will generate a new updated at timestamp. We have an ID, we have the day, we have the from time. I misspelled that, I see that right now. So this is not from time, but from time. Then we have the till time, we have the is active boolean, we have the created at timestamp and the updated at timestamp. But we are still not done. There's one thing missing, and that's the relation to the user. And now in total, you have 3 relations. You have a one-to-one relationship, you have a one-to-many relationship, and a many-to-many relationship. What do we have right here? Well, this right here is a one-to-many relationship because each availability model can only have one user associated, but each user can have multiple availabilities because the user could be available on Monday, but not available on Wednesday, and then again available on Tuesday, but not available on Thursday. So the user has multiple availabilities, and each availability only has one user. So a one-to-many relationship going from the user. And how do you create a relationship with Prisma? Well, it's relatively simple. You can go to the model of the user, then let's go underneath the sessions, and we can right here say availability, and this will be of type availability, and then we can append a array symbol. Now let me make sure that I spell availability correctly, and if I now save this, you will see that this relation will auto-generate. So right here in the availability model, we now have our user and it's related to the user ID. And for the model user, we say, hey, this is a one-to-many relationship. So since I added right here this array symbol, it automatically generates a one-to-many relationship. So what do we do now? We have created that. So this means we can now sync our database with Prisma. So let me open the terminal. Let me stop the dev server. That's again very important. Let me clear everything. And let's do a npx prisma db push. This will now sync our database with our Postgres database from Supabase, which is again something which we need. Let me close the terminal. For now, I won't restart it because we will need to install a few things in a second. So no need to restart it. Then let's close the schema. And what we can do now is, first of all, fill this availability. So what do I mean with that? Whenever we do the onboarding route, I want to automatically create a default availability for Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and all of the days. So if you go to the actions file, right here we have this onboarding action. And right here we have this prisma.user.update. And what I want to do is whenever we right here finish the onboarding route, I want to automatically create a default availability as I already said. So what we can do is go underneath right here this name, then we can get our availability. Let's open that, and I want to create many availabilities for this user. So let's do create many. Let's open that. Inside of here, we get our data, and this is an array. And inside of there, we now get a object, or we can create multiple objects of the things we want to create. And I want to create multiple availability timestamps for the user. So let's get started with the day. The day right here will be Monday. So let's get Monday. Then we will have a from time. This will be a string, and let's say 08 colon, then let's say 00, so 8 a.m. Then let's continue. Till time. This will be 18, so let's use a string, 18 colon 00. So from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. Then let's create the next object. Right here, this will be for Tuesday. So what you can do is just copy this right here, paste it, and instead of Monday, let's get right here Tuesday. Then what can we do? We can again copy this, paste that. And instead of Tuesday, let me get Wednesday. Let's save that. Then let's again copy that, paste that. And instead of Wednesday, let's get Thursday. Let's save that. Let's copy that and paste that. Instead of Thursday, let's get right here Friday. Let's save that. Let's again copy it. Let's paste that. What do we want to get? We want to get right here Saturday. So let's again copy this, paste that. And now I want to get Sunday, so Sunday. So we're now done with that. We have now created right here this default availability for the user, which means what we can do now is open our Prisma schema and first of all delete the user from our database to again create the onboarding, or to again redirect the user to the onboarding route to make all of this work. So let me do a npx Prisma Studio. This will open again right here. Then right here, I have to now show it to you on the right side because I don't want to leak my email. But what we can do is select all of these two users and I can then right here on the right side delete them. So as you now see, I have deleted both users, which is good. So let me go back. Then what we can do now is restart our dev server. So let's do a npm run dev. Let me right here do a hard refresh. And what you'll see is that we will get redirected to the index page. And that's because we don't have a session anymore. So let me right here click on try for free. Let me sign in with Google. I have now signed in. Then let's again say Jan Marshall for the username, Jan Marshall. Let's submit that. Then we have to now connect our calendar again. So let me connect the calendar to or let me redirect myself to Nylas to again connect the calendar. Let me continue with Google. And now we got redirected. So in theory, this means that our default availability should be now created. So let me open my second terminal tab and let's again open Prisma Studio. And in theory, I should now have one user with also an availability. So we see my name, Jan Marshall, my email, we have an image, we have a username, we have a grant ID, grant email. And if you scroll to the right side, we now have an availability and in total 7 records. And these 7 records, so let me open that right here, availability, they range from Monday till Sunday. So what we have right here is Monday, then we have right here Tuesday, Wednesday, blah, blah, blah. We have all of that and that's great. So I can now close that, we don't need that anymore. And we can now use this data and render it. So let me stop the Prisma Studio, I don't need that anymore. And yeah, let's now render that. And to render it, it's relatively simple. Let's go in the card content right here and let me get my data. I don't have any data. What I mean with that is we have to first of all fetch the data and then we can just map over it. So let me go above the export default function. Let's do an async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Right here, I want you to find the availability schedule for the user. So we can do right here a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Then let's do .availability.find many. Then let's invoke it, let's open that, and I want to find the availability where the user ID matches my ID. So right here, the user ID should match the ID which I provide. How do I get the user ID? Well, I get it through the params. So let me get my user ID. This will be of type string, and then I can pass it right here. So now this is done, this is good. Let me again do a if check. Let's say, hey, if we don't have any data, then let me just return not found. That means if we don't get anything, we will return a for not found. Let me then also return the data itself. So let's say return data, and now this is done. Let me also now get that in the front end. So above the return statement, let's do a constant data equals to await get data. Now, you probably already know we will get 2 errors. First of all, we have to mark this function as async. So export default async function. Again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. And for get data, we are missing one argument, and this is the ID of the user. So above constant data, we can do right here a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's import that, let's invoke it, and right here for this function, let me pass my session.user.id. Let's also mark it as string, and now this should work. So since we now have our data, we can now start fetching over that, or not fetching, but mapping over it. And yeah, let me do that. So let me open again the cart content right here. Then let me get my data. Let's do a dot map. Let me get the item. And let me just return that. Inside of here, let me first of all render a div element. And to see first of all that everything is rendered, let me just get right here my item.name, or not name, but day. So item.day, let's save that and let's see if that works. So let me do a hard refresh. And now I should see right here a few dates. So let's go to the availability, and inside of here, we should now have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Great, this works. So let me now style that. What we can do is again delete this div. Let's create a new one. Let's give this div a class name, and I want to create a grid layout. So let's say grid. Let me spell that correctly. So grid. Then let's say on a mobile device, grid calls 1. Grid columns of 1. This is the default. Nevertheless, it's always good to write it again just to know, hey, this is what is happening right here. Then let's say on SM or bigger, this means devices with a minimum width of 640 pixels. Let's do a grid calls of 2. Then let's say MD or bigger, so a device with a minimum width of 768 pixels. Let's do a grid of columns of 3. And what else are we missing? Let's also do a items of center, and let's do a gap of 4. Now there's one thing which I haven't added right here, and that's the key. This is one of the most essential things that you have to add when you map over your data, and the key has to be unique. So the key in this case right here will be our item.id, because the ID is unique. And what I want to render now in this div is a switch and then the item date. The switch will be there to toggle the active state of this availability day. And then I want to also later on render a select, and inside of the select, the user can select the times when he's able to take meetings. So let's go to ui.shadcn.com, and let me first of all get the switch component. So this is what you see right here, and this is what will allow us to create this active toggle. So what we can do is copy this right here installation command using npm. Let's go back. Let me open my right here terminal. I will again stop my dev server. Let me clear that. Let's paste that. And then what I also wanted was the select, as I already said, and this will be there to render the times. So everything from, I don't know, 8 AM till 6 PM or something like that. So let me copy the installation command. Let's use npm. Let's go back and let me paste it inside of here. So now let me again restart my dev server since everything has been installed, and now we can get started. So let me first of all render our switch, and for that let's first of all render a wrapper div. Let's give this div a class name. This will be flex items of center, and let's also do a gap x of 3. Then inside of this div, let me get my switch component from my components. Please make sure that you don't import it from Radix UI. You don't want to get Webpack errors. So let's get it from the components. This is self-closing. And let's also right here give it a property, which is the default checked. And default checked will be equal to item.active or is active. This means right here in the schema, let's again open that. We have right here this field. Where do we have it? So right here we have this is active not schema, but this is active field, which is a boolean, which means it could be either true or false. If is active is false, then right here this will be not checked, but if it's true, then the switch will be checked. So let's go back to our page. Let me do a hard refresh, and now we should see in total 7 switches, which should be all active. And yes, that's what you see right here. Great. Let me also give it a bit of spacing, because currently they are too close to each other. To do that, what we can do is go to our cart content, and we can give it a class name, and this will be flex of column, and let's do a gap y of 4. If you now save this and again go back, you should now see a bit of spacing. And yes, this already looks way better. Great. So what do I want to do now? I want to now also render the name, or not the name, but the day. So let me go underneath the switch, but still in the div. let me get a p tag, and let me render the item.day. If you go back, you now see the switches, and then you will see the days right here. Alright, so now we have rendered that, and this looks great. And what I want to do now is render the select. So I want to render a select for the from time and a select for the till time. So let me go underneath the p tag and under the div, but still above this main div with our grid layout. And let me right here use the select component. This is imported from the components. Now, I don't want to repeat myself 1000 times, so I think I will now say it the last time for this video. Please import it from the components. Don't be the guy in my comments who says, hey, I get Webpack errors. Again, this is the last time that I will mention that. Always import everything from the components. Okay, so my rant is finished. I won't say it anymore. So yeah, let's continue. So we now have our select, which is good. Let's open that. And what does a select have? Well, it has a select trigger. Let's import that. Let's open that. And for the select trigger, what I want to do is give it a class name. And we will say that it should take the full width, so W or full. And then in the select trigger, let me get a select value. Let's import that. This is self-closing. And let's give the select value a placeholder. And let's just say from time. So let's say right here, from time. And now let's save that. Let's go back. And now you see your first select. If I click on that, nothing happens. Nevertheless, we already see something, which is great. So what we have to do now is render the select content, because if I click on that, nothing happens. So let me go back, let me go underneath the select trigger, and let's get our select content. Let's import that, let's open that, and in the select content, let's get a select group. Also, let's import that and let's open that. Now inside of here, I have to now render all of the items, so the select items itself. And we want to display all of the times, so everything from, I don't know, 0.0 till 23:30. So we want to display all times in 30-minute windows. So we'll create a file for that. Let me open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the lib folder, and let me create a times.ts file. So as I said, inside of here, we will store all of the times which are available. So this is a export constant. Then let's call it times. And this will be equal to an array. Inside of this array, so let me get the array symbol, we will have objects with all of the times. So as an example, let's create an object. Inside of there, we will have an ID of 0, and then we will have the time, and the time starts with 0. So let's do a string 0.0. So this is right here, how is it called? 1 or 0 a.m. or 12 p.m. Yeah, 12 p.m. That's how it's called. So we start with 12 p.m. and we go till 11:30. This is what I want to do. Now you could type it yourself, just do ID1 times 0:30 and blah, blah, blah. You could do that, or you could just go to my GitHub repo, copy it and paste it. So it starts, as I already said, with right here 12 p.m. and it goes right here till 11:30. And we have everything from 8:30 a.m., 10:30, blah, blah, blah. So all times have been added right here. Again, if you want to, you can write it yourself. It's not a lot of work. Go to ChatGPT and it will create everything for you. You just have to have an ID which is unique. That's also very, very important. So we have now created that. I can close that, and now we can use this array to map over it. So let me get my times. So let's do times, imported from this lib folder. Then let's do dot map. Then let me get time as in param, and let me just return that. Inside of here, as I already said, I want to get the select item. Let's import that, and let's open that. For the select item, I want to render the time.time, and right here our select item currently complains a bit. Why does it complain? Well, that's because we have to provide a value, and this value will be our time.time. And also we have to provide a key because we again map over something. So the key right here will be the time.id. Let's save that. And this should now look good. So let's go back. And yes, if I now click on that, you have all of these times right here. And that's what I wanted. Great. Let's now also do the same for our till time. So let me again go back. then what we can do is just copy paste the select. So I will copy that, paste it down below again. Then what we have to change is first of all the placeholder. This will be the toTime, so 2. Then times.map, this all looks good. I think that's all. Let's save that. Let's again go back. And now you have from time and toTime. You can select everything and that's what you want. So ChatGPT just told me toTime does not exist. So let's just call it till time. So let's go back and let's right here say till time. And yeah, this is fine enough for me. So now we have our switches. We have the names of the workday, or not the workdays, but of the days itself. We have a from time and we have a till time. Now, currently, the from time does not have a default value, and that's not what we want. So let's start right here with the from time. Let's give the select right here a default value, not default open, but default value, and this will be equal to our item.fromTime. And for the other select, so for the till time, we can also give it a default value, and this will be our item.tillTime. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we should see everywhere 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. Let's see. And yes, as you see, everything starts with 8 a.m. and everything ends with 6 p.m. Great, that's what I wanted. Let me now also render at the bottom a submit button. So let's go back, let's go underneath the card content, but still in the form. And let me render a card footer imported from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me get my submit button from the components. This is self-closing. Let's give it a text property and let's say save changes. So save changes, let's save that. Let's again go back and now we will see the button right here. And now let's create the functionality to save this preference. So to make that work, let's create a new server action. So let's go to the actions file. Let me scroll to the bottom and let's create a new server action. So let's do a export async function. Let's say update availability action. Damn, I misspelled that. Who cares? Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Okay, I've now spelled this correctly. And how do we always start with a server action? Well, the first thing which we get is the form data. So let's get our form data and this will be of type form data. Then what else do we want to do? Well, we want to protect the server action. So let's do a constant session and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke that. And now we are sure that only authenticated users are able to create a mutation right here. What we have to do now before we continue right here is again go back to the page.tsx and we have to now make these times and everything available through form data. And what I want to first of all get started with, or what I want to first of all make available to the form data is the availability ID. So if I again open my schema, we have our availability and we have an ID. And I want to make this availability or this ID from the availability model available for our form data. So let me go inside of this div. So we map over our data, then we have this div. Let me go inside of here. Then let's create a input. And as you all know, this will be of type hidden. This means the user can see this input, but we can get the value through the form data. Then we have to give it a name. So let's say name, and this won't be a static name, but this will be a dynamic name. So let's use these object brackets. Let's use upticks, and the name right here will be ID dash, and I want to then pass the dynamic ID. So let's use the $, these brackets, and let's get the item.id. So now we have a dynamic name, and the dynamic name is the ID dash, the name, or not the name, but the ID of our availability item. Let's also, of course, create the value. This is also very important, and this is equal to the item.id. So we have now made our first thing available for our form data, which is great. Let's now also do the same for the switch. So let's give it a name. For the name right here, let's again use these brackets. Let's use upticks right here, and this name will be also dynamic. So let's say is active dash, and then let's use the dynamic value of item.id. What do I want to now also make available? Well, I want to make this selected from time available. So let's give it a name, and this name will be dynamic. Let's use upticks, and let's right here say from time-item.id. Again, using this $sign and the brackets. And then let's also do that for the till time. So for the select, let's give it a name. Let's again use brackets, right here upticks. Let's say till time dash, and let's use a dynamic value of item.id. So now we have made everything available for the form data, and we have to now get it right here in the server action and somehow make our Prisma mutation work. So how are we going to do that? Well, let me show it to you. So let's first of all start by converting our form data into raw data. So let's do a constant. So let's say constant raw data, and this will be equal to objects or object dot from entries. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's pass our form data dot entries, and let's invoke it. And now what does this code do? Well, right here, this object dot from entries takes right here our form data and converts it into an object where the array's first element becomes the key, and then the second element becomes the value. So now we have our raw data, which we have kind of formatted. And what I want to do now is filter and then later on map over this data. So let me first of all write the code and then let me try to explain it. So let's right here create a constant. Let's call it availability data. And this will be equal to object. Then let's do a dot keys. Let's invoke that as an argument. Let's pass our raw data. Then let me do a dot filter. So right here filter, let's invoke it as a param. Let me get the key, and then let's right here create a arrow function, and let's say key dot starts with. So starts with, let's invoke that, and this key should start with a ID dash. So ID dash. And now we can map over this data. So right here, let me do a dot map. Let's right here as a param get the key, and then let me just open this arrow function. So inside of here, I want to first of all replace this ID dash with nothing, so an empty string. So let me do a constant ID, and this will be equal to key.replace. So let's get a replace, let's invoke it, let's get our ID dash, and I want to replace it with an empty string. Alright, we did that, and what I want to do now is return our data. So let's do a return, and I want to return a object. What do I want to return in the object? Well, first of all, I want to return the ID. Okay, we have done that. Then I want to return our isActive state, and this will be equal to raw data. Then we have to get something, or we have to get a certain item. So we can use these array symbols right here, and let's use upticks. And I want to get right here the isActive dash our ID. So this isActive should correspond to this name right here. So you have this isActive dash item ID, and this should correspond to your action right here. And this could now be either true or false. And the interesting thing is that right here the switch doesn't return a boolean, but it returns a string. And if it's true, it returns on. And if it's false, it returns undefined. So what we can do right here is a triple equal check, and we can say on. So if this right here is equal to on, then this will default to true. And if it's undefined, then it will be false. Then let me also create a from time, and then this will be equal to our raw data. Let's again get our array symbol. Let's use upticks, and I want to again get right here the from time. So I can copy it from here. So this from time, let's get that. Let's do a dash, and this should be the ID. So let's get that, and let's mark it as string. Let's now also get our till time, and this is again equal to our raw data. So let's say right here, not that, I'm sorry, but raw data. Let's get our array symbol, upticks, and I want to get the till time. So let's copy it, let's paste it inside of here, dash the ID, and let's mark it as string. All right, what did we just do right here? So first of all, right here, this object.keys, right here we get all of the keys from our raw data. So this is step number one. And then the second thing which we have is the filter method, and this filters the keys to only those that start with an ID dash. This means right here in the page.tsx, we have this one input which is of type hidden, and it starts with an ID dash. So if you again go back, you then see we then start mapping over our data. So right here, this dot map maps over the data. And then we have right here our constant ID, which equals to key.replace. So what we do right here is remove the ID dash prefix from the key to get the actual ID which is associated to the item. So again, right here in the page.tsx, we have this input which is type hidden. This is the ID of the item. Now we remove this ID dash and we just get the ID itself. So this item.id. Then what else do we do right here? Now we have this isActive, from time, and till time. Well, it's quite simple. Again, first of all, the ID is the ID of the item. This isActive is a boolean which says or which tells us if this switch is toggled or not. And we get the correct one using this isActive-id. So we just right here return a object where the ID is the same or is the same ID of the same object as this isActive. Because at the end of the day right here, we map over our data, and this means we will have in total 7 inputs or 7 IDs right here. We will have 7 switches, we will have 7 select statements, and in the actions right here, we just sort them so that all of these values, so the ID is active from time until time, all correspond to the same object, to the same availability data. So yeah, that's what we do. And at the end of the day, we just right here create the ID, we get the boolean for isActive, we get the correct from time, and we get the correct till time. This is all we do. It's relatively simple, even though that the code could look a bit complicated. So since we have now done that, and since you probably, I hope at least, understand what we just did right here, we can now create our mutation. So let's go underneath this right here and let's create a try statement. Let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a await prisma.transaction. Then let me right here open that or invoke it, whatever you want to call it. And inside of here, we can now map over our availability data. So let me get my availability data. Let's do a dot map. Let me get a item as in param. And in the arrow function, let's do a prisma.availability.update. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Now, I don't want to update any availability, let's call it data, but I want to update availability where the ID matches. So let's get our where statement and let's say I want to update availability where the ID matches the item.id. So this has been now created. And what do I want to update? Well, I want to update specific data. So let's get the data right here property. And I want to update the isActive right here boolean. This will be equal to the item.isActive. Then we have our from time. This will be equal to the item.from time. And we will have our till time. And this was equal to the item.till time. Now currently I'm still getting an error. That's because we have a try statement. So we can just right here catch if we have an error. Let me get the error right here as in param. Let's open that. And right here you can do whatever you want. For now we can just do a console.log and let's just console log the error. So now this error is gone, and let me now try to explain to you what we just did with Prisma right here. What we do right here is map over data, right? And if you wouldn't use this Prisma transaction, this would mean that you would create in total 7 Prisma mutations after each other. So you would create one mutation, then the second, the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth, and the seventh. And this takes too long. Why would you want to do that? What could you do to fix that? Well, you could use a transaction as we do that. And using a transaction, we can execute multiple database operations in a single transaction. This means this shortens the time, and this also means that we don't have to overload our database with multiple transactions. We do it in one, and that's very, very cool. Then inside of this transaction, we now map over our availability data because it's an array with multiple objects, and each object has an ID that is active, boolean, the from time and the till time. We map over it and then we just use Prisma to update our availability. So if you would now just delete this await Prisma.transaction, the code would be relatively simple. We just map over the data and we do our Prisma mutation. But with this Prisma transaction, we just make sure that it's very efficient because we just do one transaction instead of 7 transactions. And this is very, very cool and a great performance optimization, which we just have implemented. So congrats everyone, we have now a very, very fast mutation. So since this has been now created, the last thing which I want to do is revalidate my data. So we can go right here above the catch statement and we can call right here revalidate path. This is imported from next/cache. We can import that, invoke it, and then as in path, this will be /dashboard and then /availability. So let me copy the name because I can't spell availability. So right here, availability, let me copy it and let me paste it right here. And you will probably now ask me, hey Jan, what is this revalidate path? Well, as you know, the documentation is your best friend. So let's search for revalidate path. And then right here you will see revalidate path allows you to purge cache data on demand for a specific path. Yeah, that's what we do. We just, at the end of the day, you could say almost like reset the cache for this route. And yeah, that's all you do. So what do you think? Should we test it out? Should we see if everything works? Well, I think we should. So let me go back. Let me do a hard refresh just to make sure that everything is right here up to date. And let's say I want to make Saturday and Sunday not available. Let me click on Save Changes and we did a GET request. So what do we have to change? Well, for the page.tsx, we have to give our form a action. So let's give it a action. Let me copy the name right here. So this is update availability action. Let's paste it and let's import it from our actions. Let's go back and let's again test it out. So let me make Saturday and Sunday not available. Let me click on Save Changes. And in theory, this should now work. So we have a loading state right here. And yeah, this should have now worked. Let me do a hard refresh to see if this really worked. So it's loading and yes, Saturday and Sunday is not available anymore. Let me also try to change right here the time. So for Monday, let's say I'm only available at 12 a.m. till, let's say right here, 4 p.m. Let me save my changes. We have a loading state. And now in theory, this should have worked. Let me do a hard refresh. And what do we have? Let's see. 12 a.m. till 4 p.m. Great, this works. All right, everyone, congrats. You have now created a availability route in which you can update the days on which you are available/busy. You can update the time frame and everything is stored in the database. Great, this took some time, but we're done with that. And the nice thing is also that this is completely responsive. So if I make this a bit smaller and let's go to a mobile screen, you see this fully works and that's great. Let's again make it desktop, you see it fully works. Let me right here full size that. And what do we do now? Well, I think we should now create our event types. So let's do that. All right, my friends. So now let's create our events right here page. And to create it, what we have to do first of all is create a new model in our Prisma schema. So let's go to our schema file. Let's go underneath this enum day and let me create a new model. Now we will name this model event type. And then let me just open that. As you all know, in Prisma, we always have to provide an ID. So let's say right here ID, which will be of type string, @ID, @default. And as a generator, you could use, for example, CUID, but I like UUID. Then let's continue. What properties or what fields does a event type have, or what fields does our event type have? Well, it has a title, which will be of type string. We will have a duration because each event can have a different duration. For example, you could have a duration of 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 or 1 hour, whatever you fancy. This will be of type number, or in this sense right here, this will be an integer, so int. Then we will also have an URL. This will be of type string. Then we will have this description, which will be of type string. We will also have a boolean, so active or not. So let's right here say active. This will be of type boolean, and let's give it a default, and the @default will be true. That means whenever we create a new field right here, the initial state will be true of the event type, but the user can always toggle it and make it not active. Then let's also right here have a video call software, and this is what the user will use, or this is what the user can select, and we will have 3 types. We will have Zoom, Google Meet, and what was the third one? Teams. Yeah, Microsoft Teams. I know nobody likes it, but this is a enterprise software and we have to provide it right here. So this will be of type string, and let's also give it a @default. And please make sure that you spell this now correctly. This is Google, then white space, and then Meet. Google, the G is uppercased and the M is uppercased, and Google has 2 O's and Meet has 2 E's. So please make sure that you spell this correctly. Then let me also create a created at timestamp. So created at will be of type datetime, and let's do a @default, and let's say now. Whenever a new field gets added, we will automatically create a timestamp. Then I want to also now create a relation, and as you all know, we have in total 3 relation types. We have one-to-one, one-to-many, and many-to-many relationships. What relationship do we want to create? So I want to create a relationship between the user and the event type, and this will be a one-to-many relationship. This means a user can have multiple event types, so a event type for 15 minutes, one for 30 minutes, and one for 1 hour. And a event type can always only be related to one user. So a event type is directly connected to a user, while a user can have multiple events. So let me go underneath this, or let me go to the model user. Let me go underneath this availability relation, and let's right here say event type. And this will be of type event type with an array symbol. If I now click on Command Save, it will auto generate the relation, and now we have a one-to-many relationship. So we relate right here to the user ID. So this now looks good. We can now sync our database. So let me open my terminal. Let me stop right here this dev server. Let's clear that. Let's do npx prisma db of push to sync our database. And once our database is in sync, we have to again restart the dev server, because you have to always do that when you do a migration with Prisma. So let me do npm 1 dev to restart it. And now we can get started with creating our dashboard index page, or in other words, our event types page. So what's the first thing which I want to do? Well, the first thing which I want to do is fetch data. So I'm now in the page.tsx in the dashboard folder, and inside of here, let's go to the top and let's do a async function. Let's call it getData. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, I want to now fetch my data from Prisma. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Then let's do a .user and .find unique. Then let's invoke it and open that. And inside of here, I want to find a user where right here my ID matches the ID which I provide. So right here in the params, we can get the user ID, and this will be of type string. And now I want to find a user where the ID matches the user ID which I provide. So now we find our unique user. Now we have to also right here select the data which we need. So let me right here do a select statement, and I want to first of all get the username. So let's set this to true, but I also want to get the data for our event types. So let's get the event type. Let's open that. Let's do a select. And from the event type, I want to get the ID. Let's set this to true. I want to get the active boolean. Let's set this to true. Let me get the title. Let's set this right here to true. Let me get the URL. Let's set this to true. And let me get the duration. And let's set this to true. Alright, we have now fetched all of this data. What we can do now is again a if check, and we can say, hey, if we don't have data, so exclamation mark data, then let me just return not found. On other words, let's return a for not found. Then at the end, once we know that we have data, we can just do a return data. And what we can do now is fetch, or not fetch, but what we can do now is get this data in the front end. So underneath the session, we can now do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and inside of here, I have to now pass right here the session, or not the session, but the user ID, because this is what we want to get right here as an param. So in the right here as an argument, let me get the session.user.id and let's mark it as string. And let's now create the UI for this page. So let me delete right here this div, we don't need that. Let's use empty tags, and inside of here, let me do a ternary. And I want to see if we have data. So we can say, hey, if data dot event type right here dot length is equal to 0, that means if we don't have any event types, then let's use a question mark. Let's return a p tag and say no data. And if we have event types, then let's use a colon and return p tag, or return a p tag. And let's say, hey, we have event types. Let's save that. Let's go back and let me do a hard refresh. And right here, we should now see in a second, in theory, no data, because I haven't created any event types. And yes, that's what you see. So what I want to do right here is right now render a default state, or a empty state if you want to call it like that. So what I'll do is create a separate component, because we will use this empty state in multiple places. So let me go to the app folder, components folder, and let's create a new file, and let's name it empty state.tsx. Inside of here, we can now get started with creating that. So let me do a export function. This is called, or we will name this empty state. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. Let me return a div element, and we could for now just render an h1 and say empty state. Let's save that. If you now go back, you won't see that, and that's because this component is currently not rendered anywhere. So for the page.tsx, instead of rendering no data, let me get my empty state component from the components. This is self-closing, and if you now go back, you will now see in a second empty state. Great, this works. Let me now style that. So let me delete this h1, and let's first of all style this div. Let's give it a class name. This will be flex of column. Then let's do a flex of 1. Let me also do a h of full, so height of full. Then let me center the children in the middle. So let's say items of center, and also justify of center. Let me do a rounded. So I want to give the border a rounding. Let's say rounded of, you could either say LG or MD. I think MD is sufficient enough. Then let me also give it a border, and let me also say border dashed. This means instead of having a solid line, we will have a dotted line. Then let me do a padding of 8, and let's do a text of center. Let me also create like a small animation, a smooth animation. So let me do a animate of in, and let's do a fade in of, let's say 50. This means right here not like 50 milliseconds or anything like that. This means it will fade in from an opacity of 50% till 100%. So it will be almost translucent at the start, and then it will fade in smoothly to 100% opacity. Then in this div, I want to now render an icon. So let me get the ban icon. So ban, this is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name, and this will be size of 10. And let's do a text of primary. Let's save that. Let's go back. And right here, we should now see an icon. And yes, that's what you see. Now, I want to give this icon a background color. So we can grab this ban icon right here in a div element, paste again the icon, and let's give this div right here a class name. And this will be flex. Then let's center everything. So let's do items of center and justify of center. Let me also give it a size of 20. And let's do a rounded of full. And let's do a BG of primary. And let's give it a opacity of 10%. If you now save that and go back, you will see right here a background color which is rounded, and this looks very, very beautiful. So now we can leave that or leave it as it is, and what we can do now is render a title. So let me go back, let me go underneath the icon and under this div, but still in the main div, and let me render an h2. Inside of here, I want to now render the title of this empty state. And since this component is it's not dynamic, but since I want to render it in multiple places, I want to also render the title and right here then the description and the button, everything like that. I want to render it dynamically. So what we'll do is create an interface, and then later on we will get the data through the params. So let's do an interface. Let's call it iappprops. Let's open this right here. And what I want to get right here is first of all the title. This will be of type string. Then I want to get the description. This will be of type string. Let me get the button text. This will be of type string. And let me get the href, which will be of type string. So now we have all of these 4 properties which I want to get. Let me now destructure it right here. So let's destructure it and let's give it a type of iappprops. Then right here where we destructured, I can now get all of these properties. So let's get the button text, let's get the description, let's get the href, and let's get the title. Okay, we now have all of this, and now I can render it. So for the h2, let me get the title. Let's close that. Let's give this h2 a class name. And, or no, let's leave it as it is. Let me first of all show it to you. Because if I now go back, you see nothing. Why is that? Well, it's relatively simple. We have to now pass this data inside of here. So in the page.tsx, where we render the component, we have to pass the data as properties. So if you click on Control Spacebar, you see all of the properties. And let's start with the title. So for the title, I want to say you have no event. So let's say right here, uppercase event types. Then let me also create a description. For the description, we can say you can create your first event type by clicking the button below. I hope I spelled this correctly. I'm not sure, but it does not matter. Then let's also render a button text. Right here, we will say add event type. So event type. And let's also pass an href. And this href will be /dashboard and /new, because this will then redirect the user to a card where he can create a new event type. Right now we haven't created that, but we'll do that later on. So let's go back to the empty state. We now have all of this data, and if I now save this and go back, you now see the title right here. So we now see that it's rendered. That's nice, but let's make it look nicer. So let me style the h2. Let's give it a margin top of 6. Let's give it a text of XL. Let's do a font of semi-bold. And then underneath the h2, let me render a p tag. Let me get right here the description. That's what I want to render. And let me style the p tag. So let's do right here margin bottom of 8. Let's do a margin top of 2 to have a bit of spacing to the top. Let's do a text of SM, and let's do also a text of muted foreground. This is a grayish color, and this is the CSS variable provided by Shadcn UI. If you now go back, that's what you see. It looks alright, but we can make it look a bit better. So what we can do is give it a maximum width. So let's do max width of SM and max of auto. If you now again go back, this should now look a bit better. And yes, now it wraps at a certain width. So once it reaches the max width, it becomes, could you say smaller? No, not smaller, but it starts to wrap, and that's what we wanted. So this is now finished. Maybe we could even make it smaller. So currently it's the max width of SM. You could maybe make it smaller with, what do we have right here? XS, let's see, let's go back. This will be even smaller. Yeah, XS is fine. Let's leave it like that. Then let me again go back. We now have the description, and what I want to now render is the button. So let me go underneath the p tag. Let me get the button component from the components. Then inside of the button, I want to render a link component. This is imported from next/link. Let's open that. And then in the link, let me just render the button text. So let's get our button text. Let's save that. And for the link, I have to pass an href. And this is equal to the href, because again, we get all of this data through our params right here. Then let's again go back. And now we have this button right here. And this looks quite good. Now there's one thing which I want to do, and that's also render a icon before the text. So let me get a plus circle. This is imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And let's give it a class name of margin right 2, and let's do size of 4. Then let's save that, let me again go back, and now we should have an icon right here. But this does not look very good, so how can we fix that? Well, it's relatively simple. For our button, we have to give it a asChild property, and if I give this property to the button, then you'll see this will be aligned magically as we wanted it to. So that's great, our empty state now works, and now we can get started and we can create our first event type. Because if I currently click on this button, you see we get a 4 for not found, and that's because this route does not exist. So let's change that and let's create a route to create a event type. So let me close this, let's close that, let's open the Explorer, let's go in the app folder, dashboard folder, and let's create a new folder, and we will name this folder new, so N-E-W. Let's create that, and let me create a page.tsx inside of here. And since this is in route, let me do a export default function. Let me name it new route, no, not like that, let's name it new event route. Yeah, this is good. Let's invoke that and then let's open that. Inside of here, let's do a return. Let's say h1 and let's write some gibberish. Let's save that. Let me go back and yeah, now you see this gibberish and this route now works. Of course, this is not what I want to render, so let's make it beautiful. So let me again go back. Let me delete the return statement and let's start off fresh. Let's give this right here a new return statement, and let's first of all render a div, and this div will be there to center everything in the middle. So let's give it right here a class name first of all. Let's say W of full and height of full, so width 100% and height 100%. Then let's do flex and flex of 1. So with that we take the whole space. And now we can center everything in the middle. So let me do right here in items of center and justify of center. If I would now render in p tag right here, you would see that this p tag would be now centered in the middle. Because again, we took the whole height and width and then we set item center, justify center, which means everything is in the middle. Let me now render right here my card component. This is imported from the components. Let's import that. Inside of here, let me get my card header. Let's import that. In the card header, let's render the card title. Let's import that. And for the card title, let me just say add new appointment type. Let's save that. Let me go back. And now we have our card with the title. This looks relatively good. Let me now also create a description. So underneath the card title, let's get the card description from the components. And let me right here just say create new appointment, a type that allows people, so people, to book you. Yeah, this is fine. Let's save that, let's go back, and now we have the title and the description. And what we want to do now is render the form. So what we can do is go underneath the card header, but still in the card, and let me render a form. Let me delete the action, and then in the form, I want to get the card content component. And this card content component will be there to wrap all of our inputs and labels, so it will be there to wrap our form, in other words. So inside of this card content, I can first of all create my first div wrapper or wrapper div, which will wrap the label and the input. So in the div, I can create or import a label from our components. And for the label, let me right here just say title. Let's save that. And if I now go back, you should now see our first label, and this is great. Let me now render our input. So underneath the label, let me get the input from our components. This is self-closing. And for the input, we can give it a placeholder. And let's just say 30-minute meeting. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we have right here the label and then the input. As you see, it does not look very good. That's because we don't have any spacing. So what we can do is give this div right here a class name, and this will just be flex, flex of column, and gap y of 2. If we again go back, you now see we have a bit of spacing. Okay, so this already looks nice. So we have the label and we have the input and we have some spacing, and that's what we wanted. Let's now continue. So let me go again right here to our component. Let me zoom in a bit. And then inside of here, let me go underneath the div, but still in the card content. Then let me render another div element. And let me give this div again a class name, and this will be flex of column, and then also a gap y of 2. Inside of here, what I want to render is the input for the URL. So later on, when we render our booking form, we will have the URL, which is the base URL. So this will be right here. Let me show it to you. The URL will look something like localhost 3000. Then this will be slash the user name and then slash the URL of the event. So we can give our event a URL of, let's say, 30-meeting, and this is then how this URL will look like. And you can then copy this URL, share it, and users can then book a meeting with you using this URL. So let me delete that. Let's again go back and let me now create right here this URL in this div, or the input for that. So let me first of all create a label. Let's right here open that. Let's call this, or let's right here say URL slug. So let's say that. And then underneath the label, let me now render the input. So this input right here will be again the same as with our onboarding route. This means I want to first of all have the span and then the input. So let me create that. Let me render a div element. First of all, let's give this a class name. Let's say flex and rounded of MD. And then inside of here, let me render a span element. For the value, let me just say calmarshall.com and then slash. Then what we can do now is underneath the span, we can render the input. So let me get the input, and that's already imported. So this is self-closing. And let me also give this a placeholder, and let me just say example-url-1. Yeah, this sounds good to me. And now I think that's already all. Let's again go back. Let's see how that looks like. And it looks quite hideous. So let me change that, or let's fix that. The first thing we have to fix right here is the styling, or in other words, the gap, because this label touches the input. And what we have to do is give this card content right here a class name, and this will be right here grid and gap y of 5. So if you again go back, you already see we now have some spacing, and that's what we wanted. Then let's again go back and let me now style the span right here because it does not look good. So let me give the span a class name, and let's say inline of flex. Let's do a items of center. Let's do a padding x of 3. Let's do a rounded L of MD. So this means right here we will have rounding on the left side. Let's also do a border. Let's say border right of 0, so no border on the right side. Let's say border of muted. This is a grayish color. BG of muted, also a grayish color for the background color. Let's say text of small and text of muted foreground. So again, the text will have a grayish color. Let's save that. Let's again go back, and now you see already, okay, this looks as we wanted it to. So we can leave it like that because that's already finished, or no, we are not finished. We have to style right here this input because I don't want to have any rounding to the left side. So let me go to the input. Let's give it a class name, and let's say rounded of L none. So no rounding to the left side. And now you see, okay, this already looks as it should. So now we can continue. This is our second input. Now I want to create the third input or text area, and this will be for the description. So let me go underneath this div right here, or not this div, but underneath this div right here. So in the card content, and yeah, just in the card content. Let me render a new div. Let's give this a class name. Let's say flex of column, and gap y of 2. Inside of here, let me render a label. And for the label, let me just say description. Then inside of the label, or underneath the label, inside of this div, what I want to render is a text area. And as you currently see, we don't have a text area component. So let me go to ui.shadcn.com, and inside of here, I want to install the text area component. Also, really quick, am I like the only one who has to wait 1 minute for Shadcn UI to load? Honestly, I don't know what's wrong right here. Maybe it's my internet, but okay, that's not right here what this video is about. So let me search right here for the text area. So this is the text area right here. It's a relatively simple one. It's accessible, and that's why we will use it. So let me copy the installation command using npm. Let me go back. Let me stop my dev server and let me paste it inside of here. This will now install that, and let me restart again the dev server. So let's close the terminal and let me restart it right here. Then let me go back, and then we can now import right here this text area from the components. This is self-closing, and should we give it a placeholder? Yeah, I think so. So right here we can just say, meet me in this meeting to meet me. Yeah, this makes a lot of sense, I know, but I think it's quite fun. So if I save that and go back, you now see right here our description with the text area, and you can make it also bigger and smaller as you want. So we're now done with that. The next thing which I want to render is a trigger, or not a trigger, but a select element for our duration, because a meeting could have, I don't know, whatever duration you want. So we will offer 4 options: a meeting for 15 minutes, a meeting for 30 minutes, a meeting for 45 minutes, or 1 hour. That's what we want to offer. So what we can do is go underneath this div. Let's create another div element. Let's again give it a class name of flex of column, and gap y of 2. And then inside of here, let me render a label. This is uppercased. And let me just say right here, duration. Then underneath the label, let's get our select component from our components. Let's open that. Inside of here, let me get the select trigger, because you want to somehow open the select. So let's get it right here again from the components. Let's open that. And then for the select trigger, let me get a select value from the components. And for the select value, this is self-closing, and we can give this a placeholder. And for the placeholder, I will just say select, so let's spell this correctly, select the duration, or not the duration, but select duration. Yeah, this is fine. And if we go back, you will now see the label right here, and then you have this select element. If I currently click on that, nothing happens. So let's change that. So underneath the select trigger, let me create select content. This is imported from our components. Let's open that. Inside of here, I will want to get the select group again from the components. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me render a select label. Let's import that. And for the label, let me just say duration, because this describes what the user can select right here. Then underneath the select label, let me get a select item. Let's import that. And now, as I already said, we will have 4 options. The first one right here will be 50, or not 50, but 15 minutes. And as you see, we are right now getting an error. And this error is because we have to pass a property, which is the value. So what we can do is give this select item a value property. And right here, this value will be equal to 15, because these are 15 minutes. And we want to render 15. So 15 right here. Then let me copy paste this 3 more times. Then right here, this will be 30 minutes. Let me right here get 45 minutes. And this right here will be 1 hour. So let's say 1 hour. And let's now update the values right here. So this will be 30. Then this right here will be 45. And this right here will be 60. So let's right here say 60. All right, this is now done. Let's go back. And as you now see, if I open that, we have 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and 1 hour. And now we can continue. So let me again go back. Let me go underneath this div and let me create a new one. Let's give this div a class name, and this will be grid. Then let's do a gap y of 2. And yeah, this is already all. Then in this div, let me render a label. Then for the label, let me just say video call provider. You could also just say call provider, because this doesn't have to be a video, but Zoom in most cases is associated with video. That's why we will say video call provider. And inside of here, I want to now render a button group. And the interesting thing is, if you go to Shadcn UI, you will see that a button group does not exist. So if you search for button group, there's no such component. What that means is that we have to create our own button group component. So let's create one. So let me open the Explorer. Then inside of here, let's go in the components folder. So not in the app folder, but right here in the components folder, then in the UI folder. So this is where all of the Shadcn UI components live. And let me create a new file and let's name it button group.tsx. So we will create our own custom Shadcn UI component. And yeah, let's create one. So let's try to do an export function. Let's call it button group. Let's invoke that. And then let me just open that. Inside of here, let me create a return statement. Let's return that. And what I want to return right here is first of all a div. So let's return a div element. Let's give this div right here a class name. And this class name is not a standard string, but this will be like a dynamic string. So let's use right here these object brackets. Let's get our CN helper from the utils file. Let's invoke that. And the initial class name will be flex and W or full. After that, after the string, we can add a comma, and inside of here, I want to provide extra class names. So if we, for example, want to adjust right here this button group, we can provide further class names. So above this export function, we can just create a interface. Let me call it iappprops. Let's open that. And inside of here, I want to get a class name. This will be right here optional, so question mark, and this is equal to a string. And then inside of here, I want to also get children because again, this button group is like a div, and inside of there, we will render our button components. This means we want to get right here in our properties children. So let's get the children. This is lowercase. And children will be a type of React element. This is imported from React. Then we can give it a generic, and the generic right here is button props because we want to right here pass buttons. So this is imported from the button file, and then since this is an array, at the end we can pass an array symbol. So now this has been created, and now we can get this data in our params right here. So let me destructure it, and let's give it a type of iappprops, and then inside of here I want to get my class name, or I can get my class name, and I can get my children. Alright, this has been now created, or we have now right here imported that. And what we can do now is pass this class name to our CN helper. So let me add a comma and let me just pass the class name. And inside of here, I want to now map over my children, or in other words, over my buttons. So let me right here get my children. Let's do a dot map. Let's invoke it. And as params, let me right here get a child and let me get the index. And then let me just right here open a L function. So please make sure that you don't right here return a standard, how would you call it, these parentheses, but that you use right here the actual right here brackets. Then what I want to do now is create right here two constants, or in other words, you could call them two booleans. I want to know when a button is the first in the array, and I want to know when a button is the last in a array. So let me do a constant is first item, and is first item will be true if right here our index is equal to 0. So if the index right here, if the button is the first in the array, then we know that it's the first item, and this boolean will be automatically true. Then let's continue. I want to now also get the last item in our array. So let's do a constant is last item, and this will be right here equal to our index, or it will not be equal, but this will be true if our index right here will be equal to our total buttons. As you currently see, we don't get the item length. So what we can do is go above the return statement, and we can do a constant total buttons. And this will be right here equal to my children. Now, please make sure I don't want to get the children right here, but this is an uppercase children. And this is imported from React. So let's import that. And let me do a dot count. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, let me pass my children. And now this constant right here will tell me how many items we have in a array. So if I again go back, right here we can now say total buttons minus 1. So now we have our first item and our last item, or in other words the booleans, and now we can return right here our buttons. So let me go underneath that and let me do a return clone element. This is imported from React. Let's invoke it. Right here as an argument, let's pass our child. Let's add a comma, open a object, And inside of here, we can now pass a class name. Let's open that. Let's use our CN helper. And inside of here, I want to now style our buttons depending, or not the button, but the button group depending on, again, right here, this is first item and is last item. So let's open a object inside of here. And then what we can do now is get right here a rounded -l -none. And this will be rendered if right here this is equal to exclamation mark is first item. Then let's continue. Let's also right here do a rounded of -r -none. And this will be equal to exclamation mark is last item. And then the last thing which I want to right here get is the border -l -0. And this is true if right here exclamation mark is first item. So what exactly do we do right here? Well, again, let me go through it. First of all, we have now this button group component. We get a class name and children in our params. Then right here, we calculate the total buttons in our array. So we could have 3 buttons or 4 buttons or 5 buttons. I'm not sure, but it does not matter. We then create a div right here. We give it a flex element. We then map over our buttons. So over our children's, we get the child and the index. Right here, we then have 2 booleans. First of all, to know when our first item is true. And then we want to also know when our last item is true. And then we right here create a new element. And right here, we then give it a class name and we say, hey, if is first item is not true, then we won't give it any rounding to the left side. If last item is not true, then we won't give it any rounding to the right side. And if is first item is not true, then we won't give it any border to the left side. And if, for example, the first item is true, this would mean that we would give it a border to the left side. So yeah, that's what we have done. What we can do now is also right here where we have the object, we can add a comma and pass our child.props.classname. All right, this should now be all. I think we have now covered everything and now we can use that. Now, one thing which we also have to do right here is mark this as use client. So on top, let me go and let me mark this as use client. This is because we use all of this and this relies on a JavaScript bundle. All right, so this is now finished. Let me close that. And now we can use this button group in our page. For that, let me go right here underneath the label. Let me then import our button group. So let's import that from our components. Let's open that. And inside of the button group, what I want to do is render a button. So let's get that right here from our components. Let's import that. Let's open that. And for the first button, I want to just render zoom. So this button will be there to render zoom or toggle zoom in other words. Let me also right here now copy paste this button 2 more times. And let me go for the, or let me say for the second button, this is for Google Meet. And for the third button, this will be Microsoft Teams. I hope I didn't misspell that. I probably did, but yeah. So we have Zoom, Google Meet, and Microsoft Teams. If you would now save that and go back, you would see, it does not look very good. And yeah, it doesn't. So let's change that. First of all, it should take the whole width. And secondly, it should also right here have a different primary color. So currently it's this bluish color, but I want to make it secondary, or in other words, outline. I will show you what I mean. So let me first of all go back and let's give this button a class name of wfull. If I now go back, you will now see that this button will take the whole width. This already looks good. Let me also do the same for the other 2 buttons. So class name wfull, and also for this button, class name of wfull. So what I want to do now is make the selection work, because if I currently click on the button, nothing is selected. So you don't see anything. And this is not what we want. And how will we make the selection work? Well, we will use state. So let me scroll to the bottom, or to the top, I'm sorry. And then above the return statement, let's do right here a constant. Let's create a getter and a setter. So this will be active platform. And then our setter will be called set active platform. This is then equal to use state. So let's right here say equal to use state. Use state is imported from React. Let's invoke that. And for the use state, as a initial state, we have to pass a call provider. So either Google Meet, Zoom, or Microsoft Teams. So what I want to do is create a type. So above the export default function, let's create a type and let's call it video call provider, and then this is equal to 3 options. So either Zoom meeting, Google Meet, or Microsoft Teams, as already said. Now it's very important that you spell this correctly. So please listen, or not listen, but please look at the video and try to spell it as I do. So first of all, uppercase Z, then O and M, then white space, uppercase M, EETING, so meeting, Zoom meeting. Or we can use this vertical line. We want to also provide Google Meet. So G uppercase, OOGLE, white space, uppercase M, EET. So Google Meet. Or let's use again a vertical line. The third option will be Microsoft Teams. So uppercase M, ICROSOFT, white space, uppercase T, EAMS, so Microsoft Teams. We have now all of our video call providers. Again, please make sure that it's spelled correctly. And now we can give it right here, this useState hook, a generic, and this generic is our video call provider. If you now right here go and use a string, you now see the 3 options. So we can pass a default, and the default will be Google Meet. So let's use that. Let me again scroll to the bottom, and what I want to do now is when I click on the button, I want to change at the end of the day the right here state. So let's go to the button group. We now have our buttons right here, and let me now create a onClick handler. So what we can do is go in the button right here. Let me do a onClick for right here Zoom. Let's do a inline callback function, and let's right here say set active platform. Let's invoke it, and let's pass right here Zoom meeting. Then let's continue with the second button. Let's do the same. Let's do a onClick inline right here callback. Let's do a set active platform. Let's invoke it, and let's pass Google Meet. And let's do the same for the third button. Let's do a onClick inline callback. Then let's right here get our set active platform. Let's invoke it, and let's pass Microsoft Teams. So we have now done that. We now change our state, and what I want to do now is change our variant based on the state. So what we can do is give our first button a variant, and I want to say that the variant should be right here secondary if it's equal, and it should be outline if right here our state does not match. So let me show it to you. We can say, hey, if active platform, so our getter, is equal right here to Zoom meeting, then let's use a ternary. Let me return secondary. And if this is not true, let me return right here outline. So now we can just copy this. Let's paste it also for Google Meet. Instead of saying Zoom meeting right here, we can say Google Meet. Let me again copy this. Let's paste it for the third button. And instead of Google Meet, let me right here say Microsoft Teams. So let me get this right here. Let's save that. And now this should work. So let me go back, and what do you see? We get an error. So it tells me right here, you are importing a component that needs useState. It only works in a client component. So what we have to do is mark this right here file as useClient. So on top, let me do a useClient. Let's again go back. And now this should work. And yeah, this is what you see right here. And if I now click on the buttons, you see the state changes, and that's exactly what we wanted. Let me also give right here these buttons a type. So let me give right here the first button a type, and this will be of type button. So right here, type button. Let me just copy this. Let's paste it for the second button right here. And let's paste it also for the third button. So now we're done with that. We have now created right here our button group, which works as it should. And the last thing which we have to do is render a submit button. So let me go back, and what we can do is go underneath the cart content. Let me get cart footer, or the cart footer component. Let's import that. Let's open that. And for the cart footer, I want to render 2 buttons. And the first button is to cancel that and go back to the dashboard. And the second button is a submit button. So let me render right here my first button component. Inside of the button, let me render a link component. And let me just say cancel. Let me give this link also an href. and this will be /dashboard. If you now save that and go back, you will now see we will have right here a cancel button, but I don't want this button to have a blue color, so we can give this button right here a variant, and for the variant this will be secondary. Let's also give it a asChild property, and if you now save that and go back, you see, alright, this has updated, and that's very nice. Let's now create our submit button. So underneath this button, let me get my submit button component from the components. This is self-closing, and let me give it a text property right here, and let me just say create event type. If you now save that and go back, you now see these two buttons. But I don't really like that because we don't have any padding between these two buttons. And what I want to do is that this button is on the left side and this submit button should be on the right side. So we can give this card footer a class name, and this will be W of full flex, and then let me do a justify of between. This means all of the children will be right here aligned to the most outer corner. Let me again go back, and yes, this is what I wanted. So now we have our full form right here. We can provide a title, a URL slug, a description, the duration right here, and then the video call provider which we want to use. So now we have to create our server action, because currently if I click this button, we do a GET request, but I want to do a POST request. So to make the POST request work, the first thing we have to do is create a new Zod schema. So let me go to the Zod schemas file, and inside of here, I want to create a new Zod schema. So underneath the settings schema, let's write to do a new export constant. Let's call it event type schema, and this is equal to z.object. So object, let's invoke it and let's open that. Now, what properties or what fields does this schema have? Well, we will have a title. This will be of type z.string. Let's invoke it and let's do further validation. So .min, minimum character length, this will be 3. And let's do .max, so maximum character length, and this will be 150. Then let's continue. We will have a duration, and this will be of type z.number. Let's right here invoke that, and let's also do a .min. The .min right here will be 15, and let's do a .maximum, and the .maximum should be 60, because we only provide 15 on the minimum and 60 on the maximum. So now let's continue. Let's also get the URL. This will be right here of type z.string. Let's invoke it, and let me also do a .min. This will be of 3 characters and a .max of 150. Then let's continue. We now also have our description, and this will be of type z.string. So not this, but string. Let's invoke that. Let's do a .min. Let's say 3 characters and .max, and let's say let's say 300 characters. Let me then also now continue. Let's also pass our video call software. So let me spell this correctly. And this will be of type z.string, and let's do a .min, so further validation, .min, and let's say right here 5, or not 5, but 3 characters. Alright, so now we've created all of the fields. We have a title, duration, URL, description, and video call software. So now we can use the Zod schema to create a server action. So let me go to the actions file. Let's go underneath this server action, and let me create right here a new one. So let's do a export async function. This will be called create event type action. Let's invoke that, and let me just open that. So inside of here, what's the first thing we want to do? Well, I want to protect this server action. So let me do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke that. And now we are sure that only authenticated users are able to do this mutation right here. Okay, let's continue. Let me now right here compare our form data against our Zod schema. So let me do a constant submission, and this will be equal to right here pass with Zod. Let's invoke that, and now I have to pass my form data. Where do we get our form data from? Well, we get it through the params. So let me get my form data, and this will be of type form data. I can now pass it right here as an argument. So let me get the form data. Let's add a comma, open the object, and I want to compare right here my form data against my Zod schema. How did we name the Zod schema? We named it event type schema. So let me copy it right here, and then let's paste it and let's import it. Alright, so now we have right here created the submission. So we now compare the form data against our Zod schema. And as you know, the result could be now either successful or failed. So let me do a if check, and let's right here say, hey, if the submission.status is not equal to success, so you do that with this exclamation mark, then let's just open that and let me do a return submission.reply. Let's invoke that, and now this has been done. So if the submission right here, or if the form data does not match the Zod schema, we just return all of the error messages for the fields which are not filled out or filled out incorrectly. And since we now know that our data is safe and completely fine to use, we can now create our mutation. So let me do a await prisma.eventType.create, since I want to create a new event. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and let's pass the data. So what do I have to provide right here? Well, the first thing which we need right here is the title. Let's get that. So not this, but the title. And this will be equal to the submission.value.title. Let's continue. Let's get the duration. And this is equal to the submission.value.duration. Then let's get the URL. And this will be equal to the submission.value.url. Let me continue. Let's also get the description, and this will be equal to the submission.value.description. Let's also right here pass our video call software, and this will be equal to the submission.value.videocallsoftware. And we're still not done. There's one more thing missing, and that's our user ID. Since we right here have a relation between the user model and this model, and we want to right here say, hey, this new entry is related to this user. So this user ID is equal to our submission, or not submission, but to our session.user.id, because again, right here at the top, we get our session. So this has been now created, which is great. And the last thing which I want to do is return or redirect the user to the dashboard. So let's do a return redirect. Let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's say /dashboard. Let's now save that, and now we have created right here this server action. So we can now use that. So let me go back to the page, and now we have to set up conform on the client side. And the first thing that we have to do right here is first of all get the data from the server right here on the client side. And again, we do that with this useFormState hook. If you use React 19, then it's called useActionState, but for us, it's called useFormState. So let me right here do a constant. Let's use array brackets. Let's get a last result. Let me also get a action, and this will be equal to useFormState. This is imported from React-DOM. Let me invoke that, and inside of here, as you know, we have to pass two arguments. We have to pass the server action and the initial state. So the server action is the create event action. This is imported from the actions, and the initial state will be undefined. So now we have created that. Now we are getting an error, and that's because I have to pass right here in the server action for the params a previous state, and this previous state will be of type any. And if I again go back, you now see this error is gone, and that's great. So let's now continue. We now have our right here useFormState hook, which means we now get the data from the server side, and now we can use that to combine it with conform. So let me do a constant. Let's use these array brackets. Let me get the form. Let me get the fields, and this will be equal to useForm. This is imported from conform to React. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And inside of here, the first thing which I have to pass is my last result. Then the next thing which we have to do is run the onValidate right here callback on the client side. So let's get the onValidate. Let's invoke it. Let's destructure it. Let me get my form data. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me do a return pass with Zod. Let's import that from conform to Zod. And inside of here, as you all know, we have to now provide, or we have to invoke it. And as an argument, we have to provide our form data. So let's provide that. Let's add a comma, open the object, and now I have to pass the schema. And for the schema, I have to add my Zod schema. How did we name it again? We named it event type schema. So let me import that right here. And now we do right here this validation on the client side. So it compares our form data against our Zod schema. So the last thing which we have to do right here is now add two more properties. And this is the should validate, and this will be equal to on blur. And then we have to also add the second property, and this is the should revalidate, and this will be equal to on input. So now we have added these two properties. I don't think I have to explain them because I already did that 2 times. So we can now continue. So the next thing which we have to do is combine our form with conform. So let me give this form right here, first of all, an ID, and this will be equal to the form.id. Then what else do we have? We have a right here onSubmit handler, and this will be equal to the form.onSubmit. And let's also pass our action, and this is equal to the action. Again, we get the action right here using the useForm state hook. Then the last thing which we are missing for the form is right here this no validate property. So let's add that, and now we are done with that. What we have to do now is combine our input with conform to later on display the error messages. So for the first input, let me give it a name. For the name, this will be equal to the fields, then as your dot title and dot name. Let's also pass a key, and this is equal to the fields. Let's do a dot title, and let's do a dot key. And then the last thing which we have is the default value, and this will be equal to the fields. Let's do a dot title, and then dot initial value. So now we have done that, which is great. And what I can do now is just copy right here these 3 properties and paste it for the next input. So I've copied the name, right here the key and the default value, and now I can paste it right here for this input, which is there to render our URL. So let's paste it inside of here, and instead of right here getting the dot title, let me get the dot URL. Let's also do it for the key, and let's also do that right here for the default value. Let me again copy these 3 properties, and let's now also do the same right here for this text area. So I can paste it for the text area, and instead of getting the dot URL, let me get the dot right here, how is it called? Description. Also right here, let me change that to the description, and for the default value, let me also change it to the description. Great, this has been added. Let me now again copy that. Let's now paste it for the select. And now instead of this being the description, this should now be right here our duration. Then this should also be the duration. And for the default value, this should also be the duration. Let's continue. Let's now also again just copy that. So these 3 properties. And I want to now paste it right here for the button. But now comes the problem. We can't give our button right here all of these properties. We have to again create an input which will be of type hidden. So above this button group, but underneath the label, let me create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name. For the name, this will be our fields dot video call software dot name, and we want to also provide it a value, and for the value this will be our active platform. So this is our state right here, because in the state, so where is it? Right here we have the state, because right here in the state we store the current version that the user selected. And again, the default is Google Meet, but the user can change it to Zoom or to Microsoft Teams. So now we have done that. Let's again continue. And I think this is already all. Yes, so let's save that and let me go back. So if I do a hard refresh, you see everything still works. That's great. But if I now click on create event type, it does not show any error messages, and that's not good. So let's change that. Let me again scroll to the top, and then right here for the first input with our title, let me add a error message. So underneath the input, let's get a p tag, and inside of here, let's get our fields dot title dot errors. Let's right here use that, and let's style that. So let's give the p tag right here a class name, and this will be text of red 500 and text of small. What we can do now is copy this p tag, or let's first of all see if it works. And right here you see required. Great, this works. So we can now copy paste this p tag for all of the other inputs. So right here for the input with the URL, I have to go underneath this wrapper div. So let's paste it right here. And instead of getting the title, let me get right to the .url. Then let's continue. Let's now do the same for the description. Let's paste it right here. And instead of getting the title, let's get a .description. Then let's continue. Let's do the same for the duration. So underneath the select, let me paste the p tag. And instead of getting the title, let's get our .duration. Then let me again continue. Let's now go to the video call provider. Let's go underneath the button group and let me again paste that. And instead of getting the title, let's get the video call software. And if you now go back, you see all of these error messages, and that's great. You don't see an error message right here for the video call provider. That's because Google Meet is right here the default one. But if you want to, you can also create no default. This would also work. But I think it's always good to create a default. So let's now right here add everything. So let's give it a title. Let's say 30-minute meeting. So minute meeting. For the URL slug, let's say Jan-30. For the description, meet me right here. For the duration, let's say 30 minutes. And for the video call provider, Google Meet is fine. Let me now create this event type. We now have a loading state, and now I should get redirected. Let's see. And yes, that's what happened. Let me now open Prisma Studio to see if this data has been created. So let me open a second terminal tab, and inside of here, let me do npx Prisma Studio. This will now open in a new tab. And as you see right here, we now have one event type. And if I click into that, we now have an ID, we have a title, duration, we have an URL, we have a description. Right here, the active boolean is true. The video call software is Google Meet. We have the created at timestamp and the related user. Okay, so now let's get started with creating our index page so that we can render our event types and everything like that. So let me go back to Visual Studio Code. Inside of here, let me open our page.tsx. So let me go to the Explorer. Let's go to the app folder, dashboard folder, and then page.tsx. So now we have right here, first of all, our page.tsx. And what we currently do right here is, as you see, a ternary where we check, hey, if we don't have any data, let's render an empty state. And if we have data, then let's render this p tag. And I want to now change that. So let's do that. So instead of rendering this p tag, let me first of all render a div element. And what I want to render inside of here is like this h1 where it says event types, and where it then says a description and also renders a button on the right side to create a new event. So what we can do right here is first of all give this div a class name, and this will be flex. Let's do items, so items of center. Let's do a justify of between, because as I said, on the left side I want to have the title, on the right side I want to have the button. Let me say padding x of 2, and inside of this div let me render another div, and this will be the div for the wrapper for the title. So let me right here first of all render an h1, and let's just say event types. Let's now save that. Let's go back. Let me do a hard refresh because I think my dev server is sleeping a bit. But now you see right here event types. Now this does not look very good, so let's make it a bit bigger. So let's give this h1 first of all a class name. Let's say text of 3XL. Let's say MD or bigger. Text of 4XL, and let's also give it a font, and let's do a font of semi-bold. Let's go back, and yeah, this should now be a bit bigger, and I think we can leave it like that. Let me now also render a p tag. So underneath the h1, let's get a p tag, and let me just say create and manage your event types right here. Let me again go back, and now we should see the description right here. Now this is currently like this black color. I think it should be this grayish color. So let me go back and let me give this p tag a class name, and this will be text of muted foreground. And should we make it a bit bigger? I don't think so. So we can save this, and if we go back, you will now see that this will have this grayish color, and we can leave it like that. If you want to, you could make the text right here a bit bigger, so you could say text of LG, but to be honest, let's see, do I want to change it? I don't think so. So now we have that. Let me now also render the button, which I have told you about. So underneath the p tag and this div, let me get my button component from the components, and inside of the button, let me get my link component from next/link. Then let's open that, and in this link, let me right here just say create new event. Let me also give this link right here a href, and this will be /dashboard and then /new. As you know, whenever you render a component in the button, we have to also give the button a asChild property, and then this should be already all. The only thing which I want to do right here is give this wrapper div for the h1 and the p tag a class name, and that's right here say that this should be hidden on a mobile device, and then on sm or bigger, let's say grid, and let's do a gap y of 1. So yeah, this should be all. Let's again go back, and now you see right here on the left side this text, and then on the right side we have the button which says create new event. This is exactly what I wanted, and what we can do now is render over our data, or not render over our data, but map over our data and render it then down below. So let me go back, and let me first of all wrap right here this div in empty tags. So let me right here get these empty tags. Let me then again paste right here this div, and then underneath this div, let me create another div. And then in this div, let me right here now map over my data. So let's get our data dot event type. Let's do a dot map. Let's invoke it as a param. Let's get an item, and then let me just return that. Inside of here, we can now render a div element, and we can first of all give this div a key, and for the key, this will be the item.id, because again, whenever you map over data in React, you have to always provide a unique identifier as a key. Then inside of here, just to test that everything works, let's give it an h1, and let's render our item.title. Let's again go back, and now we should see right here in title with, I don't even know how we named it, right here, we named it 30-minute meeting. So now we see that this right here works, and let's now style that. So let me give this div right here, first of all, a class name, and this will be overflow of hidden. Let's also right here do a shadow. Let me say rounded of LG. Let's do a border, and then also relative. Then inside of this div, I can delete this h1, we won't need that. And let me right here now render a link component. This link component is imported already, so let's open that. And for the link, I want to provide an href. So let me right here provide an href, and for now, let's just right here pass a empty slash. And we will change that later on, but for now it's fine enough. Then in this link element, let me render a div, and this div will be the wrapper div for our icon. So let's give this a class name of flex shrink 0, and then in this div, let me render the users to icon imported from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name of size 6. Let's save that, let's go back, and what we should see now is our first icon in the card. And that's what you have right here. But now there are a few things that I don't like. First of all, this card right here takes the whole width. This shouldn't happen. And secondly, we don't have any padding. So let's fix that. Let me give this link right here a class name. And let's right here say this should be flex items of center, and let's also do a padding of 5. If you now again go back, you will now see we will have some padding, and that's already way better. Let me now also create a grid layout. So let me go back, let's scroll a bit to the top. So right here where we map over the data, above this we have this div. Let me give this div a class name, and let's say this should be a grid layout. Let's give it a gap of 5. Let's say on SM or bigger, grid columns of 2. And let me also say on LG or bigger, let's do a grid columns of 3. Let's save that. Let me again go back. And now this should take only the space that it needs. And that's what I wanted. So let me again go back. And now we can continue right here with this link. So what we have right now is just an icon. So let me go underneath this icon and underneath the div, but still in the link. Let's give it right here a class name. Let's give this div a class name of margin left 5. w of 0, and let's do a flex of 1. In this div, what I want to now render is a DL element, and in this DL element, let me render a DT element. Then for the DT, I want to render the duration of the meeting. So let me get the item.duration, and let's behind that say minutes meeting. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now besides this icon, or right to the right side, we will have this title, and this looks quite good. Nevertheless, I think it should be a bit smaller. So let's style this DT. Let's give it a class name, and this should be text of SM, and let's do a font of medium. Should we also give it a different color? I think so. So let's do a text of muted foreground. And if you now save this and go back, you will now see right here, okay, we now have this. This has a bit of a different color, it's a bit smaller, and what we can do now is render the title. So under this DT, we can now render a DD, and then inside of here, let me just render the item.title. Let me also give it a class name, and this will be text of LG, and let's do a font of medium. If I now again go back, this right here 30 minutes meeting should be on the top, and then we have this bigger title. Now, of course, the title right now is a bit funny because the top section has the same name as the middle one, but if you would change the title, then this would of course also change. Let me now continue because I want to now also render like a bottom section. So let's right here go back to the code, and let me go underneath the link component, but still in this div, let me render another div element. And for this div, let me right now give it first of all a class name, and let's right here just say BG of muted. Then in this div, I want to now render a switch component from our component, so it's imported from there. This is self-closing, and underneath the switch, let me render right here a button component imported from the components, and let me inside of here, or this is the button group, but I meant the button. So right here, let me render the button, and in the button, let me just say edit event. Let's save that, let's go back, and now on the bottom we should see like a background color, and then we should see the switch. So right now it's loading, and now you have the switch and the button. This of course does not look very good right now. So let me go back right here, and let's give this div right here a class name, and let's say padding x of 5, padding y of 3, and let's do also a justify of between to align them to the most outer corner, and of course items of center to align it vertically. If I now go back, you will see we don't have a difference really because it's not aligned to the most outer corner, and that's because I have to give it a flex layout. So if I right here say flex and save that and go back, you will now see that it will be right here aligned to the most outer corner, and that's what we wanted. Okay, and also you now see the card looks a bit weird. That's because I'm very zoomed in. If I go to a normal width, so right here 100%, then it will look relatively normal. So let me again zoom in a bit for you guys. So let's right here just stay at 150%, and yeah, this card looks quite nice. So what do we do now? Well, there's one more thing which I want to render, and that's right here at the top. I want to render a drop down where the user can then click the settings, or we can get a preview, or we can copy the URL, everything like that. So let me go back, and to render that, let me go to the top right here. So right here where we map over our data, we then have this div right here where we say overflow hidden and everything like that. And I want to right here above the link, but still in this div, render another div element. Let's give this div a class name, and this will be absolute, and then top of 2 and right of 2, because I want to align this drop down right here at the top right corner. So let me go back, and then in this div, let me get my drop down menu. This is imported from the components. Inside of here, let me get my drop down menu trigger. Again, from the components, let's open that. And inside of here, let me render my button component. In the button component, I want to render a icon. So let me get the settings icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name of size 4. And if I save that and go back, we now see right here this button, and we see an error at the bottom. Why do we have an error right here? Well, that's because we have to give this drop-down menu trigger a asChild property. And if I say that, or if I write here write that, then this error goes away. But this button currently does not look very good, so let me style the button. Let's give it a variant. This will be outline, and let's give it a size, and this size right here will be icon, because it should be a bit smaller, and I don't want to have this blue background color. So right here, this already looks way better. Then let's continue. Let me now render the drop down menu content. So underneath this trigger, let me get the drop down menu content. This is the component. This is imported from the components. Let's open that. And right here for the content, we have to provide one property, and that's the align property. So that means you can align the content right here on the left side, on the middle, or at the right side. And I want to align it at the right side. So let's right here say end. Then let me now open that, and in the drop-down menu content, let me render a drop-down menu label. This is imported from the components, and let me right here just say event. If I now save this and again go back and click on this button, you now see a drop-down right here opens, and then we have this label. Let me now continue. So underneath this drop-down menu label, let me get a drop-down menu separator. Let's import that. And then underneath the drop-down menu separator, and first of all, this should be self-closing. And underneath that, let me get the drop-down menu group. Let's import that. Let's open that. And the first thing I want to get inside of here is our drop-down menu item. Let's import that. And for the drop-down menu item, you can now render whatever you want. So what I'll do right now is just render right here a text which will say preview. If I now save that and go back, you'll then see right here now this event, or not this event, I'm sorry, but we'll see the label on the top. Then we have the separator, and then we have the item. If I currently click on that, nothing happens. So let me change that. So for the drop-down menu item, we can give it a asChild property, and then instead of rendering this preview text, I can render a link component. Let's open that, and let me again paste preview. What I want to also do is render like an icon. So in front of the text, let me get the external link right here icon. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin right 2 and size of 4. Then for the link, let me give it an href, and this is a dynamic link. So let me use upticks, and this will be slash. Then I want to render the username. So let's get our data.username, and then slash, let's get right here again our dynamic value of our item.url. Because as already said, the booking form will be rendered in a route which will be localhost right here 3000, then slash right here our username, and then slash right here the URL of the event. So we could say event-URL. This is how the URL looks like, and that's why we redirect the user to this data.username/item URL. So now let me save that. Let's go back, and if I open that, you now see right here the icon, and if I click on that, we will get redirected and we get a 4 not found, and that's because this route hasn't been created, but we will do that in a second. Let me first of all continue. So underneath this drop-down menu item, we can create another drop-down menu item. So let's open that. And inside of here, I want to again render an icon. So let me get right here the link to icon. So link to, this is imported from Lucid React, self-closing. Let's give it a class name of margin right 2 and size of 4. Then underneath the link, or still in the drop-down menu item, but after the link to icon, let me just say copy. Then let's render our next drop-down menu item. So let me right here render my drop-down menu item. And what I want to render inside of here is the pen icon imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name. This will be size of 4, margin right of 2, and then let me just say edit. And then let's now create our last drop-down menu. So underneath this drop-down menu item and underneath the drop-down menu group, let me render the drop-down menu separator. This is self-closing, and then underneath that, let me get my drop-down menu item, and this will be there to render our delete item. So let me right here just render a trash icon. This is imported from Lucid React. Let's give it a class name of size 4 and margin right 2, and then underneath the trash, we can just right here say delete. Alright, so now we have our buttons right here, the preview button, the copy button, the edit button, we have the delete button, and yeah, everything looks beautiful. Now this preview button works, so if I click on that, we open a new route, it throws a 404, but that's because we haven't created the route yet. The other buttons don't work, so the copy button does not work, the edit button does not work, the delete button also does not work. So now the question comes, what do we do? Do we first of all right here implement all of this copy and edit and delete functionality and then also the switch? Or do we first of all create our scheduling form, so this booking form where the user can then schedule an event where we render the calendar? Should we first of all do that, or should we do all of this right here? Well, I will be honest with you. Creating this right here would be probably right now a bit easier. We would right here create the edit functionality, then the copy functionality, but I think we should first of all create the booking form. Let's do the hard thing first, and then we will do that. This is not easy, but it's a bit more straightforward than your calendar booking form. So let's first of all create the booking form, and after we have created that, we will go right here and finish the UI so that we can edit the event type and that we can right here also delete it and everything like that. And now to create our booking form, let me first of all go to the Nylas website. Again, just go to the YouTube description and click the first link. And then inside of here, let's go to the developer section, so to the documentation. And let me right here in the sidebar, go to the schedulers section. Now inside of here, this is an overview. It will tell you what a scheduler is. So they tell you right here, the version 3 Nylas scheduler introduces a robust, flexible, secure scheduling solution that you can build seamlessly into your application. With the version 3 scheduler API and scheduler UI components, you can manage bookings, design complex scheduling flows, and customize the UI. And as you see, this is very, very cool. Now, there's one thing which you should see right here, and they talk about a scheduler UI. So what they mean right here is that you have two options to build right here, a booking form or a scheduler. So one option would be right here to use the scheduler UI component. So you would still render it in your project, but instead of doing it headless where you just use the API, you would use the pre-built component. And right here you see how it looks like. It looks very, very beautiful. You right here have your calendar. You can then select later on your time frames, and you can select the time zone, the language, everything like that. So honestly, if I would build my own website, I would probably use this right here. What we'll do is use the scheduler API. This means at the end of the day, we will build our own front end and we will just use the backend API or headless API if you want to call it like that, or as it actually should be called, the scheduler API. We will use that for the back end and we will bring our own UI. That's what we will do. But honestly, it's way easier to use their own scheduler UI component. So again, this is how it looks like and it looks very good. To see how to implement it, you can go right here to the Getting Started guide. And as you see, it's relatively simple. First of all, you have to install the package right here. So add Nylas React. Then the next step is to just render it. You have to provide a configuration ID. Right here, you first of all have to create one, but once you create it, you can just pass it right here. Then the next step is to just render it and pass any other properties which you need. So right here, you could pass, or you should pass, the client ID, the domain, the redirect URI, if it's hosted or not, the access type, everything like that. But once that's done, once you have passed all of this, you have this beautiful component and you don't have to do anything by yourself. So again, if you want to shorten this video, which is fine by me, you can just implement this right here because it's very, very simple. Just install the component, right here render it, pass all of the properties, and tada, you are done. But as I also mentioned right here, we will do the hard thing. We will use the API and bring our own UI. So yeah, that's what I wanted to mention right here. So if you want to, again, make this video shorter, then just go through this guide. Very easy to follow. I did it myself, nothing hard about it, and then you will be done. But we will do it the hard way. So I guess let's get started with that. So I will close this, close that, and close also this. Let me go to VS Code. Let me close all of this. And right here, I want to create a new route. Now, I don't know if you know that, but in Next.js you can create a route group. And a route group is something that does not show up at the end of the day in your URL. Because currently we have right here a dashboard folder, right? So this dashboard folder shows up in our URL. So right here, localhost 3000. But what is if I want to create a folder and this folder shouldn't show up right here inside of my URL? Well, then you can create a route group and we can go to the Next.js documentation. Let's search for the route group. And what here you'll see in the app directory, nested folders are normally mapped to the URL paths. However, you can mark a folder as a route group to prevent that. And a route group is just a name or a folder wrapped right here in these parentheses. And that's what we want to do. So let's go to the app folder, and inside of here, let me create a new folder. Let's create a route group. So let's use these parentheses and let's name it booking page. Let's open that. Inside of here, let's create a child folder, and this will now be a dynamic folder or a dynamic route. So let's use the array brackets right here. So let's open that, close that, and let me right here get the user name. So now we have our route group. This does not show up in the URL, and the username is what will show up in the URL. So right now our URL will be mapped to localhost 3000 / the username. And what I have to now also do is create another child route. So for the username, let me create another folder, and right here, let's again create a dynamic route, and this will be the event name. Because again, if you can remember, our route will be localhost 3000 / the username / the URL of the event. So right here, event name. You can also rename it to an event URL. This will probably make more sense. So let me do that, because event name does not make a lot of sense. So right here, we have our event URL. Alright, so now this is created, and inside of this route, let me now create a page.tsx. And inside of here, we can now render our booking form. So let's get started with this little simple or not so simple booking form. So since this is in route, let's do a export. So export default function. Let's call it right here booking form route. And let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let me return a div element. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say minimum height of screen. This means a minimum height of 100 viewport height. This corresponds to 100% of the screen. Then let's do a W of screen. Let me do a flex, and let's center everything in the middle. So items of center and justify of center. Then in this div, what I want to now render is a card component. So let me get the card component from our components. Let's open that. And then for the card, let me give it a class name. And I want to give it a maximum width because I don't want to allow the card to take the whole width. So let's do right here a max width, and let's use a custom value. You do that with the array brackets, and let's say 1000 pixels. Let me also do a W of full and MX of auto to center that. Then inside of here, we can for now render an H1 and say, hey, this is an test. Let's save that. Let me go back. Let me right here now open that. So let me preview our booking form, and this will now load. And now you see the card, and it says, hey, this is in test. So we see the route works, we see the booking form, and now we can get started and make it look nice. So the inspiration for this booking form is cal.com. I inspired heavily from their booking form, and we will try to rebuild that. So let me delete this H1, and let me first of all create card content. This is imported from the components. Let me give the card content a class name, and let's give it a padding of 5 to all sides. Then let's say on MD or bigger, let's do a grid. On MD or bigger, let's do a grid columns, and let me right here use a custom column layout. So let's use the array brackets, and for the layout, it's a bit interesting. So let me show it to you. So let's go to the canvas, let's make it a bit bigger right here, and right here we have our card, right? So this is the booking form, and I want to create a grid layout with multiple grids. So what we'll have at the end of the day is right here one section. Inside of here, we will, for example, render the user image. So let me right here make it a circle. Then what else will we have? We will have the name, so Jan Marshall. We will have some description, blah, 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 blah. And this is right here the left section. Then we have the right or the middle section. Right here, we will render our calendar. So right here, calendar. I hope this makes sense. I know this is relatively ugly, but nevertheless, this is our calendar, right? This is in the middle. And then on the right side right here, we will have all of our times. So right here, let me again put it right here. We will have 8 a.m., then 10 a.m., then 11 a.m., then 12 a.m., etc., etc. So that's how this will look like. And now you could say, hey, but this is a relatively simple grid layout. Isn't this just right here grid columns of 3? Well, if you look at it right here, then yes, it's grid columns of 3. But there's something missing. I want to also render a separator. So right here between this card and this card, I want to render a little separator right here. So this is our separator. Let's make it a green color or orange color. And this is the separator which I want to render. I want to also render a separator between this calendar and the timing table. So I can also paste it right here. And this is another separator line. So instead of now having grid columns of 3, we now have 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 columns. Or did I, yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have 5 columns. And if I would now say right here grid columns of 5, this would mean that every column has the same width. But this shouldn't happen. This right here should be treated like 3 columns, and the separator should only like take 1 pixel. So how do we create a layout where this all still has the correct width, but where this right here separator only takes like 1 pixel? Well, for that we can right here say, hey, the first grid should take 1 FR, so 1 fractional unit, the whole width which is accessible. The second grid column should be auto. The third item or the third column should be again 1 FR. Then the fourth should be again auto, and the fifth column should be again 1 FR. So this means again right here we have 1 fractional unit, then this right here is auto, then again 1 fractional unit, again auto, and 1 fractional unit. So this is how we create a layout. Then let's now continue. We now know how this looks like. So in the card content, let me render a div, and then in the div, let me render a image. So for the image, I want to render the user image. Currently, we don't have that because we don't fetch data. So let's now fetch the data because I want to display something. So on the top, what we can do is an async function. Let's call it right here get data. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. So now inside of here, let me fetch my data. So let's do a constant data. This is right here equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Let's do a dot right here event type. And let's do dot find first. So this is now find first, not find unique or find many or whatever you normally use. This is find first. And this is just because we don't really have a unique identifier with which we can find one unique one. We have an URL and I can't mark this URL as unique in my schema. So right here we have the URL and I can't say right here at unique because it shouldn't be unique on the application level, but on the user level. So what we can do is a find first. It's pretty much, it will give us the same result as a find unique. But yeah, we have to use it because we don't have one unique identifier. So let's do find first. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me do a where statement. So I want to find right here a event type where first of all the URL matches. So let me get the URL through the params. Let's get a event URL. This will be of type string. And let me also right here get a username. And this will be also of type string. And I want to now find an event type where first of all the URL equals the event URL. And I want to also find this event where the user right here. So let me get the user object or user model. Let's open that. And I want to find the event where the user name matches the username which I provide. And then the last thing which I want to do is I want to find the event where an active state or where active the field is equal to true. So again, let me try to explain it. We use a find first instead of find unique because we don't have a unique identifier. We don't have an ID which we can use right here. So we use a find first and we get our result using the URL and the username. Then we also check that the event type is active, and if not, we will just not get a result. And since we now have that, since we now find our right here event, we can now select what we need. So let me do a select statement. Let's open that. And I want to get an ID. Let's set this to true. Let me get a description. Let's set this to true. Let me get a title. Let's set this also to true. Let me get a duration. Let's set this to true. Let me get the video call software. Let's set this to true. And what I want to also now select is a bit of data for the user, or not for the user, but from the user, because I want to get the image, I want to get the name, and I want to get the availability. So let me right here get the user model. Let's open that. Let me do a select statement inside of here. And from the user, I want to get the image. Let's set this to true. I want to get the name. Let's set this to true. And what I also want to now get is the availability. So let's get the availability model. Let's open that. And I want to select from here the day. So let's get this. Let's set this to true. And I want to get the is active field. Let's set this also to true. All right. So now we have our Prisma query. We now find a event where the URL matches, where the username matches, and where the active is true. So where the event type is active. Then we select the data which we need, which means we get the ID, we get a description, title, duration, the video call software, which is either Google Meet or Zoom or Microsoft Teams. Then we select user data like the image and name, and we then also select the availability from the user, which means what day has he selected as active. And yeah, that's what we do right here. At the end of that, we can now do a if check. So let me do right here a if check, and let's say, hey, if we don't have any data, then this means that we can't show anything. So let me right here return not found, which means we will return a for not found. This is imported from next/navigation, and after that I can now just return our data. So this has been now done. We have now our async function get data, and now I want to get the data in the front end. So above the return statement, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke that, and now we get two errors. So first of all, await expressions are only allowed within async functions. So we have to mark this component as async, or this route. So let's do an export default async function. And this is again safe to do so because we are in a server component, or in other words, in a server environment. Okay, so this is done. And now we have an error for get data. And that's because we are missing two arguments. So it says right here, expected 2 arguments, but got 0. And what arguments do we have to pass? Well, I have to pass the event URL, and I have to pass the username. So how do we get that? Well, again, if you can remember, we created dynamic routes. So right here, we have a route where we then render the username and a route where we render the event URL. And we can now get these values through our params. So what we can do right here is the structured. Let me get the params. And now TypeScript complains, and that's because it does not know what type params is. So let me get a type, and params right here will have in child. So let's create a new object, and we will first of all get a user name, which is of type string, and we will get a event URL, which is also of type string. Now it's very important that you check that this is spelled correctly. So the username should have the same name, or it should have the same spelling, and this event URL should also have the same spelling. So now we have done that, and now I can pass this as our arguments. So first of all, we have to pass the event URL. So let's get our params.event URL, and let me also pass the username. So this is the params.username. Alright, this has now been created, this has been done, which is great. And now we can render right here our user image. So let's start off with the source. And this right here is the data.user.image. Let's also mark this as string. Then let's get an alt. For the alt, I will just say profile image of user. Then what else do we need? Let's also create a class name, and let's create a width and a height. And for that, we can use the short form, which is the size. And what you can use whatever you want. I think we will use either size 9 or size 10. I think let's use size 10. 40 pixel is a round number and this sounds good. So now we have done that. Let me also do a rounded or full so that we have like a circle image. And if I now again go back, not to that, but to our route, and not this route, but this route, you should now see the image right here, and that's what you see. Let me now also render the user's name. So let's go underneath the image, let's render a p tag, and let me get right here the data.user.name. So if you now save that and go back, you will see, and what you see, yeah, the name is alright, but is it nice? I don't know, so let's style that. So let's give the p tag a class name, and this will be text of SM. Let's do a font of medium, and let me do a text of muted foreground. Let me also do a margin top of 1 to have a bit of spacing to the top, and now this should be already all. So now you see we have this grayish color and a font of medium. The next thing which I want to render is the title of the event. So underneath the p tag, let's get an h1 and let me get the data.title, so the title of the event. And underneath this h1, we can render a p tag and we can render the description of the event. So let me get the data.description, let's save that, let's go back, and now you see right here the name, the title, and the description. Now let me be honest, the description is not very good, but hey, who cares, right? So let me go back and let's now style that. So let's start with the h1, let's give it a class name, and I want to make it way bigger. So let's say text of XL, font of semi-bold, so a bigger font weight, and margin top of 2 to have a bit of spacing to the top. Then for the p tag, let me also create a class name, and let me right here say text of SM, let's do a font of medium, and let me also do a text of muted foreground to have a bit of a grayish color. Let me now save that, let's go back, and now that's what you see right here. So this is way too light, I think I did a mistake, and yes, I forgot the foreground, so this should be text muted foreground, and as you now see, the title has a good size and the description also looks good. So what's now the next thing which I want to render? Well, I want to first of all render the date when this meeting will happen. I want to render the duration, so either 30 minutes or whatever we have selected. And I want to render the video call software, so Google Meet or Zoom, or again, whatever the user has selected. So let me go back. For that, what we have to do is go underneath the p tag and let me render another div element. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say margin top of 5. Let's do a grid, or we could say flex and flex of column, and let's do a gap y of 3. Alright, this has been now created, which is good, and now we can render our first item, and this is for the date. So let me get a p tag, and in the p tag, let me get first of all a icon, let me get the calendar x2 icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. Let's give it a class name and let's say size of 4. Let's do a margin right of 2 and let's say text of primary. As you now see, we now have the calendar icon right here and now we are missing the date. So let me go back and then underneath the icon, I can render a span element and we can just say 23rd.September, I don't know, 2024. Let's save that, let me go back, and now you see the date right here. So this isn't formatted correctly, this should be in one, would you say column? No, in one row, this should be aligned horizontally. So what we can do is give this p tag right here a class name, and this will be flex and items of center. Then let me also style the span, and let's give it a class name of text sm to make it a bit smaller. Let's do a font of medium. Let's also say text of muted foreground for a grayish color. Let me again go back, and this should be now in one row. And yeah, that's what you see right here. So the first thing has been rendered, our formatted date. Let me now also render the duration. So for that, let me go underneath this p tag and let's create another p tag. Or what you could do is actually just copy paste the p tag. So let me copy it, paste it down below. Instead of rendering the calendar 2 icon, let me get the clock icon from Lucid React. And instead of rendering this date, let me get my data.duration. Let me also say minutes. And now we can see how that looks like. And yeah, right here you see it, that's good. Let me now also render the video call software. So let me again copy paste the p tag, let's paste it down below. And instead of saying data.duration, let's get the data.video call software. Let me delete the minutes right here. And instead of using the clock icon, let me use right here this, how was it called, video software? No, right here, video icon. Let's import that, let's save that, let me go back, and now we see all of this. So again, we have now the image, we have right here the name, we have the title of the event, we have the description, even though that it isn't very good. Then we have when the meeting is, we have right here the time, and we have the video call software. So right here the date or the time is currently hard-coded, but we will change that once we have our calendar. So for now, we can leave it as is. Okay, so now we have done step 1, or in other words, we have created the first right here grid column. So what we can do is get a check mark, and let me make it relatively big. So this is finished. Great. Let's now go to the next step, and that's to create the separator line. And to render the separator, what we can do is go right here underneath these two divs, and let's go just above the cart content. And inside of here, I want to render a separator. And as you right here see, we don't have a separator. So our best friend ui.shadcn.com offers a great separator, and we will use it from there. So let me right here search for the separator, and that's what I want to render. So you can either render a separator horizontally or vertically, and we will render it vertically. And then on a mobile device, it will be horizontally. So what we can do is right here copy the installation command using npm. Let me go back, I will stop my dev server, let me clear it, and let's paste it inside of here. So this has now been installed. Let me restart my dev server, let's close this, let me go to the website, let me do a hard refresh, and let me now render right here the separator. So let me get the separator component. This is imported right here from the components, this is self-closing. And the first property which I want to give it right here is the orientation, because the default right here is horizontal, but I want to align right here, or not align, but I want to render the separator vertically. So let's say vertical, and let me also give it a class name. And for the class name, let me just say height or full, and let's give it a width. And for the width, let me use a custom value, and let's say 1 px, so 1 pixel. Then let me again go back, this should be now rendered, and now you see our separator right here. It's relatively small, but that's fine, you still see it right here. Alright, so we're now done with step 1 and 2, and now we can get started with the calendar. Now for the calendar, I hope you can remember from the intro, we will build the calendar from scratch. This means we won't use any library, or we will use a library for the API to make it accessible, but we won't use a styled calendar which is already finished. We will build it completely from scratch. Now you might say, hey Jan, but Shadcn UI offers a calendar, so right here this calendar, why don't we just use this right here? Well, to be honest, I tried to use it and it wasn't the thing, so it didn't work as I wanted it to. It wasn't customizable enough to the extent where I wanted it to be customized. So that's why we won't use that, and when you build it yourself you have way more flexibility, and that's always great. So what we'll use is something called React-Spectrum. This is a library which has been, so let me first of all search for that, React Spectrum. You can go to my YouTube description and open it from there, but this library has been created by Adobe. So this is a React implementation of Spectrum, Adobe's design system, and we will use this for this video. So we will use something which is called, right here you can go to the search field and you can search for use calendar, or use calendar right here. This is imported from React area, and this provides the behavior and accessibility implementation for a calendar component. A calendar displays one or more date grids and allows users to select a single date. So this is what we'll use. This is just an API. It does not style anything. It does not give us anything. It just gives us core primitives, and we can then create our own design around it. The features right here include that it's flexible, international, accessible, and customizable, which is great. So yeah, I think we can now get started. So right here, you can go to the sidebar, getting started, and we want to install it. So this is react-area-components. Let's copy that. Let's go back to the project. Let's open the terminal. Let me stop the dev server. Let me clear that. And let me do an npm I react area components. Let's now install that. This will take a second or two. And once that's done, I will come back. Alright, so this has been installed, which is great, and now we can get started and we can implement the calendar. So let me go to the Explorer, let's go to the app folder, components folder, and inside of here, let me create a new component and let's name it right here, booking form, or not component, let's first of all create a folder, and this will be the booking form right here. Let's create that, and then in the booking form, let me create a calendar.tsx. So inside of this file, we will create our calendar. Again, create a booking form folder in the components folder, and then create a calendar file or component. So now we can get started. And for that, let me do a export function. Let's name it calendar, uppercase. Let's invoke it. And then let me just open that. Then inside of here, what I want to now do is return a calendar. So what we can do is right here a return statement. And let me return a div first of all. Let's give this div a class name. Let's say inline of block. And then inside of here, we want to now render a calendar header and a calendar grid. So if you go again to the documentation and search for use calendar, so this one right here, you will see if you scroll to the bottom, right here at the top, we have our calendar header, and this right here is our calendar grid. And then each of these, let's call them buttons, is a calendar cell. So this is what we want to render right here. Do they show any further examples right here? Yeah, they have this one right here. So you first of all render the two buttons. This is the calendar header. And then after the calendar header, you render the calendar grid. And yeah, you can read more through it if you want to. So right here, they will explain everything. So again, this is the calendar header. Then you have the calendar grid. This is responsible for rendering an individual month. And then we have the calendar cell. So let's read through it. The calendar cell component renders as an individual cell in the calendar. And a cell is again right here just this button. So let's again go to the top. So this button right here, this is a calendar cell. So let's now implement that. So let me again go right here to this first example. And we have to do pretty much the same thing right here. So the first thing we have to do is first of all initialize right here this calendar. So let me go back, and what we first of all have to do is get a local. So above the return or local, I'm not sure, but let's get that. So let's do a constant, let's destructured, and this will be equal. So right here, this will be equal to use local. Now, as you see, this does not import for me automatically. So let me go back to the documentation. And right here, you will see that this is imported from react-area. So let me just copy this import statement. Let me go back and let's paste it right here on the top. So now we have the use local hook. And then right here, I can now destructure it and I can get the locale. And then let's of course also invoke it. And then where I destructured, if I click on Control Spacebar, I can now get our locale. So now we have that. This is great. The next step which we have to do is initialize our use calendar state. So I can just copy again this code. Let me go back and let's paste it inside of here. We have to now import this hook. This does not import for me automatically. So let me copy it from here. It's imported from react-stately. Let's copy it. Let's paste it inside of here. And all of these packages have been installed when we installed right here the Spectrum. So this React Spectrum, with that we have also installed these components. So React Area and React Stately. So now this has been done, and now we have an error. Why do we have an error? Well, it's quite simple right here. It says we are missing the props and we are missing the create calendar. So what we have to do is first of all create our calendar, and this is right here just again a package or a function that we have to import. So let me copy this import statement. Let's go back and let's paste it inside of here. So this is import create calendar from @internationalized date. Is that how you pronounce it? Internationalized. Yeah, I hope this is correct. So this has been now done. Now we still get an error for our props, and we have to get our props through the params. So right here they show you an example where they just get it through the params, but this does not give us any types, because if I go back and just right here get my props, you see TypeScript complaints and it tells me props does not have any type. What is it? So we have to provide our own type, and that's what we will do. So props is a type of calendar props, and let me get that, calendar props. This is imported from @react types/calendar. Then this has a generic, and the generic is the date value. This is also imported again from this package, so @react types/calendar. So now we have that. I forgot to import that, so let's import that. And now we have these two things. And now we have right here initialized our state. Great. Let's continue with our right here code example. The next step is to initialize our use calendar. So I can copy this code example and let me paste it down below. So now we have our use calendar. This is initialized. Great. Let's again go back to the code example. And now it's time to render right here our calendar header and then the calendar grid. Also right here you see we pass our calendar props in the div. So let me just do that also. Let me go to the div and let me just get right here ... So we will spread them, and let me spread my calendar props. Alright, this has also now been done. And now there's one more thing which is missing right here, which they didn't show right here in the code example. And that's that we only want to show 1 month per page, if that makes sense. So we don't want to show 2 months or 2 calendars side by side, but we only want to see 1 calendar with 1 month. So what we can do right here is go just underneath the props in the use calendar state, and we can get our visible duration. Let's open that. Let's get an object. And right here we can say, I want to show months, and this should be 1. So 1 month at a time, not 2 months, not 3 months, but only 1 month, and yeah, that's all. So this has been now done. This is good. In theory, we are now done, but let me now explain what we do right here. Or in other words, what we did right here. Okay, so now to explain everything. So what we first of all do right here is we create a calendar. Okay, we know that. Let's really dive into this code. So first of all, we have this use local hook. What is that? Well, this retrieves the user's locale, and essentially we are formatting the calendar according to the user's language and region. So for me, it will, for example, show the weekdays in German, and for you, it will be in English or whatever your computer's language is. Then we have the use calendar state, and using the use calendar state, we can manage the calendar's internal state, so what dates are currently visible and what is selected and everything like that. Also, you see we show that we only want to say 1 month per calendar, so we don't want to show 2 months at a time, but only 1. Then let's continue. We now have this right here, use calendar. And what is that? Well, using the use calendar, we just make sure that the calendar is accessible, and we provide right here properties to manage the interaction. This means we get right here the previous button props, the next button props, and we can then later on render these properties in our calendar header to make it work so that the user can click on the right button to go to the next month, or on the previous button to go to the previous month. So this is what we have done right here. This is just the, could you say, the core APIs. And now we have to render something. So now, as I already said, I want to now render the calendar header. In the example, so in this code example, they just render the buttons inline, which is, I guess it's fine. You can do that, but we won't do that. So let me go back right here and we will create a separate component. Let me go to the booking form and let me create right here a calendar header.tsx. So inside of this component, we will render the header. So let me do a export function. Let's call it calendar header. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. So the first thing which I want to do right here is first of all get a few values through the params. So what we can do right here is the structured, and I want to get the state, I want to get calendar props, I want to get previous button props, and I want to get next button props. Now, as you see, we are currently getting a few errors, and that's because TypeScript does not know what type this is. So let's give it a type. Let me right here give it a type. So colon, let's open a object, and then right here, let's first of all get our state. We now have to give it a type, and the type is calendar state. As you see, it does not give me the type automatically. So what we can do is go to the calendar. Right here, we import the use calendar state. Let me copy this import. Let's go back. Let me paste it on top. And instead of getting the use calendar state, let's get the calendar state itself. Let's also do an import type. So right here, import type calendar state. And now we don't have an error anymore for the state. Let me now get the calendar props. So let's get that. And right here, the type will be the DOM attributes. This is imported from React, and we have to pass a generic right here. And for the value, this will be the focusable event or element. Now, as you see, it does not import for me, so let's do it manually. And this will be import. Let's destructure it, and this will be from @React. Then let's do a dash types, and this will be /shared. So this is now what we have. And I want to import right here the focusable event, or not event, but element. So now we have that. Let me paste it right here for the generic, and this has been added. Let me now get my previous button props. So let me copy it, paste it, and as a type, this will be the area button props. Again, this does not import for me automatically, so let me do it myself. So what we can do right here is say import. Let me destructure it, and this will be from so let's say right here @React, then dash area, and then /button. Inside of here, where I now destructured, I can get my area button props, and let's do a import type, because this is a type. Then I can paste it right here, and let's also pass a generic, and this will be a button. Then let's also now do the same for the next button props. Let me again get the area button props. Let's paste it. Let's get a generic, and for the generic, let's get a button. So now we have first of all gotten all of these right here properties through the params, and now we can continue. So what I want to do now is first of all format my month. So what we can do right here is a constant month date formatter, because I don't know if you can remember, but from the demo, I want to show on top the date. So we would say, for example, 23rd September. That's what I want to show. So what we can do right here is create a formatter as said, and this will be equal to use date formatter. Again, it does not import for me automatically, so let's do it manually. So on top, what we can do right here is say import. Let's destructure it, and this will be from, and then let's say @React dash area, then /i18. Then inside of here, I can now get the use date formatter, and now we can use that. So let me get the use date formatter. Let's invoke it. Let's open a object, and we can now pass a few options. So I want to say for the month, this should be short. So let's say right here short. Then let's also get our year, and for the year, this should be numeric. This means if the year is 2025, then it would show 2025. Let me now also get the time zone, and for the time zone, this is just our state.time zone. Alright, this has been now added, which is good. So let me first of all really quick again explain what we did right here. So we format our date. This month short means that we want to get the month in a short format. So if it's January, then we would show Jan. If it's February, then we would show FEB, so Feb, and everything like that. Then the year, as I already said, this is numeric. This means 2024 or 2025, whatever the year is. And for the time zone, this is just the user's calendar time zone. So from our state. So right here from the calendar, we pass the locale, and we now get the time zone from there. So this has been now done. Let's now continue. And what I want to do now is get the month name and the year. So what we can do is a constant. Then let's use these array brackets. Let me get the month name. Then let's right here get a underscore, and let me get a year. Then this will be equal right here to the month date formatter. And then let's do dot format to parts, this one right here. Let's invoke it. Then let me get my state dot visible range. Let's do dot start dot to date. Let's invoke it, and let's pass the state dot time zone. Then right here at the end, let me do a dot map. Let's invoke it. Let me get a part, and let me just return the part dot value. Now, I already know you didn't understand what we just do right here, so let me again explain it. So let's first of all focus on this top part. Let's forget this .map. So the format to parts method right here is called on our formatter, as you see on this month date formatter, and it breaks down the formatted date into its individual parts. So in the month and also in the year. That's why we get the month name and then also the year right here. Then this state.visibleRange.start, this right here refers to the date start and to the current visible calendar range in that sense. And then at the end we map over this because this is now an array, and when we map over it we then get our month name, so January or February, whatever, and we get our year. And what here this underscore is just it's ignored, so there isn't anything which is returned for the underscore. We just get the month name and the year. So at the end of the day, for right now when I record it, I would get September and 2024. And again, this underscore is just a separator, it isn't shown anywhere. So now we have done that, which is great. Let me now continue, and now we can get started and render everything. So underneath this constant, let me do a return. Let's invoke it. Let's return that. And let me create a div element. For this div, let's give it a class name. Let's say flex, let's say items of center, and let's do padding bottom of 4. Then inside of here, what I want to first of all render for accessibility reasons is right here a visually hidden. This does not import for me again automatically, so then let me do it manually. On top, let me do a import. Let's the structured, and then this will be from @react area, so react-area, and then /visually hidden. Then inside of here, what I can now get is the visually hidden function or the component. So now we can render that. So let me again get the visually hidden. Let's open that. And inside of here, let me render an H2. And then in the H2, let me just get right here my calendar props. Let's get an array brackets. And I want to get the area-label. As you now see, we get an error, and I already know why we get an error. Right here we have our calendar props and we have our DOM attributes. And as you see, we are currently importing the DOM attributes from React. But instead of importing it from there, we want to import them from right here, React, where do we have it? React types shared. So I can do a comma and I can get my DOM attributes. If I now save that, you see this error should now go away. So let me first of all import that DOM attributes, and now this error is not there anymore. And also this gives now TypeScript types. So if I now search for the area-label, then we of course also get that. Now you might ask me also really quick, hey Jan, what did we just do right here? What is this visually hidden? So again, when we use right here this component library, so right here React area or React spectrum, we also want to make the calendar accessible because not all people can see the screen. This means we want to make it accessible to screen readers. And using this visually hidden, we don't show it to the normal user, but we show right here this to a screen reader so that a screen reader can still select all calendar dates. So yeah, this is now finished. We can now continue, and now we can render something for the people so that they can see something. So underneath the visually hidden, I can render an H2 element, and in the H2, let me right here render the month name. So let me get the month name, and then we can render a span element, and then I can render the year. So let's get that, let's save that, and if I now go back, you will see nothing. Why is that? Well, first of all, my dev server is not running. So let me first of all again restart that. And secondly, we have to now import this calendar header in my calendar component. So in the calendar, what we can do is open the div, and then I can get my calendar header from the components. Now this is self-closing, so let's do it self-closing, and inside of here I have to now pass a few properties. So if you click on Control Spacebar, you see what is required. We have to pass a state. This will be equal to our state. Then we have our calendar props. This is equal to the calendar props. Then let me also get the previous button props. This is equal to the previous button props. And we have the next button props. And this is equal to the next button props. So now this is rendered, which is great. And now we can render this calendar in our page, because that's what we want to do at the end of the day. So let me go to the page.tsx right here, let me scroll to the bottom, and then underneath the separator, let me just render my calendar, which I import from the components. So let's import that. This is self-closing, and if you now save that and go back and do a hard refresh, let's see if we will see something. So as you see, we don't see anything, we get an error. So what we have to do is mark the calendar component as use client, because it has to get a JavaScript bundle. So on top, let me mark it right here as use client. Let's save that, let me go back, and let's see if we now see something. And yeah, you see something, September 2024. So if you watch this video in a few days, then it will be August. But nevertheless, we see that that works, and that's quite cool, to be honest. We already see something. Let me now continue. So let's go back and let's first of all style the calendar header. So let me give this h2 a class name. Let me right here say font of semi-bold to make it a bit bigger. And then for the span right here, for the year, let me also give it a class name, and let's make it a grayish color and a bit smaller. So let's say text of muted foreground, the grayish color, text of SM, and font of medium. And if you now save that and go back, you now see we have the September, which is the black color, and the year itself has this grayish color, and it works great together. It looks good. I mean, who will complain? It looks good. So now we're done with that, and what we can do now is render our calendar buttons, because I want to go to the next month, or in other words to the previous month. Alright, and to render the calendar header, let me go underneath the h2, let me render a div element, and this will be now the wrapper for our buttons. So let me give it a class name, and let's say this is flex items of center, and let me also do a gap of 2. Then inside of this div, I want to now render our calendar button, and you will see we don't get a calendar button. And this is also not a component which we can import. This is a component which we'll create by ourselves. So let me open the Explorer, then let me go in the app folder, again components folder, booking form, and inside of here, let me create the calendar, so let me spell this correctly, calendar button.tsx. So this has been created. So let's do right here export function. Let's get the calendar button. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. Inside of here, I want to now get a few things. So first of all, we of course will get properties. So right here in the params, let me get props. And then this will be of type area button props. As you see, this does not import for me. So let's do it manually. On top, let me do an import. Let's destructured. And this will be from @react area. So react-area /button. And then where we destructured, I can get right here my area button props. Let's get that. Let me now pass it right here. So the area button props. And for the area button props, we will have a generic. And this generic right here is our button. Then after the generic, we can get a and symbol. Let's open a object, and I want to get the state and the side. So the state is the calendar state, and the side is either it's the left button or it's the right button. So let me get the state. This is optional, and this will be of type calendar state. As you see, it does not import for me, so let me do it manually. On top, let me do a import. That's the structured right here, and then this will be from @react-stately / right here the calendar. And then where I destructured, I can get the calendar state. I can now pass it right here for the state. This looks good. And now let's also get our side. This is optional, and the type for the side will be either left or the right side. So left or right. Let's use a string, and now this has been added. Great. So now we have our properties, and now we can get started and render our button. So let me do a return statement, and let me return a button component, which is imported from the components. Then in the button, what I want to render is my children. So let me get my props.children. And for the button, let's now give it a bit of styling. So first of all, let me give it a variant, and this should be outline. And let me also right here give it a size. And for the size, this will be icon. And what I want to do now is also pass the button a few properties. And for that, we have to, first of all, import a helper function. So let me do an import, that's the structured. And then this will be right here from, and this will be at react-area/utils. Then right here where the structured, I can get the merged props, because what I want to do, or not merged props, but merge props, and I want to merge two properties. So right here, what I can do is first of all spread my merged properties or merge properties. Then let's invoke it. And inside of here, I want to now pass two properties. I want to pass button props and also focus properties. Now we don't have them right now, which means we have to first of all initialize them. So above the return statement, we can do a constant, we can destructure it, and this will be equal to use button. Now this does not import for me again automatically, so we can go to this react area/button, and right here we can get the use button hook. Now we can invoke that, and where I destructured, what we can do is get the button props. Now as you see, this hook currently throws an error, and that's because I have to pass properties at a comma, and I also have to pass a ref. So an argument ref was not provided. So above the button props, I can do a constant ref, and this will be equal to use ref. This is imported from React, and the initial state will be null. Then I can pass it right here, and now this error is gone, which is great. Then right here for the merge props, I can now pass my button props. This is the first property or the first argument, and the second one should be my focus props. So let's do a constant, let's destructure it, and this will be equal to use focus ring. Again, this does not import, so let's do it manually. On top, let me just do an import, let's destructure it, and then this will be from at react, then dash area, and then slash focus. Then inside of here, where I destructured, I can get the use focus ring. Let's get that, and now let me invoke this hook. So let's invoke it, and where I destructured, I can get the focus props. Let's get that, and let me pass it also right here. So let me pass my focus properties. Alright, this has been now done. And the last thing which I want to do, or almost the last thing, is I want to add to the button the ref, and this ref is equal to the ref. As you now see, this has been done. And the last thing which I want to do is disable the button. This means whenever we are in September, I don't want to go to the previous month. So let me do a disabled right here, and this will be equal to the props.isDisabled. So now we have done everything. Everything looks good. Let me import this statement or delete that. This was not the correct one. And yeah, this now looks good. Okay, and now let me explain this again really quick, what these hooks mean and why we use them. So first of all, we have the use button hook. Using that, we get the button behavior, so event handlers and everything like that. Then we have the use focus ring hook right here, and this provides styles whenever the button is focused. Then we have this merge properties, and using that we combine both the button props and the focus props, which we get from the two hooks, to ensure that the button handles both interactions correctly. Then we have a ref right here at the top, and the ref is there to interact with the DOM element, so with the button. And then the last thing which we have is the button, and this is quite self-explanatory. We render a button to make it look nice. So now we have created the calendar button, which means we can now use that. So let me go back to the calendar header, then in the div, let me get my calendar button from my components. Let's open that, and inside of here, let me get the chevron left icon. This is imported from Lucid React, and let's give it a class name of size 4. If I now save this and again go back, you now see a button right here, but if I click on it, nothing happens. This means what we have to do is pass it a few properties. So for the calendar button, let me right here just spread my previous button props, and if I now save that and go back, this should now work. And yes, as you see, if I click on the button, we go back a few months. Let's now do the same for the calendar button to go to the right side. So let me just copy paste this button. Let me paste it down below again. Instead of the chevron left, let me get the chevron right. And then instead of getting the previous button props, let me get the next button props. And if I now save that, we can now go through the months as we want, as you see. And this works exactly as it should, which is very, very good. So now we're done with the calendar header. And what we can do now is render the calendar grid. So let me go to the calendar component right here. Let's scroll to the bottom, and then underneath the calendar header, what I want to do is render a div element. Let's give it a class name of lex and gap of 8. And inside of here, I want to render my calendar grid. To render the calendar grid, we have to create a component. So let's go to the app folder, components folder, booking form, and inside of here, let me get the calendar grid.tsx. So let's go back to the documentation right here. Let's scroll a bit to the bottom. Let me make it light mode. And right here we have our calendar grid. And that's what we want to render. So let's first of all right here create a function. So let's do an export function. Let's call it calendar grid. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. And now before we make the calendar grid look nice, let's first of all again answer the question, what does this calendar grid do? And it will render Monday, Tuesday, then Wednesday, and everything like that. So all weekdays. And then after then under the calendar grid, we will render the calendar cells, or in other words, the calendar buttons. So yeah, let's now initialize everything. So let me go back to the documentation for the calendar grid. And what we can do first of all is copy the return statement. So in the return statement, I can copy this table. Let me go back and let me create a return statement right here. And let me just paste it inside of here. Now we are currently getting quite a few errors. So let's initialize everything. We have to get our grid props, our header props, everything like that. So let me go back, and what we have to do right here is initialize the use calendar grid and then also the use locale hook. So what I can do right now is copy both of these hooks. Let me go back and let me paste it inside of here. We have to now import that. So let me copy both of these import statements and let me paste them on top. As you now see, use local hasn't been imported. So on top, let me also import use local from React-area, and now we have to right here get properties, because as you see we are still getting a few errors. So for the params right here, let me do structured, and what I want to get is the state. Then let me get a offset, and this will be equal to an empty object. And let me also right here, yeah, let's leave it like that. That's now already all. Let's now also give it a type. So let me open this again, and let's say the state right here will be of type calendar state. Again, this does not import for me, so let me do it manually. On top, let me do an import. Let's the structured right here, and this will be from, so let me say from React-stately. Then where I destructured, I can now get my calendar state, and I can now pass it right here. So let me copy it and paste it. So this has been now done. Let me also give the offset and type. So for the offset, this is optional. So let me get a question mark, and the type of this will be the date duration. As you see, I can't import that. So let me again do it manually. And this is imported right here from this @internationalized date. So let me right here get, so let's add a comma and let me get the date duration. So date duration. I can now copy that, paste it inside of here, and now this has also been created. So we have now all of our properties, which is good, but we're still not quite done, because now we are getting an error right here. And that's because we have to initialize it a bit different. So let me delete this. Let's use an object right here. And what I first of all have to pass right here is the start date and the end date. Now currently we don't get them, so let's first of all create them. Above the locale, let me do a constant start date. This will be equal to the state dot visible range dot start and then dot add. Then let's invoke it and let's pass our offset right here. Then let me also create the end date. So let's do a constant end date, and this will be equal to end of month. Again, this does not import for me. So we can go on top right here for the internationalized date. We can get our end of month function. So right here, I can now say end of month. This is the hook. Let's invoke it and let's pass a start date. So this has been now created. And then for the use calendar grid right here, we can now pass our start date. We can pass our end date. So let me pass my end date. Then let's get right here the week style, and this should be short. This means I don't want to say Monday, but I want to say mon. And then after this object right here, we can add a comma and just pass our state. So now we have created our use calendar grid, or we have initialized it, and now we can use that to render everything. So first of all, for the table, let me give it a cell padding, and the cell padding will be 0. I don't want to have any padding, and let's give it a class name of flex1. Then for this fat, that's how it's called, we want to give it also a class name, and this will be text of SM and font of medium. This is because inside of here I will render the weekdays. So again, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and everything like that. So this has been now added, which is good. And now if you scroll a bit to the bottom, you now also see we get a error right here where we map over the data. And it says right here that we have to add a flag, which is the down level iteration. So we can open our tsconfig file. Then inside of here, I can get my down level iteration, and let's set this to true. If I save this and go back, this error is now gone, which is good. And then we have now another error, and it says it can't find the name or the property, the constant, whatever, weeks and month. That's because we have to create it ourselves. So above the return statement, let me do a constant weeks in month, and this will be equal to get weeks in month. Let's invoke it, and let's pass our start date, and let's pass our locale. As you now see, this error is gone, which is good. And now we have an error for the calendar cell, and that's because we haven't created it yet. But that's fine. Let me now explain what we did right here. So what we do right here is first of all render the calendar grid. So as I already said, we will render the weekdays, then we will map over our data and then render the calendar cell, or not map over our data, but render over the dates. Then right here at the top, we calculate the start date and the end date of the month to then later on know how many days we have in a month. Because not each month has 30 days or 31 days or 29 days, every month has a different number. So one month could be 30 days and a different month could be 29 days. So there's not a constant number of days in a month. That's why we have to calculate the start date and the end date. Then we also have right here, if we continue, so the use calendar grid. This use calendar grid at the end of the day just manages the grid structure and the weekday headers. So again, on the top, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and everything like that. Then at the end, we have this weeks and month constant, and this is there to calculate how many weeks we have in a month. So yeah, this is now all, and now we can render the calendar cell. So let's go to the documentation, let's scroll a bit to the bottom, and now you see finally the calendar cell component renders a individual cell in a calendar. It consists of two elements, a TD to represent a grid cell and a div to represent a button to be clicked to select a date. So as I already said, I just call the calendar cell a button because at the end of the day, this is what you will click to select a date. And the use calendar cell hook returns the formatted date string in the current locale, as well as some information about the cell's state that can be useful for styling. Yeah, this is already all. Great. We can now start and render that. So let me go back right here to our code. Let me open the Explorer, and then in the booking form, let me create a calendar cell. So let's say cell.tsx. Let's open that, and now let's render it. So let's do an export function. This will be called calendar cell. Let's import that, and then let's open that. Inside of here, we can now copy the code again. So I can do a return statement, and then I can copy right here the return statement. So let me just copy this return. Let's go back and let me paste it inside of here. As you now see, we get a few errors, but don't worry, we will fix that as we always do. So the first thing we have to do is right here initialize the use calendar cell hook. So what I can do is just copy this code and also copy the code for the ref. So let me copy it and let me paste it above the return statement. Let me delete this React and let me import useRef from React. And for the use calendar cell, let me import that from React-area. So let me paste it inside of here, and now this is imported. Now, as you see, we are still getting a few errors, and that's because we have to now get a few properties. So let me destructure the params, and inside of here, let me get in state, let me get in date, let me get the current month, and then this is already all. Let's now give it in type. So let's again open that. And then for the state, this will be our calendar state. Again, this does not import for me. So I can go to the calendar grid we already imported right here. I can copy it and paste it inside of here. So now we have the calendar state and I can paste it right here. Then we have our date. And then for the date, I want to get in type, which is the calendar date. So we can do right here in import. We can destructure it right here. And this will be from at internationalized, so let's say internationalized /date. And then inside of here where it is structured, I can get the calendar date type. So let's get that. And now I can copy that and paste it for the date. Then let me also now right here get my current month. So let's say current month. And this will be also equal to the calendar date. Alright, so now all of this has been added. We don't show any error anymore, which is also good. And what we can do now is style that a bit further. So instead of actually returning all of this as they did, we will do it a bit more custom. So let me delete the return statement and let's start off fresh. The first thing we had is the TD element. So this is exactly the same as they did. They first of all returned the TD. So let me go back. Inside of here, we want to spread our cell props, and let me also get a class name. And for the class name, let me just right here get brackets. Let's use upticks. And for the upticks, let's right here say padding y of 0.5. Let's do a padding x of 0.5. Then let me also do relative. So relative. And then I want to also change the Z, right here number, based on if the focus is visible. So we have to get right here this hook, the use focus ring. So above the return statement, I can do a constant, I can destructure it, and this will be equal to use focus ring. This does not import, but we can do it right here in React area. We can get the use focus ring hook. So use focus ring. And now we can use that. So right here, let's invoke that. And then where I destructured, I can get my focus props and I can get the is focus visible. So now we have that and we can now use it for the class name. So let's right here use the dynamic value and let's say, hey, if is focus visible is true, then let's use a ternary. Let me return right here in strings z of 10. And if it's not true, let's use in colon and let's return z of 0. So this has been now created, which is good. Then in this TD, I can now render a div element. And then for this div, what we can do now is first of all give it a class name. For the class name, what I will do is give it right here a size of 10. Then let me also say an outline, and this will be of none. And let me do a group, and let's do a rounded of MD. Then for this div, let me also give it a ref, and this ref right here will be equal to the ref, which we already get on the top right here. So we get already the ref right here. And then what I want to now also do is pass two properties, and that's again our button props and also our focus props. So we have to again spread them. Let's do a ... Let's get our merge props. Right here does not import for me. So let's do it again manually. Let's go to the top and then let's go to React area and let me get right here the merge props. Then let's go to the bottom again. Let me invoke right here merge. So let's say merge props. Let's invoke it and let's pass the button props and let's pass the focus props. Then in this div, I can render another div element. So let me render a div and let me give this div right here a class name. We will use right here the CN helper imported from the lib folder. Let's invoke it and let's right here say this should be size of full. Let's do in rounded of SM. Let's do flex. Then let's do an items of center. Let's do a justify of center. Then let's do a text of small and font of semi-bold. And then in this div, what we can do now is render the date finally. So I want to render our formatted date and we get it right here using the hook. So right here we have the formatted date. So let me render it right here. Let's get it. Let's paste it. And now in the calendar grid, I can render it. So let me import the calendar cell. Let's save that. As you now see, we are currently getting an error and it's saying property current month is missing. So we have to pass the current month, and the current month is the start date. So let's get the current month, and this will be equal to our start date. If I now save this error is gone. Let me now go to the calendar, and then in the div, let me render the calendar grid. Let's import that. This is self-closing. And then for the calendar grid, I have to now pass a property, and this is the state. And this will be equal to the state. And in theory, we should now be done. So let me go back. Let's go to our website. And here we have it. This is what we have. Does it look very good? No, it does not look very good. Nevertheless, we now see our dates, and that's already a start. So let's first of all fix our calendar header, because these buttons should be on the right side. So let me open the calendar header, and right here for this H2, we can give it a flex of 1. This means it will take the whole width. And if I go back, these buttons are now automatically on the right side. So what we can do now is render or not render, we can now style our calendar cell, because it does not look very good. So let me go back, and then right here for the calendar cell, we can use we can use a few ternaries, because we have a few things right here, right? We have the is disabled, this is unavailable, this is outside visible range. We have all of these at the end of the day booleans, and we can now use them to render our cell or our button accordingly. So for this second div with the cn, we can what we can do right here is add a comma, and the first thing I want to start right here with is the is selected. So let's get that, and if this is true, let's use right here a ternary, and let me just return bg of primary, and let's also return text of white. If this is not true, then let's use a colon, and let's return nothing. If I now go back and click on a button, you now see, alright, now it shows the correct color, and we now know that something is selected. But now there's another problem. So currently it's the 26th September, and I shouldn't be able to select right here the 20 or the 18th or the 19th, the 20th. I shouldn't be able to select them. And what we have to do is pass to our calendar a minimum value or a minimum date, whatever you want to call it. So I shouldn't be able to access a date after or before the 26th. So the 26th should be the minimum. And to achieve this, we will create a separate component. So let's open the Explorer. Then in the booking form, let me right here create a render calendar file or component .tsx. Let's open that. Let's right here do a export function. Let's call it right here render calendar. Let's invoke it. Let's open that. Let me do a return statement right here, and let me return the calendar, which is imported from the calendar. This is self-closing, and instead of now rendering this calendar in the booking form page, let me now render the render calendar component. This is now imported. Let me also mark the render calendar as use client, and in theory, this should now have the same effect. So if I do a hard refresh, you see nothing has changed. Everything still works as it did before, because we did not do anything new. We just re-exported the calendar in a render calendar component. But what we can do right here is now pass a property, and this is the minimum value, so the minimum date that should be accessible. So what we have to do is pass now the current date, and to do that we have to get our current time. So we can use for that a hook. So on the top, what I can do is a import, let's the structured, and this will be from @internationalized/date. Then right here, let me destructure the today, and what we can do also right here is get the local time zone. So now we have that, and now we can use that to get our date. So for the min value, I can right here say today, let's invoke it, let's get the local time zone, and let's also invoke that. If I now save this and go back, you will now see that I can't select the previous days anymore. I can't select the 5th or the 12th or the 18th. I can only select the 26th and upwards. So the 27th or the 4th of October, everything like that. So this all works, this is great, but I can't select right here the days before. Also, I can't go to the previous month anymore. So September is now my minimum. I can't go to, I don't know, July or June or something like that. I have to start from September. I can go to October, to November and everything like that, but nothing before September. So what I want to now also do is render this is disabled a bit differently because I still have a cursor pointer and the color looks the same. So let me again go back. Let me go to the calendar cell. And then inside of here, we can now use our second boolean. And this is the is disabled. So above the is selected, let me get my is disabled. And if this is true, then let me return something. And what I want to return right here is text of muted foreground, so the grayish color. And let me do a cursor of not allowed. And then if this is not true, let me just return a empty string. Let me now add a comma, and this should now be all. So let me now go back, and now you see all the dates which are prior to today are all grayed out, and everything after today is available as it should be. So that's great, this works beautifully, that's what we wanted. And then what else do I want to render? Well, I want to now also render a hover state. So if I hover over the 28th, I want to show that. So what we can do is go back, and then underneath the is selected, we can say, hey, if is selected is not true, and so let's use two equal signs right here, not that, but two equal signs. If is right here not is disabled, so if this is not true, then let's use internally and let's do a hover, and this will be equal to bg primary and then /10, so 10% opacity. And if this is not true, let's use an empty string. So this should now be all. Let me add a comma right here. So we say, hey, if it's not selected and it's not disabled, then show a hover state. So let me go back, and if I now hover over that, you see it updates, and this also looks nice. What's now another thing which I want to render? Well, if it's the current day, I want to show right here a little dot. So today is the 26th, which means for the 26th, I want to show a little indicator that we know that this is the current day. And for that, we need some sort of boolean. I need to know if today is the current day, or if the date which has passed is the current day. So above our return statement, we can do that. So let me do a constant, and I want to say, hey, let's name it is date today, and this will be equal to is today. This is a hook provided by this internationalized package. So what I can do right here is get this is today, and I want to use that. So now let me invoke that, and I have to pass the current date, which we get right here through our params. And I want to also pass my local time zone. And for that, let's do a get local time zone. As you see, it isn't imported. So let me again go to this package, internationalized date, and let me get the local time zone. Then I can go back and let me get the local time zone, and let's invoke it. So now we have this boolean. This could be either true or false. So the date which we provide could be either today or not. So let me copy this is date today, and then underneath the formatted date, we can now do something like internally. So we can get this right here, and let's use a double and sign. This means if this is true, then let me return something. And then if this is true, let me return a div, and this div should be self-closing. So let's right here make it self-closing. And let me give this div a class name, and I want to position it absolutely, because I want to position it a bit underneath this number. So let me go back and let me give this right here an absolute class name or position. Let's say bottom of 3 right here. Then let me do a left, and this will be 1/2, so 1/2, 50%. Then let me do a transform. Let's do a minus translate x, and this will be again 1/2. So again 50%. Let me now do a translate y, and this will be also 1/2. This means at the end of the day we just center it in the middle, so minus 50% from the x-axis and then 50% from the y-axis. So this is then the middle. This is like a trick which you can use. Then let's give it in size. Let's say size of 1.5. Let's do in bg of primary. Let me do a rounded of full, and this should be all. Let's now save that. Let me go back, and now we see this dot right here. Now the problem is if this dot is selected, it does not render as it should. It shows in blue color. So what we can do is go back, and now instead of rendering this class as it is right now, we can render it in a CN helper. So let me use these object brackets. Let me get the CN helper. Let's invoke it. Let me again paste the style, and then let me add at the end a comma, and let's do again this ternary. Let's say if is selected right here. So let me get the is selected. If this is true, then let's again use a double and sign, and let's return a BG white of this dot. And if I now go back, you now see this white dot, and if it's not selected, it's a blue dot. Also, currently I see it's not really in the middle, and that's because right here this translate x is incorrect. This shouldn't be 1.5, but it should be 1/2. So 1 divided by 2. And if I again go back, you now see it's in the middle, and that's what it should be. But now there's a problem. It looks kinda too small for my liking. So let's make it a bit bigger. So we can go right here to this div where we have the size 10, and I can say, hey, on SM or bigger, let's give it a size of 12. And if I again go back, you now see it's a bit bigger, and this looks already 10 times better. So now we are finished with that. We now have our calendar, and maybe the only thing which I don't want to render right here is this right here 1, 2, 3, 4 and everything like that, because these are the dates of the next month and I don't really want to show that. So what we can do is first of all get this. So underneath this constant is day to day. Let me first of all get our is outside month. So let's do a constant. Let's say is outside of month. And then this will be right here equal to is same month. This does not import for me. So let's go to this add internationalized date. Let me get the is same month. Let's get that. And now I can use that right here. And then this will be equal to is same month. Let's invoke it. And right here I have to pass the current month, and I have to pass our date. And then I can now use this right here. This is a Boolean. And also one thing which I forgot right here, this shouldn't be the is same month, but the is not same month. So if it's not the same month, then this Boolean will be true. If it's the same month, so if it's right here September, then everything will be as it is. But if it's not September, so right here October, then I don't want to render it, and then this Boolean will be true. And to not render right here this outside of month, we can go right here to this div again, and then underneath the ref, let me get the hidden element, and this will be equal, or this will be true when is outside of month is true. So let me go back, and now you see we don't render October anymore, and we don't render the previous month. Alright, so this calendar now looks good. Don't mind the image right here. This is just right here in proxy issue. Don't worry about that. But let's come to the calendar. The calendar looks good as we know. So again, we have our selected fields. We can select everything. Also right now it's the 27th because it's already 1 AM for me. But yeah, you see it works. So the problem which we currently have is the gap. So this September touches the border or the separator, and this does not look good. So what we can do is go to our code. Then let me open my page.tsx with our form right here. And then for the card content where we render our grid, we can give it a gap of 4. And if you save that and go back, you will now see that we will have some spacing, and that's already way better. Now there's one more thing which I want to change. So currently we have our available dates right here, right? So the 28th, the 29th, the 30th, and everything like that. Now currently what we do is if I hover over it, I show this background color. And I think we should change that. I think we should show a background color. So the same thing as Calcom does. So let me go back. Let's go to the calendar cell. Right here we have this is not selected and is not disabled. And instead of doing a hover, let me change that. And let's change it to a BG of secondary. This means all available dates will now have this grayish color, and this is now very nice. If I select something, everything still looks as it should, but now we see when a date is available, we have this background color. Okay, this has been now done, and what I want to do now is display my not available days, because in our dashboard right here we have our availability. And what I currently have for the availability is that I disabled Wednesday, Saturday and Sunday. And I want to display it right here. So I don't want to select Wednesday. I don't want to select Saturday and Sunday. So let's go back. Let me first of all open right here the render calendar. and now we can get started. To be very honest with you, it's a lot easier than you will probably expect. So, or before we actually open the render calendar, let me again first of all open the booking form. So let's go to the page.tsx, and right here again, if you remember, we fetch data, right? We get a title, everything like that for the event, then we get user data, and then we finally get the availability. And that's what we need, the availability. So I want to pass it as properties to the render calendar. So let me go to the render calendar component. Let's create an interface and then get it through the params. So let's do an interface I app props. Then let me open that. And inside of here, we will get a days of week, so days of week. Then this is a object, and inside of here we will have a day. This will be of type string, and we will also have a isActive boolean, and this will be a boolean as already said. If you want to, you can go to the page.tsx, and if you hover over the data, you can just copy it from here. So the availability, I can just copy it, paste it inside of here, and then instead of doing this enum day, I will just say type of string. Now also, as you see, it's very important that you mark this as an array, because at the end of the day, this is an array. This is not an object, but we will have an array with 7 days, so Monday till Sunday. So we now have that. We can now get it through the params. So that's the structured. This is of type I app props, and then inside of here, I can now get my availability. If I now go to the page.tsx and scroll to the calendar, you now see we get an error, and that's because I have to pass the availability property. So let's pass it, and this is of type data.user.availability. Now we currently get an error. That's right here for this undefined thing, blah blah blah, not important. What you can just do right here is mark it as any. The only thing that you have to make sure is that the name is the same, so day and is active, the same spelling, and this is a string and this is a boolean. Alright, we have that. We now have our data right here in the params. Let me console log it. So let's do a console.log. Let's console log the availability. Let's save that. Let me go back. Let me do a hard refresh right here on our website. And if I now go to my terminal, you now see we have this array. And Monday is available, Tuesday is available, Wednesday is not available, Thursday is available, Friday is available, and then Saturday and Sunday is again not available. So now we want to display that in the calendar. So let me do that. And for that, what we have to do is first of all create a new property. So for my calendar, I want to first of all get a property, because we will have to do a bit of prop drilling, because we will have to pass the day down to our calendar cell, if this makes sense. So what we can do first of all is go to our calendar itself, to the calendar component, and then right here where we get our properties, I want to now also get our isDate unavailable. So what we can do right here is an and sign, open a object, and I want to get a isDate unavailable. Now I probably misspelled that, but that's fine. This will be optional, and as in type, this will be a function right here, an arrow function. So right here, let's do a arrow function, and this will result in a boolean. Let me also get a param, and this will be our date, and let's give it also in type, and this will be the date value. Now, as you see, this date value is imported from React types/calendar. And let me also really quick say what this is again. So this is a function right here, and this function determines at the end of the day what date should be marked as available, or in other words, what day should be marked as disabled in the calendar. So we now have that, and then in the render calendar, we can now get it right here. So we now have this how was it again called? We named it isDate unavailable, and I can get it now right here. Of course, we now have to pass something, and to pass something, we will create a function. So right here above the return statement, I can do a constant isDate unavailable, and then this will be just a standard arrow function. Let's open that right here, and inside of here, we have to now at the end of the day calculate or find out what date is unavailable and what day, not date, but what day is again available. So what we first of all can get is the day of the week. So let me do a constant day of week. then this will be equal right here to the date. And as you see, we don't get a date. So what we'll do right here is get a date through the params. So let me get the date, and this will be of type date value. And this does not import for me automatically. So if you go to the calendar, you will see right here, we already imported that from React types/calendar. So I can just copy right here this import statement, go to the render calendar, paste it inside of here, and now we have the date value. Then we can now use this date. So let me do a date.toDate. Let's invoke it. Let me get my local time zone. Let's invoke it. And at the end, let me do a get day. Let's invoke that. And again, I get my local time zone right here at the top from this @internationalized/date package. All right, we now have that. So what exactly is that what we did right here? So we have now a function isDateUnavailable. And this function, as you see, takes a date as in param at the end. So right here, we get a date as in param, because in the calendar grid, we will then pass the date and we can then pass it to the top, and we will get this then in the function. So again, we have right here this calendar isDateUnavailable. We will then also get that in the calendar grid. In the calendar grid, we will then finally pass the date, and then we will get the date right here in the function. And this day of week function is relatively interesting, because what we do right here is get the day of the week as an index. So for example, it could be that we select Friday. We would then get an index, and we have an index right here from 0 to 6. So we have something between 0 or 6. And in this case, 0 would equal right here Sunday, and then we would have 1, the index 1. This would equal to Monday. Then we would also have the index 2. This would equal to Tuesday, etc., etc. At the end of the day, this would then end with the index 6, and this would equal to Saturday. And this is interesting because my calendar right here starts with Monday, as you see. It does not start with Sunday. So what we have to do right here is adjust this index. Because again, let me try to make it a bit, not stupid, but let me break it down for you. So that's the correct word. So this date, we later on pass a date, and this date is the selected date. So if I selected the 23rd, then I will get it right here. We then calculate with this function the date of, or the day of the week. So if it's Monday, Tuesday, or whatever, and we don't return a day in a string, but we return a index. And this index again is from 0 to 6. So everything from Sunday till Saturday. But my calendar starts from Monday, not from Sunday. So what I have to do now is adjust my index a little bit. So I can go underneath this day of week. I can do a constant adjusted index, and then this will be equal to day of week. And now we have to do a ternary, and we will say, hey, if day of week right here is equal to 0, then let's use a question mark, so a ternary, let me return 6, and if this is not true, let me do a day of week, and let's do -1. So this means if right here this day of week is 0, this means if this is Sunday, then let's rearrange it to 6. This means now Monday would be the index 0 and Sunday would be the index 6. And if not, then yeah, then everything is fine, then let's do -1. So again, we just adjust the index. Instead of now having Sunday in the index 0, we will now have Monday in the index 0, and then Tuesday index 1, Wednesday index 2, etc., etc., and index 6 will then be Sunday. So we just at the end of the day calculate -1. So yeah, relatively simple. We can now return that because I want to now know if right here this date is available or not. So we can do a return right here. Let's use an exclamation mark. Then let me get my availability. Let's use our array brackets. Let's pass our adjust index, and let's do .isActive. So this will return right here true when isActive for this date is not true. So yeah, I hope this makes sense. So if isActive right here will be equal to false, so false, then because we use this exclamation mark, we right here then return a true. So at the end of the day, this right here is a logical not, so this exclamation mark. So if this is not true, then it will be true. Yeah, I think this makes sense. And this adjust index is just the index which we get. So you could think of it of a number. So if we get 0 right here, this means if this is Monday and isActive is at the end of the day false, then we will return a true. And this means this date, so Monday, the day, is not available. Let me again pass my adjust index, And now we can continue because we now have to do a bit of prop drilling to get this at the end of the day in the calendar cell, because in the calendar cell, I want to then render this Boolean. Let me now pass this function to this isDate unavailable. We now have that. Let me now go to the calendar, and in the calendar, what I have to do now is pass this function to the calendar grid, because we have this isDate unavailable, and I want to pass it to the calendar grid. So what I can do is go to the calendar grid function or component. So let's open that, and inside of here I want to first of all again get this function. So we can just go to the calendar right here. I can copy the name isDateUnavailable. I can paste it right here. TypeScript now complains because it does not know what type this is. So if I hover over it, it says it's type of any. It does not know what it is. So what we can do is just copy that right here. So this function, which results in a Boolean, and I can paste it right here. So now we have the type, and that's very good. So if I now go back to the calendar component, I can now pass it right here as a property. So I can now get the isDateUnavailable, and this is equal to our props.isDateUnavailable, because again right here in the params you see we get it. We have the props, and then we have the child function, which is the isDateUnavailable. So now we passed it down to the calendar grid. We now have it right here, and now I can pass it finally to my calendar cell. So let me open the calendar cell right here, and I can now get the Boolean right here. So right here underneath this current month, I can get a isUnavailable, and let's give it a type. So underneath the current month, I can get a isUnavailable. Let me copy it. Let's paste it right here. This is optional, so let's right here use a question mark, and the type is Boolean. Now you see we currently get an error, and it tells me right here isUnavailable already exists, and this is right here where we initialized use calendar cell. So what I can do is delete this unavailable. We don't need it from here, and I can also delete this is outside visible range. So now we have deleted all of that. I can now go back to the calendar grid, and I can now pass this property down, so I can pass the Boolean. So let's go underneath the date right here where we render the calendar cell again in the calendar grid. Let me get the isDate or the isUnavailable, and right here we now have to pass a Boolean, so either true or false. How do we get the Boolean? Well, we get it through the function. So right here, isDateUnavailable. But instead of now what we always did, just pass the function down, we have to now pass the date to get the Boolean. So right here we can now do a isDateUnavailable. I can invoke it, and I can pass my date. As you now see, we get an error, and it tells me right here, cannot invoke object, which is possibly undefined. So what we have to do right here is a question mark dot, and now we are sure, hey, if it's not right here defined, then we won't pass it. But if it's defined, we pass the date right here. So in the calendar cell, we now get this Boolean, which is either true or false, which means we can now either render a disabled state or not. So what we can do right now is first of all create a new constant. So I will do right here a constant final. Let's do isDisabled, and this will be equal right here to isDisabled or two vertical lines isUnavailable. So instead of now using this isDisabled right here down below, we will rather use right here this new constant, which sums up the isDisabled and the isUnavailable. So if it's either disabled or unavailable, we will rather use right here this constant. Let me right here, instead of using this isDisabled, let me use the finally isDisabled, and right here at the bottom, instead of saying is not selected and is not disabled, let me do a is not selected and is not finally disabled. So yeah, in theory this should now work. Let me go back, and yeah, Saturday is not available, Sunday is not available, and Wednesday is also not available. So now this works as it should. I can't right here select Saturday, Sunday, and I can't select Wednesday. What we can do also is go back to the dashboard. Let me go to the availability right here, and I will toggle everything active. So if I say Wednesday, Saturday, and Sunday, all of these are active. Let me save this really quickly. This has been now saved, and if I now go back and do a hard refresh right here, you will now see that again all dates are available. I can again select everything, and if I again go back and say Saturday and Sunday should not be available, so let me save that. This has now been saved, and if I again go back and do a hard refresh, then Saturday and Sunday is not available anymore. Great, this is what I wanted. And now let me again try to compress it to a basic level to understand what we did right here. So let me first of all start from the first component. This is the vendor calendar. Inside of here we have a function, right? And this function at the end of the day calculates if the current selected day is available or if it's not available. Right here we just get our index and we adjust our index because this day of week will give us for the 0 index a Sunday and our 0 index should be Monday. So I adjust my index so that we now have for the 0 Monday, for the 1, so for the first index a Tuesday, and then for the 6th index we will get a Sunday. So I have adjusted that again because this is how my calendar looks like. We start from a Monday and we go to a Sunday. If you start from, I don't know, from Sunday, then you don't have to do this adjustment. You just right here pass the day of week. So we have now that. We now know, hey, if the state is available or if it's not available. We then pass it to the calendar. In the calendar, we get that because right here at the top, we get it through our properties. We then pass it to our calendar grid. So let me go right here. And then in the calendar grid, I now finally invoke the function and pass my date. So now I will know, hey, if the date is available or if it's not available. So that's what we do. Right here in the calendar, we just drilled it. We did a little prop drilling. And then in the calendar grid, we finally initialize this function, which means we will get a Boolean, which is either true or false. And this works because we do a dot map right here. We map right here over all dates, and then we get the Boolean for each day. And as an example right here, for Monday, the Boolean will be false. For Tuesday, the Boolean will be false. For Wednesday, it will be false. For Thursday and Friday also. But for Saturday and Sunday, the Boolean right here is unavailable, will be true. And this means then in the calendar cell, if I again open that, we then now render right here this text muted foreground and cursor not allowed. Because this finally disabled, this Boolean right here is unavailable, is now true. So this is what we did right here. I know at the start it looks a bit complicated, but it's very, very simple at the end of the day. We just have a function which gets the day and then returns a Boolean, which is either true or false, which means the date is either available or not available. This is what we did right here. I know you have to think about it a bit. What I want you to do is just look at the code a bit and then you will understand it. Alright, so this works beautifully. And before we continue and do our timetables, there's one more thing which is missing. One more thing. And that's that I want to right here store the calendar in my URL. So if I select the 9th, I want to have it right here on the top in the URL. And also when I do a hard refresh, you see we don't have a default selected. But when I do a hard refresh, I want the current date to be the selected one, so the default one. So what we can do is go back. Then in the render calendar, we now have to do a few functions so that when we first of all do a hard refresh, that we first of all select the new date or our current date, today's date, and that also whenever we select a new date, that it reflects in the URL. So the first thing we have to do is create state. So let me go above this constant is date unavailable. Let me do a constant. Let's do a state. So let's do a getter and a setter. Let's call it date and let's do a set date. And then this will be equal to use state. This is imported from React. Let's invoke it. And as a initial state, this won't be like some gibberish or a string, but this will be a function. So let me do right here a arrow function. Let me open that. And the initial right here value will be our search param, because later on what we'll have right here is a question mark, then a date, and this will be equal to the, 27th and then 10th and whatever the month is and the year is. So right here in the search param, again, the date, and this will be then equal to our current date. So this state right here should have the current date. So what we'll do right here is first of all get the date through the search params, and if we don't get it, then we will generate today's date. So to get the date from our search params, we have to do a constant. Let's call it date param, and this will be equal to our search params. Now, as you see, we don't get anything, and that's because we have to right here use a hook provided by Next.js. So let me do a constant search params and this will be equal to use search params. This is imported from Next/navigation, and now I can use it. So let me get my search params. Let's do a .get, and as I already said, I want to get the date. So at the end, again, we will have a question mark and then a date, and this will be equal to today's date. So right here in the string, so where we invoke it as an argument, I can get my date. And now this date param, so our constant, could have two results. Either we get our date, so the 27th, blah, 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 or it could be not defined because, as we currently see, we don't have a date. And now let me return that. So let's do a return date param, and I want to use a ternary. So if date param is true, so let's use a question mark, then let's use our past date function. This currently does not import for me, so let's do it manually. In this internationalized package, let me get the pass date helper function, then I can use it right here. So pass date, let's invoke it, and let's pass the date param. So if we have a date param, we now just right here pass it, or we make it nicer, so it passes it to right here this ISO date string with no time component. And then if this is not true, let me use a colon, and what I want to do is get my current date or the today's date. So we can get the today helper. This is already imported right here from this package, so at internationalized, and let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's get our local time zone and let's invoke it. So this means now we get our param right here, the date. If it's available, then we just pass it right here to an ISO string with no time component. And if this is not true, if we don't have a search param, as we do right now, then we just right here get our current date in today's time zone. So as you see right here, today returns today's date in the given time zone, and as an argument, we pass our time zone. So this has been now done. We now have our state right here, our date. And what I want to do now is pass this date to our calendar. So for the calendar, what we can do right here is pass it in value, and this value will be our date. If I now go back and do a hard refresh right here, you will see that the initial selection will be the 27th. But if I click on 30, nothing happens. And what this means is that we now have to do a onChange handler. So let me go back, and then underneath this constant date, so underneath the state, and we can right here create a L function. So let's do a constant handle date change. Let's right here do a L function, let's use that, and let me just open that. So for this right here function in the params, let me first of all get the date. So let's use a date, and this will be equal to the date value. Then let's now open that, and the first thing which I want to do is set the new date in our state. So we can do right here a set date, let's invoke it, and let's pass our date. Also, as you now see, we currently get an error, and it says right here, argument of type date value is not assignable to parameter of type calendar date. So what we can do right here is mark it as, so let's do an as calendar date. Again, we don't get that, so let's do it manually. So what we can do is go to this at internationalized package, and let me get the calendar date. If I again scroll to the bottom, we can again right here say as calendar date, and now this error is gone. So now we have created this function, and all it does right here is get our new date and set it to our state. This means our getter right here updates, and in theory this should now work. So for the calendar, we can now pass it. So underneath the value, I can get my onChange, and this will be equal to the handle date change function. If I now save that and go back and now select the 30th, you see it updates, and that's what we wanted. But what I want to do now is also update my URL, because currently, even though we can select it, we don't update the URL. So let's go back to the code, then let's go to the function, and then underneath the set date, let me first of all get the URL. So let's do a constant, so constant URL. This will be equal to new URL, so URL is uppercased, and inside of here, let's invoke it, and as an argument, let's get our window, then dot location, and let's get a dot href. So what we get right here is our URL. This is localhost 3000 right now, and what I want to do inside of here is now set a search param. So we can do a URL dot search params, and I want to do a dot set. Inside of here, let's invoke it. And the first argument is the query parameter. And this will be our date, because again, right here you also see we always use the date. And then as a second argument, we have to pass the date, which we have right here created, or which we have passed. So let me do right here a date, and let's do a dot to string. Let's invoke it, and now we pass the date to our URL. The last thing which we have to do is also update the URL, so we have to push it to the URL. And for that we have to use the router package from Next.js, or the function. So underneath the search params, let's do a constant router, and this will be equal to use router. Now it's very important, please listen to me, this is not imported from next/router, but from next/navigation. So let's import it, let's invoke that, and now I can use it right here. So underneath the URL search params.set, I can do a router.push, and inside of here, what I want to push is this URL. So we can invoke it, and we can do an URL.toString. Let's invoke it, and now we are finished. This means if I now go back and do a hard refresh, the 27th will be selected, and if I select the 30th, our URL will update. And now we have a query parameter, and right here it says date, and this equals to 2024-09, this is the month, and then 30, this is the day. So great, this is now also finished, and the last thing which I want to do is also a use effect. So to always keep the state in balance and to make sure that everything is synced. So we can do right here a use effect hook. This is imported from React. Then let me just open that, as we always do with a use effect. Let me give it a dependency, and I want to always rerun this use effect when our search params update. So as a dependency, I added the search param, and again this means the use effect will always rerun when the search param updates. This means whenever we select a new date and then the URL updates. Then let me go back, and inside of here, let me first of all get the param. So let's do a constant date param, and this will be equal to our search params.get, and I want to get my date. We can now do a if check, and let's say, hey, if we have a date param, so if in our URL right here we have this date query parameter, then we can update our state. So let me open the if statement, and let's do a set date. Let's invoke that. Let me get the pass date helper function. Let's invoke that, and let's pass our date param. Alright, we have now done that, and if I now go back and again do a hard refresh, everything should still work as we expect. So if I go right here to October and toggle the, 11th, then this will update, but our right here date query parameter will also update. So we see 2024-10-11. So 2024 the year, 10 the month, and 11 the day, because we right here selected the 11th. Great, this is now also finished. And before we now continue and make our right here timetable work, let me first of all update the left side, because currently we have hard-coded the 23rd September, but this should be dynamic. So when I select right here the 16th of October, then this should update, and currently it does not. So let me go back and let's change that. So let me first of all open our booking form page. So right here the page.tsx, and inside of this file, what I have to do now is first of all get the date from our right here URL search params. So let me go right here underneath the constant data, and let's do a constant selected date, and this will be equal to our search params. And how do we get our search params? Because I can't use the use search params hook, so this one which we used in the render calendar, because the page.tsx is a server component, and this hook right here relies on the client side or on a JavaScript bundle. So what we have to do is get our params through the server side. And it's relatively easy with Next.js. Currently we are getting the params, but what I can also get right here is my search params. Now as you see, TypeScript currently complains because it does not know what type search params is. So what I can do is go right here underneath the params, let me get my search params, and inside of here we will get a date. This is optional, so let's use a question mark, and this will be of type string. So now we have added that, we will get search params, and in the search params, we will maybe get a date, so it could be undefined, but if it's defined, it's of type string. Then right here, I can now use that, so let's do a search params.date, and what I want to do right here is a ternary, and we will say, hey, if this is defined, so if we have a date in the search params, then let me just do a new date, and let's pass the search params.date. But if this is not true, then let's use a right here colon, and let me return new date. This means we get the current date, so today. Alright, this has been now added, we now have that, so now we can use that, and if you scroll a bit to the bottom, right here instead of now using this hard-coded, we can now get our selected date. As you now see, we get an error, and it tells me type date is not assignable to type React Node. So what we can do is a dot to string, and let's invoke it, and if I now go back, we now see, not nice, nope. So what we have to do is format our date. And now to format the date, let me again go back, let me go underneath the selected date, and let me do a constant formatted date, and this will be equal to new international, then let me do a dot date time format. Let's invoke it. As an argument, I have to pass the locale. So what I'll do is an en-uppercase US. Let's add a comma, open a object, and inside of here, I can now pass a few properties. So we can get the weekday, and this could be either long, narrow, or short. So I want to have it long. This means I want to say Monday or Thursday or whatever, not Chew or Mon, the short form. Then let's continue. I want to get the day, and the day should be numeric right here. So let's say numeric. And then we also want to get the month, and the month should be again long. So I want to say August or October or whatever. And then at the end, we have to do a dot format. So at the end, dot format, let's invoke it, and let's pass the selected date. So this has been now done, and now we can use the formatted date. And if I scroll to the bottom, instead of saying selected date to string, let me just pass the formatted date. If I now go back, you now see Wednesday, October 16th. And if I now select the, 25th, then this will update right here to Friday, October 25th. I can also go to September and select the 27th, and then it will also update right here. Great, that's what we wanted, and now we can render our timetable on the right side. And before we can render that, we first of all have to render again our separator. So let me again go back, let me go underneath right here this render calendar, and underneath that, let me again get my separator. We already imported that, this is self-closing. Let's give it an orientation, this will be right here vertical, and let's give it a class name, and this will be height of full, and let's do a width of again right here custom value, and this will be right here 1 pixel, so let's say 1 px. If I now save that and again go back, we now see the vertical line, and that's great. Let's now render our timetable. Okay, and now we can finally render our timetable. I know I have already said it multiple times, but now it's finally time. Yeah, who would have thought? So let me open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder. Let's go in the components folder. Let's go in the booking form. And inside of here, let me create a new component and let's name it timetable.tsx. Then we have now this component. Let me do a export function. Let me right here say, or let's name it time table. Let's just invoke it and let's open that. Then inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let's return a div h1 and let's say hello from the time table. Let's save that. And what I want to do now is render this component in our page because currently, as you see, you don't see it right here. So let me go back. Let's go to the page and then underneath the separator, but still in the cart content, I can get my timetable from the components. This is self-closing. And if you now go back, you now see hello from this timetable. Is that what we want to render? No, of course, that's not what we want to render. So let me now change that. So for now, first of all, let me start off fresh. So let me delete everything in the return statement. And then inside of here, let me return a div element. And then let me return a p element or a p tag. Inside of this p tag, I want to render first of all the selected date. Or not the selected date, I want to render the day, so 21st or whatever, and then I want to render the month, so I don't know, September. So at the end we will have the 21st September, or today is the 27th, so 27th September. So we have to somehow first of all get this date, and what I'll do right now is go to the page.tsx, and I want to right here pass a property which will be our date. So what we can do is go to the timetable, and inside of here I can first of all create an interface so that we know what we get. So let's do an interface, let me call it iapp_props. Again, you can name it whatever you want, and I want to get a selected date, and this will be of type date. The selected date will be what we have in our search param, so right here 2024 09/27. So this is the selected date right here. We can now get it in the params, so let's the structured, let's get in type of iapp_props, and then I can get the selected date. If you now go back to the page.tsx, you now see we get an error, and that's because we have to provide this property. So let me do that, let me get the selected date, and this will be equal to our selected date. Because again, if you go to the top right here, we have the selected date and we get it through the search params, and if it's not defined, we just take the current date, so today's date. So now we have that, we can now use that, and what we have to do is first of all format the date. And because we will do quite a lot of formatting, and since we will use a lot of dates in this file right here, we can make our life way easier or our lives way easier by installing a package. So let me stop my dev server, and I want to do an npm i date-fns, so date-fns. This is a package which we'll use for this video. Let me first of all restart the dev server right here, and we will use this package because it will make our lives way easier when using or when working with dates. So you can go to Google and search for date-fns, and then what here you see date-fns modern JavaScript date utility library. So date-fns provides the most comprehensive yet simple and consistent toolset for manipulating JavaScript dates in a browser and Node.js. So that's what I want to use. So we have now installed that, and I can now go back, and what I want to do first of all is now format our date. So inside of here, as I already said, the first thing which I want to render is the day itself. So let me right here just get these brackets. Then let me get the format. This is what you imported from date-fns, and this sadly does not import for me. So let me do it manually. So on top, above the interface, let me do a import. Let's the structured, and this will be from date-fns. And then inside of here, what I can now get is right here this format helper. Then for the p tag, I can now do a format. Then let's invoke it, and inside of here I can pass my selected date. As you now see, we still get an error for this helper function, and that's because we have to now provide right here a format string, a argument. And the format string tells right here this function how we want to format the date. So if we want to get the year, the month, the day, what do we want to get? And then for the format string, let me just right here pass 3 uppercase E's, so E, and if you now save that and go back, you now see right here the short form of the day. So if I select the 30th, which is Monday, then we have mon. If I select the 27th, then we have right here fry for Friday, and everything like that. And what I want to now render is the month and the day. So Friday, October 21st, so after this Friday. So let me go back, and then underneath this p tag, let me render a span element. This should be lowercase. And inside of here, let me again get my format helper. Let's invoke it. Let's pass the selected date. Let's do a comma. And then for the formatted right here string, let me right here get a string. And then let's use an MMM. This is uppercase, dot, white space, and then lowercase d. So this will now be our month and then the day. If you now go back, you now see Friday, September 27th. And now this of course does not look very good. So let's style that. And one issue which I have right here, or one mistake which I did, is that I right here but I rendered this span underneath the p tag. Instead of doing that, let me render the span in the p tag, so underneath right here this format. So in the p tag, we now render first of all our right here day, so Mon or Tuesday, and then we render right here this first of all month and then the day. So what we now have is first of all the weekday, which we render in a short form, and then we render right here the month and the day. So if you now go back, they are now aligned horizontally, and that's good. Let me now style the p tag, so let's give it a class name. Let's say right here text of base, and let's do a font of semi-bold. Then for the span element, I want to make it a bit smaller and give it a grayish color. So let's do a class name of text sm, and let's do a text of muted foreground. If you now go back, you now see, yeah, this looks relatively good, but the problem which I currently have is that we don't have any space between the items. So what we can do right here is render a object or these brackets again, use in string white space, and with that we now have some space. So if I now go back, you see, yeah, this looks way better. And what I want to now do is render underneath that our available time, so our timetable. And to do that, we first of all have to fetch data. So let me first of all go back again and let me now fetch the data. So above the export function, we can do right here, or we could also do it above the interface. Let me right here do a async function. Let's call it get data. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Let me do a dot, and let's right here get our availability. So let's do in prisma.availability.find first. Again, find first, not unique. Then what we can do now is invoke it and of course open that. So right here we now have to find a specific availability, and we use a find first and not find unique because we don't really have a unique identifier. You already saw that because we did that in the page.tsx. Right here we also did a find first, and that's also because we don't have a unique identifier. But find first will give us the same result at the end of the day. We just don't have a unique identifier. So right here, let me get the where statement. Let's open that. And I want to find right here a availability where the day matches. So right here we have our days, right, with the day, which is either Monday, Tuesday, Friday, etc. So in our availability schema, again, if you open that, there we have this day enum, and there we have all of the days. So Monday, Tuesday, up to Sunday. And I want to find a availability where the day matches, because when you select a date right here, you have a day. So for the 27th, it's Friday. For the 30th, it's right here Monday. And I want to find right here the availability where the day matches. So for now, just to show you how everything looks like, let me just hard code it to Monday, and then after that I will change that. So now we can add a comma, and I want to also find a availability where the username matches. So to get our username, we can get it through the params right here. So let's get a user name, and this will be of type string. Then right here, I can now get the user, so the user model. Let's open that, and right here we will have our username, which is of type username. So now we have our where statement, and now we can get our data. So let me do right here a select statement. Let's open that, and I want to get a few things. So first of all, I want to get the from time, and this will be true. Then I want to get the till time. Let's also set this to true. Then let me get the ID. Let's set this to true. And I want to also get data from the user. So let's open our user right here. Let's get the user model. Let me open that. And what I want to get from the user is, or let me first of all do the select. And what I want to get from the user is the grant email. So let's set this to true, and the grant ID, and let's set this also to true. So we will need the grant email and grant ID a bit later to authenticate our request. So for now we don't need it, but later on we will need that, and that's why I already selected and fetched it in that sense. So since we now have that, I think we can now return our data. So let me just right here do a return. So return data, and now we can use it. So let me get the data right here above the return statement. So let's do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we have an error. Or actually, we have two errors. First of all, we have to mark this function as async. So let's do an export async function, and this is safe to do so because this is a server component. This means nothing is leaked to the client, everything is server side, and that's what we want. And the second error which we have is that we have to pass right here an argument, which is the username. But now we have a problem. We don't have a username. We don't get it. So how can we pass the username? Well, we can pass the username as properties from our page.tsx. So in this interface, let me get a user name, and this will be of type string. Then right here in the params where it is structured, I can get the username, and I can now pass it right here as an argument. But now we still don't have the username because in the page.tsx where I render this component, I don't pass the username. So let me get now the username, and this will be equal to our params.username. Because again, if you go to the top right here, we have our function, right? We get our params, and from the params we get the event URL and username. And again, we get them because the routes right here are dynamic. And whenever you have a dynamic route, you can get the data through params. Alright, let's close that. And now before we continue, let me first of all console log the data. So let me do a console.log and let's get our data as an argument. If you now open the terminal, you see the data right here. And right here we see the user is available from 12 AM till 4 PM. We have the ID right here, and then we have also user data, so the user who offers this booking form, and we get the grant email and grant ID. And we need them again to authenticate the request. For now, it's not important, but later on, when we actually do everything, we will need this right here. Alright, and what I want to do now is fetch my data from Nylas. Or maybe before we do that, let's maybe first of all make this day right here dynamic. Because we currently hard-coded Monday, and that's not what we want to do, right? So what we have to do is get right here through our params, first of all, our selected date. So let me go after the username and let me get a selected date, or not a, but the selected date. And this will be of type date right here. Then if I again go to the bottom, our getData function now throws an error, and that's because we are missing one argument, which is our date. So let's right here pass our selected date, and now we don't have an error anymore. So now we can't pass just our selected date to the day because this selected date is a date object, and I have to pass the specific date. So we have to again format this date. So let me do a constant, let's say current day, and this will be equal to format. This is already imported. Let's invoke it. Let's right here pass the selected date. And as you see, I misspelled that. This shouldn't be the selected data, but selected date. And then I can now pass it to this format function, and we have to pass our second argument, which is at the end of the day our format string. And this will be uppercase E. So 4 E's right here. And with that we get the name of the day. So Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, blah, blah, blah. Wednesday, of course. So now we can use that. We now have our current day, and now I can pass it for this day. So now this is dynamic. We currently see we get an error because it says right here type string is not assignable to this enum, because if you go to the schema again, our day is not a string, but it's a enum. So what we can do right here is just a as, then let's do a Prisma, and this should be lowercase, so as, then let's do an uppercase Prisma. This is imported from @Prisma client, and then let me do a .enum day filter. So again, let me say that enum day filter, and this is right here. Let's import that, and now we don't have an error anymore. So what we say right here is that this current day is the same, let's say, type as this enum day. So now this error is gone, and what I want to do now is fetch my data from Nylas. So I want to know if the user is busy for this specific day. So let's do that. Let me go underneath this constant data, then let me do a constant Nylas Calendar data, and this will be equal to await, then let's do Nylas. This is imported from the lib folder, then let's do .calendars, and .getFreeBusy. And what we do right here is at the end of the day, we go to the calendar. So at the end of the day in my calendar, and we will find out if my calendar has any free time during a specific day. So we have to pass right here a start time and an end time. Nylas will go to my calendar and then search up the calendar for this time frame. And if I'm busy, then I will get right here a return statement, and then in the return I will know if the user is busy, so if I am busy and from what time and till what time. And if not, well, then I'm not busy, which means the user who right here goes to my booking form, then the user can just book a calendar or book a meeting from whatever time we provide using our availability schema. But if I'm busy during a specific time, then we will merge my availability time with this busy time, and we will then block out the time which is busy. So this could be maybe a bit confusing, but it's relatively simple. So again, we get our availability from Prisma, and right here I say, I don't know, I'm available from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. Then we get our data from Nylas and we search up, hey, is the user available from 8 a.m. till 6 p.m? And then Nylas will go to my calendar, search it up, and it will either say, hey, the user, or I have a meeting at, I don't know, 4 p.m. till 4:30 p.m, so for 30 minutes. It will then return that and say, hey, for this time, the user is busy and you can't really schedule anything. So yeah, this is all. We can now invoke that, open that, and the first thing we have to do right here is pass an identifier. And the identifier is the grant ID. And this will be the data.user.grant ID. With this, Nylas has the rights to go to my calendar and search it up, because with that we authenticate right here this request. So let's also mark this right here as string. This has been now done. And now we have our request body. And in the request body, I have to pass the start time and the end time. So this means if Nylas goes to my calendar, I have to right here say, hey, look it up from 8 a.m. today till 6 p.m. today. So the from time and the end time. So for now, what we can do is first of all, get our from time and the till time. So above our constant data, I can do a constant start of day, and then this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it, and let's pass right here our selected date as an argument. And right here, I want to now start the day at 12 p.m. So 0.0, yeah, so right here this, I want to start the day at this time. So this should be 12 p.m. So let's right here do a start of day. Let's do a dot set hours, and let's invoke it, and let's say 0, 0, 0, 0. So let me again simplify it right here. So this creates a new date object and it starts at midnight. That's why I have to pass all of the zeros. So 0 for the hours, 0 for the minutes, 0 for the seconds, and then 0 for the milliseconds. So midnight is our start of day. And now we have to also create a end of day. So let me right here do a constant end of day. And this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it and let's pass the selected date. Then I want to now do also a end of day. Let's do dot set hours. And right here, this is interesting. This will be 23,59,59,999. So 23, 59, 59, 999. So what we do right here is again create a new date object, and this right here ends just before midnight. So 1 millisecond before midnight. And that's again right here because we have 23 hours, so 11 p.m., then 59 minutes, 59 seconds, and 999 milliseconds. So again, our start date is midnight and the end date is 1 millisecond before midnight. So 24 hours in other words. And since we now have our start time and our end time, we can now pass it to this Nylas API call. So for the request body, I can now get our start time, and this will be equal to math.floor. Let's invoke it. Let's get our start of day. Then let's do dot get time. Let's invoke it, and let's divide this by 1000. So 1000. And why do we now do right here in math.floor and this division by 1000? What exactly is this? Well, using this math.floor and this division by 1000, we convert right here our JavaScript millisecond based timestamp, because again, if you go to the top right here, we have milliseconds, right? 999 milliseconds. And we convert this type of time or date, if you want to call it like that, to a Unix-based timestamp. And a Unix-based timestamp is like a lot of numbers. So as an example, this would be a Unix-based timestamp. And that's how Nylas works. You have to provide right here this Unix-based timestamps, and then Nylas can use that to search up my calendar, or in other words, your calendar. And let me maybe also go right here into specifics. So this divided by 1000 converts the milliseconds into seconds, as Unix timestamps are in seconds. And then this math.floor is there so that we can ensure that we get a whole number. And if it's not a whole number, then we right here just round to the bottom. So this is the dot floor, so to the bottom and not up, so not to the top. So now let me also create a end time, and this will be also equal to the math.floor. Let's invoke it, and instead of getting our start of day, let me get the end of day, and let's do .get time. Let's invoke it, and let's divide it by 1000, since I want to get right here a Unix-based code. Alright, this has been now done, and now we are missing one more thing, and this is right here, this emails property. So inside of here, I have to now pass the email which I want to search up, so the calendar at the end of the day. And this is our grant email. So this is an array, and then in the array, I can pass the data.user.grant email. Let's mark it as string, and now Nylas knows what calendar associated to the email I want to search up. So this grant email would be now my personal email, which I've used when I authenticated with Nylas. So yeah, that's what we have right here. So let me again go through it and explain it. So we use right here the calendars API, and using the calendars API, we get the free/busy calendar of the user. First of all, we have to pass the identifier. This is the grant ID. That's what we have gotten when we did the onboarding step. Then we have to pass a request body. Inside of here, I have to pass the start time and the end time, because when I go to Nylas, I want to know, hey, search up the calendar from today 8 a.m. till today 6 p.m. And then Nylas will go search it up and find out if the user is busy or not. If yes, we will get the timestamp when he's busy, and if not, well, then the user is not busy. Then I also have to provide the email, and this is the grant email with which the user authenticated when the user authenticated with Nylas in the onboarding. So now this is done, and what we can do now is return this data. So instead of returning the data, let's return a object, and let's return the data, and let's return the Nylas calendar data. Let's now save that. And what do you think? Should we console log the Nylas calendar data? Well, I think we should. And to do that, what we can do is first of all destructure the data. So instead of getting the data, let's destructure it, and let me now get the data from Prisma, and let me also get the Nylas calendar data. Let me now console log the Nylas calendar data. So let me do a console.log, and let's pass the Nylas calendar data. If I now open my terminal and right here refresh this, you will now see we have the request ID, then we have the data, we have an email, we have an object which is freeBusy because this is the method which we use, and the time slots. And as you see, we get an empty array. Why do we have an empty array? Well, it's relatively simple. I myself am not busy right now in today's time frame. This means I don't have any meetings, and this also means that the time slots array is empty. This right here means, hey, Jan right here is not busy, so you can just schedule meetings as you want. No problem, no anything. So let's say if I would have a meeting right now from 11 p.m. till 11:30, then this time slots right here wouldn't be empty, and it would show the meeting right here. So you know what? Let me go to my calendar and let me just create some event so that we see something. So I'm now right here in my Google Calendar, and let me go right here to the date. So today is the 27th. Let me select that. Then let me just say testing this right here. Let me also add a time. So let's say find time, and let's right here say 11 p.m. And what else can we say? 11 till 12 a.m. So 1 hour. Yeah, that's fine. Let me now save that. And now this in theory should work. So let me go back. Let me select right here the 27th. So this is today. And in theory, if I now go back, so let me go back, let me open the terminal, and right here you now see the time slots is not empty anymore. We now have an array. And that's again because I added right here an event in my calendar. So what do you think? Should we now see what exactly I do right here? So what I do during my busy time? Well, let's do that. So I think we should console log it. So let me again close the terminal. Let me do a dot. I want to get the data. Let's get the first item in the array. And then let's do a dot time slots. So let me just copy this time slots, paste it inside of here. And if I now save that and again open that, you now see right here that I have right here an object, which is in time slot. I am busy, this is the status, and we have the start time and the end time. And the start time would be right here 11 p.m. and the end time will be 12 a.m. And yeah, now we can use that to show that in our calendar, or not in our calendar, but right here for our buttons with our timetable. Alright friends, so now what I want to do is combine my availability data which I get from my database, and I want to also right here combine it with my Nylas data. So if the user is busy, I want to combine this timestamp with my availability data to generate my times. So everything from let's say 8 a.m. till 6 p.m. And if the user is busy from 8 a.m. till 10 p.m., then I want to block out this timetable, or in other words, I don't want to even display it. So we have to combine this data and then somehow render it. Now this will be the most complicated part of this video, so what I want you to do is just go with me. I will explain everything at the end again, and it will make sense. At the start, when we will do everything, you will probably understand nothing, but that's fine. At the end, when I again go through it, you'll understand that, and that's the most important thing. So what we'll do is create a function, or in other words, we will create a custom hook, and we'll call this hook then in this export async function. So above the export async function, we can create a function, and we will name it right here, calculate available time slots. Damn, what a hard word. I'm pretty sure I misspelled it, but yeah, it's fine. So inside of here, let's now get started. So the first thing which I want to do is first of all get the current time. So right now, for me, it's the 28th September, 12 a.m. or wait, man, midnight or 20 minutes past midnight. So that's what I have right now. So let's do a constant now, and this is equal to new date. So let's invoke it, and with this now, I now have this time which you see at the top. Then let's continue. What I want to do now is convert my DB availability, so the availability which we get from my database, to a JavaScript date object. So what we can do right here is a constant available from, and then this will be equal to pass. Pass is imported from date fns. So right here you have a lot of imports, but please import it from date fns. Then let's invoke it. And inside of here, this is now a bit, let's say, hard. So we have to use upticks. Let's use them. Then let me use a dynamic value. And inside of here, I want to pass the date. Now, as you currently see, we don't have a date. We don't get one. So we have to get it through our params. So right here in my params, I can get a date. And then this date right here will be equal to a string. What I also get is a DB availability, and this is a object, and inside of here we will have a from time. This will be of type string or undefined, and then we will also have a till time, and this will be of type string or right here vertical line undefined. Please make sure that this from time and till time has the exact same spelling as the one in your Prisma. So right here we have the from time and till time, and please make sure that this right here has the same spelling. If it does not have the same spelling, we will get a few errors, and you don't want that. So now we have our date right here. Then let's do a white space. Let's again get our dynamic value, and let's do a DB availability dot from time. So now we have that. We can now add a comma after this upticks. Then let's use a normal string as you know it, and let's say y. So 4 times the y, then dash, uppercase m. Then let's do again a dash, DD, then let's do a white space, let's do an uppercase HH, colon, and then let's do a lowercase mm. So now this has been added, and then we can do a comma at the end, and let's do a new date right here, and let's invoke it. So what we do right here is, first of all, we use a pass method or function, whatever you want to call it, and this is provided by datefns, so the library which we use to play with dates and just convert it or format them. And what we do with this pass method is we take the string which we have right here. So we use these upticks, and these are a string, and we use the string and we convert it to a JavaScript date object. So this date is your standard year, month, and day, and then this DB availability from time is your time. So from, I don't know, 10 a.m. We then right here say how the formatting should look like. So the format should be the year, month, and day, and then we should get the hours and minutes. So we convert the string date into this year, month, date, and then we convert right here this DB availability from time to an hour and minutes. And then the third argument which we have is the new date, and this right here just provides a reference date, and it's used when the input string doesn't contain all the information which is needed right here. So yeah, that's what we do. It's relatively simple. And now let's do the same for our availability till time. So let me do right here a constant, let's say available till, and this will be equal again to the pass method. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, let me use upticks, let me get the date, then let's use white space, and then inside of here, let me get the DB availability dot till time. And also one thing which I mentioned right here is currently we just get the date and the DB availability through our params. So these are currently just names. We don't really have any values. We will later on pass them as arguments when we right here call this function. So now let's finish off this pass right here function. So let's add a comma. Now I have to add the format string. So again, this will be y, so 4 times the y, dash uppercase dash lowercase dd, then white space, uppercase hh, colon, lowercase and then the third argument is just our new date. Let's invoke it, and now we have our available from time until time. So we have now converted the string to a JavaScript object or date object. Alright, this is great. Now let's do the next step, and the next step is to extract our busy time slots from Nylas. So let me do a constant busy slots, and then this will be equal to our Nylas data which we have to get. Now currently we don't get it, so let's go to our params. Let's go underneath the DB availability, and let me get my Nylas data, and this will be of type Nylas response. This is imported from Nylas, and let's pass a generic. And for the generic, this is the get free busy right here request. And then right here in the generic, let's at the end pass a array. So now this has been added. Then I can again go to our busy slot and do a Nylas data. And then let's do a dot data. Let's get the first item in the array. And inside of here, we want to get our time slots. Now, if you do a dot, you don't get it right here, weirdly. So what we'll do is a dot time slots. And then let me do a dot map. Let's invoke it. Let me get a slot. And then let me just right here return that. So we have now returned that, as you see. What I can do now is open a object and let me get a start. This will be equal to our from Unix time. This is imported from datefns. Let's invoke it and let's pass our slot dot start time. Now please make sure that you spell it correctly. What you can do is also console log the Nylas data. So you can again go just above. We have right here our Nylas calendar data. So right here in our export async function. And you could right here do a console.log and console log the Nylas calendar data. And then you will right there see, or let's do that, to show it to you. So let's do a console.log. Let's get our Nylas calendar data. Then let's do a dot data. Let's get the first item in the array, and let's do a dot time slots. Then what I'll do is first of all also comment out this busy slot function to not throw any errors. And if you now open your terminal, you now see this right here, and we have a start time and a end time. So you can copy this start time. Let's again go back. Let me again uncomment this. Then again, let me make sure that I spell this correctly. And then we also have an end. So let's get that. And then this will be equal to the from Unix time. Let's invoke it. And this will be right here, the slot dot, if you again open your terminal, the end time. So let's copy the name and let's paste it right here. I can now delete this console.log. We don't need it anymore. And now we have our busy slots right here. So as I always do, let me again explain this code. So this code again right here is there to find our time slots. So this is then an array of the busy time which we from the Nylas API. Then this dot map that we do right here is there to iterate over this array, so over the time slots array. And then for each slot, a new object is created. That's why we right here return it and then return a object. And we then create a start and a end. So the start time of the busy slot and the end time of a busy slot. What we then do is the from, or what we then use is the from, let me right here move that. What we then use is the from Unix time function method, whatever, from date FNS. And this is used to convert the Unix timestamp, so in seconds, to a JavaScript date object. Again, if you can remember, Nylas uses right here this Unix time frame, so this one here, and we want to convert this Unix time frame to a JavaScript date object. That's why we use right here this from Unix time. So at the end of the day, what we have right here is we have created a new array with a start time and an end time of the busy slot or busy slots, which we get from Nylas. Now, right here, we could also get nothing. This means that the user is not busy, or in other words, that I am not busy. But if we have busy time frames, then we create right here a new array. That's why we map over the data, create a new object with the name start and end. So that's what we have done right here. And now we can continue. So what I want to do now is generate all possible time slots within the available time. So let me go underneath that. Let's do a constant all slots. And this is equal to an empty array right here. Then right here, let me do a let's say current slot. So let me spell this correctly, current slot. And this will be equal to our available from. Again, the available from is right here where we passed our string to a JavaScript date. Then let's continue. Again, I will explain everything in detail at the end. Then let's do a while loop. So let's do a while. Let's invoke it. Then let me get the isBefore method from date FNS. Let's invoke it. Let's pass the current slot. And again, this current slot is the slat right here. And let's add a comma and let's do an available till. So now we have added that. What we can do now is open this while loop. And inside of here, let me do an all slots dot push. Let's invoke it. Let's pass the current slot as an argument. And after that, let's do a current slot. And then this will be equal to add minutes. This is again a function imported from date FNS. Let's invoke it and let's pass a current slot. And inside of here, I want to also add right here the possible window. So again, you know, each meeting has a time frame. We can either say 15 minutes or 30 minutes or 45 minutes or 60 minutes. And I want to right here generate the time slots based on the duration which I have. So for this form right here, for example, it's 30 minutes. This means I want to generate my time slots for a 30-minute window. And to get that, we will get the duration through the params. So let me first of all add a comma, and then I will get a duration, and this is of type number. Then I can now use this duration and then add it right here after the comma. So let's paste that, and now that's done. All right, so let me again explain that, because I'm pretty sure you don't really understand what we just did right here. So first of all, we have this constant right here, all slots. And this is an empty array. This is just there to initialize our store. Right now it's empty, but it's there to initialize it because later on, as you see, we push into the array. And then right here we have this let current slot, which we set equal to the available from. And this means that this current slot variable is set to the start of the available window. Because again, this available from just means from when our availability schema has time. So if we selected 8 a.m., then this current slot will be 8 a.m. Then we have this while loop, and inside of here we say isBefore, and as an argument we pass the current slot and available till. This means right here, this loop continues as long as the current slot right here, so again, the current slot is our available from, it continues so long before the end of the availability window. So right here, this available till. Then inside of this loop, so inside of this while loop, we have this all slots.push where we push the current slot in this array. And what this means is that at the end of the day, we add the current time slot to the all slots array. So the all slots array will now have like 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., 9 a.m., blah, blah, blah. And then we also right here set our current slot equal to add minutes, where we pass as arguments the current slot and duration. This means at the end of the day, what we do right here is that the current slot is moved forward by adding the specific duration. So we first of all start with, let's say 8 a.m. and then we have to add a specific number, a specific window. And as I already said, each meeting has a different time, 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 45 minutes, la la la. And this duration is what we add. So we push the time slot, for example, right now, 30 minutes. So it would be 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m., 9 a.m., 9:30, 10 a.m., and everything like that. So as an example, let me say this available from right here is, I don't know, 9 a.m. And then let's say this available till is, I don't know, 5 p.m. or yeah, let's say 5 p.m. So we now have this from and we have this till. And let's say right here the duration, yeah, 30 minutes. So 30 minutes, 30-minute duration. And this code right here, this while loop will now run or generate till we hit right here 4:30 p.m. So it will start with 9 p.m. or with 9 a.m., 9:30 a.m., 10 a.m., 10:30 a.m., 11 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. And then we have generated right here our time slots. Alright, and since we now have our time slots, what I want to do now is combine these slots with Nylas to generate our free slots. So let me right here do a constant, let's call it free slots, and this will be equal to all slots. Let me do a dot filter. So filter, let's invoke it as in param, let me get a slot, and let me just open right here this arrow function. So what I want to do first of all is right here calculate the slot and time. So let's do a constant slot and this will be equal to add minutes. This is a function by date fns, and inside of here let me pass my slot and let's pass our duration. So again, right here this would be 30 minutes. After that we can now do a return statement. So let me do a return. Let's just do these curly braces or these parentheses. Then in the return let me get a is after. This is imported from date fns. Let's invoke it, and inside of here let me pass a slot and let's pass now. Then let me do a and then let me click on enter. So this is after right here just says that the slot should only start after the current time. So if it's currently 10 p.m. then I don't want to show a slot for, let's say, 8 a.m. or 6 a.m. Then after this the code becomes a bit complicated. So what I'll do right now is just paste it because it's a bit of a pain to write yourself. And now let me try to explain it again right here from the start. So this code right here filters over our all slots, and this creates a new array, and we name this new array right here free slots, as you see. And then the first thing which we do right here is we use the filter method to iterate through each slot in our all slots array. Then the second thing which we do right here is for each slot which we have, we calculate the end time of the slot by adding our duration right here. And the duration for us right now is, for example, right here 30 minutes. Then after we have our slot end, we then do right here a return statement, as you see. And the first thing we do right here is an is after. So what this means is that the slot should only start after the current time. So if it's right now 10 p.m., then the slot should only start at 10 p.m., not at already 8 a.m. So if the day has already gone past, I don't want to show slots for, I don't know, 3 hours ago. They should start from now. And then we have this complicated code where we have this exclamation mark busy slots.sum, we invoke it, we get a few params, blah, blah, blah. what do we do right here? Well, what we do right here is that we check that the slot does not overlap any busy period which we get from Nylas. Because again, right here we generate at the top our busy slots, and we want to make sure that it does not overlap, because we don't want to show a time frame for 8 a.m. if the user already has an event scheduled at 8 a.m. And to do that, we use in total 3 scenarios. So the first scenario is this one right here, and this is if the slot starts during a busy period. Then we have the second scenario, and this is when a slot ends during a busy period. And then we have the third right here scenario, and this is if a slot completely is during a busy period. So we check, hey, if it's right here during a busy period, then hey, we can't right here show this time frame. If the slot right here ends after a busy period, then this also means, hey, we can't show this time slot. And if the time slot completely happens during this busy timestamp, then this means we can't show this time slot. So at the end of the day right here now, if no of these conditions are true for any right here busy slot, then this slot and the current time is considered a free slot. Because right here we use right here these 2 vertical lines, and this is an OR. This means if either one of these scenarios is true, then this means the user is busy and we can show this time slot. But if nothing of this is true, then we can just consider this as a free slot, and then also of course render it right here in our free slots array. And then the last thing which we have to do now is format our free slot. So what we can do is go underneath this constant free slot, and let me do a return free slots. Then let me do a dot map, then let's invoke it. Then let me get right here in param, let's get a slot. Let me just do an arrow function. Let's get our format helper from datefns. Let's invoke it. Let me get my slot, and let me also say for the format string, this is uppercase HH, colon, lowercase mm. So now we have generated this code, which is great. And now we can call this function, because at the end of the day, this is a function which is called calculate availability time slots, or in other words, you could call it a hook. And now we can call this hook right underneath this constant data, so in the async function time table. So let me do a constant available slots, and this will be equal to the calculate available time slots function. Let's invoke it, and inside of here I have to now pass a few arguments, because right here, as you see, I have to pass the date, the DB availability, the Nylas data, and the duration. So let's first of all pass our date. So let me again go back to the bottom, and right here I have to pass the date. So what I can do is, first of all, above this constant available slots, I can first of all format my date. So let's right here do a constant formatted date, so formatted date, and this will be equal to format. This is the helper function. As an argument, let me pass the selected date, and as a format string, let's again say y, so for y's dash uppercase dash lowercase dd. And now we can use that and pass it as our first argument. Then let's add a comma. The next thing which I have to pass right here is, if you go to the top, is the DB availability. So what we can do is go underneath this constant formatted slots, and I can do a constant DB availability, and this will be equal to an object. Inside of here, we will have a from time. So again, you can just copy it from here. So this is the from time. Let me copy it. Let's paste it right here. And this is equal to our right here data.from time. So this is what we get from my Prisma, or not from my Prisma, but from my database. And then we have the till time. So what I can do again is copy this till time. Let me go back right here and let's paste it. And this will be equal to my data.till time. And now I can pass it right here as an argument to the calculate availability time slots. So let me pass right here my DB availability, and now we have to pass the third argument. And the third argument right here is, if you go to the top, that's the Nylas data. So let me again go back, and I can pass right here the Nylas calendar data. And the last thing which we have to pass is the meeting duration, because if you go to the top, I want to get a duration. Now currently I don't get a duration, so just to test it out, what we could do is hard code it with 30 minutes. So we could say, as in test right now, that this duration is a 30-minute window, because currently our form is also 30 minutes. And as you now see, we get an error, and this is a TypeScript error, and it says type getFreeBusyResponse is not assignable to type getFreeBusyRequest. So I misspelled that, so let me again go back right here where we have our interface, or not interface, but our calculate available time slots. Right here I give it a Nylas response within generic, which is getFreeBusyRequest, but this should be getFreeBusyResponse. So let me get a response, let's import that, and if I again go to the bottom, this error is now gone. So yeah, now we can use these available time slots. So let me do that. So underneath the p tag, so let me do some space, let me delete this hashtag, and inside of here I can first of all create a div element. Let's give it a class name. This will be margin top of 3. Let's do a maximum height custom value, and this will be 350 pixels, and let me right here leave it at that. Then in this div, let me now first of all do a ternary, and let's right here say, hey, available slots dot length, and if this is right here bigger than 0, then let's use a ternary. Let's return something, for now a p tag, and let me say time, or let's say available time slots. And if this is not true, let me use a colon, and let me return a p tag, and let's say no time slots available. Let's save that, and let me go back. And if I now do a hard refresh right here, we should now see available time slots, and that's what you have right here. So what you could do now, as an example, let me go to 30 right here. This would now update right here the URL. It will still say available time slots, but in the URL, I will now update it right here to the 2024-09-27. So this was yesterday. Right now it's the 28th, but I will go to the 27th. And now you will see something, and this will right here update to no time slots available. Why is that? Well, that's again because right here we said, hey, I only want to show time slots after my current time. And my current time is the 28th, 1 a.m. So I don't want to show anything before that. And now we don't do that anymore, and that's great. So let me again go back. Let me again select right here the 30th. And now we will again have right here available time slots. So now we can map over it. So let me again go back, and instead of rendering this p tag, let me use a link component, or before we do that, we of course have to map over the data. So let me get my available slots. Let me do a dot map. Let's invoke it as in param. Let me get a slot and a index, and then let me just return that right here. So inside of here, I can now use the link component from next/link. Let's open that, and inside of here, I want to now, first of all, maybe render our time slot. So let me just render the slot, and for the link, let me just give it a href, and let's just use a empty slash. If I now save this and go back, you will now see all of these time frames. This does not look very good, so let me fix that. Let me again go back, and instead of now rendering this slot, let me go into the link component and let me render a button component imported from the components. So this shouldn't be the button group, but the button from our components. Then in the button, I can again render the slot. Then for this button, let me also give it a class name, and this will be W of full. And what I can do also inside of here is now give our link, first of all, right here a key, because this is always required. So let's say right here index, and now let's see how that looks like. So let me go back, and now we have right here our buttons. Does it look good? Yeah, this is debatable. I don't really think so. So we have to add, first of all, a different variant. So for the button, let me first of all give it right here a variant, and this will be just outline. And for the class name, let me also say margin bottom of 2. If I now save that and again go back, you already see, yeah, this looks relatively good, but now this 15.30 overflows the container. So what we can do is give this div right here an overflow, which will be of y auto. And if I again go back, we will now have right here a scroll bar, and now we don't have any overflow issues. And now you might ask me also right here really quick, hey, why does it only show right here from 12 a.m. Till right here 3:30 p.m. Well, that's because my availability schema for what is it right here Monday is only from 12 a.m. till 4 p.m. So I can change it from, I don't know, 1:30 a.m. till 4 p.m. And if I now save these changes and go back and do a hard refresh, you will now see that this should now start at 1:30 as it does, and it ends right here at 15:30. So that's what we wanted, and you see right here these 30-minute windows. And what I want to now also do is create a event in my calendar. So let me go to Monday right here. So Monday, what was it, the 29th or the 30th, right? So Monday the 30th, let me create a event. Let's just say test. Let me find a time, and let's say right here 8 a.m. till 9 a.m. So 1 hour. Let me now save that. It's now saved. If I now go back, you still see it's currently available. So we currently can book a meeting at 8 a.m., 8:30 and 9 a.m. If I now do a hard refresh, you will see that this will change, and now we can't book a meeting anymore at 8 or 8:30. We can again book a meeting at 9 because the user again has time. Wow, wow, wow. What have we just built? This is so cool. I mean, it's right now for me 1 a.m. as you see, and I'm so hyped, I don't even know why. I mean, I probably should be sleeping, but who cares? This is so cool. We built it ourselves. Nobody helped us. We just built it right here, and this looks beautiful. So on the left side, we have all of the data from the meeting. We see my name. In your case, that will be probably your name. We have the title, the description. We have when it is, the time frame. We have the software. We have a beautiful calendar, which we can right here select, as you see. Then the data updates right here. Then our, at the top, how is it called? Our URL updates. It works beautifully. Then we have all of our time frames right here. We take the data from Nylas, we take the data from our database, we combine it, and tada, we have this beautiful example. Now there's one thing currently missing. As you know, we hard-coded the duration of 30 minutes, and that's not what we want. So in the interface props, I can now get a duration. This will be of type number. If I go to the page.tsx, where I now render the timetable component, we get an error. So let me pass right here this duration, and this will be equal to our data.duration. And if I go back to my timetable, I can now use this property. And if I scroll right here, first of all, to our export async function, I can now get it right here where it is structured. So let me get the duration. And instead of now hard coding this 30, I can pass the duration. All right. So now this is dynamic. I guess it depends on the meeting, right? So if the meeting is 15 minutes, then this time frame will be 15 minutes. But if it's 30, then this is 30. If it's 1 hour, then 1 hour. I think you understand what I mean. So the last thing which I want to do now is if I click on this right here on a button, instead of getting redirected to the index page, I want to add a query parameter, and this query parameter will be our time. So let me again scroll to the bottom. Let me now change this href. So I will delete that. Let me add a new href. Let's use upticks. And as I already said, I want to now use query parameters. So let's use a question mark. Let's get our date. And then this will be equal to, let's use a dynamic value of format. Then let's invoke it. Let's pass the selected date. And I want to now, of course, pass a format string, because what you have to do right here is also now, pass the format string. So let's add a comma, let's use a string, and this will be, again, right here, this does not show, but this will be y, so for y's, then dash uppercase dash dd. So this is the format of the date. Then after that, so after this dynamic value, we can do a and sign, and then let's do time, and this will be equal to our slot. So let's use a dynamic value and let's pass the slot. If I now save this and again go back and hover over this 9 and click on that, you will now see that our URL updates and it now has our date, and then it has our time, which equals to the slot. So in that case, or in this case right here, it's 9 a.m. If I click on 12 a.m., then this will also update, and now it says 12. Great, that works beautifully and it updates as it should, as we expected. Alright, so now let's render our form. So I'm now in my page.tsx for the booking form. So you see booking page, then username, event URL, and then the page.tsx. And inside of here, I want to first of all create a constant, or in other words, a boolean, to know if I should render the show form, because currently I don't really know. I want to render a show form whenever we have this date query parameter and when we have the time right here query parameter. So what we can do is right here underneath this constant formatted date, we can do a constant show form, and this will be equal to 2 exclamation marks, so right here 2, then let's say search params dot date, and right here 2 equal signs, again 2 exclamation marks, search params dot time. Now as you currently see, we don't get the time, so let me go right here to the params where we get our search params, then we have the date, and now we can also get our time, which is optional, so let's use a question mark, and this is of type string. Then again, I can scroll to the bottom and get my search params dot time. Now what does these 2 exclamation marks mean? So if you can remember from the start, we first of all had 1 exclamation mark, and 1 exclamation mark returns a negative value, so it inverts the value. And then 2 exclamation marks, as we have them right here, is a way to convert any value to a boolean. So in this example, how it would work right here is that if my search params dot date would be provided, so if we have a search param dot date, then this would be right here, or this would return as true. If I don't have a date right here, then this would return as nothing, so it would return as false. And then also we do an and sign because I want to also check that this time is also right here provided, and if yes, then this will be also true, the boolean. And if both of these booleans are true, then the show form is automatically also true. But if only one of them is false, so if let's say the time is not provided, well then that means that we don't show the show form because this is false, and true and false equals to false. Alright, so now we have that, and now we can use this show form to create a ternary. So what I can do is go in the return statement, and then inside of here, let me go in the div, still above the card component, so above all of what we have created, and let's say right here, hey, if show form is true, let's use a ternary, let me right here return a p tag, and let's say time to show and form. And if this is not true, let's use a colon, and I want to just return the card which we have right here. So I can just paste it right here 1 level above in this ternary and save that. If I now go back and right here I have selected the time, then this will now render right here time to show and form. So what does this mean? Well, this means it's time to show and form. Who would have thought? So let me go back, and instead of rendering the p tag, let me copy this card and let me paste it inside of here again. Nothing will change now. So if you go back and right here to the website, you will now again see the form. But is that what I want to render? No, that's not what I want to render. I don't want to render the calendar, I don't want to render the timetable, but I want to render this left side and then a form. So let me go back and let's adjust this card right here if the show form is true. So let me change first of all for the card the class name, and this should be right here in maximum width of custom value, and this will be 600 pixels. Then for the card content, I want to update right here the grid layout. Currently we say 1FR, so 1 fractional unit, auto 1FR, auto 1FR. We want to change that, so let me just delete everything in the custom value and let's start off fresh. So this will be 1FR, then auto for our separator, and then again 1FR. So we will have on the left side again this image, the name, blah blah blah. Then we'll have this auto, which is the separator in the middle, and then we have again 1FR, so 1 fractional unit, and this will be again the form. So a form or a input to input the name and a input for the email. Let me now scroll a bit to the bottom. We have this div, then after this div we render our separator, and then after the separator, we render right here our render calendar. What we can do right now is delete after the separator, first of all, the render calendar, then I can delete the second separator, and then I can delete the timetable. And instead of rendering all of that, let me return right here a form, let me delete the action, and in the form, let me render a p tag, and let me say form. If I now save that and go back, you'll now see that this goes away and now it only says form. Let me now style that so that it looks good. So let me delete this p tag, I don't need that, and let's create the form. So first of all, right here we will have a div. This is the wrapper div for the label and the input. Let's give it a class name, and this will be flex of column and gap y of 1. Then inside of here, we will have a label. This is imported from the components, and let me say your name. Then underneath the label, let me get the input from our components. This is self-closing, and let me right here give it a placeholder, and let me just say right here your name. So let's save that, let me go back, and now we should see right here a label and the input. Maybe one thing which we can do, we can change the gap. Let's maybe change it to gap y of 2. And for the form, let me also get a class name, and this will be flex of column, and let's do gap y of 4. If I now save that and go back, you see, okay, this looks relatively good, but you know, the card is not big enough for me. So what we can do is again go to the card where we have this maximum width of 600 pixels, and let me do a width of full. And if I save that and go back, you now see it takes a bigger width, and this already looks way better. Let me now render the second input. This is for the email. So let me go to the form right here. Let me go underneath this div. Let me render another div. Let's give it a class name of flex. So let's say flex of column and gap y of 2. And inside of here, let me render a label. Let me say your email, and underneath that, let me render an input. This is self-closing, and let me give it a placeholder, and this will be johndoe@example.com. Let's save that, let me go back, and now we have the input for the name and the input for the email. And the last thing which we are missing is the submit button. So let me go underneath the div, let me get the submit button component. So submit button, this is imported from the components. Then this is self-closing, and we have to provide the text property, and we will just say right here, book meeting. Let's now save that, let me go back, and now we have the input for the email, and the book meeting button. Let's maybe make it width of full. So for the submit button, let me give it a class name. Let's say width of full and margin top of 5. Let me go back again, and now this should look already way better. And yes, I think we can leave it like that. Alright, and what we can do now is create our server action, because currently we don't have any action, which means if I click this button, we just do a GET request. And is that what we want to do? Of course, no, that's not what we want to do. So what we can do is go back, let me open the actions file right here, and I want to create a new server action. So let's do an export async function, and let me just call it create meeting action. Let's invoke it, and then let's open that. And the first thing which I want to get right here is first of all the grant ID and the grant email. We need both of them to, first of all right here, make the request to Nylas, or in other words, to authenticate the request. So let me do a constant get user data, and this will be equal to await prisma.user.findUnique. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and let's add a where statement, because I want to find a specific user, and I want to find a user where the username matches. Now, how do we get our username? Well, we will get the username through the form data. So right here, let me get the form data, and this will be of type form data. Then for the username, I can now say form data.get, and I want to right here get the user name. Let's mark it as string, and now this looks good. Let me now do the select statement, and I want to get the grant email. Let's set this to true, and I want to get the grant ID, and let's set this also to true. So now we have that. So with that, we can now authenticate our request. And let me do also an if check, and let's say, hey, if I don't get any user data, then this means something went wrong. So I want to throw a error. So let's right here say throw new error. Let's invoke it, and let's right here just say user not found. because if we don't have a user, something is not right and we can't proceed. So after we have now our grant ID and grant email, I want to now also find data for the event type. So this means from the event type, I want to get the title and the description. So what I can do right here is say constant event type data, and this will be equal to await. So I say await Prisma dot event type dot find unique. Let's invoke it, let's open that, and as you know, we have to add a where statement, and I want to find a event right here where the ID matches. So let me get an ID, and this will be equal to form data dot get, and I want to get a event type ID. Let's mark this as string, and now this is also done. As you probably know, currently we don't pass a username and a event type ID in our form data, but we'll do that in a second. For now, this is fine enough. Let me now do a select statement. Let's open that, and I want to get the title, so let's set this to true, and I want to get the description, so let's set this to true. And now we have our event type data, which is great, and this means that we can now create our Nylas event, or in other words, we can now schedule the event in our database using Nylas. So let me do an await. Let's say Nylas. Nylas right here is imported from the lib folder. Let's do in dot events, and let me do a dot create, since I want to create a new event. Then let me invoke it, open a object, and the first property which I have to pass right here is the identifier. And this identifier is my grant ID. Again, my grant ID is what we'll use to always authenticate this request, because the grant ID first of all tells Nylas that we are authenticated, well, obviously, but also the grant ID shows Nylas what email and in that sense, what calendar Nylas can query. So right here we can get our user data, and this will be our .grant ID. Let's mark this as string. Then what else do we have right here? Well, we have the request body. Let's open that. And for the event, we will have a title and a description. So let me add the title. And as you know, we fetch the title right here from our Prisma right here event type schema or model. So this will be equal to our event type data dot title. And what else do we have? We also have a description, and this is equal to the event type data dot description. All right, this has now been added, which is good. And now I have to tell right here Nylas when we want to schedule this event. So from what time till what time. So what's the start time and what's the end time. So to do that, what we can do right here is a when. So let's get that. Let's open that. And inside of here, we have our start time. Now for the start time, we currently don't get that. So what we can do is go above this await Nylas.events.create. And let me do a constant from time. And then this will be equal to form data.get. And I want to get my from time. Again, currently we don't have it, but later on I will pass that. Let's also mark it as string. So now we have the from time, but we're still not done, because the from time will only tell us like 10 a.m. But we have to also know what the date is. So we want to know, hey, it's on the 23rd September at 10 a.m. So we need both fields. So we now have the from time, and I want to also get the event date. So let's do a constant event date, and this will be equal to form data.get, and I want to get a event date. Let's mark this as string, and now we have to take both of these, the from time and event date, and we have to combine them into a JavaScript date, because both are currently strings, and we want to get a date and then convert this date later on in a Unix string or number. Number. So let me write to do a constant. Let's call it start date time, and then this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it. Inside of here, let me use upticks, and let me use a dynamic value. Let me get my event date. So this is now, I don't know, the 21st September. After that, let me get a capitalized T, so right here. And after that, let me get my, again, dynamic value, and this will be the from time. And at the end, let me do a colon and 0, 0. So now we have combined the from time and event date into one JavaScript date object. Again, the event date is the date itself, and the from time is the time, so 10 a.m., 11 a.m., 12 a.m., whatever the time is. And now we can use the start date time for the start date in Nylas. So right here, let me do a math.floor. Let's invoke it. Let me get my start date time. Let's do .get time. Let's invoke it. And let's divide this again right here by 1000. Again, we now right here convert our start date time. So our standard right here, what was it? Our standard date object, which is in milliseconds, we convert it to a second Unix-based time frame. And also one mistake which I made right here, this shouldn't be the start date, but the start time. So this one right here. Then let me continue. Let me now also right here pass the end time. And for the end time, we have to do again the same thing. We have to again calculate the end time. So let me go above this await Nylas, and let's do a constant and so end date time, and this will be equal to new date. Let's invoke it as in param. Let's pass the start date time. So this is the time frame when we start the event. And then let me do a .get time. Let's invoke it. And the end time, how do we calculate it? Well, we calculate the end time by the start time plus the meeting length. So if the start time is at 8 a.m. and the meeting length is 30 minutes, then the end time will be 8:30. If the meeting start is 9 a.m. and the meeting length is 1 hour, then at the end of the day, the end time is 10 a.m. And that's what we want to do right here. So I have to now add plus the meeting length. And to add the meeting length, we have to get it through the form data. So let me do a constant meeting length. And this will be equal to form data.get. And let me get the meeting length. So now we have that. I can now use this constant. And right here, I can say plus meeting length. As you now see, we get an error, and it tells me right here, operator plus cannot be applied to type number and form data entry. So what we have to do right here is convert this meeting length into a number. So you can copy this form data get, you can get the number right here, invoke it, and as an argument, you can pass form data.get meeting length. And now we don't have an error anymore. The last thing which we have to do is also multiply that, and this will be multiplied by 60,000. So let's say 60 and then 1, 2, 3, so 60,000. And you might now ask me, hey Jan, why do we multiply this right here by 60,000? Well, it's relatively simple. We right here convert minutes to milliseconds. So right here we have, 60 minutes, and we take these 60 minutes and we convert them to milliseconds. And that's why we have to multiply it right here by 60. So now I can continue, and then for the end time, we can just pass our math.floor. Let's invoke it. Let me get the end date time. Let's do .get time. Let's invoke it, and this will be divided by 1000. We are currently getting a few errors, but that's fine. We are still not finished. The next property which we have right here is the conferencing. So this is after the when. Let's open that. This is an object. Inside of here, we have the auto create, and this is just equal to an empty object because we want to auto create a new right here conferencing call. And then we have to also right here pass the provider. Now again, we don't have the provider right now. So let's go to the form data and let's do a constant provider. And this will be equal to form data.get. And I want to get the provider. And the provider at the end of the day is the video call software. So Google Meet, Zoom, or Microsoft Teams. I can now pass it right here, provider, and now it says right here, type string is not assignable to type conferencing provider. But I know that it is assignable, so you can right here just say as any, and now this error will go away. And we're still not done. There's still a few things which we have to add, and that's now our participants array. So let's open that. And right here we now have an object, and I have to pass who right here will participate in this event. And this will be the user who will right here add the name and the email. So what we can do right here is get the name, and this will be equal to the form data.get, and I want to get the name. Let's mark this as string. And then we also have an email, and this will be equal to the form data.get. And let me get right here the email. Let's mark this as string. And then there's one more thing which I want to add, and that's the status right here. And let's mark this right here as yes. What does this mean? Well, this means that we want to create right here an event for this user, or for this participant, if you want to call it like that. So now we are almost finished. There's one more thing. So what you can do is go underneath the request body. So this is for me, this yellow bracket. Let me go underneath that. Let me get my query params. And this is a object. And inside of here, I have to pass the calendar ID. And I have to right here pass or I don't have to, but I can pass a property, which is the notify participants. So let's first of all mark this as true. This means the participant will get an email, which we want. And for the calendar ID, I want to now pass my grant email. So we can get our user data, and this will be .grant email. Let's mark this as string, and now that's all. So now right here, we have created our function or the API call with Nylas to create an event in my calendar, but also in the calendar of the user who will then participate in this event. And yeah, let me again go through it a bit. So we use the Nylas right here events.create API to create an event in my calendar. Or not only in my calendar, an event will also be created in the calendar from the user who books right here this meeting. Then what we first of all provide right here is an identifier, and the identifier is the grant ID. This is used to authenticate the request. Then we have our request body, and this is probably the most important right here. Could you say property, object, whatever you want to call it, in this right here API call, because you provide everything inside of here. First of all, the title of the event, then the description of the event, then when it starts, so what's the start time and what's the end time. As you see, we right here calculated to we converted to a Unix time frame, so this is in seconds. And yeah, we provide the start time and the end time. Then we have right here this conferencing object. And this is a representation of conferencing details for events. Conferencing objects can be in one or two formats. So auto create and details. And auto create is right here an empty object. This means we auto create right here this call, video conference event call. And then for the provider, we just provide right here the provider which the user selected. So either Google Meet or Zoom or Microsoft Teams. And then we have our participants array, and inside of there, we provide the name of the user who books the meeting, the email, and then also the status of yes. And this means the participant status, so that he will actually be there and take this meeting. And we say yes. You could also change it to, for example, maybe or no, but we want to say yes, he will be there. And then we also have query params, and right here we have to add the calendar ID. So this is the ID of the calendar to create the event in. So this is at the end of the day my calendar. We create event in there, and the user who booked the meeting will also automatically have this event in his calendar. And then we also have this notify participants, and right here we just have a email notification containing the calendar event, which is sent out to the event participants. And you know what's great about Nylas is whenever you hover over something, you see what it means. So right here for auto create, it says empty directory to indicate an intention to auto create a video link. So we want to auto create a video link, and that's why we have an empty directory right here. So yeah, this is now finished, and now we have to provide all of these values in our form data. So let me go back, and above this div, or let me first of all start with this input with our name. Let's give it a name, and this will be equal to name. And for the input with the email, let's give it also a name with the name of email. Because again, right here in the action, we do a form data.get name and form data.get email. Please make sure that this is spelled the same. Let me now continue, and let's now create a few inputs which will be of type hidden. So let's right here do an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name, and for the name right here, this will be first of all, let's start with the from time. So let's copy that, let's paste that, and then let's right here provide a value. For the value, this will be our search params.time. Then let me continue. What's the next thing which we have? We now have the event date. Let me copy it. Let me paste it inside of here. So let's do an input. This will be of type hidden. Let me give it a name. This will be the event date. And let's give it a value. And this will be equal to the search params dot date. Okay, this has been added. Then let me continue. The next thing which we have is the meeting length. So let me copy the name. Let me go back. Let me create a input. This will be of type hidden. Let me give it a name right here. This will be equal to meeting length. And let's provide it a value. And this will be our duration, as you already know. And we get our duration through our right here fetch call, because we get our data, and inside of there we have the duration. So let me again go right here, and this will be our data dot duration. Then let's continue. What's the next thing which we have? We have the provider. So let me again copy this. Let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name. This will be provider, and the value will be our data dot right here, not description, but dot video call software. So again, either Google Meet, Zoom, or Microsoft Teams. Then what else do we have? The start time we calculated right here, and the end time we also calculated right here. Well, we also have right here, as you see, a username and a event type ID. So let me first of all get the username. Let me copy the name. Let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name. This will be the username, and the value will be the params.username. Because again, if you go to the top, we have right here params, and we get the username and the event URL. And in this case, we need the username. So now we have added that. And the last thing which we want to pass is right here. If you go to the top, this is the event type ID. So let me copy that. Let's go back. Let's create an input. This will be of type hidden. Let me give it a name. Let's right here say event type ID. And the value right here will be our data.id. Okay, this is all nice. Let's now test it out. Maybe before we do that, let me also right here do a return redirect. So underneath this await Nylas, let me do a return redirect. Let me import that, or this is already imported. Let's invoke it. And for the URL, let me say /success. So now this has been done. This means when the event is created, we will get redirected to this route. Let me now copy the name of the server action. This is create meeting action. Let me go to the page. Let's add this action to the form. So let's say action, and this is equal to create meeting action. Let's import that. And what do you think? Should we test it out? I think so. So let me start off right here, completely from fresh. Let me say, yeah, let's say Monday, the 30th right here. And then what time do we want to select? Let's say, 2 p.m. for 30 minutes, right? Then let me give it a name. Let me just say Jan Marshall. And for the email, let me get a temporary email. So now I have right here a temporary email. Let me copy that. Let's go back. Let's paste it. And let's say book meeting. We have a loading state, please wait, and we should now get redirected to success. We now have an 4 not found, but this is fine. We will create the route in a second. Let me first of all go to the temporary email. Now right here it says, hey, we have a 30-minute meeting on Monday, the 30th of September at 2 p.m. till 2:30 p.m. So 30 minutes at right here, 2 p.m. If I go to my calendar right here, so this is now my calendar, let me do a hard refresh really quick. You will now right here see at 2 p.m. I have a 30-minute meeting right here, 30 minutes. We have join with Google Meet. We have right here the user. So this is the temporary email, one guest. And yeah, it works. That's what we wanted, right? We schedule the event. We see the email right here. This is what we wanted. I mean, congrats, guys. It took quite some time to create that, but it works. It works so good. I mean, I'm very happy. I'll be honest with you. It's cool. So now we have done that. Let me now create the success route, and then we will be finished with the booking form. All right, to now create our success route, let me open the Explorer. Let's go in the app folder and let's create a new folder and let's call it success. So 2 C's and 2 S's. Let's now inside of here, so in the success folder, I forgot it. So in the success folder, let me now create a page.tsx and now we can get started. So this is in Route, so let me do an export default function, let me call it success route. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a return statement. Let's open that. Let's return a div. Let's give it a class name and I want to center everything in the middle. So let's say height of screen. So that's height of screen, width of screen. Let's say flex, items of center, and then justify of center. With that, we now center everything in the middle. Let me now render a card component. This is imported from the components. Let's give it a maximum width. So let's say class name of max width. Let's use a custom value and let's say 400 pixels. Let me do width of full and mx of auto. And after that, let me now in the card right here render card content. This is imported from the components. And let me give this card content a class name and let's say padding 6, so padding on all sides. Let's say flex and then flex of column and let's say W of full and items of center. Then in the card content, I want to now render an icon. So let me get a check icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing. And if you now save that and go back, you will now see a card with a check. This does not look very good, so let me style the check first of all. Let's give it a class name of size 8 and let me also give it a color, so let's say text of green 500. Let's now save that, let's go back and now you see it right here. So what I want to do now is wrap this check icon in a div element because I want to give this check icon a background color. And let's say size of 16, let's do a BG of green 500 with an opacity of 10%, so /10. Let me do a rounded of full, let's say right here flex, items of center, and justify of center to center everything in the middle. Let me again go back, and now we see this beautiful background color. So now we can render a title, a description, and then a button to finish everything. So underneath this div, but still in the card content, let me render an h1 and let me say this event is scheduled. So scheduled. Let's save that. Let's go back. And now we say right here, this event is scheduled. This is what I wanted, but it does not look very good. So let me style it a bit. So for the h1, let's give it a class name and let me say text of 2XL and let's say a font of semi-bold. Let's also say margin top of 4 to have some spacing. And if I now go back, you see, yeah, we can live with that. Let me now also create a description. So underneath the h1, let's get a p tag. And let me right here just say, we emailed you a calendar invitation with all the details and the video call link, exclamation mark. Let me go back and now you see it right here. This does not look very good because it's aligned to the left side, but I want to align it in the middle. So let me go back and let me give this p tag a class name and this will be text of sm and let's say text of muted foreground and let me do a text of center and margin top of 1. If I now again go back, you now see it's centered, it's smaller, and it has a grayish color. Now the last thing which I want to render is a button at the bottom. So what we can do is go underneath the card content. Let me render a card footer. This is imported from the components. And inside of here, let me get the button component from the components. Then in the button, I want to render a link from next/link. And inside of here, let me just say, close this page. And when the user clicks on the button, I want to redirect the user to the index page. So let's add a href and let's say right here /, so the index page. If I now again go back, we now have this button, but it does not take the whole width. So what we can do is give the button right here itself a class name, and this will be W of full. And let's give it right here an asChild property because we render right here in child, which is the link component. If you now again go back, you see this looks quite good. So if the user is now not logged in, then we will redirect the user to the index page. But if the user is logged in, as I am right now, then we will get redirected to the dashboard. So yeah, that's what we have right here. And this works beautifully. Again, we can open this right here, so preview. We then again have our form. In the form, we can then again select everything, book a meeting, And yeah, this works beautifully. So now we're done with that. And now we can finish off our dashboard. Alright, so what I want to do now is create our meetings route. So if I currently click on meetings, you see we get a 404 not found, and that's because I haven't created this route right now. So let me go back to my code right here, to VS Code. Let me open the Explorer, and inside of here, let me go in the app folder, and I want to create a new route. We will name this route meetings. So let me go to the dashboard, let me create a new folder, and let's name it meetings. Then inside of there, let me create a page.tsx, and this will be our meetings route. So this is in route, so let me do a export default function. Let me call it meetings route. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, I can now do a return statement, and for now we can return an h1 and say, hey, how are you? If I now save that and go back, you will see that this error will now go away and this route now works. So now we can create it. And before we render something, I think we first of all should fetch some data. So I want to fetch my meetings. So on the top, we can do an async function. Let's call it getData. Let's invoke it and then let's open that. Inside of here, the first thing which I want to do is again get my grant ID and grant email, because we have to authenticate the Nylas request, and I have to also say what calendar we want to query. So right here, let me do a constant user data, and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder. Let me do a .user and .find unique. Then let me right here just invoke it and open that. So as you know, I want to find a unique user, which means I have to pass a where statement. And how do I want to find my user? Well, I want to find my user with the ID. And as you currently see, we don't get an ID. So in the params, I can get a user ID, and this will be of type string. Then for the ID, I can now pass the user ID, and now we can select what we need. So let me do a select statement, and I want to get the grant ID. Let's set this to true, and let me get the grant email, and let's set this also to true. So again, we need that to fetch our data from Nylas, which means at the end of the day, we will fetch our events. So now we can do an if check, and we can say, hey, if we don't get user data, you do that with the exclamation mark, then let me throw an error. So let's do throw new error, and let's invoke it, and as a message or right here in the argument, let me just say user not found. Let's now save that. We now have our error right here, and now we can fetch the data from Nylas, or in other words, we can now fetch our events. So let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Nylas. Nylas is imported from the lib folder. Let me do a dot events, or let me first of all import that. I forgot that. Then let me do a dot events and dot list. So since we now have that, let me now invoke it and let's open an object. So again, we use this API call right here to fetch data from Nylas, and we want to specifically get right here the events. So I, for example, have already selected 2 events in our booking form. This means from Nylas, I will now fetch that, and in return, I will get 2 events. So right here, let me give it an identifier. This will be equal to the user data dot grant ID. So right here, grant ID, and let's mark this as string. Then let's continue. We now have our query parameters. Let's open that. And inside of here, I have to pass my calendar ID, or in other words, my grant email. So let's right here get our user data dot grant email. Let's mark this as string also, so before the comma as string. And now this looks good. Right here again, you can hover over the calendar ID, and then it says specify calendar ID of the event. Also, what you can do right here is say primary, and primary is a supported value indicating the user's primary calendar. So you could say primary, but we will just pass right here the email because we already have that. So why say primary? But it's completely fine if you say primary, it's the same end result, because I only have a primary email and you probably also. But if not, then right here you can pass the specific email, so the grant email. Let me now return this data, so return data, and now we can use it in the front end. So above the return statement, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. Let's invoke it, and now we have an error. So what I have to do is mark this function as async. So let's do an export default async function, and now this error is gone. And again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. Then for the get data, I have to now pass an argument, and the argument is the user ID. So currently we don't get an user ID. This means we have to first of all fetch it or get it. So above the constant data, we can use our custom hook. So let me do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's now invoke that, and now we can use it. So as an argument, let me pass the session.user.id, and now we have that. Let's mark it as string, and now we have our data. So what we can do now is console log it. So let me do a console.log, and let me console log the data. If you now go back and do a hard refresh right here, so we are now right here refetching everything, and if I now open the terminal right here, you will see if I scroll to the bottom, right here at the bottom, we now have an array. So as you see, we have a object, a request ID, and then we have a data array. And in the data array, we render our objects, or in other words, our events. Because again, right here, using this Nylas API, we fetch our events and then we list them. And that's what we have right here. And the first event right here, we have the calendar ID, we have the description, meet me right here. We have right here, for example, the title. Then what else do we have? We have the visibility, this is default. We have the grant ID, the status. We have everything right here. We also have, for example, the when object. And in the when object, we will know when the meeting will specifically start. And we also have right here, for example, the organizer object. Inside of there, we will know who organizes that. We have the participants array. Inside of there, we will know who will participate in the event, so the name and also the email. And yeah, we get all of the data, and we get two objects right here, and that's because I have already scheduled 2 events to showcase everything. So let me now close the terminal, and now we can use the data. Let me not delete the console.log because we will need that. And now let me start off fresh. So let's delete the return, let's create a new one, and let me use empty tags right here, and let me do a ternary. And let's say, hey, if we have no data.data, so if data.data.length right here is smaller than 1, this means we don't have any objects, no events, then let me do a question mark, and inside of here, I want to return a empty state, because as you can remember, we created an empty state component right here, and I want to render that. So let me get an empty state. This is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and we have to now pass a few properties. First of all, the title. For the title, let me just say no meetings found. Then let me also create a description. Right here, we will just say you don't have any meetings yet, dot. And then what else do we have? Let me create a button text. Right here, we will just say create a new event type. And let me also pass an href. And this will be right here /dashboard and then /new. Let's save that. Let me now also do the state for when we have data. So let's use a colon, and let me just return h1, and let's say we have meetings. Let's now save that. Let me go back, and we should see right here this h1, which says we have meetings, because you can remember from the console log in the terminal, we had some data. And yes, that's what you see, we have meetings. So since we now know that, let me now render our data. So let me delete the h1. Let's start with a card component imported from the components. Then let me get the card header, again, from the components. Then in the card header, let me get a card title imported from the components. And let me right here just say, what can we say? Bookings. Yeah, let's say bookings. Then underneath the card title, let me get the card description from the components. And right here, let me just say, I don't know, see upcoming events which were booked with you and see the event type link. Does it make sense? See upcoming event which were booked with you, I want to say right here, and see the event type link. Yeah, that's fine. Let me again go back, and I think we can live with that. Let me now continue. So underneath the card header, I can now render my card content. This is imported from the components, and inside of here, I want to now map over my data. So let me get my data.data.map. Let's invoke it, and as in param, let me get an item. Let me then return that, and we can now return just in p tag and say some gibberish. And now we should see right here 2 gibberish p tags because I have 2 events, and that's what you see right here. And why do we do a data.data.map? Well, it's quite simple right here. If you open the terminal, you see we have, if I scroll to the top, we have our data first of all, and then we have the data right here, property field. So first of all, again, we get our data through the server. So we have first of all our data. And since we then want to get specifically this array, we have to do a data.data.map. So now we have done that. And now we can start and render actual inputs, or not inputs, but data. So let me delete the p tag. Let me render a div element. And I want to create a grid layout. So let's do a class name, and let's say grid of columns 3, and let me also do a justify of between, and let me do a items of center. Then inside of here, let me render another div element, and in this div, let me now render a p tag, and I want to render when this meeting is, so the date. So let me get now this p tag, and inside of here, we can first of all format our date. So let me open right here this object, I guess. Let me get the format helper from date.fns. Please make sure that you import it from date.fns and not from this, I don't know, node path or something like that. Import it from date.fns. Then let's invoke it, and inside of here, so I've now invoked it, and where I invoke it, I can now use the helper function, which is from Unix time. Since what I want to do right here is convert our Unix time to our date, because as you know, Nylas always stores right here Unix. So this is this number, and we can't really use it. So we have to convert it to a date object. And then where I invoke it, I can now pass the time when our event starts. So let's do an item.when.start time. Now, as you see, I don't get any type, but what we can do is again console log it. So for now, let me just comment this out. So I've now commented out, and then let me do a console log data.data. Let's get the first item in the array, then dot, and what I want to get right here is the when. So when this event starts. So let me do a dot when. And if I now again console log that or open the terminal and scroll to the bottom, you will now see right here we have a start time zone, an end time zone, the object, which is a time span, and then we have the start time and the end time. And I want to right here get the start time. So let me just copy this name to make sure that I don't misspell it. I can for now also comment out this console log. We don't need that anymore. Let me again go back. We can now again render this p tag. And yeah, start time is spelled correctly, and that's great. So after this from Unix time, I can now add a comma, and now we have to pass the format string. So how I want to format this date. And let's right here say uppercase E, then comma, lowercase d, and then white space again, and let's say M, which is uppercased. If I now save that and again go back, you will see it right here, and it says Saturday 28th September and Sunday 29th September. So let me now style that because it does not look very good. So for the p tag, let me give it a class name, and this will be of text muted foreground. So muted right here foreground, and let's say text of SM. You will now see that the color will be like grayish and the text will be way smaller, and that's already way better. Then let's continue. Then underneath this p tag, let me render another p tag, and I want to now say when this event starts and when it ends. So what we can do right here is again get our format helper. Let's invoke it. Then inside of here, let me get the from Unix time function. Let's invoke it. And as an argument, let's again do an item dot when dot, and I want to pass the start time. So let me copy it, the name, paste it right here. And now after this right here where we invoke it, I have to add a comma, a string, and I have to say right here how I want to format it. And I want to format it in hours. So I want to say this event starts from 9 a.m. and it goes till 11 p.m. p.m. or something like that, or this doesn't make sense, 10 a.m. till, let's say, for example, 10:30 a.m. So I want to show it in hours and minutes. So this format string will be HH colon MM white space and then an A. If I now save this and again go back, you will now see right here underneath that 4 p.m. So this is when this event starts, and for this right here event, this starts at 10 a.m. Now I want to also render when it ends. So what we can do right here is after all of this, we can do a dash just to render it. And then let me again use our brackets right here. Let's use a format right here. Let's invoke it. Let me get the from Unix time helper function. Let's invoke it. And now I want to get the end time. So let's do an item dot when and then dot end time. We have to now pass our format string. So let's do a comma, let's use a string, and this will be again HH colon MM and then again white space A. If I now save that and go back, you will now see right here 4 a.m. till 4:30 p.m. and 10 a.m. till 10:30 a.m. So again, what we did right here is relatively simple. We right here got our start time. This is a Unix-based time, which means again, it's just a bunch of numbers. And we convert these numbers right here to a new date object, and then we format it right here to a hour and minute. So that's what we do. This HH is for hour and MM is for minute. So now this is done. Let me also style it. So let's give this p tag a class name, and let's say text of muted foreground. And let me say right here text of XS and padding top of 1. As you now see, this already looks relatively good. We can leave it like that. And the last thing which I want to now render is the video call or the conferencing link. So let me again go back. Let me go underneath the p tag and let me render right here another div element. Then for the div, let me give it a class name, and this will be flex items of center and margin top of 1. Then in this div, let me now render an icon. So let me get the video icon from Lucid React. This is self-closing, and let's give it a class name, and this will be size of 4. Let me do a margin right of 2, and let's say text of primary. Let's now save that. Let me go back, and now we should see right here at the bottom an icon. And yeah, that's what you see. All right, and what I want to do now right here is after this icon, so after the video icon, I want to render a link. And when I click on this link, or if you click on this link, I want to redirect me or redirect you to the booking, or not to the booking, but to the video call software provider. So if it was Zoom, then you'll get redirected to Zoom. If it's Google Meet, then Google Meet, and everything like that. So let me go back, and then underneath the video icon, let me get an A tag. For the href, let me for now just leave it empty. So href, let's just say hashtag or plus. And then in the A tag, let me say join meeting. So uppercase join meeting. Let me also give it a class name. And let's right here say text of XS. Let's do a text of primary so that it has a bluish color. Let me say underline, and let me do a underline offset. So let's right here say underline offset of 4. As you now see, the text is a bit smaller and we now have a underline. But this does not have the blue color, so I probably misspelled that. And yes, this shouldn't be text pretty, but text primary. If I now save this and go back, we now have this bluish color right here, and this looks way better. Let me now also make the href work. So let's delete the string. Let me use right here these object brackets, and this will be our item dot conferencing dot details right here. So details dot URL. If I now save that and go back, you now see if I hover over this button, it redirects right here at the bottom to Google Meet. So I can click this right here, and this will now open right here Google Meet. Now what I want to do also right here is do a target. So it should not open in the same tab, but it should open in a new tab. So let me right here do a target, and let's say underscore blank. This means this opens in a new tab and not right here in this tab. And if I now just click on the mouse, it opens as you see in the new tab, and that's great. So let me right here again close that. And now this is done. So the left side is done. And now in the middle right here, I want to render the event title and then also who is the participant. So let me go back, let me go underneath the A tag, let me go underneath this div and this div. So we will go underneath this right here div, but we will still be in the main div, so where we have the grid layout. And let me create a new div element. Let's create a class name, and this will be flex of column, and items of start. Then inside of here, let me render an h2, and let me just right here render the item.title. So this is the name of the event or the title of the event. And now if you go back, you should now see right here 30-minute meeting. The layout does not look right. It shouldn't be rendered right here at the bottom, but it should be rendered right here in the middle. For that we created our grid layout. So let me go back, let's investigate grid. Grid. Okay, I misspelled it. So this should be grid columns of 3. And if I again go back, this will be now rendered in the middle, and this looks already way better. Let me also, of course, style that. So let me go back, and for this h2, let me create a class name, and let's say text of SM and font of medium. So font medium. Then underneath the h2, I want to now render the participants. So let's right here say p tag. And let me just say you, so let's say you, and inside of here, I want to now render the name of the participant. So let's do an item.participants, then this is an array, so let's get the first item in the array, and let me do a dot name. We can also get the email as you see and everything like that, but we want to get the name. And if I now again go back, you now see again our title first of all, and then you see you and the name. Right here I said John Doe when I booked the meeting, and here I said Jan Marshall. Let me now style that. So for the p tag, let's give it a class name, and this will be text of SM and then text of muted foreground. And as you now see, this is a bit smaller and has a grayish color, and I think this looks already 10 times better. The last thing which I want to now render is on the right side a button to cancel the meeting. So let me go back, let me go underneath the p tag and underneath the div, and let me get right here the submit button from my components. This is self-closing. Let's pass it a text. For the text, let me say cancel event right here, and let's also do a variant. For the variant, this will be destructive, so a red color, and let's do a class name of wFit, flex, and margin left of auto. If you now go back, you will now see right here this cancel event button, and since we gave it a margin left of auto, it right here went completely to the right side, because margin left of auto just says, hey, let's take the whole space and let's push you to the right side. And that's what we did right here. Let me now also render a separator at the bottom. So let me go underneath right here the submit button, underneath the div right here. And then right here, I want to render my separator. Now, as you see, we are getting an error, and that's because you have to always have like a wrapper, right? And what I want to do is wrap this div right here in a form. So let me copy the div, let me paste a form, let me delete the action, and let's paste again this div right here. Then underneath the div, I can now render a separator. This separator is imported from the components, it's self-closing, and let's give it a class name of margin y of 3. This means margin on the top and bottom, so the y-axis of right here, 3. If I now save that and again go back, we should now see the separator right here. And yeah, I think this looks quite good. So yeah, this is now finished. We have now all of this. And what we have to do now is make this cancel button work, because if I click on that, we do a get request, but I want to do a post request. So let me go back, let me open the actions file, and let me create a new server action. So let me do right here an export async function. Let me call it right here cancel meeting action. Let's invoke it and let's open that. And the first thing which I have to do right here is protect the server action, because I only want authenticated users to be able to right here do a mutation. So let's do a constant session, and this will be equal to await require user. Let's invoke it. So now we are sure that only authenticated users reach this route. Let me now get from the user the grant ID and grant email, since we have to authenticate our Nylas request. So let's do a constant user data, and this will be equal to await Prisma, then dot user find unique. Let's invoke it and let's open that. So as you know, right here, I have to pass a where statement. So I want to find a specific user. So let's do where, and I want to find a user where the ID matches the session.user.id. Then let me now select data. So let's do a select, and I want to get the grant email. So let's set this to true, and I want to get the grant ID, and let's set this also to true. So now this is done. This is good. Let me now do a if statement, and I want to say if we don't have any data, let me throw an error. So let's say right here, if there is no user data, you do that with the exclamation mark. Let's open that. Let me then right here throw a new error. Let's invoke it, and let me just say user not found. So now we have that. We are now sure that we get a user, and now we can do our Nylas request. So let me right here do a constant data, and this will be equal to await Nylas. And what do I want to do right here? Well, I want to delete a event. So we can get our events, and I want to do a dot destroy. Let's now invoke it. Let's open that. And what do I have to pass first of all? Well, I have to pass right here the event ID. Now, currently we don't get one, so let's get it through form data. How do we get our form data? Well, we get it through the params. So let me get my form data, and this will be of type form data. I can now use that. So let me do a form data dot get. So dot get, let's invoke it, and let me get the event ID. Let's mark this as string, and now we have done our first step. The second step which we have to do right here, or the second property, I guess, which we have to pass, is the identifier. And the identifier is again the grant ID. And the grant ID is our user data dot grant ID. Let's mark it as string, and we are almost finished. The last thing which we need is the calendar ID, or in other words, the grant email. So what I can do right here is get my query parameters. Let's open that, and I want to get the calendar ID. And this will be right here equal to our user data dot grant email. Let's mark it as string. And now we are finished. So now to recap, what do we do right here? Well, using this API right here, we can delete, destroy, cancel a meeting, whatever you want to call it. We have to first of all pass a event ID because we want to know what event I want to delete. Then we have to pass a identifier. This identifier is my grant ID. And we have to then pass a calendar ID. And this is the ID of the calendar where the event has been created. So now all of this has been done. All of this looks good. And the last thing which I want to do right here is a revalidate path. Let's invoke it. And I want to revalidate the route / dashboard and then / meetings. Let's now save that. And now I can copy the name, cancel meeting action. And for the form right here, I can pass it a action. So let's get an action and let's paste this action. Let's invoke it, or let's import that. I'm sorry. So now we have imported that from the actions. And now we are almost finished because there's one thing missing. Again, if you open the actions, you will see we have to provide a event ID. So let me copy this name. Let me go back. And then for the form, let's do an input, which will be of type hidden. Let's give it a name. And for the name, this will be the event ID. Let's also pass it in value because, of course, we have to get the ID. And this is very simple. This is just right here the value, and this is equal to the item.id. Because when we map over our data, the first thing which we get is the ID. So yeah, now we are done, and now let's test it out. So let me go back, let me do a hard refresh, and what I want to do now is cancel a event. So let's cancel the event with John Doe. I will cancel that. I have a loading state, and now this will go away in a second. And yes, now this has been removed, and that again happened because we revalidated right here the cache. So right here we have this function revalidate path, and as you see, this function allows you to purge cache data on demand for a specific path. So now we have purged or revalidated the cache, which means this has revalidated, we got the new data, and now we only have one event. I can also cancel this event, we have a loading state, and then in a second, it will say right here, hey, you don't have any meetings. Great, this is what we wanted. So now we are done with that, we are finished with this. And the last thing which we have to do is finish up our event types so that I can copy the link, edit it, delete it, and also right here mark it as active or not active. All right, and the first thing I want to start with is this copy button, because the preview button works, right? But the copy button does not work. So let's change that. Let me go to the code. Let me open the page.tsx for the dashboard. And then if you go right here to the drop-down menu, you will have our drop-down menu item with this copy text button, whatever you want to call it. So to make it work, what we have to do is create a separate component, because when you want to copy a link, this is a asynchronous process, and this relies on the client side. So let me open the Explorer, then let me go to the app folder, then let me go to the components folder, and let me right here create a new file, and let's name it copy link menu.tsx. Then let's open that, and since this is a function, let me do a export function. Let's call it copy link menu item. Then let's invoke it and let's open that. So inside of here, the first thing which I want to get is the meeting URL, because this is what we need to copy it. So what we can do right here in the params is the structure them. Let me get a meeting URL. Now right here TypeScript does not know what type this is, so let's right here give it a type, and meeting URL, right here URL, will be a type of string. Then inside of here, we can now do a return statement. Let's open that, and let me get a drop-down menu item. And this drop-down menu item is imported from the components. And inside of here, I want to render the same thing as we had right here. So the link icon and then the copy text. So I can just copy it, paste it inside of here. Let me import the link to icon right here. This is imported from Lucid React, and now we can use this component. And instead of rendering this, I can just delete this drop-down menu item and get our copy link menu, which is imported from the components. This is self-closing, and as you now see, we get an error. And why do we have an error? Well, that's because we have to pass a property, which is the meeting URL. So instead of using strings, let's use right here the brackets, and let's use upticks. Then inside of here, let me use a dynamic value, and the first thing we have to pass right here is our base URL. Now, if you can remember, we already stored that in our environment variable. We right here have the next_public_URL, and this is localhost 3000. So I can use that, and right here we can now say process, then .env, and then the name. Again, let me copy the name from the environment variable, so next_public URL, and let me paste it right here. Then let's do a slash, and now I want to right here say the data.username. So let's use a dynamic value, and let's get our data.username. Let me do a slash, and this will be our item URL. So let's use a dynamic value, and this is our item.url. So the complete URL will be right here, our base URL, which is localhost 3000, then the username, which is for me Jan Marshall, and then the item URL. This is the URL or the slug of the event. So again, right here, if you go back, if you click right here on preview, you see the URL. So localhost 3000 / Jan Marshall for the username, and then / Jan 30, because this is the event slug or URL, whatever you want to call it. So now we have that. Let me go to the copy link menu, and now we can use that to, at the end of the day right here now, copy that in our clipboard. So we have to create a function right here, and let's do a constant handle copy. This is a standard arrow function, and then let me just open that. Inside of here, let me do a try statement, and let's also catch it. Let me right here get an error. Let me just open that, and for now we can just do a console.log, and let's say right here error. So now we have our try catch statement, and what I want to do now is at the end of the day right here now use this meeting URL which we get, and I want to store it in the clipboard. This is a asynchronous method, so you can do right here an await navigator, and as you now see we get an error, and that's because I have to mark this function as async. If I now do that, this error goes away. Let's now do a clipboard.write text, and let's invoke it, and as an argument let me pass the meeting URL. So now we right here write at the end of the day our URL to the clipboard. After that I want to render a toast, so let me do a toast.success, and let me import the toast. This is imported from Sona, so let's import that. Then let me do a .success, let's invoke it, and for the message let me say URL has been copied. Yeah, this is good. For the catch statement, we can also do a toast. So let's do toast.error, let's invoke it, and let me just say could not copy the URL. Let me also mark this component as use client. And now we have to right here provide this function to our drop-down menu item. So let me say a on select, and this will be equal to handle copy. So now this is all, and we mark this component as use client because right here at the end of the day, when you do a on select, we need a JavaScript bundle. So now let me test it out. Let me go back. Let me do a hard refresh right here just to make sure that everything has loaded. Let me now click on copy right here and we have our toast. If I now go to a new tab and paste it inside of here, we have this URL, and this URL is our booking form. Great, this also works. So now preview works, copy works. Let me now also implement right here edit. So for that, let me go back to the code. Let me close everything. Let's open the Explorer and we have to create a new route. So let's go to the app folder. Let's go to the dashboard folder and let me create a new folder and let's call it event. So this is a new route, and then in the event folder, I have to create another folder. This will be a dynamic route. So let's use the array brackets and let's say right here, or let's name it right here, event type ID, because at the end of the day, when you want to edit right here a event, you have to get the ID. So that's why we have this dynamic route, and then let's create a page.tsx in this folder. So now we have that, this is good, and let me now render our edit form. So let me do a export default function. Let's right here just call it edit route. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a return statement and let me just return an h1 and let me say hello from this route. Let's save that. And if I now go back, you see if I click on edit, nothing happens. And that's because we have to now also tell right here Next.js that I want to redirect the user when a user clicks on this button. So let me go back, let me open again the page.tsx in our dashboard. We have now right here this edit drop-down menu item. And what we can do right here is mark it as child. And I want to render a link component. So let me copy this pen and the edit and let me create right here the link component and let me again paste it. Then for the link component, I have to now pass it an href and let's use right here upticks and let me right here say slash dashboard, then slash event and let's do in slash item ID. So let's do a dynamic value of the item.id. Again, this redirects now to this route which we have created. So event slash the event ID and then we have the page.tsx which is the route. So if I now go back again and now click on edit, we will get redirected and you will now see hello from this route. This is of course not what we want to render, so let me first of all fetch the data and then we can render everything right here. So let's do an async function get data. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Inside of here, let me do a constant data and this will be equal to await Prisma. Prisma is imported from the lib folder and let's do dot event type dot find unique. Then right here, let's now invoke it and let's open that. So since we use right here the find unique method, we want to find a specific right here event. So let's do a where statement and I want to find a event where the ID matches. Now currently we don't get an ID, so we can go right here to our params and we can get a event type ID and this will be of type string. Then for the ID, I can now pass a event type ID and now this looks good. Let me now also do a select statement and I want to get the title of the event. So let's select that. Let's set this to true right here. Then let me get a description. Let's set this to true. Let me get a duration. Let's set this to true. Let me get an URL. Let's set this to true. And let me get right here an ID. Let's set this to true. And let me get the video call software. And let's set this also to true. So now we have all of our data, which is good. Now I want to do a if check. This means if we don't get any data, I want to return a for not found. So let's do right here an if, and let's say if we don't have any data, then let's open that and let me right here do a return not found. Not found is imported from next/navigation and now let's invoke that. So again, if we don't have any data, we return a for not found. Let me now at the end return data and now we can use that. So right here in the front end, so for our export default function, let me do a constant data, and this will be equal to await get data. We have to now invoke it, and now right here you see we have two errors. So first of all, for await, it says await expressions are only allowed within async functions. This means we have to mark this function as export default async function. And again, this is safe to do so because this is a server component. And for the get data, I have to now pass an argument, and this argument is the event type ID. So I can destructure it right here. Let me get my params, and then let's open that, and let's give our params a type. And the params will be a event type ID, and this will be of type string. And what I want you to do is to make sure that this right here is spelled the same as the folder name. So I named it event type ID, and I want you to make sure that this has the same spelling. If it's spelled differently, you will get errors, and you don't want that. Now I can pass the param as my argument. So let's do params.eventTypeID. So now this is finished. We now get our data, and we can now render our form. And since we will again implement conform, we have to break it into a separate component because we can't mark this file as use client because again, we right here fetch data, and this means this is a server component. So let me open right here the Explorer. Let's open that. Let's go to the app folder, components folder, and let me right here create a edit event type form.tsx. And this file or this component will be there to now render our form. So let me do a export function edit event form. Let's invoke it and let's open that. Let me now do a return statement. We can for now just return a div and let's say h1 and let's say hello from the component. And if I now save that and go back, you won't see that. And that's because this is currently a component which is not rendered anywhere. So let me go to the page.tsx, and then instead of rendering this h1, let me right here return our edit event form. Let's import that from the components. This is self-closing, and if you now again go back to your page, you now see hello from the component. Great. And now for the UI right here, for the edit event form right here, we already created the UI because if you can remember, we have our new route, and in the new route, we already wrote the whole code to create a event. And the UI right here is the same for the edit event. So let me just copy everything in the return statement right here. I will copy everything. Let's copy it and let me paste it right here for the return statement. So now we have that, but we're still not done because what we have to do now is also right here implement conform and the useForm state hook and right here the state for our video call provider. So I can also copy all of this right here and let me paste it above the return statement. Let me paste that. This now looks good. And let me also copy this type video call provider. So let me copy it right here and let me paste it above the export function. So now we have to import everything right here. So let me first of all import useState from React. Then let me import useForm. This is from @conform to React. Let me import pass with Zod from conform to Zod. Then let me import useForm state from React-DOM. Then let me import this create event type action from our actions. Let me import the event type schema from the Zod schemas. Then let me import the card from my components. Let me get the card header from the components. Let me get the card title from the components. Let me get the card description from the components. And now I think I don't have to explain everything. Let me now just import everything from my components. So I will do it for myself, do it for yourself. And once I'm done, I will come back. Alright, so I've now imported everything from my components. So you see I've imported the select, the button group, the button, the link from next/link, the submit button, the label, the text area. I have imported everything. And if I now go back to my website, you see we have an error. And that's because I have to mark this component at the top as use client. And that's again because we use Conform, and also right here this use form state hook, which both rely on a JavaScript bundle. So if I now again go back, you now see this form loads as it should, and that's very good. But as you see, we don't have any default value. I don't see the title which we have, I don't see the URL, I don't see the description, I don't see all of that. And that's not good. So I want to now get that right here through our params. So let me first of all create an interface. Let me call it iAppProps. And inside of here, what I want to get is first of all the ID, which will be of type string. I want to get the title. Let's set this to type string. I want to get the URL. Let's set this to type string. Let me get the description. Let's set this to type string. Let me get the duration. Let's set this to type right here number, not a string, but number. And let me get the call provider, and this will be also of type string. So now we have all of this, and I can now get it through the params. So that's the structured, and this is of type iAppProps. Then where I destructured, I can now get the call provider, the description, I can get my duration, I can right here also now get my ID, I can get the title, and I can get the URL. So now we get all of this right here, but if you go to the event type page where we render the component, we now have an error, and that's because we have to now pass all of these properties. So let's start with the call provider. This will be equal to our data.videocallSoftware. Then let me right here provide the description. This will be equal to our data dot, and this will be then our description. Then let's get our duration, and this is our data dot duration. Let me also get the ID. This is equal to our data dot ID. Let me also right here get the title, and this will be our data dot title. And let me also get the URL, and this is equal to our data dot URL. Great, this is now all finished, and now we get our data, which means we can now pass this data as default values. Alright friends, so it's right now 2 AM for me, and I finally finished cutting this video. Now there's one thing right now, this video is still not finished. We have to first of all now create a homepage, and we have to deploy it, and we have to finish the editing route. So what I have done is, in the YouTube description you have part 2. This is also a YouTube video, just unlisted. It is completely free, you don't have to pay for it, it's just, again, an unlisted video so that you can now finish the homepage, deploy it, and also finish the edit route. So yeah, and why is it a part 2? Well, quite simply, YouTube has a limit of 12 hours, and this video right here is already 11 hours long, or 11 hours and 53 minutes. So again, part 2 in the YouTube description, and yeah, we're now almost finished. And now, don't forget to like and subscribe. And now see you in part 2.